No, Terry's the type of person that she went to career and said the same for me. The same for me. I can't see working at this club. Thinking about the future. I love the career. But I know that the wife, the family, her brother, the in-laws, the whole fucking thing. And I'm over that. Basically, doing comedy as long as I am. I don't get it. It's like your hair, it's a big fucking deal. For me, I want to get into it. I love everything. Just talking about maybe I was thinking about you a lot this week because of the husband here. Last year in San Jose.
Right, yeah. That's great. That was like after my first date in college. I had 2 dates, and then I was in San Jose doing school in New York. And yeah, it's been years since I was crazy.
I remember being that's it. I get up in the morning, I get a coffee, I get a Danish, I just put a orange juice and come back. It's ready. That was good. It was amazing. I made this whole big deal of it. And this whole big deal of it. I had dating somebody, being with somebody. And here it was. And it was no big fucking deal. It was no big fucking deal. Society had made this big fucking deal about live with her and this, but there's no big fucking deal. Instead of just going on a date with her at the party. Pick her up and she was right fucking there,
Yeah.
It's the evolution of love is really amazing. It's not a few days. The first 2 years of Terry, I didn't see it.
Really?
After work, midnight, it was just amazing how this whole thing worked out. It's really a good thing to see it.
Yeah, it's not even her. It's like if she's not gonna listen, but it's not negative things where I'm like, sometimes I'll be like, should I be thinking about stuff on podcast right now? Sometimes I'll have thoughts like that, but I guess I don't know if it's negative or I shouldn't have it. But every once in a while, I'll be like, huh. So I mean, she only did on the weekends, and if I choose to use podcasts, I'll still do it during the weekend. But every once in a while, like, I wonder if there's something else I should be doing, but it's. I mean, like you said, you don't even do Sundays anymore because you have to spend parts of the weekend with the family.
Well, you have to have balance.
Yeah.
Right. You have to have balance with your life. When we're young, we had a job, and that's what we did. I never took a vacation. You were down the shore, Sunday night, or you came back Sunday night, you went to bed, you woke up and you went to work. There was no gap, there was nothing. There was no nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, another option would be sometimes I sit there and no, I don't. I eat for 60 minutes. That's my breakfast. That's what I do every Sunday night. I do 60 minutes Sunday night. Just the HBO. So whatever. Yeah, it has to do it. Something that I take For me to entertain, I have to get entertained.
Yes.
For me to entertain, I have to entertain. Learn how to entertain. So I have to be entertained. Sometimes I have nothing to do. I need to get entertained for an hour. I've been on this computer enough. I've looked at this pad enough. I've looked at gym enough. I've worried about the jiu-jitsu movement up. Now it's time to just soak. Now it's time to take 2 inches off a fucking pipe and let my mind take its fucking course.
Yeah.
Relax. I think that's what I did in the early days, is find the time for myself. And now I find the time for myself. The last 2 months, I've been having success losing weight. I'm losing weight up here. I didn't know what it was. I was getting into a diet. I was working out. I didn't know what it was. Then I set my computer card behind my sleep apnea machine. I had a card. And you're supposed to send it every 60 days, every 30 days. And they email you a report of your month. What nights you had apnea, what nights you drank alcohol, what your blood pressure was while you were sleeping. You have an emailed report. And the doctor called me and said you sleep 4.3 hours a night.
Again, when you told me that, I couldn't believe it. I was like,
It's true. Because I was going to bed at 10 to 12, then 4:15. Oh, let me get up. I got something to do. And I get up and I'm drinking coffee, and then the whole day I'm walking around tired.
Yes.
My blood pressure's high, because when you don't sleep, your blood pressure shoots up.
Yep.
So that's the downfall of that disease, that I always have to do something. Don't you sleep. I get on Twitter and I see people that don't you sleep. Just on Twitter for 4 hours.
yeah.
I've been forcing myself to take care of myself. And as far as the sleep is concerned, I'll eat an extra edible. It's amazing. I was going out every night. I can eat 3 10-milligram pounds. So 30 milligrams a pound. I got up to 60 milligrams. Oh my God, that could kill a horse. Okay. Now I can do a 0.5 and sleep an extra 2 hours. So what happens is I go to bed at 11. When I wake up at 4, 3 to eat, I'll stay up. I'll see all the cats and stuff back on the floor, and that's not good for me. So now, as soon as I pee, I don't even look at the cats. I just run back and I fucking bed, put the blanket on, and I pray to God so I fucking don't sleep. Yeah. So I'm taking care of myself. The habits are made, there's so many variables that can put There's so many fucking variables. And you know what, man? When you're 28, you work at a job, for an air conditioning company, and you got a girlfriend, and she lives 45 minutes away. You don't sleep. I know. I've been there. I know what it's like to fucking have a job and drive, and you got to drive here and there, and you don't fucking sleep. But there's so many variables to take care of. Water, you got to take supplements. It's a fucking part-time job. Yeah. It's a job. It's a lifestyle. That's why Weight Watchers is not a diet. It's a fucking lifestyle. This is it. This is what you have to do. What's up?
I'm feeling
Steve Simone. Steve Simone.
Yeah, I can't wait.
We're taping top season.
What'd you say?
I just wanted to tell you, I just keep giggling every time I look over at one of my laptops.
I knew you would, dude. It's a great feeling. The best feeling, though, is yet to come. It's when you are in bed and you look at that fucking thing either right before you're going to bed or right when you awake and you're like, all right, they're both are great. The first one is when you're going to bed thinking about, I think about it like it's like a gun shooting down planes, like it's an anti-aircraft gun shooting down planes, and it's just firing off. And so long as that bitch is firing off, it's good. And then when I awake, I get to check and see how many people followed me.
So I had this idea that what I did was I set it up so that it has a delay in the beginning. It turns everything on, and the end is it turning everything off. So that even if it fucks up one round, like I've noticed, it might have fucked up 1 or 2 rounds, but the next time it turns everything off and it catches it the second time, it'll catch catch it till like I didn't notice a fuck up till like number 170.
There you go. Well, it will fuck up, but like I said, and like we kind of planned at the beginning, that's why you have it open and close, so that if it does fuck up, it'll just get it on the second time. Now, what it sounds like you have it doing could be slightly different, but the idea is the same, that you have it programmed so that if something fails in it, it doesn't just go awry or doesn't stop working. It'll get it the next time around.
It's fantastic. I gotta tell you something. San Jose is one of those towns like that we've been going for fucking 15 years. We've done it before San Jose. Got big. We always have us. Drive up 5 hours to the show. Share a hotel room and we come home. San Jose was one of the last ones. The hotel in San Jose is tremendous. Yeah, it's the Fairmont Hotel. It's fucking tremendous. It was great. San Jose has the bakery downstairs.
Oh yeah, with those real big trees, all kinds of trees.
I stayed the fuck out of this time. I went to the corner of the Schmitz one time. You know what? And I'm impressed with it. California, they do it that way all the motherfucking time. In Texas, at Papa John's.
I love Papa John's.
Yeah, Papa John's. They do that seafood, lettuce, tomato. Oh my fucking god! You don't even finish. You can't finish. You know, but this place did pretty nice. Plus, I used my little Schmitz card. They gave me the soup.
Nice.
But then original Joe was just too much.
Yeah. We went there one last year at like 10:30 in the morning. You planned the walk to come in, like, be downstairs at 10:27. Because with the walk, you got the doors open.
I love this. Get a side of spaghetti.
It's tremendous to go in there.
That's discipline.
No bread. No bread, no butter. One day I went to go down there on salad. I split the cheeseburger.
That was good.
Oh, it's fucking chocolate. You gotta see the steak and eggs in there. Oh my god, my friend got steak and eggs. Get off of me. I split the hamburger with flour. His wife was the joke out.
Ooh, good.
They take chocolate up. I don't fucking remember anything. Since 1985. Wow. 1985. Yeah, one big idiot. All right, I usually don't lose fucking Yeah, two steak, two eggs, a steak, and no bread, no potatoes, and oil is food.
Oh, it's awesome.
That's it. And I just inhaled it.
That's so good for you.
It was a great weekend with diet. And the shows were good. You know, like I said, I haven't put a solid program together.
Yeah. Yeah.
And working on things and things are starting to shine.
Yeah, I love those sets.
I love those sets. Because things are starting to shine. 2 jokes here, 1 joke here. And you know you're 2 weekends away from coming up with 35 minutes. I feel it. From it all.
So at this point, you can
yeah,
feel it,
I can feel it. Because sometimes you get down on yourself and you're like, the people aren't going to get their money's worth. They're going to leave pissed off. But this weekend, you know what, man? I can feel the weed starting to come. You know, they're all mending together now. It's really weird how comedy works. You could be banging out for 3 months. You believe in a bit. It gets 50% yield on the labor. You know, people are laughing, but not really. But you believe in it. And it just needs that little tweak. It needs a finger up the ass, or a tongue in the fucking vagina. It needs something. And all of a sudden, you write something, and it coerces and it fits. And now you got 3 bits.
Yeah.
So when you had no bits, now you got 28 minutes because and then now you see it. When I left San Jose on Saturday night, I see it. Yeah, it's right fucking there. I need one thing to insert, and it's over. I'm taking motherfuckers' rights away. You understand?
Is that what people don't, when people say people don't, like comedians that don't write? Is it because that, I mean, it sounds like where you're at is fun, but at the very beginning of it, once you get through all that work, you're like, fuck, I don't want to lose this. It took me 7 months to write this.
But if you wrote it once, you can write it again. That's the confidence. That's where you're coming from. You know, when I build a building, if I'm an architect, I design a building. If I design a beautiful building, is that the only fucking building I'm going to design? No, I'm going to design a better building. Yeah. And I'm going to design a better building. I'm going to design a better building. So you always want to stay. It kills me when I can't come up there with at least one new anything.
Yeah.
Something fucking happened that these people deserve to know about. Something fucking happened. Something happened on the drive here. Yeah. Something happened that lifted your curiosity and you can turn into laughter for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Something fucking, but then again, it's also the evolution of the comic is so fucking rough. I went to watch Comedy Thursday night back on to see it. And it's amazing that I saw people up there did 2 jokes that were rewritten, stolen. And we do a joke about Asian. I was like, wow, this is so rough. One of the jokes was rewritten Mexican joke. Well known now. As soon as you get the joke, but it's amazing the evolution of the comic and where you want to go.
Well, I mean, we talk about college a lot here. That's only 4 years. And like almost every comic I hear says it's at least 10 years before you get any good at all.
I agree and I disagree. Yeah, it's like anything else. You know, it's like jiu-jitsu. It'll take you a year, maybe a year and a half just to see all the pictures and all the questions. And then after that, you start making progress.
Yeah.
Not as fast.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Okay, by the 2-year mark, in the back of your head, you're ready for HBO.
Okay.
The reality is, you're ready.
Yeah.
You find this, you have to align the mental compass, which was really the reality compass. Okay, that's what's going on. I love this. It's my fun. I gotta have myself, you know. It's really weird. I saw, when I was a kid, I used to on the phone with my wheel. We were watching the Knicks, no matter who the Knicks would play. There was a time there, in the 7th grade, we needed checking the grade and why the old done
In the 7th grade?
12-year-old kid.
Dude, that's a lot of money back then.
That's it. That's $7 a piece. 8 if you fucking lose on the bid. All right, $8 or $9 if you lose on the bid. Because it's 30 if you lose 25 to win 30. So we were the same. And the Knicks would play whatever. We bet Tuesday and Wednesday. We had a science down. We played Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Let me tell you something. I don't know how in those days we used to have a three-way phone. Somebody could click the line twice, so what you did is, so in the old days, you picked the regular house phone. If somebody called you, you had to pick the line.
Oh, yeah.
Lee, what's up? Hold on, I got Steve on the other phone. Always you hit the line. It's called cold wave.
Yeah.
In those, even in the 70s, you had three-way calling. So you click it twice, you put your phone on the phone.
That had to be so much fun.
So it would be me and you on the phone watching this Nick game.
Yeah.
And we would be yelling, fuck you, fuck, cocksuck, oh shit. And Whitey would be like, what am I going to do? I can't ask my grandmother for $10 again. You know, what am I going to do? My grandpa's going to be mad at me for $10 without money.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you want to go to school dance. You got stuff to do. Yeah, you got stuff to do, right? So I'll never forget they would put Phil Jackson. When you were a kid, and the Knicks would put Phil Jackson, the reaction was, all right, fuck this motherfucker.
He wasn't a great player.
He was horrible. He came off the bench, and his main attribute was to defend against the ball coming in from out of bounds. He was 6'8", lanky, and had these long arms. So he would just do that.
Yeah.
As soon as they put Phil Jackson, he was all right. We're going to the ball. Fuck!
That's hysterical.
Fuck! And somebody would hang up the phone like, fuck, motherfucker. He's been mushed. You know, yeah, he's been mushed. Phil Jackson has become one of the best basketball players or coaches in the world.
Best minds
of our day.
Paying him $1 million a month to fix New York.
30 fucking years ago, when I was in 8th grade, 7th grade, Phil Jackson was a fucking joke. Almost Joey Diaz, Randy O'Donnell, and Chucky McBreen, the Irish power of power, right?
That's hysterical.
So that's just the greatest lesson I ever got was from a comedian, a black comedian, who used to cock balls. This is my impersonation of Marlon Brando, the Godfather. He would put the cotton ball in his mouth, turn around, and he would turn right back around and go, somebody fucked up my teeth, right? You know, this stupid shit, you know? But he came up to it and he said, I love these guys. This guy helped me. Day job. He was a computer engineer. And he was very fun. He had his moments. But he was also very valuable. Like once I met him, I knew that he had seen through it.
Yeah.
There's people that are not negative. There's people that can look at a situation, analyze it, and say, this is what I need to put into this. I'm going to do this, but I can't do this right now. He had 2 children. He had insurance. He had a house. He looked like Eddie Murphy. He was very funny. But in his mind, he knew the reality of this game. That I can't do this right now. I could do this on the weekends to accent my money and to make it a Rabbi, but I can't dig into this. So when you see somebody who's that very honest with themselves from the jump, you got to appreciate that attribute. You got to look at him and go, holy shit, that guy's on to something. He's not really a loser because he was always that comic that drove me home.
Yeah.
And he would always drive me home and walk me on the way. And one day he told me, he goes, the most important thing was you see a lot of comedians, they think at the 6-5 year mark, they're headliners. Some booker is headlining in the bar.
Right.
And yes, you're a headliner by name at that time. But you're not a headliner. That's the truth. You're not a headliner. You know, there's journeyman electrician. You know, you listen to journeyman electrician. I'm not called journeyman. Journeyman electrician is somebody who's been around. Somebody who's, you know, before you become a journeyman electrician, you're a residential wire. You get a license, so you start off as a helper, and then you're a residential wireman, which means you can wire dwellings up to 2 homes, 3 families. Don't quote me on this, all right, exactly. I'm just explaining levels. And then, yeah, after 4 years, you could take a test to become a journeyman. But a smart electrician knows it takes about 7 or 8 years to really, yeah, I'm going to be a journeyman, but I'm going to get put on a job with real fucking journeymen.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go in there and throw my weight around. I'm going to fuck something up.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yeah.
Once you understand the art of something, jiu-jitsu is, and Eddie Bravo has an arm bar, Cabrini has an arm bar, and fucking Dave Camarito has an arm bar. They're going to teach it to you. Each one might be a little bit different. You know, but we play the art of it is making it your own. Wow. That's the art. That's the martial art. Every art has a punch. You're going to sit there and tell them, I'm going to school and there's 60 bucks a month. And I went to karate school and there's 65 a month. I get more classes. What's the difference? You know, one has a punch. You go online, get champions, like go to Taekwondo, you know, look Kung Fu. Doesn't matter because it's what you're going to do. You know, that's why you can't look at the comment. I want to do what Steve Simone is doing. You can't do what Steve Simone is doing because you have to take what Steve Simone is doing, either put a variation on it or make it better in your mind.
Yeah, make it your own.
Make it your own. You know, and that's what's standing. So, Rabbi, you know when I didn't know how good you were as a producer. I did somebody else's podcast. I understood your job.
Okay, no, I understand.
Because I mean, so sometimes you have to see this fucking game differently.
Yeah.
A lot of people kill at Barney's doing it.
Yeah.
And then you know they're on the phone with CIA, the dog. But yo, bro, to sit back, bitch. You know, you gotta tell Kevin Hart that it's all over from your hands to fire. Go, because I felt like doing it.
Yeah.
How do I know? Because I did it.
Yeah.
Right. I remember the first time doing 42 minutes at some bar in Denver. Like after I had been doing 15 minutes for 10 years. Like one night they forgot to give me the light. The guy that was supposed to give me the light was getting his dick sucked in the back of the car. And I'm back there just doing material.
Yeah.
You follow me? It was like a placebo effect. If you would call me and say to me, Joe, I got a room for you, I want you to do 45 minutes. I go, Steve, I love you. I can't do it. Joe, yes, you can. Come on, I'm giving you $100 for it.
Yeah.
Just because I'm real. I can't. I wouldn't get put myself in that position. But while I was up on stage featuring, doing 30, he was going out for a car to get his dick sucked. So I kept doing time. And he came in and finally gave me the light. He said, I'm sorry, bro. I'm like, wow, what happened? He goes, you're not doing 43 minutes. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And he's like, yeah, man, look, I got it. I forgot it. I went out my bartender was sucking my dick. I didn't tell what's his name to give you a light. First time I realized I did 43 minutes. So I didn't tell the story right. You know, a headlining is when you do 45 minutes. Yeah. So I was only supposed to do 30. The guy didn't give me the light to get off stage, and I kept going. It was like, yeah, I kept going. I didn't know. And when I got off, he told me I'd be 43 minutes late. I didn't even drive home that night. I floated. Yeah. I just went to the parking lot. I lit my car on fire, and I just floated the fuck home. Because I did 43 minutes. I did headline at time. And for 2 days, I was by the phone with a list of numbers I was going to call and tell them to suck my dick. Because I had done 43 minutes. Thank God I was ready. I knew that I wasn't a headline. I knew I had done the time, but I wasn't a headline. Right. You know when I became a headline?
I want to headline. Okay.
When I first moved to LA in '97, I got sent on a headline edition. I wasn't even a good teacher. I wasn't even a purple belt with stripes. I was like a blue belt with a few stripes. I was sent to Jacksonville to headline. I did town. I knew I wasn't a headline. I knew in my heart. A lot of people wouldn't be that honest with themselves. I knew in my heart I wasn't a headliner, so I never really tried to push myself out as a headliner. Now, unless it was a C room. I was a lot better than C headliners. Yeah. But I wasn't an A headliner. I'm telling you right now. I've been doing comedy for 22 years. Like, again, 2 years ago. What happened? I could have become a headliner after 12 or 13 years because of my drug addiction and my other problems. I didn't focus on it. I never thought I would achieve that goal. Just click. It clicks on stage. Once you see a headliner, you go, wow, that's a headliner.
Yeah.
A lot of guys are out there doing comedy and doing headliner time.
Yeah.
That's different. You're a headliner. When you would watch Greg Horogan, you know you were watching a headliner. When you were watching Joe Rogan, you know you're watching a headliner. When you're watching Fluffy, you know you're watching a headliner. Even when you're watching things like, you know, you're watching a headliner. You're the same thing put together at the beginning of the world. You can hold it straight. It's a different headliner. That's why a lot of these they're going to become headliners. You feel the same way. You had one.
Yeah.
You started to.
Yeah. But yeah, there's something to it. I don't even know how you would describe it. You just watch somebody and they throw you into their world. You know, it's a different thing.
The thing is, I mean, I'm not really wasting time. So, like, you know how, like you said, at the beginning you feel like you're a headliner, but you're not. And then you just said, like, 2 years ago is where I think I became a headliner. Maybe in, like, 5 years ago, I thought I was a headliner 7 years ago, but now I'm a headliner. And it seems like it keeps going.
Well, if you take any value, you're going to get better. Yeah. At this point, I know I do consistently stand up. We all want that. When I leave the stage, I want to look like, what would the room look like if Bruce Lee? Yeah. I don't want people to stand up. I don't want people to clap. I want people to be on the floor, laying on the cushion. I want to see 200 people on the floor. I don't want to see you standing, clapping, and clapping. That was a great kind of stuff. I want to see you barking on the floor. You know, that's in my mind. So until I see that, I didn't do a good fucking job.
Wow.
People come up to me and say, like, George or whatever, that's good. I don't see no ambulance. You know what I'm saying? I'm coked up and some chick that was suck my dick on your jaw pops out. And you got a down line. You ever go up to your jaw pops out? You suck the fucking rock. Your fucking jaw pops out.
No, I'm not doing it.
So the bottom of this thing swells up. I'm going to tell you the time of the you're looking at my phone like a little fucking blister. You know you ain't got that. Like, it's not my passion. Suck that fucking joint. Son is saying, where's the music? Let's put this shit on, cocksucker. It's Monday, July 14th. A beautiful fucking day to be alive.
The real results with real numbers has helped us continue to invest moving forward. One of the things that's been really important for us is to see
I wanna be around
reach to the audiences that we could
pick
not
up the
speak
pieces
to before.
where somebody breaks your heart.
Are you ready for another edible cocksucker?
No,
Come on, let's do the head.
I just did the head of one of those women's
I did another little head.
No.
Got a little head like Lee. Did you see him? They made it to look like Lee. That's really running on the treadmill. Where's the music, cocksucker? You want to vape with it? Why not?
I had just the head. Never the whole body. I had just the head. And this is going to be down there.
You know, you're on that. I mean, the whole body except the arm. What do you like? Rain? Rain?
Save up to $1,000 on a new system. Call 800-WATER or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Offer ends soon.
Stone on a fucking Monday morning. Go out there into this cruel world and you're prepared.
Yeah.
Take the world by storm. Steve Simone in the house, my brother. Let me give some shout out to Steve Simone. I want to give a shout out to my main man John Diaz, my main man Robert Rodriguez, bringing me a pipe and shit, and a fucking vaporizer. Jim Bergen, I love you, cocksucker. Beatrice Zachary, I love you too. Jason Schmidt, Nail Drip, I love you too. Joshua Kachowski, get it together. For all the people who came out in San Jose, some badass motherfuckers came out. Sergio Ortega always showing up. Lee's fucking flying two t-shirt on.
I loved it. I loved it.
It was a great week at the samples there. It's funny because I got following some one of the training really kids. His name was Dave Cameron. And I wanted to take one of the classes. It's fucked up Thursday. My plane was delayed by 2 hours. So I tell you about that.
No.
I love Southwest. You know, I really do. Southwest with these short jumps. They do the trips for an hour. For 2 hours or less, I got no beef with Southwest. It's when you got to sign up for 5 hours. Yeah, it's a long fucking flight.
Yeah.
And I went 2 hours late, so I missed the 5 o'clock perfect. So I called Dan on the day when I come in for the open man. He goes, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get a lesson from him. He gave me a private lesson.
Yeah, that picture was you worked hard.
Oh my God, that motherfucker put me through hell. The torches and down my training partner was Kyle Kingsbury's father. He was around that. He was 61 years old.
With little training and even fewer resources, they were tasked with
Very
solving
serious guy, that kid.
Oh, okay.
neighborhoods.
61 years old. You should have seen this guy's body.
They were given 90
You
days
should
to
see
solve
this
this
fucking
event.
body. I can feel his strength when he's rolling.
This is a
It's
police
just
story,
amazing.
but it's not the one
Great
got
war,
lost
you
to
know.
hearing.
I
This is
couldn't
the
work
untold
outside.
story of a homicide squad.
I'm gonna have to cut my name. I'm gonna get a second opinion from the therapist. I can't even turn my knee off with this too short.
Yeah.
I gotta put my leg up between
Actually,
shorts.
stand on those.
Those fucking Friday when I'm home, my knee is on fire. You know, because I do the show, I
Follow
talk to
this
people,
podcast
I
for free
stand
on
in,
the
I
iHeartRadio app.
do the other
Number one for
fucking show.
music, radio, and
It was on
podcasts, all
fire.
in one
And I
app.
hate fucking big movies.
All the good stuff.
Yeah. I hate that shit.
Keeps you on top of pop culture.
Yeah.
Roughly a year after its second season ended, Rabbi Beavis and Butthead has been renewed for season 3. Created by Mike Judge, Leader of the Hill and Office Space Space, the show originally ran from 1983 to 1997 on MTV, with one season revived in 2011. Its second revival began on Paramount Plus in 2022 with 50 episodes to date.
Probably
Titled Joel was given national attention in April when an outlier last house cast. Mikey Day and guest host Mike Cosley was one of the only persons who appeared in the air on Comedy Central.
Fear,
The non-streaming presentation for the 2021 episodes and the 2022 segments on 2010.
I hear
Look for
people's
new season
voices.
of Mike
If
Judge's
I hear
Games
some
and
of my
Barheads
voice,
in Comedy Central in 2025. Previous episodes are available to stream on Paramount Plus.
I'm good at it because
It's what's poppin'.
I had to break my own feet.
Exactly.
I'm very good at it. Somebody says, wow, it's gonna be traffic. This is
Keeps
crazy.
you on top of pop culture.
I know
The Hollywood Reporter will sell list of Tinseltown CEO sailors in 2023 and like in most
how fear
corporations,
shows
there's
up.
a whole lot of green going to the
It's so
top.
funny.
Co-CEOs of Netflix each snagged over $40 million plus another $11
Me
million
and
for its
those
president.
movies and moms like that.
Salaries
We were smoking dabs before the show. Fucking when there was a long line on Thursday night. There was 200 something people on Thursday night. That's fucking great. Wow. I went on stage and mediocre set. First of the week, it was busy doing what we were on stage. We had 2 night podcasts, all late. So then we were a chance just to work out the house. So that first Thursday night,
At least one analyst noted that these payouts seem excessive, especially compared to each company's performance. Outside of entertainment, overall wages rose 4.3% in 2023. The most in over 2 decades, while CEO pay jumped an average of 11.3%, or around $5 million more per company. No wonder everyone's raising.
I remember
Is it mainly, or am I lying to the people here?
everyone who comes to your show, because remember, I was trying to with Eddie Dolores, and 2 kids came up and they like, took a big nugget out of like their back pocket. They're like, "This is Lisa Eileen," and I was like, "Oh," and they're like, "Who is for you?" I couldn't talk. That night with Melissa in San Jose, I was just walking around. I couldn't open my mouth.
Showed up in a box.
Oh,
Here's the best part. Google's a mom. I love mail. I love everything about it.
New home sales numbers are due out Wednesday, followed by pending home sales, jobless claims, and a second revision of the GDP on Thursday. The week wraps up with word on personal income and spending, along with consumer sentiment on Friday. Inside Out 2 continues to dominate the box office. The animated sequel added $100 million in its second weekend of release and is now the highest grossing North American release of the year. Bad Boys Ride or Die will stay in second place and looks to make $19 million this weekend. Bronze goes to the new biker drama, The Bike Riders, which is expected to earn $10 million. U.S. home prices are the most expensive ever. Lisa Taylor has more.
According to the National Association of Realtors, which reported the median price of previously owned home in the U.S. went
I had
up
a good time.
consecutive month in May.
Simple.
It's now nearly
I like when I have
$1,000,
time
up nearly 6% from a
tomorrow.
year ago. The highest price the NAR has ever recorded.
Oh, that's gonna be a great storytelling.
Call me, but I
Following
have time.
his felony conviction last month,
Fine,
federal
it's
election
12 minutes.
commission
Because
reports
it's a
showed
racial
that
break
the
and
Trump
set.
campaign and the Republican National Committee had combined $171 million on hand,
I
compared to
don't really
Biden's
have a
initial
story.
$157 million. That's thanks to an enormous surge in donations over the past 2 months following Trump's New York City hush money trial. The Trump campaign said it brought in more
Yeah,
than
I'm sure we got
50
1,000.
online donations in 24
The real
hours after the
danger,
former
you
president's
know,
found
he's
guilty
funny
of
now.
34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Teamsters Union President John O'Brien will speak at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee next month. Former President Trump announced the move Friday, saying that O'Brien had accepted his invitation. The influential labor group has yet to endorse a presidential candidate, but O'Brien has requested to speak at both party conventions.
Yes,
Super
it is.
Business News, Aaron Royale, NBC News
Interesting,
Radio.
have a great cast. But the best person in that cast is Francis Ford Coppola. Because, you know, directing has become
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
directing is the original storyteller. Okay, the director takes the script, the producer, and he reads it. The producer says, well, in my eyes, this is what I feel I want the reader to take home.
Yeah.
The director comes along and figures out how he's going to pretend that conduit, how he's going to let the people who pay the $8 or the $5 or the $12 coming to see this movie, how they're going to take that message home. And there's a couple of scenes in The Godfather 1 and 2 where the camera work is brilliant because it takes your mind and takes you to something else. How you can feel guys. They don't show his body, they don't show his form. They show him about having a heart attack.
Yeah.
The wind passes every way.
Yeah.
The wind that's and the wind taking his soul. That's through the race. Okay? That's a really good direction. There's a scene in that movie where, and I want to talk about this movie to get the ball on the story. And it's right before you get back to the last against your morals, so you feel bad, but you still do it. For that same you don't get it done. Just let it take this way. You just can't. You know, go to sleep. The podcast is not here.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George
Just retired. She's
Now
happy.
here's George.
All these
It's
things
time
are
to
going
run
on.
on your own. Bringing us into the second half of tonight's program. Thanks to Phil Holder's Gambler, Life Secret to a Life at Risk is the book, and he's a fascinating guy to move on. Border security is a political hot potato in one sense, not only in this country, but
You're
around the
about to
world.
feel the
Here at home, both of the major political parties are vying to see who
sense of
sounds numbers
danger,
about border security, what
the sense of
methods
fear,
and technology should
the
be brought
sense of
to
you're
bear.
about to
It seems
lose
like
everything,
everyone
all
agrees
rolled
we
up
need to
into
crack down
one
on
fucking
high-tech systems and
people have
sensors
never
who
put
are
that thing
capable
together.
of keeping everyone
I
else
put it together for you.
one who that is, you know, in Europe.
Here's
Same kind of
Michael
thing there,
Corleone,
but
he's
if
in
the
the
systems
army.
and tech being
You know,
deployed
he
at the
just
border
got, you know,
were to be transferred to the civilian population,
they just shot his father.
something
Everybody in his family, everybody he knows is a fucking killer. I'm not talking about some guy that just shoots you and runs in his car. I'm calling my guys and put a gun in your fucking mouth and sit there and blow your brains out and smoke a cigarette afterwards and talk about how they got the same shit you got. And you're worried. These are killers. These are psychopath killers. He's got all this pressure in the world. He's going to step outside this bathroom door. He's going to pull his gun from the bathroom. He's going to step outside the bathroom door. And he's going to kill the hottest gangster in New York City and the chief of police. What was that? You're about to kill a cop and a gangster, and you're supposed to walk into a car and you have the rights. You know what's going through your mind. There's a, put the scene up. There's a scene, there's a part in that scene where he looks down and touches his head. You have no idea, and everything starts to rumble. Everything rumbles in your mind. Fear works fucked up. And you have to move that up when he goes to the bathroom. Just walking through the bathroom.
And he's walking with fall.
Before he goes to go out.
I got coverage 3
Okay,
dollars.
you should find
$70
a
a month and no medical exam. Just answer a few questions. That's
He's holding on to his head. There's silence. The director is building the fear in Michael Corleone that he's building himself, and only a person who's done something very bad knows this fear. This game, looking on the floor, he already walked out. And now the train's on his See, he's talking to him, but he can't even focus.
He's not making eye contact.
He's not. He hears this train. You hear that train? That's him telling you fear. This is tremendous. When you're that scared, you ain't hearing nothing. He's about to, there you go. It's Monday morning, motherfucker.
You want some?
You worried about the fucking weight, don't worry about it. He's union. And, fear is fucking crazy, but that I forgot about that aspect of it. That he's talking to him. And he can't even hear what he's saying. That's how much fear takes over. Your heart, all you hear is your heart beating, and all you see is your life flash before your eyes. Like, I'm never going to see you again. I'm never going to see Steve Simone. Look at him right down the corner. What if this guy doesn't die? Pull out a gun and shoot me back. What if I do? You have all these what ifs running through your mind, and there's only one thing for you to do is pull that fucking trigger. Kick that door down. I did so many fucking things that involved my heartbeat, and you know why I did it? Because it made my dick get hard. To this day, I love my dick to get hard. Not before sex, but before something. It's like when I say something. It's like when I get to an argument, when somebody tries to boss me around on a set, I live in that world. That's my world. To say something back to you. It's my world. I love that when my heart beats. When you say something, it's that fucking moment of silence. When time just stops. I love all that shit. Not all the time like I used to when I was 18. But once a month, it ain't bad. It's a bad thing. It's like when they're playing cards in Goodfellas, they shoot the guy. And they all look at each other like, it's a great fucking game. It's a great game. Somebody got shot. Lee, what's up, you cocksucker? How much? Look at you stoned to the gills. Steve Simone, what's going on? We ain't got nothing to say.
Just looking forward to Vegas. Happy I recorded the album.
Finally.
Yeah, finally.
You've recorded this EP, what, 8, 9
million times.
It went great. The one y'all went to was awesome.
Yeah.
So you recorded this one where?
At the Comedy Store in LA.
Hour 10. We went to the lake show and missed all of that show.
So was Lee, his wife.
Yeah, Paula came in. I was so excited. Because I didn't think you were.
Bananas, champagne and shit. Yeah, his arm loose and
It was great when Lee Syatt's here, and then people that listen to the podcast were like, "There's Lee Boom Boom Syat," and then people were coming up to me after the show. I heard Lee was here. Was Lee here? I heard there was a Lee sighting. It was great.
When you go home, what do your parents for? I know they're not children. And when you go home, it's like, what do your friends say?
What's likely to happen? Because it seems to me that
Nah,
so much turmoil in the world.
I remember like a joke I did about it was like when I first went back to Philly, everybody was like, "How's it going? When are you gonna make it?" Like, you know, when you have a good set at the Comedy Store, and you walk, I remember walking off stage going, "I should call my parents and tell them pick out a beach house. I'll be able to buy it for you." Now nobody was there. Like nobody wants to put that kind of pressure on them. They're just happy to see you. Florida now. My brothers, my aunts, my uncles, cousins. Yeah. I didn't do that much in Philly, but when I got started, I was filthy on stage. I was just because I was nervous. I would curse all the time. And then that.
Listen, man, as long as you're out,
That's it.
this is all, and that's, it's so important with comedy, especially in LA. You know, what your attitude, your habits are, your ability, your mission, those are great, man. And when you live in this town, there's so many small windows of opportunity anymore, especially on the weekends to get on stage. You think about a beginning comic's career. We get on stage Sunday through Thursday because it's open mic. Friday and Saturday are the money nights. They don't need us.
Right.
So for us to get on stage on a Friday and Saturday, right now you're in that transition.
Yep.
You just about people start coming to see you. Yep. You're just right there. It's just 6 more months, you know. Yep. But every week it's funny, like I goof about when I lived in Washington. It was called Home Higgins. The owner had, he was a Vietnam vet. He got hit with a shell or something like that, and he would forget. So he would come in on a Saturday and see you Friday and Saturday. And on Saturday, after he paid me, I would ask the waitress to go inside. What was the beach wrap? For the weekend. 9 a.m. Monday morning. This Joey Diaz. Hey, Joey, what can I do for you? I want to feature you. When was the last time you were there? Years ago. I was just there a week before.
Wow.
But his mind was so bad. He would keep booking. I would be there 2-3 weeks in a row. And I would tell my friends, come on down there. And then I would jump back on the train. And next thing you know, I'd leave, me and you. We were the only features we had to leave. And he asked you when was the last time you were down and told me. Oh, here it gets better. I would take a draw from him on Thursdays. He would forget.
Wow.
He would pay me on Saturdays. See, in those days, it was a feature. I was getting $250 a weekend. So it was $50 a show. I would get $200 on Thursday. Plus the $250. Wow. It became a little bit better. You found it was still shit money. It was better enough. Because he would forget to give you the draw on Thursday night. And you're doing the same thing. And I giggle, and I wasn't making fun of you. I was just giggling that you got no boy locked down. Yeah. You don't have to get on no plane. Everybody else is getting on a plane. Carrying luggage. Getting your car on Thursdays. You have a place to stay. How's the condo?
They just put Wi-Fi in there, so it's fantastic. Yep.
Wi-Fi, what else?
New carpet, and it's great.
No rats.
No. You know what? They don't even. I guess somebody got sick or something. Like, you know, people leave down like, you know what? Okay, Joey's coming in next week. Leave these beers in the fridge. We'll leave these chips here. They clean out everything now. Everything. So I was giving food to Don Carlos. We were watching the soccer game yesterday, and we just paid it all. There's no leaving for the comics next week. They're throwing it all out.
They're embarrassed.
Thank God it's over.
So it's amazing how this country can grow. I was in grammar school,
Yeah.
Spanish guys
Right.
Well, for years,
Yeah, all these British guys.
so I don't know. It's not the whole white soccer. It's that I wasn't in that culture.
Right.
You know, when I was a kid, some kids had a skateboard. That's it. There wasn't a skateboard, there wasn't a culture when I was growing up.
Right.
You didn't have to wear a hat to be wrapped up. I put shorts on and read that.
Right.
Boy, you when I was growing up, the skateboard and motherfucking hill. And you
And that was it.
That was it. Now there's a culture.
Yeah, everything's like a lifestyle.
Everything's a lifestyle. So I was different. I made stupid soccer. It's just not because I'm saying stupid. I don't really know soccer. I wasn't that lifestyle. I wasn't. We had tennis. Right. That's as far as I was from. Tennis. Fucking nuts. What? Lee, look at you. Stoned to the Gazilda Heights on a Monday morning. Who's better than you? If you're not fucking high by 10 o'clock, go fuck yourself. It's Monday, July 14th. What are you going to do? You're going to listen to him? Oh, Joe, I got to listen to him. Fuck you. It's communism. Get the fuck up. What's up? What's up here? Look at you. Second. I love all week. What are you going to love all week? Oh, you got to get back all those loads you shot. How many loads you shot? You are a fucking Jew load.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna probably go to sleep for a little bit, but then go work out. That's about it. Maybe that's it. I'm gonna work out later this week. I'm surprised.
You didn't go swimming mornings this weekend?
No.
You're supposed to be on time. You're supposed to. What kind of foods did you eat this week? What kind of diet foods did you eat?
Well, we actually did pretty good. We
No desserts.
no, we had dessert last night on the anniversary. And I had the one cheat. Okay, we got two cheats. One, I got a swirl at the beach, small swirl. But I'm almost embarrassed to admit this, but we had a little bit of a weekend off. Have you guys tried a cronut yet?
Yes.
It's a croissant donut, and I had one, but it was the most delicious thing ever. It was it's just like glazed donut flavor. But we did pretty good. We had one slice of pizza. We went to the gym every day.
You can have a slice of pizza with a salad.
Yeah.
No, pizza's not bad. It's 13 pizzas with wings and dressing for fucking pizza. That was fucking, that'll kill you.
Yeah, that's
Weight Watchers pizza's great. Pizza's like 8 for cheese pizza like that. Not even a margarita. There's nothing there. I know it's not good, you know, whatever it is, but a slice of pizza with a fucking salad.
but I talked to you at the gym on Friday, I think. And you force yourself to go, so at least we did that, and you can maintain at least to go to the gym. But then we went to Thai food, which was pretty good. And then last night was I don't think it's a French place. It's just like a place in downtown LA called Perch. We got some steak.
Really coming this one. There was a place I used to go to the East Coast with a steak came with pastry. I got a French place.
Okay.
It was like a light pastry with cheese inside, with a light sauce. Any cheese, we love that word. It was fucking pretty good. It's the golden steak, no fat on it. It wrapped by a little pastry. That's the way that
I've never tried that.
I'm not big on it. I don't know, but I never. I've had that before. You know, it's funny how when I first met Steve Simone, Steve was hanging out with guys doing such guys. We went to Vegas and New York. And Steve and Andrew tried to really get me to go to the gym.
Yeah.
And I couldn't understand. And guys, I grew up in the gym. I always loved the gym. I understood the gym. I understood what the gym was.
Yeah.
And then high school, I started getting success in the gym. I started building mass. Some people go to the gym for 6 weeks and get a band on their arm and fight stuff.
Yeah.
People fall single. Bro, you left it. You know, some people, it's in your DNA, it's in your genes,
Yeah.
it's the way your body adjusts, you know. So I knew
Economics spot,
playing
you got a face
basketball
on
and
it.
doing,
People
you know, 5 sets of 12 curls.
they're
My
terrorized
body
by
reacted.
MS-13.
So I did well with, you know,
Destroy the economy. There's
I worked in high school, I got a little big, and then
that
when I went to
in the woods.
guys I lived with,
Anybody
every
who's
night, those guys didn't believe
their
it.
family, hundreds and
It
hundreds
was
of
just
miles
amazing.
from
They got
Moscow
home from fucking work,
territory and
they
escaping
didn't,
law
they
enforcement
sat around, smoked joints. No,
and
these
trying
guys
to gain
built the squad
asylum
back in
in
their house.
the U.S.
They had everything made from
That's an
wood and
incredible
metal.
challenge.
Flat machines, squat racks, they didn't believe in things and that.
Brave to
And downstairs, they had a bag of fucking
those
weed,
folks are pitted
and
as
they rolled
terrorists
joints, and they went upstairs, put on black socks,
all the things that I
and they do all the strength exercises, benching,
Thank you for bringing up that kind of
split
personal
cleans, and all that shit.
Yeah.
So you couldn't sit upstairs where they didn't have a TV, they had a stereo with milk partners to sit on, and curtains with all different weights.
Wow.
So when you sat down, you didn't really sit down. Are you having a conversation, or are you still working out? That's the people I love.
Wow.
So I lived with them for a while. And when I lived with Jimmy, me and Jimmy moved out. Jimmy and me were punching bag on the balcony. So there was no excuses going to the gym. You know, and 30 minutes before you watch TV, you went out there, you put the mix on, you stretch, you hit the bag, and you do push-ups. So I had been brought up in that town.
Yeah.
And even when I went to Jersey, all those guys do blow and shit. But they're at the fucking gym.
Yeah.
And they go to the gym, yeah, I'm gonna do arms.
Yeah.
They do arms 4 days a week. They go to the gym, they do 3 sets of curls, 2 sets of sit-ups, and they make a phone call. We gotta go. I got things to do. But they go do arms, you know. The point of the story is that even at an early age, I knew that when I was a thief, and I was making quacks, you gotta think, we're gonna make money.
begins with stories from the Sonoran
That
Desert
hour
down there on
was
the border.
me, got the Trojan, the Trojan. Yes,
They're
I'm the
vigilantes in the sense that they're private citizens who have taken on the job
The
of
rubber
helping
round.
these people.
Oh, yeah.
Remember those weights that you filled up with cement? They were rubber.
Oh, yeah.
And cement was on. And so they told you it was 30 pounds at the beginning.
Yeah.
You could get it. That's when you just doing like bench presses, bent over rows, one-arm pulls, upright rows, all the strength exercise, curls, reverse curls, pull-ups off the bench, and I'm doing 4 days a week. But that hour and a half was spent in running.
Yes.
You know, which I was plotting my next move, plotting how I was going to break into this house, plotting who I was going to use, what weapons, what vehicles I need, what tools I would need, who I would need. Same thing applies. So all those years, I stopped doing all that shit. And it was you and Andrew who slowly, and Chrissy.
Oh, yeah, she was the sweetheart.
Chrissy was, she worked at the day goals.
Yep. Yep.
The real flame.
Really?
And dice would go there.
Yep.
She would make dice go there. So she's the first person that pulled me aside. She was like, you gotta do something like that. You use past.
You know, to me, seeing the violence
Oh,
of
that's
that
great.
environment,
I don't want to say
people like Dave and so many other colleagues show up and try to remedy the situation in whatever small way they can, whether that's with water bottles or
Yeah.
or
Then,
support
before I
people
choked
however
her,
they
I
can,
realized
you
this
know,
was coming.
contain
Nothing
information
about how
or
much she cared.
kind
At
of
first, we
archive
go in there
what was
and
done.
do it, and then I remembered again what it was
But it
for.
always brings back to this point
I
that
remembered what
when
the
we
gym
have
was
more
for. It
surveillance, more technology, more
wasn't to
security,
lose
it
weight.
doesn't
It
stop
wasn't
people
to
from
get
coming,
healthy.
right? It
It was
actually
to
forces
not.
people into more
But
dangerous
instead
terrain.
now,
And
planning
in
to
the
rob
case of
somebody,
Colorado, resulting
and
in
planning
now
on stealing
trying
from
to stop
somebody,
death
planning on
all along the
how I was
US
going to do drugs on Friday. I was writing a joke. I was making my
So, for example, if you're interested in statistics, there's really interesting study done by some geographers
So I was planning
in
my life.
Arizona.
You know what I'm saying?
Who
That's
were
why I said
looking
to
at
you,
continuous
I have no
trials
idea the benefits of
different
exercise. It's not
technologies
just to help you
and
lose weight.
the numbers of
It's
deaths
to give you
that
a
are
power.
happening. And there's been a
That
reasonable
power
increase
is
basically
so,
since the
I can't
introduction
pay
of
you
the
for
current
that.
word.
Yeah, the best idea is
I
fun.
can't pay you for
Encourage
that hour.
life administration.
I'm telling you right now, when we're editing,
As we
think about it. If you just editing, at that night job, yeah, your thought process is when you're driving home before the crash.
Oh, yeah.
Along with I hope this motherfucker's gonna close. I hope that my exit. I hope there's no fucking traffic. I hope there's soda at the house. I hope that, you know what I'm saying? I hope there's a parking spot.
Yeah, a million different things.
I'm not talking about getting in your car. I left the phone in the car. You know, like I worry that I don't know why not. It's so hot. You get in the car and leave the phone in. You know, it overheats and shit. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. How long that the world's spinning. If you go in there and you really bang it out for an hour and 15 minutes, no talking, you know, like guy that comes up to you, how are you? Great, oh my God. I wonder if this what they listen. I don't know nothing. That's why I always got to get phone call. I don't know nothing. Yeah, don't even think about it. If you come up to me, hey, how was the movie? Black people? And so you know that I don't even know. I'm just going to throw a reaction at you. That's going to be so far out there, you're just going to keep fucking walking. There's a guy at the old line with the wide Sunset Hollywood. That's an old guy. He's 94. This guy can't wait to tell you he's 94 and what he eats for breakfast. And his wife died 4 years ago. God bless his soul. And next thing you know, you're 30 minutes into this interview. Yeah. He's been there since 6, trying to do one set of lap machines. So he's just ruining people's workout. This is his social talent. Yeah. He's a sweetheart of a guy. I'm not saying nothing bad about this guy. I didn't know his name. I'm not making up a character. There's really a guy at the Hollywood Quad that's got to be 94, 95. In the middle of your workout, he'll come up and take his shirt off and flex to you with his little wings and shit. The back hanging off his bicep. Guy looks amazing. I look like he's 95. God bless. But once he tells you the story one time, like the first time you hear it. But every time you're about to put your glove on, right when you put the one thing on the one ear, and you're about to put the other one on, you start another 15-minute story. I've been here since 1954. I feel expensive. And so just go. And next thing you know, you're 35 minutes in. You didn't do your workout. You didn't do your fucking workout. You know, now you're behind the 8 ball. So you stay and do your workout, or you're taking a beating from your wife or girlfriend because dinner was going to be made at 7. Now it's 7:45. It's amazing. That's why I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. Excuse me, do you know the younger class and your mother's ass? No. I don't know nothing. Don't even ask me. This ain't no social activity. This is work. You want to talk? Fuck, get on a check. The fuck, police are you? Ready for another arm? You're ready for another arm. Look at you. I'm pretty much looking these 10 milligrams. Read the box. These are patients. So you can do the red one. Maybe the red one. The red one is weak. Look at Southpaw. Can't wait. You know, it's funny because I'm not a big baby. The last 7 years,
For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can't move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, changing economic trends. Uline works hard to do 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way. The extra mile. Visit Uline.com. It's complicated. These days, that's how people even describe their relationship status. Before it comes to the latest complexities in your car, it's gotten really complicated. The experts at AMCO undergo the most rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies, so there's nothing we can't fix. Well, except for that complicated relationship. When it comes to that, you're wrong. Double A, MCM. Check engine light on, we'll check it for free. KFI, AM 640. You know what I let you rent a car when you're 25? Access with a soap measure. For high efficiency looks the number of shoots on average age. School shootings since 1966. Been 18 build. And what is that till? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. Anytime on the air.
It's out. They think just like when you tell them jokes, they know. They're fucking know. So I'm happy. South Point Casino is not on this year. What they do is they've made it better yet. They do a radio show on Friday night. And all the fun. Any comedian that's on any band would be there. But it's just so like that. Even our shows the same day.
I would love that. Oh, I'm in for that.
So listen, man. Like I said, I'm not a big greatest guy. I know we can't get out of here.
Yes, the greatest. Yeah.
You know, like, it's fucking you right.
Oh, we got
Fuck
fucked
up.
up.
You want to get fucked up. I'm so greatest and walking up. So you can do it.
Yeah. I do nothing in there. Like crank up the air conditioning or watch cable. And I do.
This is Coast to Coast Media with George Kent. John Mellencamp from Woodtown.
That's how true I was. Every time my chick would bend over, I'd make like a noise. I'd make like a fucked up noise. And the chick would come over to me and ask me how old I was. And I'd get the suck out of it. That's how mature I was. This had to be 20 years ago.
And that'll shut down.
Every time she bent over, it was a good song.
Technologies are using
Woo!
what's going on.
She would look at me like you're a fucking idiot. You know? When you bend over, you make that noise, you go fucking
I want to talk to you about rising crime and personal attacks in our cities. Law enforcement simply can't get there in time to stop an attack. So who's going to protect
I'm a
you?
border town right now. We're
My
just
friends at
sneaking this motherfucker.
Euro2020.com are in the
Waiting to
business
sling
of
some
saving
dick. Can you imagine the
Euro
town
2020
on
is
the
my
bus?
number one choice
Coming
for
to the
non-lethal
United States.
self-defense. It's a powerful pepper gun with interchangeable cartridges that's easy to load and reload, even if you're not familiar with fire.
I'm gonna sneak
Inside
over
is
the
a
border.
military
I'm gonna start impregnating white bitches. That's all those little Mexican cocksuckers from Honduras. That's all I think about.
Those Mexican cocksuckers from Honduras.
They're on that bus and they're behind gonna come in here and get some fat white chick with blonde hair and big feet with fucked up nail polish on their toes. You know, they have nail polish on their toes on weeks. But the cum on the toes holds on to that last lack of fucking sun. Wait till those Mexican kids on that bus rubbing their hands on. Wait to get up there. And get some fucking butt white chicks and bright legs all over the ground, kids running all over the place. There you go. Oh, this is a crisis. It's over, cocksuckers. Get these kids, you better hug them. Because these Mexican kids, they ain't fucking around, these Spanish kids. If you think your kids were getting bit slapped before and bullied and called little faggots, give them 2 years. Because these Mexican kids are hungry. They don't know nothing about oatmeal. These kids don't know nothing until 6 o'clock. They don't know nothing about oatmeal. Listen, they get up to oatmeal and run and hug and shit. We love you, and here's a fucking nature bar for fucking lunchtime, and here's a cell phone. These motherfuckers are still communicating with a knife. You understand? They just shove it in your fucking heart, and it's a conduit. That's all they're doing. The fuck do they know? They walk through a desert, don't they? Half of them are walking through a fucking desert, and meanwhile your kids got water in a fucking knapsack. I'm going with my friends to play video games. Wait till these kids take these video games and shove them up your kids' fucking asses, these little faggots that we're creating. There's a wake-up call for America. When your kids are getting bullied now, wait till they start getting bit slapped now. Because what they're going to do is they're going to take these kids. Some church of what's happening now is going to pick these little fuckers up. After 6 months, they're going to unleash them on society. You pick a fucking kid. What do you think they're going to do with it? That's what they're going to do with the Cubans. Cubans came in '79. Marielitos, those motherfuckers. Those motherfuckers were crazy. They gave all the jails. The United States was like, we'll take them. Really? The Catholic Youth Administration. We'll take them. I was like, really? Wait till you see what I wait till you got a load of me. Wait till you got a load of what I'm fucking sending you. I'm sending you fucking drips and drabs. People wouldn't even think twice about taking your fucking life. I've had them in the cell for 8 years with no clothes on. They got a shit in the middle of the fucking floor, and you got to make it to the hole. You got to make it to the hole every fucking day. Shit, you think they're worried about fucking stabbing you in the neck in some fucking mall in America because they got a black security guard that's fat and it's got like a bicycle to chase you with? Those Cuban kids will eat those security guards for fucking lunch. And that was 1979. Wait till you see what these little Mexican fucking space have coming up. Wait till you see what these little fucking savages, because that's what they are, the little apocalyptos that nobody knows about. This is apocalypto. You don't know Guinness and apocalypto? Remember that we stabbed each other? You never saw that? I never saw it. It's Mexicans 3D. That's what apocalypto was. It was not Mexicans 3D. It was Mexicans shrunken down to 3'8", and they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. It's just a nation of apocalyptos. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm fucking so high right now. It doesn't even matter. Anyway, my point being that these kids aren't quiet boys. These kids didn't just sit there. There's more to this fucking story. And some Americans are pissed off. Me, bro, let them in. What are you going to do? We're going to let them in anyway. You're going to jump up and down. You got more bigger fucking problems. Who's going to pay your credit card bills? Right or wrong? You're worried about some kids in the water jumping up and down. Who the fuck is going to pay for your kids' braces? Who's going to pay for the vacation? You know, you're 6 months away. You're sitting across the table with your family. You're fucking a turkey telling lies, right? You're 6 months away. It's already fucking July, bitch. In 6 months, you'll be giving fucking Paul a Christmas break, telling her and the mother how you love them, how they changed her life with Mexican food. This stuff. But, these kids ain't fucking around. Man, there's some boy right now thinking how they're going to come up here and get a job in America's beautiful. Half of them are 13 motherfuckers. They're not fucking around, guys. So hopefully you know what we're getting involved in. No, you know what you're dealing with. 13 kids out there. It's her cousins. Those are Paula's cousins. You know that, right? Her cousin's going to show up any day and call you primo. Next thing you know, you'll be driving your car, wearing your fucking green little sweater, living on your couch. Next thing you know, you'll be sleeping on your floor, and he'll be fucking bitches on your bed. How are you going to act then? And he'll be 16. What are you going to do then? 16, slinging more dick than you at 27. Get together, Lee. That's what I'm saying. Eat this fucking egg. That's it. We're going. Let's eat some more fucking eggs. What else, Lee? What else is going on in your world?
I'm gonna go see Fluffy's movie premiere tomorrow night.
Come on.
Yeah. I think it's like 7 o'clock or something. Down in Long Beach. Yeah. He's doing it at like his local movie theater. Yeah. I can't wait.
The movie gets released next Friday.
Yeah, the 25th.
You know, man, you couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
It's the best.
And let me tell you something else. This isn't a guy that's been sitting on his fucking laurels. He doesn't know this shit. This guy's not flying over cities, popping up with a bag of M&M's and a big dick. He don't give a fuck. And a bag of tacos. He's got little Mexican blind kids chasing him. That's me. That's me. Right or wrong, you think I'm fucking with you. When you know Fluffy, seriously, and in the world of comedians, man, there's nobody I think deserves it. There's nobody who's helped more comedians. I think there's nobody who's equal people's way.
That's true.
Than Fluffy. And we should be best. I mean, listen, guys, I always love, you know, I fuck with him through Martine. And the regular person will get mad. I don't get mad. Because no matter what I ask him, Fluffy always gets back to me. I did not ask Fluffy to be at my podcast. I swear to my mother's grave, once a week about this or that. And when they called, I would look and say, "Mom, what are you guys doing this week?" Fluffy would love to be your podcast. And my heart hit my fucking knees because I know that he was going, you know, I heard he's fucking killing on Jimmy Fallon.
Really? That's what I heard too, yeah.
Killed on Chelsea. I mean, he's been on every media circuit trying to promote this movie.
Yep.
And we also had the pleasure of having him. He didn't judge us. He didn't. So, if you listen to this podcast, I want you to do me a personal favor. I ask you guys for a lot of things. Please go see this movie. Please go see this movie for the struggle. Because if you support this guy. Whenever they charge you $12, that's an investment in you for your fucking struggle. I'm telling you, this hour struggle starts. You might only have 20 hours on Friday, and it's going to last you a weekend. Invest that $12 with Fluffy. This show is here because of Fluffy.
Yeah.
This Fluffy gave me a block, and I did not want to make this block go. She didn't give me the cameras that I'm going to yours. And Fluffy's energy just gives me that block. 2 days later, fuck on Facebook. And next thing I got a family. And that's what I'm talking about energy. You want to be a comedian, a writer, a painter, if you want to become a fag artist, you go to Starbucks and a lot of people. Whatever your journey wants to be started with this movie. Because this guy made this movie. I said, I know being on a Southwest flight, asleep on Debbie Bucari's tips. Me and one kid and one the other. After a long night of fucking drinking, this is 17 years ago. Wow. He was basically a kid. He was basically a fucking kid. He adjusted. He became a man in front of our eyes. So I'm very proud of Fluffy. I'm very proud of what he's done. I'm proud of his movie.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait.
You going to
Fuck yeah. Yeah, and then he's gonna be in LA like around Christmas time, so I'm gonna go to that.
We're gonna get you tickets because that's how you go. I'd like you to look at you. Make it happen.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Get some stuff.
Yeah.
What you go make
I'd like to lose 100, but it was funny when we were talking about being a headliner but not being a headliner. A buddy Agostino did a funny joke last time I saw him about how when you lose a little bit of weight, you feel like you've lost like all of it. Like I lost 15, I'm like, oh, a lot of people think so. We got 80 more to go, but it's been going good so far.
Skipped around 4 years ago with proposals that
Yeah.
built across the entire border with Mexico. Your sense of whether you think that would work? Is it possible to secure
You never got a
a
concert
physical
once
sense?
before years.
No,
It's my first time.
Yeah.
Ashley's still playing.
Anyway, she texted me last week.
Take your magic elsewhere. Take that fucking dirty pussy and go take it elsewhere. When you had your chance to give it to me, you played games. Now you want to text me. Fuck you. Is that what you tell me?
Yeah, pretty much.
She still have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And she won't let me know. You gotta just, next time she texts you, just block this and come down and separate. And take your chance, see what happens. It's not like you're saying it to her. You're texting it. No, you're texting it to her. So she'll never really know. She'll call you back days later in the week. Yeah, yeah. She'll call you back. And text her.
Oh, Joey got my phone.
Oh, fucking Joe. But if not, you should just see what happens. See, I've been waiting all my life to suck that little Jewel on it.
That'd be amazing if that was all something to do.
Come down and suck like that for breakfast. For breakfast. Jesus is serving nuts. Go ahead, baby, what the fuck?
No.
Hey, just go for it. Just for us. Text them. Just text them. Come down and suck my dick. Jesus is serving hot syrup and pancakes. Yeah. Fuck. What the fuck here? Anyway, this is what we're doing right now. It's Monday, July 14th. Lee's all fucked up again. He doesn't want to text this girl got mistaken. So that's what I put just right now, all out of the blue. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. She's expecting a text that says, beautiful day to be alive. Jesus loves you. You've been a right between us. Come over and suck my dick. That's what she'll say. Go ahead.
Sounds like a terrible idea.
No, it's a bad idea. Because she's either going to text you back and go, fuck you, or what are you talking about? And even then, you want to make believe you don't know. You're going to make believe you're not going to hit her right back. You're going to get used to it. Why did I get this text message? Because your text message is going to hold me something.
Of course, the situation is on the U.S.-Mexican border is much different than the European countries are facing. You have refugees from Syria and Iraq.
That's the word. Monday morning.
Where are you coming up with this stuff?
I don't come up with anything. These are things I've done over the fucking years. You gotta do this stuff.
Don't ever kind of.
Sure, why not? What do you want to do? You want to show them that? I'm a little crazy. Anyway, Onnit is not just a supplement company. They are fucking make you a lot better of a human being company. That's what they do. From Alpha Brain to Shroom Tech to Strong Bone, everything they have to offer is superb fucking ingredients. They believe in their product so much, as far as Alpha Brain is concerned, that the first time you order, if you're not happy with it, they'll give you 100% money back guarantee. You do not even have to return the product. You do the whole fucking month supply, and then say, you know what? I don't fucking like this shit. Nothing fucking happened. Give me my fucking money. And bang, you got a cut check right to your fucking house a week later. Go to Onnit.com. Read about their products. Read about what they got. Read about what their fucking mission is. Guaranteed that your dick will get hard. Struggle, small. Go with Shroom Tech. Whether you're a runner, a walker, you go to ballet, you set big marathons, whatever the fuck you do. You want energy, you want more endurance. Those fucking mushrooms are good for you. Try Shroom Tech Sport. Try Sport. Take 2 fucking an hour before you work out and get back to me. I'm not saying you're going to be jumping up and down, throwing kicks and flying through a fucking wall. I'm just saying when you walk out, you're going to go, wow. I did that for 8 more minutes. Wow, I did that for 10 more minutes. And in my book, that's what fucking matters. Because by pushing, you get more for your bang. Go to Onnit.com. Go to JoeyDiaz.net. Look at the full schedule. Look at patches. Look at t-shirts. Forget all that shit. Go to the Onnit box on my page and press Church. CHURCH. Get 10% off. Plus, you're on the list. Plus, they got Stay On It program, which you don't have to fucking reorder every month. You just give me a credit card and bang! I'm the first. They're like the government with the welfare check. You got your check like a Puerto Rican. Fucking Tuesday, you're all alpha brained out. Alpha brains. Number 2, HuluPlus.com. You can watch current shows. Scandal, The Daily Show, Modern Family, all your fucking favorites. And I'm talking about episodes that are fucking matter. If you got a streaming device, boom, you can watch this. A phone, a Roku, a TV, a fucking iPad, whatever the fuck you got that's streaming, HuluPlus.com will make it come through for you. You understand me? I'm a little stoned this morning. I'm sorry, I'm slow with the fucking stuff this morning. Whether you got an Apple TV, an Xbox, a PlayStation, Hulu Plus works on fucking everything. Go to HuluPlus.com. See what shows they have available. I would love to sit here and tell you I watch Hulu Plus all the time, but I don't. You know who does? My wife. She gets the most out of the fucking money. $7.99 a month. What? $7.99 a month. What? $7.99 a month. Plus, I give you 2 weeks for free, cocksucker. On the arm. That's how we roll here. Now the church is what's happening now. 2 weeks gratis. It gives you that. It tells you come eat donuts for 2 weeks. And we'll give you fucking donut. Nobody. That's how much we know you're gonna fall in love with Hulu fucking Plus. Go to HuluPlus.com right now, or go to the box on my webpage. Joey, Joey, and get your fucking 2 weeks off for free. Boom, 2 weeks free. Boom, 2 weeks. You can sit there, smoke a bazooka, get a feather, tickle your asshole, and binge watch as many episodes as you want. And after that, if you don't like Hulu Plus, get back to me, I guarantee you. Also, again, this is the one
and in Britain, that company was known as the East India Trading Company, and it held for much of its existence one of the most powerful fleets in the globe and ruled an entire subcontinent with the armies to match. And it began all over some tea and some spices.
Dollar shapes on your nutsack, your asshole, your face. They got the fucking Andy White, one white Charlie, just smell like that.
The East India Trading Company has its origins in the Spanish Armada. Before the United Kingdom was formed, the Kingdom of England, ruled by Queen Elizabeth I, fought perhaps one of the most famous engagements in naval history. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 began the meteoric rise of what became known as the Royal Navy. Keep in mind, at this point, Spain had been completely ascendant for many, many years, since the Conquista and Isabel Founder. The Spanish Empire and the Castilian Empire, followed by everyone else, there's controversy in Spain to that, really was the most powerful military. And the defeat of the Armada and the capture of the Spanish and Portuguese ships and cargoes gave English captains the opportunity to travel the globe, really, in search of wealth and riches. Captains who, like Drake and Hawkins, who wanted to make some money, decided to sell and raid the Spanish Americans as privateers, mind you, because you can't get in trouble and start a war if you're not actually sanctioned by a government. Yeah, we've heard that one recently, haven't we? But the idea was that by sailing west and east as well, these captains would be able to break the Spanish and Portuguese.
What the fuck were you
But it should be noted at this point in history, due to familial ties and succession, Portugal and Spain were effectively one entity, a political union, the Iberian Union, which would effectively at this time make them the world superpower. And they had a monopoly on trade to the Far East.
Also, my favorite motherfucker, Jeremy, at escapebiketank.com. Listen, go look for Just the Tank model. Get $150 off. If you mention us, you get $250 off. Video about fucking
when Columbus sailed west and when Magellan went around the world and when Drake followed them, it really started to end the Ottoman Empire. Now, on the 10th of April, 1591, Queen Elizabeth I gave her royal blessing to sail east and break this monopoly held by the Spanish and Portuguese. To James Lancaster, sailing at the helm of the Bonaventure and two accompanying ships sailed from Tall Bay. They sailed around the Horn and into the Arabian Sea and to the Malay Peninsula. And these ships were preying on enemy ships on a voyage of raiding commerce before finally returning to England in 1594. This was one of the first English expeditions to the Far East, but it would not be the last. In fact, the successful expedition opened the floodgates for what would become in short order the jewel in the English crown. The great successes of these voyages, though, and the success that truly galvanized the English people and aristocracy and the notion of going east and staying east, was the capture of the Portuguese carrack, largely deduced by Sir Walter Raleigh and the Earl of Cumberland, which was the largest ship to ever make port in England at the time, and the sight of her along with the holds of riches captivated the English people, who got very excited about the fact they could now get very, very rich. The ship also contained some vital intelligence on trade routes to China, India, and Japan, which are pretty closely kept secrets at this point. Three more English ships would sail east in 1596, but were unfortunately lost at sea. There's a lot of that at this point in history. But they were followed the following year by Ralph Fitch, an explorer and adventurer who arrived with his companions after an odyssey lasting 15 years. 15 years overland through Iraq, Mesopotamia, the Persian Gulf, the Indian Ocean, and Southeast Asia. It sounds really heroic, but what I gather is a bit of a hard Fitch gave valuable information and this inspired the English people to sort of consortium in the east towards India to capitalize on these riches. So on the 22nd of September 1591, a group of influential merchants met in London to reveal their intention to travel east, with the ultimate goal being of creating a trade network to England specifically in regard to spice and tea trades. This is where the English, shall we say, obsession begins with tea. Obsession's a bit of a weak word for it. The same alliance they are addicted to it. Together, the merchants committed an incredible sum of money and purchased ships for that project. They then resolved to seek some royal support from the Queen. Although failing in their first attempt, they would receive the monarch's unofficial approval. Unofficial being that she still has a get-out-of-jail-free card if she manages to piss off half of the continent. A year later, on the 31st of September, the merchants would convene again and at last be granted for a charter. The charter was granted to George, Earl of Cumberland, and 215 of his colleagues under the name Governor and Company of Merchants of London Trading with the East Indies. Kind of title to fit into the Soviet Union. According to the charter, for 15 years the company would have a monopoly on all English trade with countries east of the Cape of Good Hope and west of the Straits of Magellan, so east of South Africa, west of South America, everything in the middle there. Any trader or merchant that breached this charter would have their ships and cargo seized, with half the profits being given to the Crown and the other half to the company. The offending merchant in question would then be imprisoned. The company itself would be in the hands of the governor with 24 individual directors or committees. This made up the court of directors, who in turn reported to the court of proprietors, who were responsible for appointing them. 10 committees reported to the council of directors, and according to tradition, all business was first transacted at Bishopsgate at Nag's Head Inn before the move to India House. So they got a little party together. Something you're going to notice as well, because I'm probably going to do more videos on this period, the English have really cool ship names. Just we'll get into it. So James Lancaster would command the first East India Company voyage in 1601 aboard the 38-gun Red Dragon. It's obviously named after the Welsh dragon, but it's a cool name. Lancaster would capture a Portuguese carrack in the Malacca Straits, the cargo of which allowed him to set up 2 factories in Java and another in the Moluccas before returning to England. When I say factories, they literally made tea and spice factories. Arriving home in 1603, the crew discovered that Queen Elizabeth I had died. Lancaster, however, was knighted by the new King James I, who was also King James in Scotland as well. This is really important. This is when England and Scotland start getting together. With the war against Spain and Portugal ending, it seemed though as if the prospects for the new company would be ended. Now keep in mind, effectively English sea power is not so much a Royal Navy, well now it's British sea power, it's not so much the Royal Navy, it's more so a group of particularly vicious pirates who have nominal support from the Crown, but not entire support from the Crown. It's a bit complicated. Instead of ships being, for example, called HMS, they'd be called shipboard. So technically you could have situations where Drake's flagship's a privately owned ship, but it's chartered to the Navy, who has control during the Armada. It's a whole thing, but Drake has a great video on that where he goes over and explains, how ship classification in the line of battle has formed over many years. I watched it the other day, it's fantastic. The forays into the East had effectively broken the Spanish and Portuguese trade monopoly, though. They had achieved their goal. And Sir Henry Middleton would command a second voyage in 1604, and General Keeling would captain a third from 1607 to 1610. By 1610, there were multiple voyages taking place at the same time, and the amount of ships owned by the company was growing and growing. These voyages were not all positive, as the company would suffer the loss of many men and ships, leaving in 1607 the ships Ascension and Union would be lost at sea with basically no evidence as to what happened to them. Again, that's not exactly uncommon for this period, for things to just, disappear. That's why we get a lot of ghost ship stories. Now, in the beginning, the company struggled very heavily in the European market due to competition from not only the Spanish and Portuguese, but also the well-established Dutch East India Company, which was based in Java, modern-day Indonesia, and the surrounding islands that they had taken up residence in. The original factory that was opened during the first voyage in Bantam was a vital cog in the company's operations for 20 years as a group, but it would be closed in 1683. During this expansion, ships would begin to arrive in India, and this would really begin Britain's relationship with India, and they started to dock in Surat. Surat was established as a transit trading point in 1608 and would really be the first steps England would take in India. Keep in mind, although England and Scotland were effectively together at this point, it was a personal union. We're not seeing the United Kingdom just yet. The East India Company is very much an English affair at this point. 2 years after the establishment of the transit point in Surat, the company would set up its first factory in southern India in the town of that on the Coromandel coast in the Bay of Bengal. The high profits recorded by the company's factory output in India backfired, and King James I granted subsidiary licenses to other trading companies in England. The simple fact was there was so much pie, but the company was big enough to eat the whole thing, and other companies wanted a chance at the pie. However, though, in 1609, the king backflipped on his position and renewed the charter, recreating the monopoly of the East India Company for an indefinite period. The new charter did have a catch, though. The charter would cease to be in effect if the trade turned unprofitable for a period of 3 consecutive years. Fortunately, this would lead to the kind of situation where profit margins meant more than really anything else. The trading company, using its patronage system from a slew of monarchs, both their own in England, later Britain, and in India itself. Keep in mind, British success in India is moving down to how the company was able to manipulate and use local rulers to assist it in its goals. It wasn't an outright conquest. There was no way you could outright conquer India, particularly a private company that they relied a lot on local support. Using this strategy, it grew really rapidly, and in no time the company found itself in direct competition with the Portuguese that started India. Portuguese East India Company and the Portuguese Indian Company in regard to lucrative trade routes and outposts in Persia and along the Indian subcontinent. In 1622, Castle Williams, which had been under control of the Portuguese since its establishment by Alfonso de Albuquerque in 1507, attracted the ire of the East India Company. The company knew that attacking the fort, even if they themselves did not control it, would lead to a break in the already fragile hold the Portuguese held over trade in the Far East. The action to take this castle and capture it was undertaken by the Joint Anglo-Persian Alliance. It was said as a really important hit, including Portugal went twice. So it wasn't the English or the Royal Navy that was taking part. It wasn't the Crown sanctioned force taking part. It was ships wholly owned and operated by a private company who happened to be based in London, attacking a sovereign state's castle, called a sovereign state's castle owned by a sovereign state's company. You see that we're in weird situations now. Like, it's like two McDonald's branches fighting each other, one in Russia and one in Ukraine. Again, there's levels of weed here. The force consisted of 5 warships and cruising innocents. The attack on the castle was not really a great event, though. However, it was a well-timed and calculated maneuver. Persians had recently engaged in hostilities against the Portuguese, and their army was besieging Portuguese fort approximately 24 kilometers away in Kashim. Knowing of his forces' own weaknesses, Shah Abbas approached the English and asked for naval assistance in return for promises that future trade against silk would be in the English favour, further increasing the monopoly. The company, as previously stated, had known for a while that the dislodgement of the Portuguese from Persia would be a tremendous victory, and that hesitation had agreement on the side, providing for the sharing of any spoils and customs dues that they would seize after the taking of the laws. Along with this, the agreement contained provisions for the reparation of prisoners according to creed, and lastly, Persia would pay for half of the cost of supplying the fleet. Now, in agreement, the company's ships first sailed to the beleaguered Portuguese, currently under siege in Kashim, and unleashed a heavy bombardment, quickly forcing the defenders to seek terms. With Kashim now firmly under Persian control, the fleet sailed off its intended tactical routes, disembarking at the Persian soldiers. The English ships went on to engage the Portuguese flotilla guarding the ports, while the Persians landed close to the castle itself. Now,
What can I tell you? You got the world by the fucking ball. That's all I can tell you. Right or wrong?
What did he say? Was it yesterday or today? Like you got big balls and a neck brace?
I'm showing up with a big dick and a neck brace, motherfucker, just in case don't get confused. Just in case you swallow this fucking helmet, your neck goes back, I got you covered. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's for her.
Yeah, who the fuck you think the neck brace is for?
That's
Unless
amazing.
your name is fucking
The king
Chad.
that the company was supposed to be listening to did not take listening to attack the Portuguese. England and Portugal had signed an alliance in 1386, which was still in effect. It is still in effect today, and it is the oldest standing alliance in all of human history.
That was
Everyone was furious that an alliance over Portuguese was now at risk. The Duke of Buckingham himself threatened to sue the company, but in a shocking turn of events, Rothschild changed when he received 10% of the property.
It's always showing up. You got a line of edibles and everything is
The king quickly retorted with, "Did I deliver you from the complaint of the Spaniards, and do you return me nothing?" The king moves again changed in a highly surprising way when another truckload of money came through the door. That was the same as the first. Even though he had plausible deniability, the company was very healthy. The company was able to capture trade unhindered by Persians, albeit with some difficulty. Like in the Portuguese, the English would soon discover just how stubborn the Persians were, and trade, while unhindered, would prove to be somewhat difficult, as we're not a people that can be pushed around too easily. But the fact still remained that although profits were not at all rich in the company intended or wished, they were the only power able to trade at sea with Persians. One other implication of this event was just how willing the English government was to begin to turn a blind eye to the model equivalent of Amazon seizing control of a castle and acquiring the president of the United States. Now that the company dominated trade with Persia and really circumnavigated the Ottoman Empire, it was completely free to focus its attention on India. The company would continue to expand, with Portuguese seeking their base in Bombay, as well as Bavaria, which is now Mumbai, when the Princess Catherine of Braganza married King Charles II. The East India Company would again disregard the alliance with Portugal, and allied with the Dutch, the United East India Company, VOC, attacked Portuguese and Spanish ships near China, leading to the company establishing trade ports on the Chinese coast, furthering its dominance of the spice trade.
What's
1634,
could I possibly ask that date? Like,
gave his hospitality to the company by King James I
I was
and all
stoned,
trades into his empire. His letter read
I
as
was just
follows.
listening.
Upon
So
which
this is right. And you know what?
I have given my
And it's not even just because you were on it, but I watched the full fight with the fight companion. That's a pretty cool way to watch a fight. I mean, it's not as in depth as when Rogan's on like the pay-per-view, but it was interesting. And it was cool.
factories, with the major factories being protected within the forts of Fort William and Bengal, Fort St. George and Madras, and Bombay Castle. In 1717, the emperor completely waived custom fees for company trade, which at the time mostly consisted of cotton, silk, indigo dye, saltpeter, and of course, tea. Never forget the tea.
I could see the UFC going to it. I'm sure there's a lot of fans who, and because I didn't hear them because I had the podcast stuff. I'm sure the commentators last night did a great job. But when you have Rogan doing it for so long, these people who are really loyal to him, I could see, since everything's on the internet, is heading towards being on the internet, fuck it. You have three choices of commentators. If you don't like the ones we have for free, Rogan's on here for an extra buck, or fucking they have another UFC fighter on there on a different one. They can play 3 or 4 teams. It should be interesting. I had a great time.
The emperor withdrew his troops, and the company was able to re-establish themselves in Bombay. They were able to also set up a base in Calcutta. It really must be said the company was so profit-driven. It was very, very brutal in its attempt to just get profit. The greatest competitors of the East India Company at the time were the Dutch. The Dutch East India Company. The Dutch held control over the land that today constitutes Indonesia. And now that the Portuguese had been ousted, the VOC was able to form a trade monopoly centered around the Straits of Malacca. The aggressive Dutch expansion matched the aggressive East India Company expansion. It should be noted that in 1707, the Act of Union was passed, merging England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland into the United Kingdom. The name changed over time, obviously, as Ireland would get better status and such, but effectively we now have the United Kingdom. So therefore, now on out, I'm going to refer to it as the United Kingdom, British Empire, and it will be known as the British East India Company. Not getting out of it that easily, Scotland. You hit the first 2 decades of the 17th century would see the VOC, the Dutch, rise to become the wealthiest commercial operation in the world, with over 50,000 employees and 200 privately owned ships. And it would grow to dominate the spice trade. I don't think I can put it into accurate words just how rich the Dutch East India Company was at this time. I digress. The East India Company, though, the British one, would find itself in such a fierce competition with the VOC, and to a lesser extent the French during this time. And the trade war between the British and the Dutch continued throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. The catalyst to this increasingly violent competition was due to the fact that the highly lucrative spices of nutmeg, ginger, cloves, cinnamon, and pepper could only be found on the famed spice islands, now known as the Moluccas. Although beginning a trade rivalry between the two companies, this trade war would actually spiral to result into 4 actual wars between the United Kingdom and the Dutch Republic, of which both sides would claim victory back and forth until the final war in the 1780s. Yet the 1780s coincided directly with the American Revolution.
That was maybe one of the mistakes I made. I went to school in Boston. It was a good film, but I didn't
now remember how I
enjoy
said
it.
that
I
the
kind of wish I went
company relied on a
to
very complex system
Drexel
of
and Philly, even though it wasn't into the program, just to get out of Boston. But
It started
and
to
it's a
fall
little bit
apart, and
different
the
for me
Mughal
because I went to
Empire
film
began
school, so
to
the only place
collapse.
you could go
It
really
had
on New
controlled the
York and LA.
subcontinent for hundreds of years,
So
but
it
by the
wasn't really my
1700s it
choice.
was
There's some
falling
people
apart
who stay in
and
Boston.
being surpassed by the
And
Moroccan
it's good for them,
It was
but they
during
don't
this
really.
monumental
How
power
old
shift that the company made its move. The company at first employed a few hundred soldiers as guards for the spice factories and on board their ships, but it soon became clear that they
I don't know about leaving Boston. I don't remember that thought, but the joke in my family was that since I was 2, I wanted a job, an apartment, and a car. I've always wanted
there were
to
26,000.
be older and out.
By
I've never.
1778,
I had a great childhood.
on a
I've
force of
always wanted to be out and on my
67,000
own.
men with hundreds of ships.
It's just
By
lucky.
comparison,
I mean,
this
for
military
me,
force of what
I
was just still a
feel
trading
lucky that
company
it
was
was
larger than that
easy
of
early
most
for me.
nations
Really.
around the world. With the Mughal Empire fragmented, the EIC ruled signaling the waves, the ships sailing up and down the coast, and our armies conquering thousands of kilometers of territory. And of course, the government practices bribing her way into thousands of kilometers of territory as well. In a few short decades, the company grew to rule
There's
all
like
of modern-day
there was nothing
Pakistan,
to do. There's
India,
a blockbuster.
Bangladesh,
There's
and
no
Burma.
like you
These
said you
three
could
companies'
hop on a
ground
bus
forces
to New
are
York.
complete
You get on a
mess
bus,
when
I
it
would
comes
have
to
to go on
culture,
like
when it comes to cultural clashes, and
There's
really
nothing
its
right.
whole structure is
So
very, very in-depth and interesting. So is its naval structure. Its naval structure is
I
very
mean, it
good, and
wasn't
the
that
true
far,
power
but
of
it's
the
just
company, although the army was necessarily
I
at the
turned
top of the spice
16.
trade,
Maybe
the
that's
Navy
up
was
to
where it
when I
truly
should
shone
start driving.
with getting the spices
I
to
could go
Europe,
into the
and
city and
that's
go do
where
stuff.
we run into
That
a
was
sort of hard, because when we start to get to the point of the company dominating the subcontinent and the Far East in 1778, just around the corner was a guy called Napoleon, and he had some issues to settle with the British, which took Martha. The company would control hundreds upon hundreds of ships during its lifespan, and some were actual warships, genuine mad frigates and stuff, but the majority of shipping was specifically designed for East Indiamen. As the name suggests, these ships were designed to sail east to the Indies. The ships, in the case of the sea, could sail around the Cape of Good Hope, not to sink because it was freaking horrible to sail down there, and on to India, with many ships continuing their voyages to China before returning home via the Cape of Good Hope and St. Helena. After 1815, they could move to Napoleon as they went by. These were not merely trading ships, though, however, with some of them being more heavily armed than contemporary warships. The ships were so large that from a distance they could be mistaken for ships of the line. Whilst not as heavily armed as ships of the line, the vessels were often carrying incredibly heavy armor. They entered the Bombay Castle, built in 1792 and carrying 34 guns and a crew of 135 men. It was hard to argue that this merchant ship was helpless at the mercy of raiders and privateers. The ability of East Indiamen to defend themselves would be put to the test over and over throughout this time period. The best example, as with many events that I've written about before, is relatively unknown and it's overlooked because of things that happened on either side of it. And that's at Pulaora on the 14th of February, 1804. Britain is the only country that remained at war with Napoleon for effectively the entire Napoleonic Wars. In many ways, it was the ultimate thorn in the Emperor's side. And its very existence and keeping it going at war, and also keeping the continent going by making more coalitions. Because, I mean, Napoleonic Wars could be summed up in the sense of, what's to Napoleon? What's some money to do it again? Britain bankrolled basically the entire continent to fight Napoleon for most of the period. And a lot of it comes down to these convoys, to the East Indiamen and the East India Company's wealth that is pouring into London from the Far East. With that said, Napoleon placed a lot of his policy after he realised there was not really a possibility of beating Britain at sea around the continental system. The idea being that they could cut the lifeline that was trade and force the British Empire into a surrender or a peace deal, or at least to get it out of the way so Napoleon could dominate Europe. Such was the goal of Bonaparte's naval strategy. The French Emperor's dreams of breaking the British hegemony at sea, though, would be shattered by the victories of Lord Admiral Nelson in the battles of Copenhagen, Aboukir Bay, and the legendary Battle of Trafalgar. Also, they were multiple battles. For example, the Dutch fleet was destroyed at Camden down there. Multiple times where French fleets and Spanish fleets were captured or stopped at sea. St. Vincent was a huge loss to Spanish. There are multiple instances of this, but effectively, France was no longer able to fight the British directly at sea. The mere presence of so many French and later Spanish ships in Europe, though, meant that the Royal Navy was struggling in a sense to have a sufficient amount of warships based around the Empire's holdings in India. Particularly frigates. Frigates are the ideal warship for protecting trade in this area, and they were needed to scout for the fleets. Nelson famously said that if he would have died, his last words would have been that he wanted more frigates just before the Nile. He only had 3 frigates to scour to try and find the French fleet multiple times during his command in the Mediterranean. Frigates were vital, and there was a shortage of them. This was where the immense power and the size of the East India Company truly came into its own. Each Indiaman was armed roughly with 38 heavy guns, but many captains would often paint false gun ports on their ships, thus giving them the appearance of the ship of the line at a distance. Normally, the crews were only meant to ward off attacks by little pirates or raiders, not warships. The crews of the Indiamen were often not well trained, and the guns
I see that more now that I'm out here. I
while
didn't
the
see
scholars
it.
of the ships had worked in the past, for example, during the Bali Strait incident on the 20th of January 1797, French raiding squadrons would not be fought forever, and in an effort to ensure that no ship of its cargo would be isolated and taken, The company had its ships gather in ports before setting out together in larger convoys. The idea was that by combining their firepower, they would effectively be able to ward off and overwhelm any French squadron that they could feasibly be operating in the area. This idea was proven effective in February 1799 in Macau, where a convoy of Indiamen were able to drive off a combined Franco-Spanish squadron before the Royal Navy escort was able to engage the enemy force. Then, First Consul pursued the Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte ordered in March 1803, this is before Trafalgar, a squadron of French warships to sail east to strengthen the British trade network. The squadron was commanded by Contra Admiral Charles Alexander Benoit and consisted of the 74 gunship Marengo and 3 accompanying frigates. This is a very powerful force that cannot be understated. Compared to many these can wipe the floor. Benoit based his squadron on the east island of France, east of Madagascar, and in preparation for hostilities to begin when the Napoleon Wars effectively began on the 16th of May. Began because there was a short peace. Benoit was on board and immediately set about landing troops and supplies in the French island of Réunion and at the Dutch port of Batavia. Benoit would then dispatch one of his frigates, the Atalante, towards Biscay and the Gulf of Oman. The voyage of the Atalante would be successful as she managed to capture numerous individual ships and was even able to burn the trading port of Bencoolen. Benoit anchored in Batavia for the winter, where he received a report detailing the exact position and date of departure of a tremendous convoy known as the British China Fleet. The convoy system is not an advent of the First or Second World Wars. It truly began during this period of time, and much earlier as well. The Spanish, in fact, were using convoys known as the flota to bring gold from the New World back to Europe for many, many years. Benoit set sail on the 28th of December with the Marengo, the frigates Belle-Poule, the beautiful ship, the Belle-Poule is gorgeous, and San Leante. The corvette Berceau, and lastly the Dutch brig Aventura sailed in accompaniment. Benoit had his ships stocked with enough supplies for 6 months, as he expected, and extended to patrol in the South China Sea and the Strait of Malacca. The China Fleet in question was an annual merchant convoy that would gather in the Pearl River and Canton during the winter before first sailing to India, where further ships would join the convoy, before the convoy would together leave as one for Britain. The China Fleet of 1804 departed Canton in late January. By the time it passed the Straits of Malacca, it contained 16 of the largest East Indiamen and 11 smaller ships, country ships. Joining the convoy was a Portuguese merchantman, and interestingly, a ship from Botany Bay in New South Wales, Australia. He used to leave her because he said, "Do you provide an escort for this fleet?" But it was by no means up to the task of defending the convoy. The escort was merely a small armed brig called the Ganges. In defense of the company, the news that the war had broken out between the British and French empires had failed to reach Canton prior to the fleet sailing. Had the news reached the fleet, their sailing would likely have been delayed and an escort would have been provided by the Indian squadron. Benoit knew how valuable this convoy was. In modern currency, its cargo was well worth roughly £700 million. Yeah, that's a lot. And although his spies had incorrectly reported the fleet was guarded by a detachment of warships, he was confident his very powerful squadron would be able to seize, if not the whole convoy, a significant portion of it. The company was understandably quite nervous at the prospect of their convoy sailing unescorted whilst a state of war existed, so they consulted various captains, including Henry Meriton, who, while commanding the East Indiaman Exeter on the 4th of August 1800, captured a French frigate off the coast of Brazil. Yet, this madman commanding a merchant ship captured a frigate. Meriton advised that the convoy, from a distance, appeared powerful enough to ward off an attack by a squadron of frigates or smaller ships of the line, both in its appearance, remembering that they used to paint themselves to look like ships of the line, and also from the fact that each ship carried a sizable gun battery. On the contrary, Captain Clarkson argued against Meriton that the convoy's crews were so poorly trained that they would be unable to work together to dissuade an attack, and that the ships would be picked apart one by one, not unlike what Nelson did at the Nile. The company decided that the convoy could not be delayed any further, and after naming their most experienced captain, Commodore Nathaniel Dance, the officer in charge of boarding our flagship in Camden, they were ordered to sail the nearest opportunity. Keep in mind that the money from this convoy was pledged to the British War. At approximately 8 in the morning on the 14th of February 1804, the convoy was beginning to transit the Straits of Malacca with the island of Pula Bora in sight to the southwest. The Royal George raised the signal that 3 sets of sail were approaching from the direction of the island. Lenoir had succeeded in his goal of intercepting the convoy and had placed himself at this crucial choke point, betting that his best chance was finding and successfully attacking the convoy while it transited the straits. Commodore Dance was not exactly sure what kind of ships the Royal George had spotted, and he ordered the Alfred, Royal George, Bombay Class, Hope, and the Brute Ganges to make an approach and investigate. This small squadron rapidly discovered that the ships spotted belonged to more than 3 ships, and crucially, they were in fact warships, and threat. At 1 in the afternoon, Dance had ready the convoy with his guns and reformed his ships in the fashion that the largest Indian formed a line of battle. This maneuver was undertaken in the hope the formation would trick the French warships to believe that the squadron were not merchantmen and were warships that helped the line of himself. Failing that, the line of battle would assist the convoy with defense if they had no other option to fight. Each of the Lenoir's ships were faster than all the convoy ships, with the only exception being the Ganges. Lenoir ordered his ships to fall in line behind the convoy, using their advantage in speed. The French were able to take up such position that they would be able to decide when, where, and how they attacked, and try as they might, the slower British merchants would not be able to break away save for a miracle. Noting that night was falling, and his advantage in height, however, could be negated if he initiated combat, the French admiral decided to shadow the convoy overnight and attack the following morning. Albeit a brief reprieve, it was clear to Commodore Dance that his ships would now have to fight, and that there would be no chance for his ships to slip away, and so using the Ganges as a shuttle, he began to redistribute some of the crews from the smaller ships amongst the Indiamen, while sheltering them behind the larger ships, the idea being that if boarded, or crew board would give them a fighting chance. Lenoir would greatly be criticised later, particularly by his own side, for giving the convoy this much vital time to make their preparations, and his defence would be his main precaution. If the bombard front put on by the enemy in the daytime had been intended as a ruse to conceal his weakness, he would have to endeavour to conceal his escape, and in that case he should have taken advantage of his manoeuvres. But I soon became convinced that his security was not feigned. 3 heavy ships constantly kept their lines up, and the fleet continued to lie to in order to battle throughout the night. This position facilitated my gaining of the wind, and made me observe the enemy more closely. As Lenoir being quoted and translated by William James, a naval historian, in 1827. Lenoir's excuse was basically I needed to watch them and keep an eye on them, which he did, and he somehow didn't notice at all that they were merchants. As dawn broke on the 15th of February, both squadrons raised their colours. Dance still hoping to convince Lenoir that some of his ships were warships, ordered the Ganges and 4 other ships to raise the blue ensign, whilst the rest of the convoy raised the red ensign. The regulations regarding the usage of flags in British ships at the time implied that the ships flying with blue were warships of Admiral Raynier's squadron, and protecting the merchants flying with red. This ruse worked, as Lenoir's intelligence reports, as I said, wrongly informed that the merchants were guarded by warships. Lenoir only knew about the original 23 ships in the convoy that left China, not the fact that 6 more had joined on the journey to Tabora. Lenoir assumed these extra ships were the warships, spurred on by the fact that some of the ships in Canton were repainted as ships of the line before they left port, crucially in some cases after the French crossed the port. It's hardly possible that this was the reason Lenoir did not attack a night when the ships were sighted on, for example, the night before. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the French ships were still standing off and observing. There was a reluctance to attack, and according to Lenoir, this was to gauge the nature of his enemy's performance. At this point, Dance reformed his ships into a sailing formation to try and get his convoy into the straits before the French. This move, however, backfired, as Lenoir now saw the convoy as less of an intimidating threat, and thus he moved to attack. At 1 p.m. it was clear the faster ships under Lenoir were in danger of cutting the convoy in two and isolating the rear. Dance saw this and ordered his lead ships to attack and cut in front of the French line. 15 minutes later, the French opened fire on the Royal George, at the time leading the British charge. The next 4 ships in line, the Ganges, Camden, Worley, and Alfred returned fire. Unfortunately, the Ganges at first fired upon the Royal George in error. Apparently, the skies were so good that their vessel didn't realise what it was. But they quickly corrected this. The captain of the next ship in the line, eager to engage, ran into the Worley, forcing both ships to retire and untangle their rigging. The ships leading the charge exchanged fire with disappearing French ships for approximately 40 minutes, with neither side inflicting a great amount of damage on the other, the only damage being superficial. At 2 p.m., Lenoir abandoned the action and ordered full sail eastwards away from the convoy.
Not wanting his ruse to be uncovered,
Yeah.
Commodore Dance ordered the ship's flying balloons to chase, leading them after the French squadron in El Camden. Even though none of the ships under his command were able to catch the French or, win in a one-on-one duel, they still spurned on anyway, the hope being that the show of force would convince the French to not return. The chase would last 2 hours, with the ship coming the closest to Aventura, but unable to open the brick. At 4 p.m., Dance realized that his ships giving chase were in danger. If the French turned their ships around and were doubled back, there was little hope that his ships could fight and win an engagement. After all, they only looked like warships. They'd either have a gun complement or the crew to stand much chance, so he ordered them to rejoin the fleet. 4 hours later, with darkness gathering, the convoy entered the straits and dropped anchor. On the 28th of February, the ship of the line, HMS Scepter and HMS Albion, joined the convoy as a proper escort and protected them until St. Helena in the South Atlantic Ocean, where they were relieved by HMS Plantagenet, who remained with the convoy until it reached Britain. The convoy would, after Pulo Ora, not encounter any further incident on its homeward journey, probably linked to the fact that Nelson was chasing the French fleet around and would deliver its cargo unmolested. Meanwhile, Lenoir returned to Batavia after the action of arriving after an uneventful several days, where he was delighted to discover the Atlantic after resuppplying and catching the Aventura. Lenoir sailed to his base in
people always say, how was your flight? My flight was shitty. It was like every other fucking flight you're on. You get on there, you can't wait for it to fucking end or for the plane to fucking every time you get on a plane, you pray that the plane don't fucking crash, and somebody don't smell like shit, and somebody doesn't open up fucking hummus. Those are the 5 prayers you have when I get on a fucking plane. That's the first thing. How the fuck is a plane ride? You know, my wife, I love my wife. My wife doesn't have to.
Was ascertained, and I had no longer deliberate on the part should I take to avoid the consequences of an unequal engagement.
Fucking sit in the back like sardine. How the fuck you think my plane ticket was? On top of that, it's like $25 for luggage. The fat fuck next to me was flying. Doing on my shirt. You know,
Basically, they surrounded us, they came at us really hard, and they kept chasing us, and they didn't leave us alone.
Great.
The Battle
My
of
hands smell
Pulo
like
Ora
that.
was a naval engagement between a trading company and a
Yeah,
sovereign
you put them on
power,
the fucking
the French Empire versus
I
a
spray
company,
the fucking stuff
and the
on my
company
hands.
had emerged
Yeah, oh, really?
victorious.
After the
Again, it is the
why
modern
they have
equivalent of
paper,
a cargo
yeah, they
ship
have
owned by
disinfectant
Amazon against
spray,
harpoons
they have
shooting
like
at and making a foreign warship.
I take the easy wipes. I usually wipe.
The
I
power
worry
and
about them.
prestige
I
held
put
by
them
the
on my
company
fucking hands
is
and I
almost
drip off. I
unfathomable.
like my
The
hands.
company's
That's
navy
all I
controlled
put
the
is
Far
elliptical
East,
head
able
in
to
my
fight back
ass. So
with beaten
I see
nations
on my
that
ass,
wished to
fucking
upgrade
moving
the
back and
cargo,
forth.
while the army ruled the entire Indian
Elliptical
subcontinent.
German. Fucking people
What
put their
started
hands
with the
in
gathering of London merchants intent
Yeah,
on
I'll be
moving the
fucking
English
people
trade to the Far
actually
East was now
like
more
that.
powerful
After
than
they
most
take a
countries
shit
save
or
for
they fucking
major
take
powers.
their dick.
In 1805, it could be
I don't
argued
mind
that
if a
the
woman's
United States of
dressed in
America
this
was less powerful and
I
less
don't mind
economically
if
prosperous
shit
than the East India
people
Company.
fucking
A
pubic
spicy
hair
argument to
grab
make, but it is one
my
that I would
fuck.
also make.
These
The
dudes
company
that
had
was
seen unstoppable power in its own right, commanding a military able to defend its own borders. It was the company's borders. But history is a fickle thing, and barely 50 years after the Battle of Pulo Ora, the writing appeared to be on the wall for the
I
company.
shower at home.
The
You shower
cataclysmic
at
fall of the company, which had taken hundreds of years to build from nothing, came about due to the Indian Rebellion of 1857. Also known as the Indian Mutiny, the mutiny had resulted from decades of mismanagement by the company of the Indian police, and the spark ultimately being the introduction of new writing, which required the use of the packaging of the charge used to load the weapon. One spread that the packaging was coated in beef or pork fat, which for the locally recruited and trained Indian Muslim soldiers was extremely sacrilegious, and in short order, a rebellion rose up.
Someone fucked
The
up
sheer scale of death and devastation in
And
India
it's funny that you brought
resulted in
high
the
school.
condemnation of the
So
company,
I've been working out.
according to Parliament
and
and the British
I
people.
I
were
set
entirely
little
to
goals
blame.
for myself each
They
day to
absolutely
move the
were. The way
resistance
that
up
the
or
company
to get
managed
to a
the
different
local
distance or a
population
different
was
calorie.
incredibly
So
effective.
yesterday
As
I
I've said
had
a
a goal
couple
for
times in
800
this video,
calories.
it
And I
was
felt great when
profit,
I
profit,
was doing it. I
profit.
felt really
That's all
pumped
that
up.
mattered was
But
profit.
my water
In
was hot,
1848,
and I
the
couldn't
nails
really
put
drink
the
much of
coffin
the water on the
when
elliptical.
Parliament passed
And
the
I was
India
chugged
Act of
it. I got off. I was
1858,
dying.
and it
When I
effectively
sat
placed
down in the
all
locker
land
room,
in
I
modern-day
was sure.
Pakistan, India, Bangladesh,
Like,
and
I
Myanmar
sat
under
down for
common
like 10
authority.
minutes,
The company's
and people were
military
staring
had
at me
expanded
because
or
I was busy.
absorbed into the
And I was
Empire's
just doing my
regular
breathing
armies,
where like
with the
so
subcontinent
cute.
becoming what would be
And
known
I
as the
thought
British
about it.
Raj.
And
The
when
great
this
monopoly
was
on
the
trade
first
that the
time I
company
was going
relied
to
upon to
from working
sustain
out.
its existence was
Well,
therefore
I
The
doing
company would
freshman
continue to
football.
exist in reduced
I
form,
never did
managing the
popcorn, but I
trade
was
of
trying
tea
to like
and
do
small
stuff like
island
that.
base of St.
And
Helena
I
under the eye of
hated
the
it so
British
much that
government
one day I
until Parliament
pretended to
passed
puke.
the
But
East
I
India
saw
Stock
somebody
Dividend
that
Redemption
puke
Act in
they got it in
1873.
practice.
The act, which came into effect on the 1st of January 1874,
So pretend to do
formally
one
dissolved
day.
the company.
Like
In
yesterday,
its
I was sitting on the
274
fence
years
of
of
the
operations,
25
the
minutes.
British East India
Sure.
Company had made the employer
I
wealthier
didn't.
and
The
had
only
assisted
reason I
in the
didn't get to
extending
go to
reach
the
of its
toilet
power
was I
further
thought
than
if I
any
stood
other
up, it was gonna
power
happen.
in history.
But I was
This
able
new
to calm
trading
myself
company
down.
had fought and
But it's
defeated
just,
the old empires
it's
of
funny.
Europe.
Like all I
It
could think about on that
Rothschild
bench was
control of
going
the
into
entire
the
subcontinent,
league pretending I was puking.
it had stood toe to toe on the world stage as a major power in its own
Oh,
right.
it was terrible.
The company's record, while likely to stay undefeated, and
Yeah,
its subsequent
I
performance on
moved up. I
modern
started
history
out
was
at
truly
2-1
unfathomable.
or 4-1.
For example, the countries that made up the British
I was
Raj,
at
their borders
740.
were largely set in place due to the extent of company conquests in the region. The money that the company earned would allow the British Empire to afford the extreme cost of monopoly wars, and it would emerge the core rulers of a future Earth's land mass and ocean. Britannia may have ruled the waves, but it cost a lot of money. And this money was largely accumulated by the operations of what was known as the Rothschild East India Trading Company.
I'm beginning to.
In its way, the company
when I don't
believed
go, but
the
I'm not
history of heavy
where
brutality
I'm enjoying
and so much so
I
to
tell
the
you what's
point
helped me.
that,
It's probably
well,
I would probably go
British
harder
power
if
and the
I
British
wasn't
people
doing
said
it.
enough was
But
enough. This is the longest video I've ever made.
Going every day.
The
I bring my
longest.
iPad and I
And
watch movies now.
yeah, if you
And that's how another
enjoy
lady
it,
doing
let me
it.
know.
Another lady
That
with a
was
DVD
very long.
And
I didn't get into the
was
horrors
watching
too much
Tuesday
because,
yesterday,
well,
I was getting really pumped
it would
up.
get banned off
And
YouTube.
it makes time go by so
But
much
you know,
quicker.
if you enjoy it, like, comment, subscribe.
Yeah, you get lost in it because I can't. I get lost. Even with music, I'm just like. I
try to switch up the music. You know, like I always bring a different album. My goal is to like hit the bag, the side of the album.
Okay.
RPGs are one of the most influential genres in gaming. They include many of the most beloved and acclaimed games ever made, and there aren't many other genres that have been around for this long and been talked about this much.
Yeah.
And yet, I don't think most people understand this genre very well. A lot of people don't know where it came from, how it's actually defined, how it changed, what caused those changes, where subgenres emerged, when the genre struggled and when it prospered, what were the biggest series and what happened to them, what games influenced other games, and more. RPG history is complicated. It stretches about 50 years now, and a lot can happen in 50 years. So this video will aim to cover those years.
Yeah, you stretch every time. I hadn't been stretching, and my Achilles tendon had started to like tighten up. So people
And along the way, I hope the RPG genre might make a little bit more sense.
Stretching cold.
There is a lot that can be learned from the history of RPGs, and its lessons still seem relevant today. After all, this is one of the few genres that hasn't simply evolved ever further away from its origins, but has instead often tried to evolve towards its starting point. RPG history still matters to RPGs. It's still shaping the present, and will still play a part in its future. So, let's talk history, starting with origins and definitions.
That's not really termination.
The most common definition of an RPG is a game where you roleplay. But while this is simple and concise, it does have one slight problem, which is that no one ever agrees what exactly role-playing means in the context of video games. What do you mean, someone is probably thinking right now? Role-playing is obvious. It means a game where you play a role. So, I guess a game like Surgeon Simulator, a game about playing the role of a surgeon, badly. Or Euro Truck Simulator, a game about playing the role of a truck driver, probably also badly. Except these aren't RPGs, so maybe it's about playing the role of a defined character, like in Uncharted, where you play the role of Treasure Hunter Nathan Drake, or Pac-Man, where you play the role of Mr. Pac-Man. But these also aren't RPGs, so maybe role-playing has to involve you creating your own character, like in The Sims, or Street Fighter 6.
Okay, so maybe role-playing needs a character, but you also need to be able to make choices about them that have consequences. Like in the Choices Matter genre of games, such as Life is Strange or Telltale's The Walking Dead, which are all about choices that supposedly matter, and yet still aren't RPGs. So, if none of these games count, what exactly does it mean to
You've been doing it
play
for
a
almost a
role?
year and a half now. I'm sure you're a lot better at it.
Not a lot, because technically almost every game involves playing some kind of role. Whether you are a cruel and unseen god, or a deranged theme park designer, or the latest generic action hero. As one of the world's most famous role players once wrote, all the world's a stage, and all men and women are merely players. So, in many ways, we're all playing a role all the time, and if you disagree, take it up with Shakespeare, and good luck. He's dead. But if playing a role means so little and applies to so much, then clearly a better definition is needed. So let's go back to where the term began, because defining what an RPG isn't that complex, but it does require context. In 1972, Atari made Pong, and with it, the commercial gaming industry was born. But in 1974, a very different game was made that was arguably much more influential. Dungeons & Dragons was created by Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson, and it wasn't a video game, but it did have a massive impact on gaming. Inspired by miniature war games, which both Gygax and Arneson were avid players of, D&D was the first successful RPG of its kind, and it set itself apart from earlier war games by focusing on players creating and role-playing as individual characters instead of controlling entire armies. One player then took the role of the Dungeon Master to act as a sort of storytelling referee as they worked alongside the other players in a form of collaborative storytelling. This is somewhat similar to what might be seen in other more traditional forms of role-playing, and yet where D&D differed from these was in its use of rules and stats-based systems that were governed by dice rolls, just like in miniature war games. So basically, D&D took the more abstract concept of creating your own character and playing a role, and combined it with the less abstract rules and statistics of wargaming to create one of the first true role-playing games, or RPGs, of its kind. Many more would follow in D&D's footsteps, including later and quite different editions of D&D itself, but Dungeons & Dragons has always remained the most popular tabletop RPG, and its impact on video games was immediate, with examples of games it inspired showing up in less than a year from its release. And perhaps unsurprisingly, these games took D&D's focus on creating a character that players would play the role of, as well as the use of rules, statistics, and dice rolls to govern gameplay, to create the computer RPG genre. Technological limitations and differences between the two mediums meant the way in which computer RPGs did this wasn't quite the same as their inspirations, but there was still a clear intent to replicate their experience and to maintain that core defining aspect of combining a focus on player characters with rules and stats-based gameplay. And this is the part which has remained true over all time periods and across all the very varied subgenres to provide us with the most accurate definition of an RPG as the term is actually used. So, RPGs are games which focus on player characters through features such as character creation, dialogue choices, narrative choice and consequence, and other types of player character expression, and combine this with statistical rules and gameplay, such as experience points and leveling up, character skills and stats, route progression, and combat involving statistical calculations like hit chance or variations in damage numbers. Still, there are at least some grey areas to even this definition, because while all RPGs focus on player characters, they might do this in different ways, with some characters even being predefined. And RPGs can also feature multiple player characters while still counting as an RPG, as long as the game maintains a smaller, more personal scale, like that seen in tabletop RPGs. What's more, what exactly is meant by statistical-based gameplay also isn't always clear.
As over time, many action RPGs have emerged that place less focus on numbers and decision-making, while non-RPGs have increasingly incorporated statistical elements to include features like increased player retention and money-sucking microtransactions. To provide players with a greater sense of pride and accomplishment. Still, the best way to understand the differences in gameplay between RPGs and non-RPGs is again to look at the context in which the genre emerged. In the 70s and 80s, arcades ruled the industry, and when consoles arrived, they were designed around and marketed as being like arcades but for the home. Video games of this era were therefore heavily based around the pay-to-play monetization of arcades, meaning they were challenging, replayable, included features like high scores, and most important of all, they aimed to be purely skill-based. Things like numbers, ambiguity, and randomness in gameplay systems were therefore be seen as bad and greatly unfair, and instead, skilling these games was derived by mechanical execution, something that was purely in the player's control. Meanwhile, early mainframe and personal computer games had a completely different set of technical limitations, being generally far inferior to more powerful arcade machines, and they also had none of the quarter-hungry monetization, meaning they were often radically different to their arcade rivals. A lot of the most famous computer games from this era were text-based adventure games, like Colossal Cave Adventure or Zork, which focused on using text descriptions and player inputs to create vast simulations of virtual worlds for players to explore and adventure through. In these games, mechanical execution barely featured at all, and instead the challenge came from having to solve puzzles and explore virtual spaces, things that tested your brain rather than your fingers. And for early RPGs that were heavily inspired by Dungeons & Dragons, but also by other computer games of the same era, it was through the use of rule systems and numbers that made this decision-making based gameplay possible. Lastly, there is one final piece of the RPG puzzle that helps explain where this genre came from and why it's had such enduring appeal. And it's something I first saw alluded to in Matt Barton and Shane Slack's book, Dungeons and Desktops, which is the role that J.R.R. Tolkien played in the emergence of the RPG genre, not just by influencing Dungeons and Dragons, but also by influencing many computer RPG creators directly, something which can be seen in many early RPG game titles, like Orphanc, Moria, and even Calabash, which is a reference to the Silmarillion. Still, Tolkien's influence may go even beyond this, because as fantastic an author as he might have been, there was one thing Tolkien was even better at than writing: world building. Middle-earth set itself apart from so many other fantasy creations through its depth, its attention to detail, and its sense of mythology and history. And Middle-earth left a lasting impression on many of Tolkien's readers, which many early RPG developers clearly were. And so, when these early RPG creators came to make their games, they may have been playing more than just the role of a game developer. They might also have been emulating one of their biggest inspirations by building worlds. This idea of a virtual world that can be explored and adventured in and believed in has been an important and maybe underappreciated part of the RPG genre ever since its inception. And so, role-playing video games are games which were inspired by and descended from Dungeons & Dragons, as well as other tabletop RPGs, and they are games which combine a focus on player characters with statistical gameplay systems, and maybe, just maybe, when everything goes well, and for the right player at the right time, they are games about building worlds for players to adventure and lose themselves within. Which is a nice sentiment, I hear you say. But what was the first RPG? That's always the important question, right? History, much like YouTube comment sections, is really just about who was first anyway, apparently. No one knows. That's the answer. Sorry if it's a bit anticlimactic, but the explanation for why no one knows is pretty interesting. Dungeons & Dragons released in 1974, But this was still 3 years before the arrival of the first successful personal computers, meaning this was before the computer gaming industry even existed. But even though computers hadn't made it into people's homes by this point, they had found their way onto many university campuses in the form of impressively chunky mainframe computers like the PDP-10. And so, as D&D became popular amongst nerdy student types, some of those same nerdy students took it upon themselves to try to digitalize
A quarter of the reason I set up going to Vegas is because I know I get to drive
these games.
There you
4
go.
hours.
Commercial
Some
projects.
people,
They didn't make money. They were typically open source and sometimes collaborative and highly iterative in their development. They didn't care all that much about copyright, and often they weren't very well preserved, as playing D&D wasn't exactly what these exorbitantly expensive mainframe computers were bought for, and so the use of them in this way was often restricted or outright prohibited by university staff.
think of all these
Still, even if early developers were limited in these ways, there were good reasons why someone might want to computerize Dungeons and Dragons, even though the tabletop version already existed. For example, a computer RPG can be played by a single person, rather than requiring an entire group. They can also streamline a lot of the rule checking and calculations to speed up gameplay, while significantly lowering the barrier of entry. It's also worth remembering that the Dungeons and Dragons of 1974 was very different from the D&D of later years, and was generally much more basic and undefined, meaning there was plenty of room for alternative interpretations of it. And so, the emergence of computer RPGs makes sense, and many followed. Some of the best known include Rusty Rutherford's Pettit 5, and Weisenhunt and Woods' D&D all lowercase, not to be confused with the similarly named D&D all uppercase by Daniel Lawrence. Others from the following years would include Oberlet, Moria, Avatar, Orthanc, and more, many of which have undoubtedly been lost to time.
Really into it. Yeah,
These games tended to be heavily text-based. The graphics they did feature were typically first-person, with dungeons displayed in rudimentary 3D, and they feature a range of RPG elements, often inspired by or copied from Dungeons and Dragons, such as character creation, character stats, leveling up, acquiring new gear, monsters to fight that get progressively stronger further into the game, and an emphasis on dungeons, which will form the majority of these games. One surprising feature of some of these early RPGs was multiplayer. Dungeons and Dragons itself was a multiplayer game, and mainframe computers were already connected to university networks, meaning having multiple players in a single game world wasn't too difficult. It was from this that Roy Trubshaw and Richard Barton would create the first multi-user dungeon in 1978, which was called Multi-User Dungeon, and created the genre of multi-user dungeons, or MUDs, as they would soon come to be known. MUDs combines RPG systems with a text-based adventure in persistent worlds that multiple users could join simultaneously, giving rise to a new highly social experience and would later inspire the creation of the MMO genre, although that is getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Regardless, this wasn't the only offshoot that came from early mainframe RPGs, as in 1980, Michael Toy and Glenn Wickman would create one of the most famous mainframe computer games ever made. Rogue featured turn-based gameplay with a top-down perspective in a grid-based world represented entirely by ASCII characters. Still, its most famous feature was its combination of an entirely procedurally generated world, unique to each playthrough, alongside permadeath, the two things that would help define the rogue-like genre and inspire so many future games. Still, by the start of the 80s, mainframes were no longer the only computers RPG developers had access to, as in 1977, PCs had their first big commercial breakthrough with the arrival of 3 new machines: the Apple II, the Commodore PET, and the TRS-80. These early personal computers weren't cheap. The Apple II launched at just under $1,300, and that's before inflation. These PCs also weren't that powerful, seeing as they weren't designed around the needs of gaming. and had more technological limitations than both mainframe computers and arcade systems. Still, PCs did bring one big advantage, which is that they didn't just allow their owners to play games, they also allowed a whole new audience to make them. This greatly expanded the pool of potential game developers, and it was from this pool that some of the most legendary RPG series soon emerged. Of course, this hobbyist origin does mean that, again, no one knows what was the first RPG developed for personal computer actually was. But we can identify some of the first commercially successful PC RPGs, like 1979's Temple of Abshai from developer Automated Simulations, which kicked off the Dungeon Quest series and would receive numerous sequels in the following years. It also sold 30,000 copies by June 1982, making it a big hit, which was new ground for the RPG genre. Temple of Abshai starts with a now routine character creation system, before switching to a top-down graphical representation of the dungeon players will spend the game adventuring through. Still, Abshai does reveal a key difference between mainframe and PC RPGs, which is memory limitations. Mainframe computers are famous for giving rise to the text-based adventure genre, and RPGs that followed would likewise feature large amounts of text to communicate their complicated worlds and systems to players. But personal computers didn't have anywhere near the memory needed for so much text, and these memory limitations would play a major role in shaping PC RPGs for many years. This meant early RPGs often placed less emphasis on story than both tabletop RPGs and later computer RPGs, simply because there wasn't enough memory available to include story without making other major sacrifices.
I think
Also
it's
meant that a lot of
websites,
important
the
information
stores
needed
when
to play
you
these
start
games
making
was placed in
every
instruction
morning at
manuals,
7 o'clock. I
including
get something
tutorials,
from some weird
explanations
state
of
of
gameplay
Wisconsin.
systems, details about a game's setting and plot, and more. In fact, the Temple of Abshai manual even includes detailed descriptions of each possible room the player enters in the game.
You're supposed to conduct the function.
I'm conducting. I was going to.
Detailing
Thursday
smells,
morning,
sounds,
July 16th,
skeletons,
except you were there, cocksucker. Get up, wash your
Temple
pussy,
of Abshai was not
deodorize,
one of the
and
games
do
I
one
played
more
in
today.
preparation for this video,
Do it out there.
but from this manual, we can at least tell you what the Temple of Abshai smelled like,
I'm good.
and the answer is vanilla for some reason. Seriously, the smell of vanilla is described 56 times in this manual,
I'm not sure.
which makes me wonder if the reward for getting to the end of the temple is a giant cake
He
or
works until
something.
6 a.m. He texted me right as I got
Another
here.
important RPG from this era came from a young man named Richard Garriott, who
And
began
then,
developing games after entering high school on the school's mainframe PDP-11. He was 14 years old at this time. This just happened to be the same year that Dungeons & Dragons released, and the same year that Garriott first read Lord of the Rings. And so he embarked on his own quest to make a version of Dungeons & Dragons for computer, which he titled D&D, uppercase, not to be confused with any of the other D&D uppercases. Garriott would make numerous versions of D&D, which he numbered, but it wouldn't be until D&D 28 that he made his big breakthrough. By this point, it was 1979, and Garriott was in his senior year, where he was also working at the retail store Computerland, giving him access to an Apple II and the programming language BASIC. Garriott eventually persuaded his father to purchase an Apple II for their home, on which Garriott rewrote D&D 28 in BASIC, with the end result being given a new title, The Calabeth, World of Doom. Garriott sold The Calabeth at the Computerland store he worked at for $20. It came inside a Ziploc bag with photocopied instructions and a cover illustration drawn by his mom. But soon the copy would find its way to the California Pacific Computer Company, who contacted Garriott to ask to publish the game for a wider audience, where it sold over 30,000 copies. This made the still teenage Garriott about $150,000, which is not bad for a school side project. The Calabeth was a first-person dungeon crawler that had a simple go-to dungeon, kill specific monster, return to quest giver, repeat 10 times structure. The dungeons themselves were procedurally generated, giving each one a different layout, but gameplay itself was simple, as long as you didn't get lost. More impressive was the inclusion of a top-down overworld, something unusual for the time that would soon be greatly expanded in Garriott's next game. Ultima released 2 years later, and would be much more than a teenager's high school project. It's worth keeping in mind here what was happening in the rest of the gaming industry in this period. 1981 was the year that arcade classics like Galaga, Donkey Kong, and Ms. Pac-Man were released. And by all accounts, these were great games. But they weren't worlds. Ultima, on the other hand, depicted a vast, expansive map that players could traverse, complete with multiple different towns and dungeons, creating a sense of freedom and adventure that just wasn't seen in arcade or console games of this era. The graphics had also seen a major upgrade since Calabash, thanks to a new tile-based system that was bright, detailed, and much more immersive, but also required little memory thanks to the heavy reuse of repeating tiles. Combat was still simple, however, with it usually involving just walking into enemies repeatedly until they die, as hidden calculations determine how much damage you do and receive. Character creation was also expanded, but still only features 4 races and 4 classes, with 6 stats that players can now distribute their points into freely. The story revolved around stopping the evil wizard Bourdain, who wields the gem of immortality and keeps being a bit of a dick, with more details provided in the rather impressive manual. Other features are also quite typical of what you might expect from an early RPG. Killing enemies grants XP, allowing players to level up. Gold can be spent to buy better items in towns, and most of the gameplay still involves moving through large procedurally generated dungeons, hoping you don't get lost. The food system, also seen in the cover, does add to the simulation side of the experience, and Ultima does get strangely sci-fi towards the end, with the inclusion of both spaceships and time travel. But the importance of Ultima really lies in the sum of its parts. Much of what Ultima did had been done already by other RPGs, but Ultima did it bigger and better.
If he couldn't complain, he wouldn't be fucking happy. If you don't screw Simone, if he wouldn't complain, he wouldn't be fucking happy. So there you have it. That's the problem. He's one of those guys.
Ultima wouldn't be the only series
You
that
know,
began
he
that year.
bitches at you if he's busy, and he'll bitch at you
Is
if
the
he's not
yin
fucking
to
busy.
Ultima's
Yeah,
yang.
but he'll bitch at you more when he's not
Is
busy.
what I would say if I thought most people actually knew what yin and yang meant. So instead, perhaps it's best to think of these games like this. If Ultima is about colourful overworlds, then Wizardry is about dark dungeons. If Ultima is about virtue and heroism, then Wizardry is about surviving and winning. And if Ultima is about epic adventures, then Wizardry is about sweaty dungeon crawls, where each step feels like it could be your last. Both series are important, both are influential, and both would evolve in the future, sometimes even seeming to take inspiration from each other. But even from the start, there was something which set these games apart, and that something never really went away.
He's got a dream.
Released in 1981 by developer Certec, the first Wizardry, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, was created by Andrew Greenberg and Rob Woodhead, both students at Cornell University. It took heavy inspiration from the earlier mainframe RPGs, particularly 1977's Oubliette, and sought to translate these experiences into a less powerful weapon too. Unlike Ultima, Wizardry lacked an overworld. Its graphics used a now familiar first-person perspective with 3D wireframe dungeons, and its story was basic, focusing on entering a dungeon to defeat a wizard and retrieve a powerful amulet, and being once more told almost entirely by the manual.
I'm so hyped.
Still,
I'm so
Wizardry
hyped that
made
you know
up for
Felipe
this
Esparza's
with the
commercial.
greater depth
Yeah,
of
I
its
said
dungeon
Have you seen Felipe Esparza's commercial?
Yeah.
Wizardry,
What?
players created a party of 6 characters,
But
rather than just one.
on TV and
And its
on
dungeons were designed to ensure players needed a
I
balanced party that included multiple different skills.
And then I think
Meanwhile,
he's
character creation offered a little more complexity, with features like advanced classes and alignments.
Yeah,
Combat
that
was
was
also a
awesome.
little more tactical, with each party member having a choice of different options each turn, alongside an impressive amount of spells. And dungeons were a little more deadly, featuring many traps, one-hit KO attacks, and a maze-like layout that required players to create hand-drawn maps to successfully navigate it. Most RPGs of this time were technically dungeon crawlers, and dungeons dominated early RPG design, but few games embodied the spirit of dungeon crawling like Wizardry did. I've always felt there's a reason the genre came to be called dungeon crawlers rather than something more upbeat like dungeon adventures, and it's because these games want to force players onto their hands and knees and make them drag themselves through the dirt to succeed. The fun is in overcoming the challenge the dungeon presents, and high difficulty ensures strong replayability, even if the rest of the game seems simple. And with Ultima's open world and Wizardry's dungeons, 1981 became the year the RPG genre truly established itself. Personal computers of the era may have been weak, the developers were often young and inexperienced, and these games still lacked key features seen in their tabletop inspirations, but none of these were enough to slow the genre down. Ultima 1 soon surpassed the sales of the already successful Calabeth, while Wizardry, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, was more successful still, selling 200,000 copies in its first 3 years, a massive feat in such a small market. And this was only the beginning. The 80s would be a time of rapid growth and experimentation. This was a time when development teams were small and PC gaming was still learning how to be commercial, meaning RPG developers enjoyed a lot of creative freedom as they got to leave their mark in a genre where the rules were still very much being written. And not just like Wizardry and Ultima. Other RPGs like 1982's Telengard from Daniel Lawrence were instead expanded versions of early mainframe RPGs. In this case, being the uppercase, and this is the same being the uppercase as earlier this time. Telengard is a top-down dungeon procedurally generated dungeons, yet its gameplay would take place in real time, giving it a rudimentary hack-and-slash style combat. 1982 would also see Jeff McCord's Sword of Fargo, which also focused on top-down procedurally generated dungeon crawling, this time with a basic fog of war and auto-mapping system similar to Rogue.
There it is, in a fucking nutshell,
And it'll be a funny
Which
movie.
provided the first attempt at a real-time first-person dungeon crawling. Still, while the number of successful commercial RPGs was increasing, it would continue to be Ultima and Wizardry that left the clearest mark on the genre, and it didn't take long for both games to receive sequels. Ultima 2, The Revenge of the Enchantress, released 1 year after its predecessor and featured enhanced graphics and the new ability to talk to NPCs. Those NPCs didn't always have much to say, but they did provide the player with various hints and show a clear attempt to both make the game world feel more lived in and to craft an experience that was about more than just dungeons. Ultima 2 would also introduce a greater emphasis on time travel, with portals now randomly appearing on the overworld that could take players to different versions of that world. And that world was now a fantasy version of Earth, with different time periods spanning from the mythological era and millions of years BC to present day AD, as well as a futuristic post-apocalypse. Oh, and space travel also returned, and players could now travel to different planets in the solar system. Some people criticized Ultima 2 for being buggy and possibly rushed, but one thing that couldn't be criticized about it was a lack of ambition, as it offered a surprisingly creative adventure for a genre that was otherwise still firmly in the hands of D&D. Ultima 3 Exodus would be even more impactful, releasing in 1983, and this time published by Gary's own company, Motion Systems.
Oh shit! Oh shit! A motherfucking Green Day like a motherfucker. That's right, bitches. Get up. What are you scared about? Kick this shit.
Was directly inspired.
Kick this shit, Lee. Kick this motherfucker.
Which now took place in the sequence top-down combat screen that was triggered by random encounters. This made combat much more tactical than before, with players now needing
You
to
walk alone, cocksucker. Get up, grab your nuts. Salute the flag. Thank your fucking maker for giving you another day on this fucking rock now. What the fuck am I talking about? It's supposed to be conducting the whole.
I was. When that music went off, I'm not sure what we're
and
talking
was no longer set when I wanted it to go. But it did place an ever greater focus on talking to and acquiring information from various NPCs, as the player must seek the help of a mysterious
Aaron
time
Walker, that's his
evil
fucking
being
name.
known as Exodus.
Sean Clark, Danny
Ultimate
Aki,
was an instant critical and commercial success,
DeMello,
and would go
Kyle
on to become one
Anderson,
of the most influential
John
RPGs
Kelly,
of its
my
era.
name fucking tournament.
Meanwhile, while Ultimate was trying to innovate, Wizardry instead sought to refine. Wizardry 2, The Knight of Diamonds, would also release in 1982, 1 year after its predecessor, and it looked a lot like that predecessor due to being made on the exact same engine. The story was once more basic and revolved around another magical artifact, and the dungeons were once more brutal, and again seemed to want nothing more than to lead players to their doom. But Wizardry 2 did include one important new feature, which was the ability to import your party of characters from the previous game to continue their story and advancement. Wizardry 3, Legacy of Ligerman, released 1 year after Wizardry 2, and again offered more of the same, although this time, while characters could still be imported, the party you played as would actually be the same as the previous characters and were reset back to level 1. So Wizardry wasn't making many bold new strides, but it did enough to maintain its popularity. 1984 would be a quiet year for the RPG genre, perhaps as a knock-on effect of the mostly console-focused but still very impactful video game crash of 1983. But things wouldn't stay quiet for long, as 1985 would see several major releases, kicking off what is often referred to as the golden age of computer RPGs, and once more, a familiar name would be at the forefront. Ultimate 4, Quest of the Avatar, released in late 1985, and brought the most significant change to the series yet. Where previous Ultimate games, and pretty much the entirety of computer RPGs, were all about dungeon crawling, Ultimate 4 instead feels like it's first and foremost about story. And where previous game stories were about defeating monsters and other evil entities, Ultimate 4's was instead about being a virtuous person. In fact, Ultimate 4 is one of few RPGs that don't have any kind of big baddie or ultimate evil for players to defeat. Instead, the story focused on understanding and acquiring the 8 virtues. These were then raised or lowered by the player's in-game actions, where things like giving money to the poor might improve one's sacrifice, while fleeing from battle lowered your valor. Also, instead of rolling for your character's stats and selecting a class at the start of the game, Ultimate 4 instead had players answer a series of number dilemmas, which were then used to assign players their starting class and stats. This genuinely groundbreaking focus on morality and reactivity was the result of feedback from earlier games in the series, where some unhappy parents have complained that these games were rewarding players for immoral actions, like theft and murder. This was also the time of the Dungeons & Dragons Satanic Panic, and so Garriott decided that he would respond to these critics by proving that a video game could be a force for good and teach important ethical lessons. Yet, Garriott didn't want to do this at the cost of the story, and so the story came to be about this quest for virtue, where the player's character was meant to be a direct representation of themselves, who was transported from our world to the game's world in the opening cutscene, and where there was an ever greater emphasis placed on talking to NPCs, as well as defined companion characters who each embodied one of the virtues. The result was a game that puts the morality system of many later RPGs to shame. In Ultimate 4, being virtuous was much more than a simple choice between being good or evil, and the game went as far as to create puzzles and dilemmas to test players' morality, such as asking them to murder a group of children who are later revealed to be monsters in disguise. Ultimate 4 was hugely successful and remains an important step for the genre. But the second half of the 80s was when RPGs started to be about much more than just wizardry and Ultimate. 1985 also brought the release of The Bard's Tale, Tales of the Unknown, by developer Interplay and then esteemed PC publisher electronic arts. Barnsdale took inspiration from wizardry and Dungeons and Dragons to create what might seem to be just another first-person party-based dungeon crawler. The story is also quite basic, with a fairly routine premise of defeating an evil wizard to save the town of Skara Brae. Still, the Barnsdale offered impressive graphics, with plentiful use of colour, alongside an easy-to-use interface and strong sound design to create a much more well-realised world than other dungeon crawlers at the time. And its more light-hearted and jovial tone also helped it stand out amidst its darker, no-fun-allowed peers. It was also massively successful, selling over 400,000 copies by the end of the 80s, making it one of the few RPGs to match Ultima and Wizardry in terms of sales. Barnsdale would receive sequels in 1986 and 88, which offered similar yet greatly expanded experiences, and established Barnsdale as another major RPG series to be reckoned with. And Barnsdale wasn't alone. 1986 would see the debut of New World Computing's Might and Magic series, with Book 1, The Secret of the Inner Sanctum. Coded almost single-handedly by John Van Canahan over several years, Might and Magic was another first-person party-based dungeon crawler, except Might and Magic stood out by making the dungeon the entire world, and by making that world massive in scale. With a large range of diverse locations, Might and Magic's forests, deserts, and mountains made exploration more exciting by moving the dungeon crawler formula away from being now routine dungeons. It was also less punishing than many dungeon crawlers that came before it, making it a more accessible RPG than most others. And so, while Might and Magic 1 didn't see quite as strong sales as the Barnsdale, it still sold over 100,000 copies by the decade's end, and it would soon be followed by many sequels. Most RPGs of this era were turn-based, and this preference made a lot of sense, as early PCs struggled with the speed and memory requirements needed to create real-time persistent worlds. As the decade progressed, however, newer PCs meant that these technical limitations started to be less severe, which would soon give rise to a new type of real-time dungeon crawler, like FTL Games' Dungeon Master. Released in late 1987, Dungeon Master's pseudo-3D graphics and real-time combat blew many people away and ensured strong sales and many accolades. Movement inside the dungeon was still grid-based, but enemies would now roam the game world independently, and after combat is initiated, players would decide all four party members' actions in real time, ensuring quick decision-making was essential. This is what Dungeon Master is best known for, but this was far from the only way it influenced the genre. It also used the distinctly role-playing Dungeons and Dragons style advancement system, where instead of experience points and level ups, skills were instead improved directly using them. And it featured objects that could be directly manipulated in first person, and it was the first game to use a paper-doll type interface, the same iconic interface used in so many future RPG character screens. Dungeon Master would receive multiple sequels, although none made as much impact as the first game, but it's still easy to see Dungeon Master's impressive legacy in many of the future titles it helped inspire. The success of a certain Japanese console game also helped inspire and recreate action RPGs, with one of the best examples being 1988's Times of Law Origin Systems, featuring a top-down perspective similar to The Legend of Zelda, alongside more mechanical-based action combat and only very limited RPG systems. Times of Law is a good example of how early some RPGs started to move away from their roots, and how certain games were starting to be inspired more by other games than any tabletop RPG. And this move away from the dominance of Dungeons and Dragons wasn't just seen in gameplay. Other RPGs set themselves apart through new settings, like in Interplay's 1988 post-apocalyptic role-playing game, Wasteland. While not necessarily the first post-apocalyptic CRPG, Wasteland was certainly one of the most influential, and its bleak depiction of a futuristic America brought to ruin by a Third World War and ensuing nuclear holocaust is both memorable and distinctive. Wasteland featured a large open world, similar to that seen in the Ultima games, with menu-based combat and encounters,
I
for a party
always
of up
have
to
that.
7
So maybe,
characters.
whenever
Still,
before
it was the
I died,
strong writing and rich details of its
I would go to
non-medieval
7-Eleven
fantasy setting
and get
that
2
ensured
packs of
Wasteland would be
Reese's
remembered as an
Pieces
RPG classic for many years to
and that
come.
was probably that's how I would go.
Several sci-fi and space-inspired
And
RPGs were
all
also
that
making
exact
strides. The most
Well,
impressive
not
being
simple.
1986's Starflight from Binary
No,
Systems.
it's not for calories.
Starflight featured space exploration, trading, combat, planetary landing, and more, all set in an impressive procedurally generated galaxy that featured 800 different planets for players to travel between. Still, there was the combination of RPG systems with a space sim setting that truly made Starflight excel, allowing players to build a party of 6 characters with highly impactful skills while creating a strong sense of progression contained inside an impressive and immersive simulation of a believable galaxy. Starflight would receive a sequel in 1989 and would inspire many more games in the
I've never
future.
had multiple
Finally, the late 80s is also when we can first see other non-RPG genres starting to incorporate obvious
I'm sure I
RPG
could have done
elements
it, but yeah.
to create new, more hybrid takes on the genre. As was the case with 1989's Quest for Glory, So You Want to Be a Hero. Created by Sierra Online, the same company behind a whole slew of landmark graphical adventure games, Quest for Glory combined Sierra's much-loved puzzle-solving adventure gameplay with standard RPG elements like classes, character stats, and combat. This might make Quest for Glory sound like it should be shallower than other pure RPGs, but despite the relative simplicity of these systems, it still featured several immersive elements not usually seen in the genre, like the passage of time, complete with a day-night cycle, as well as the need to eat food and sleep to prevent your character from becoming tired. Quest for Glory also placed a heavy emphasis on story, often satirizing many genre tropes in the process, and its new formula was a quick success, selling 130,000 copies within its first year and receiving 4 more sequels.
It would be great to go to
And so, as RPGs incorporated things like real-time combat, inspiration from console games, a greater range of settings, and new hybrid approaches to game design, the genre finally moved away from its Dungeons and Dragons roots to become its own thing, something distinctive and diverse that existed completely independently from the tabletop game that had once created it. Or at least, that might have happened in an alternative universe where Dungeons and Dragons publisher TSR decided to stay away from gaming. That is not our universe, though, as despite all the ways the computer role-playing genre grew, flourished, and evolved during its golden age, the biggest success story of this era would once again be tied to the game which started it all. Strategic Simulation Inc., or SSI, was founded in 1979 and initially established itself through creating a number of video game adaptations. In 1984, they would branch out into the RPG genre with the heavily Ultima-inspired Questron, which would be followed by even more successful and impressive titles like Fantasy in 1985 and Wizard's Crown in 1986. These games cemented SSI's reputation as a talented CRPG developer. But unlike many other RPG developers of this time, SSI was also a fairly big company, who were publishing multiple games a year, with many going on to be successful.
There ain't nowhere to go.
When TSR decided to issue Stone a much coveted license to make official advanced Dungeons and Dragons video games, SSI were perhaps the most logical choice. After all, no developer had as much experience developing existing rule sets as them, and while there were other developers who could make one big new RPG a year, SSI was someone who could make multiple, which is exactly what they did. Code of Radiance released in 1988, and it would be the first of 14 Goldbox RPGs, all built to Concept Engine, that released over the next 10 years. The term Goldbox derives from the colour of the boxes these games were sold in, but it also came to be a mark of prestige, both for these games, which were official D&D products amidst the sea of limitations, and for the quality of the RPGs found within, which became some of the most beloved and successful of the era. And this multi-series series hit the ground running from its very first entry. There are 3 things all of Radiance excels at, and the first has already been mentioned. By being an official D&D RPG,
The
All
same
Radiance was
company
able
owns
to adapt
McDonald's,
the
they
already
align
tried
around
and
the corner.
tested
Meanwhile,
AD&D
you
rule set,
self-conscious.
which many players would already have familiarity with, as well as pull from the rich and highly detailed Forgotten Realms setting,
That's how you fucking
which promised
take
a
care of
vast,
yourself.
believable
It's not a
world
fucking
that extended
supplement.
far beyond
It's
what
an
was seen in this one
optimization
game.
program. It brings out the
The
best in
second
you.
strong point of
They
this
start
game
with the
was
Hemforce
its
protein.
turn-based
They
tactical
start with the
combat,
Alpha Brain. Those
which
are
took
their
place on
fucking
secret
calories.
top-down
Alpha
battlefield
Brain is what
and
makes
expanded
fucking
upon
Alpha.
what was seen in SSI's
Alpha
earlier
Brain
Wizards
is
crowd.
what makes on it tick. You
These battles
understand
gave
it?
players
What's
plenty
in
of
it? What the
options
fuck do I
and
know? I
provided
look like a
some of the most
scientist to you.
strategic
Do
and
I got a
thoughtful
white
counters
robot?
seen
All
in
I
the
know
genre
is
up
you have
until
good
this
dreams.
point.
It makes you focus
Even
more.
if the slow,
You become more
miss-heavy
alert to
D&D
yourself and
gameplay
surroundings.
and
Blah,
large
blah,
number
blah,
of
blah,
possible
blah, blah,
combatants
blah,
could
blah.
also make them
Try it. If you
time-consuming.
don't like it, you get your money back and you have to send the
Radiance's
rest of
final
the
strength
product.
was in
One
its world
time you
design,
can pull that fucking
which was once
cash.
more
Don't
depicted
think you
with
can pull
3D
it back
graphics
every other
and
fucking
exploring
week. You
first
buy it
person,
and get your fucking
and yet
money
was
back.
more logically
So loosen
consistent
up,
in its
cocksucker.
construction
Number
and
two,
offered a sense of
they
clear
also
narrative
have
progression
kettlebells,
as players worked
ropes,
to reclaim and
anything to
rebuild
make
the
you a
immensity of
better
the land.
human being all around. They're
And
gonna
so,
help you with
for
your
RPG
character. You're gonna stop
fans,
shoplifting.
Order
You
Radiance
fucking
was the real
Walmart
deal
girl.
and
You're
offered
still
a
gonna be a
complete
nasty
package.
piece of shit.
And its
But
sales
you'll
reflect
be
this, with over
that's it. Your life,
260,000 copies
your
sold
mind
in
will be
North
thinking
America
fucking
alone.
clearly, and that's what you want.
Sequels
Go
soon
to
followed,
Holland.com,
some of which would
right
be
now,
developed
go
by
to
different
Box
studios, and some of which would spawn different series. But the net result would be a raising of the bar for the CRPG
Plus,
genre.
put your mailing list, you get other discounts.
RPGs began in the 80s as unproven and incomplete attempts to use the hot new technology of computers to replicate the hot new experience of tabletop role-playing. And this was carried out by ambitious students, teenagers, and hobbyists. By the decade's end, however, RPGs were one of the most popular genres in gaming, and they represented big business. Along the way, the genre moved away from its D&D roots in new and exciting ways, only to return to those same roots to find ever greater success. And the decade would end with this so-called golden age still going strong. And yet, despite winning many accomplishments outlined in this section already, this still isn't the full story, because across the Pacific, RPGs were forging their own path, and it was one that would end up taking them in a rather different direction. It's easy to take the global nature of modern gaming for granted, but things weren't always so interconnected, and in the 80s, the barriers presented by different geographic regions and languages were significant. It wasn't until the Nintendo Entertainment System that this started to change, and this would also be the system that established JRPGs as a distinct and impressive force to be reckoned with. And yet, some Japanese RPGs were being made before Nintendo's Famicom even released, on the distant frontier of the early Japanese home computer. Just like with their Western counterparts, pinpointing the first Japanese RPG was no easy feat, and detailed information on the earliest of these games can be hard to find in general. Despite this, the influence of both Ultima and Wizardry can still be seen quite clearly, like in Koei's 1983 game Dungeon, which featured an overall and dungeon design reminiscent of Ultima 1, alongside some rather D&D-inspired monster designs. Or 1984's The Black Onyx, a wizardry-inspired game created by Dutch-American Hank Rogers after he moved to Japan, that went on to sell over 150,000 copies, making it the first RPG in Japan to find major commercial success. 1984 would associate
Joey, J-O-E-Y, get
RPGs,
50% off,
Namco's The
50%
Tower of
off.
Tamaga, Lethal Falcons, Dragon Slayer, and T&E Soft's Hive Live. The Tower of Druaga was originally an arcade game, and this is reflected in it's design. But developer Masanobu Edo's inspiration still came from buying a copy of Dungeons and Dragons on a business trip to America. It's worth noting that just like with Wizardry and Ultima, Dungeons and Dragons wouldn't officially release in Japan until several years later. And yet, just like with Wizardry and Ultima, it was still influencing Japanese developers, and those developers would in turn go on to influence others, which is the case for both Dragon Slayer and Hide Alive, as they drew clear inspiration from Towers of Druaga. Still, the breakthrough for Japanese RPGs would follow the release of Nintendo's immensely successful Famicom. It was on the NES that Shigeru Miyamoto would create the Legends of Zelda in 1986, by building on the action RPG formula of Hibernate and Dragon Slayer, while apparently also being influenced by the open world of Ultima. The Legend of Zelda did lack most of the sophistical gameplay elements usually necessary to qualify a game as an RPG, but its sequel, The Adventure of Link, wouldn't, and included an XP and leveling system, showing that despite the different direction that the Zelda series would go on to take, role-playing games were still a clear part of its origin. This origin might also explain why you spend so much time on these games inside various dungeons. And yet, as important as The Legend of Zelda was, it would be another game released in that year that would go on to define JRPGs. Eugene Hori first discovered wizardry on a trip to America in 1983, which led to his decision to make a game that combined elements of wizardry and Ultima to create an RPG experience that could be enjoyed by Japanese audiences. And so Hori and his team at Enix took the overworlds and towns of Ultima and the menu-based combat of wizardry to make something new. To ensure the game would appeal to Japanese gamers, the team then looked to popular manga serial Shonen Jump for inspiration and visual style, which led them to working with Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama. And the result was Dragon Quest, a game which sold millions of copies and inspired countless games of the future. Dragon Quest's success had much to do with its accessibility. By comparison, Western RPGs were dense and unforgiving, with games sometimes even assuming a certain amount of familiarity with tabletop RPGs that inspired them. Meanwhile, Dragon Quest had wider appeal and was better suited to newcomers to the RPG genre, of which there were plenty of amidst Japanese and console audiences. In 1987, Dragon Quest would be followed by several other non-running JRPG series, including Digital Devil Story, Megami Tensei, Phantasy Star, and Final Fantasy. These games would build on what was started by Dragon Quest, while often drawing further inspiration from both Wizardry and Ultima, which by this point were receiving Japanese releases of their own on the NES. Still, while Western RPGs would continue to be inspired by Dungeons & Dragons and other tabletop RPGs for many years to come, this wasn't the case in Japan, as D&D never achieved the same level of popularity, and Japanese RPG developers instead seemed to look to other popular JRPGs as their primary source of inspiration. This explains why JRPGs initially seemed a bit more experimental in their settings and visual styles, with Dragon Quest drawing from manga, Megami Tensei featuring urban and school settings, the Mother series being an idiosyncratic take on modern-day America, and Super Mario RPG being Mario in an RPG. As JRPGs evolved further, they had little reason to stick to the ideas and principles seen in tabletop RPGs, which is perhaps best illustrated by Final Fantasy. From the series' inception, Hironobu Sakaguchi was driven by his desire to tell stories, and so when a new console generation allowed for more memory and therefore more text, Final Fantasy's fourth entry removed any form of character creation for the first time, and instead forced the players to take the role of Cecil, a dark knight turned paladin with a defined personality and riveting story. This is a clear step away from a key part of tabletop RPGs, and yet this change was widely celebrated and became one of the most praised parts of this game. Final Fantasy VI and VII would then take this focus on story even further, with an increased emphasis on cinematic storytelling, sometimes at the cost of gameplay, and again, this would be met with critical and commercial success. And as Final Fantasy came to be more and more about story, it also became more and more linear, with it eventually removing the overworld completely until Final Fantasy XIII was almost a literal straight line, and not everyone was happy about that. But Final Fantasy was free to develop in this direction because it was never trying to stay true to Dungeons & Dragons, and it was this freedom that shaped the series, for better or worse. This same freedom applied to the entire JRPG genre, leading to more action RPGs and more anime visuals, and less dialogue or narrative choices, and an entirely different set of tropes and characteristics that give the genre its own identity, completely distinct from Western RPGs. And why shouldn't JRPGs evolve to be different? To be similar would mean trying to beat Western RPGs at their own game. But it was through being different that Dragon Quest was able to sell millions of copies. A feat no Western RPG achieved until the late 90s.
No,
The joint JRPGs were breaking even more records. Still, the full story of Japanese RPGs will have to wait for another day. And that might be a long wait because it's not currently a video I plan to make.
it's not going to happen again.
But I still think it's important to understand where JRPGs came from, how they share important DNA with Western RPGs, and yet why they ultimately end up so different. Also, Japan loves wizardry. Like, Japan really loves wizardry, and will keep the series and entire subgenre alive long after both died on West. But as romantic as that story might be, it's still a story for another day, because we have a long way to go, and the 90s are finally cooling.
What are you going to do the rest of this? Tell me what you do.
No, I can't say.
The 90s would begin with RPGs in full swing, but as the decade continued, it would come to be a time of problems, failures, and finally reinvention. Yes, troubled water was on the horizon, but that didn't stop this decade from producing many of the most beloved RPGs of all time, and in the early years at least, most popular series were still going strong. Ultima received a 5th entry in 1988, which continued directly on from the 4th game, even allowing players to import their character, and yet took the narrative in a drastically different direction. In Ultima 4, players worked hard to recreate virtues.
We'll be back Monday and next Wednesday, same bat time, same bat channel, Wednesday in the in-house studio. I love you, top suckers, with all my heart. I want to thank Honest. I want to thank Dollar Shave Club. I want to thank Nature'sBox.com. I want to thank Google Plus. I want to thank Nailed It Life. I want to thank Escape Podcast.
In other ways, Ultima 5 was a similar, if greatly expanded version of the last game. However, 1990's Ultima 6, A False Prophet, completely overhauled the engine, updating the graphics and introducing a brand new physics simulation that expanded the interactivity of the world and even allowed features like modeled movable items. The world was also more open in design, with an even greater emphasis on exploration. Ultima 6 also continued the series' increased focus on story, while asking all
Right
the
after your show,
questions
they
of
had
the
like
player,
some sort of cover
this
band or
time
something.
centered on
Playing
racism
all the
and
songs, and then now
xenophobia,
every time I listen to music,
which
I'm like,
drastically
and speaking of what I was
recontextualized
talking
elements of
about, I
previous
wish I could
games.
play any kind of instrument.
Complicated stories
I
and
did like the
explorations
guitar
of
lesson. My
reality
finger's
is
too short.
standard stuff for RPGs today,
Finger's
but
too short
that
for
wasn't
guitar.
always the case,
I
and
don't know, my
Ultima
brain's
4
fast
through
enough.
6 marked a massive step for the genre into territory rarely seen in any video game at this time. And yet, Ultima 7, The Black Gate, which released in 1992, went even further still, improving the graphics once again, increasing the interactivity of the world once again, redesigning the interface to be much more immersive and unobtrusive, and being the first mainline game to change the gameplay into real time. This, in many ways, reduced the technical complexity to combat, and other changes had their drawbacks too. But the net result of these changes was one of the most immersive, open, detailed, and genuinely sandboxed worlds ever seen in
What
a
the
game.
fuck? 26? That's all
And
you got
Ultima
for me?
7
The fucking
did this
violin
without making
cocksucker?
sacrifices
How
to
about
the
I hit you in the
story,
head with that fucking
which was
thing?
once again
Complex
even more complex and featured much more
Monday,
fleshed out side
cocksucker,
characters.
six. Somebody's got
In
your
fact,
fucking
Ultima 7
lunchbox.
was such a big step that its developers made a part 2, 1 year later, in order to reuse the same engine and give players even more high-quality role-playing to sink their teeth into. Meanwhile, where Ultima was climbing higher and higher, its venerable rival Wizardry was also finally getting back on track after stumbling through the latter half
Oh,
of the
it's like
80s.
Times Square, and I hate that.
Wizardry's 4th entry released in 1987,
Yeah.
4 years after the 3rd game, and it still used the same, now obviously dated engine, while making large changes to gameplay most fans saw as negative. To Wizardry 4's credit, it was at least original, as it placed players into the role of the evil wizard Vladimir, who was the villain of the first game, with a party system now focused around summoning other monsters that players couldn't control directly. Unfortunately, while this was creative, it wasn't all that popular, and the even more brutal than usual difficulty turned many people away. Certec would follow this with Wizardry 5 in 1988, which was a more conventional entry, but which still failed to move the series significantly forward in a time when new rivals like Bard's Tale and Might and Magic seemed to be beating Wizardry at its own game.
Well,
But in 1990, Wizardry was ready to fight back with
I
its
was
sixth
probably
entry,
top 10 high.
Bane of the Cosmic
Really
Forge.
high. Really? Oh,
Wizardry 6
yeah.
would finally use
I
a
was
new
like,
engine
well, I
with
could
new
still talk,
graphics to kick
but
off a new trilogy.
no, I
And
just
while
had to
much of its
talk.
tried and tested dungeon crawling formula remained, Wizardry 6 seemed intent to do everything better. And if it couldn't succeed at that, it would at least make sure everything was bigger. More races, more classes, more skills, more enemies, more puzzles, more story for the first time really.
I know,
larger world.
I was
Unsure
stoned.
Wizardry 6 would be seen as
Dude,
a
but they came
successor.
up to me and they're like, where do you
And
want to
2
go?
years later, it will receive a sequel of its own.
I thought you were
Wizardry
going to go
7,
to bed.
Crusaders of the
And I'm
Dark
finally
Spans,
decided on
took
that,
a
and
bigger
then
and better philosophy even further still, to create a game of somewhat ludicrous size and
I
complexity
left Vegas
that
at
featured
7
numerous side quests, multiple factions complete with an innovative diplomacy
on
system,
Saturday.
and a surprisingly detailed story that now focused on Wizardry's new hybrid fantasy science fiction setting.
Just trying to wake you up.
So basically, the Dungeon Crawler King was back, and it had arguably evolved into more than just a dungeon crawler at this point.
Something happened really weird on Saturday.
And as for Wizardry's other rivals, the Bard's Tale would not see any new major releases, but it did receive a construction set in 1991 to let players create their own dungeon crawler with its engine, and even allow creators to share and distribute their creations freely to make other commercial games. Developer Interplay would continue releasing promising new RPGs, however, like the 1990 and 1992 Lord of the Rings adaptations. New World Computing's Might and Magic series, on the other hand, would receive 4 new entries between 1991 and 1994, which would improve the graphics, update the interface, and introduce key features like mouse support and auto-mapping to ensure Wizardry still had fierce competition. As for Goldbox developer SSI, they would continue to release D&D adaptations, including publishing 1991's Neverwinter Nights, an online multiplayer RPG that was one of the most important forums of the dungeon world. Eye of the Beholder, developed by Westwood Studios, also in 1991, which was a hugely popular real-time dungeon crawler that refined many of the elements seen in the earlier Dungeon Master and received multiple sequels. Forgotten Realms Unlimited Adventures, a gold box engine-focused creation kit released in 1993, and several other adaptations that would move away from high fantasy of the Forgotten Realms into other, less explored D&D settings. The most impressive of these was Dark Sun Shattered Lands and its sequel, Wake of the Ravager, which were developed by SSI, took place in the brutal post-apocalyptic desert world setting of Dark Sun, and released in 1993 and 1994. The Dark Sun games moved away from the now dated Goldbox engine to a more seamless top-down perspective of turn-based combat, and Dark Sun is notable not just for its intriguing and underused setting, but also for being a decisive step away from the dungeon crawling of the Goldbox era. Instead, these games placed a greater emphasis on role-playing, and are some of the first RPGs outside of Ultimate to feature regular dialogue options that truly allow players to act out the role of their character. Other exciting developments were also happening elsewhere, as in 1992, a landmark title was released that influenced far more than just RPGs. And as if the series didn't already have enough accomplishments, it would once more come from Ultimate. While not the first spin-off from the series, Blue Sky Productions' Ultimate Underworld, The Stygian Abyss, was arguably the most important, and this is a series that also contains one of the most influential MMOs ever made. At first glance, Ultimate Underworld might look like just another first-person dungeon crawler, following on from the success of Dungeon Master 5 years earlier. But as soon as you look a little closer, it becomes obvious this game is something more. In fact, Ultimate Underworld's achievements are so numerous, it's hard to fit them all in. The biggest was that it was the first game to offer full 360-degree movement in a 3D environment. Earlier games similar to this were group-based, and even later games like Wolfenstein 3D and Doom still didn't allow players to look up and down. It also featured Immersive real-time combat where attacks were determined by specific mouse inputs. It was one of the first games to combine a first-person perspective with such a highly interactive and detailed environment. You can swim in flowing water, which is more impressive than it sounds, and it championed the idea of emergent gameplay and non-linear solutions to problems, whether those be puzzles, quests, or just exploration. As a result of these features, its developer referred to the game as the first ever dungeon simulation, a term that reflected how much more impressive Ultima Underworld's dungeon was to other dungeon crawlers, and how much emphasis was placed on immersion. Still, a more commonly used term today for such a game would be an immersive sim, of which Ultima Underworld is widely recognized as the first. And just like its achievements, the games that would take inspiration from Ultima Underworld are also numerous. Its developer effectively renamed to Looking Glass Studio, where they would create other immersive sims, including System Shock and Thief. It was also a direct influence on the creation of id Software's seminal shooters, Wolfenstein 3D and Doom. It would influence many later immersive sims like Deus Ex and Bioshock, and it also influenced many future RPGs, including a direct sequel Emulator, as well as a new series by the developer called Bethesda. The Elder Scrolls Arena, released in 1994, and combined first-person dungeon exploration with Underworld, with much of the city design and general quest and guild structure of the somewhat lesser-known RPG Legends of Valor. The result was a game which took Ultima Underworld's immersive dungeon design outside of just dungeons, with added features like a day-night cycle that NPCs reacted to, as well as dynamic weather. Arena was also massive, thanks to the use of procedural generation, which was used to populate its world with a large number of towns and dungeons to create a vast and realistic sense of scale rarely seen in gaming. Bethesda would follow Arena with the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall in 1996, which expanded on many of the ideas seen in the first game to great effect. Daggerfall also relied on procedural generation to create an almost incomprehensibly large game world, but it would also emphasize the sandbox nature of this world as your playground approach, which is perhaps best exemplified by the manner of telling players to follow your own spirit and tell your own story in your own way, as well as encouraging players to avoid loading saves and instead try playing out your mistakes to see what might happen, such as being sent and escaping from jail or contracting a control. This focus on player freedom made Daggerfall stand out in a genre that had only recently popularized side quests and was still heavily focused around a single main questline structure, where the player always has a clear overarching and defined objective. And while much of Daggerfall still plays out as a dungeon crawler, with a fast travel system used to get around, and a wilderness that was largely empty and lifeless, making it devoid of reason to explore, it's still a massive step for open world game design, with a massive world that has almost never been matched in sheer size. Over the early 90s, immersion was probably the aspect of RPGs that saw the biggest improvements, thanks to innovations in design and improvements in technology. But storytelling would also flourish, as the once so restricted memory limitations had become a thing of the past, while more detailed graphics and new features like voice acting offered enhanced presentation. For example, Westwood's 1993 Eye of the Beholder follow-up, Lands of Lore, The Throne of Chaos, featured detailed pixel art with impressive cutscenes and even celebrity voice acting, like that guy that dies at the start of Oblivion. Time has come. I have no choice. Apparently, he was also in some Star Trek thing. One of the best stories of the era came from Betrayal at Condor, which was developed by Dynamics and released in 1993. Betrayal at Condor is based on one of the Feist's Rift War series of fantasy books, with the author assisting with its development, and the game itself being full of rich characters and evocative prose. Condor featured turn-based combat and open-world exploration, as well as many of the RPG systems players might expect. But there's a sense that these features always exist to serve the narrative in this game, rather than the other way around, and that narrative is long, detailed, and full of unexpected twists and turns, even if the title does rather give away one of the main ones. Other developers were releasing promising new series in these years too. Minecraft would release a popular series of 4 largely Ultima-inspired games known as the Magic Candle. German studio Ion Software would release Amberstar and Animal. Another German developer, Attack Entertainment, would release the Realms of Arcania games, based on the Dark tabletop RPG. French studio Symbols started the Ishar series, and so on. And so, at the start of the decade, the RPG genre seemed to be flourishing like never before. Old series were continuing strong, even the ones that had previously stumbled. Many new developers were making a name for themselves, promising even more popular RPG series in the future. And game design was evolving continuously, giving players even more choice in gameplay, settings, and structures.
I'm going to Vegas
And yet,
with friends.
in the space of
Like the
just
night,
a
I stayed
few
up one night
years,
for over 24
all
hours
this
playing.
would change.
And I
The
was
three
with
biggest
friends
names in the industry
who
would produce massive flops.
by 11 o'clock.
All of the most respected
I will
series
be
would either
interested to know
disappoint
all
fans
three people
or
to
just
each
go
other.
dark.
Because I've been on the watch until
Numerous
like
once
5
promising
a.m.
up-and-coming
laughing
developers
and high
would either
fiving.
go bankrupt or leave game development entirely.
So,
Onlookers and critics would turn from seeing RPGs as gaming's future to seeing them as a relic of the past. And by the time the genre got back on track,
yeah.
RPGs would have changed completely, with different series and different developers
What do you
leading the way
guys
into an entirely new era of role-playing video games. So, I guess the real question is, what exactly happened, and why? This question doesn't have a simple answer. While RPGs were experiencing the end of their golden age, gaming was changing in the background. Two of the most notable developments of this period were the arrival of 3D and CD-ROMs. This led to a rapid evolution in graphics, which RPG developers seemed to struggle to keep up with, and led to multiple popular new genres, with first-person shooters and real-time strategy games both emerging in this period to take a not insignificant piece of the PC market pie. And as graphics and gaming evolved, any game that was more old-school in design received criticism for seeming dated. This is similar to how 2D pixel games dominated the 16-bit era and then rapidly disappeared during the next generation of consoles, when 3D was the hot new thing and 2D seemed dated by comparison. And while gaming was evolving at this time, game development was also getting more expensive, with bigger teams and longer development cycles, meaning the cost of failure quickly shot up. Finally, while the gaming industry itself was growing during this period, the biggest growth would be in the console sector, with many foreign PC developers suddenly wanting to prioritize making games that could appear in both markets. So, all in all, technological advancement led to RPGs falling out of fashion. At the same time, the cost of failure was becoming more significant, and the PC market was becoming less attractive, causing what might have been a cyclical and natural decline in a constantly changing industry to instead become a spectacular fall from grace of a genre people were surprisingly quick to declare dead. Still, if you're more a fan of the great man theory of history, you might also want to consider that maybe the big players simply got it wrong. No names carried more prestige in the RPG industry than SSI, Interplay, and Origin Systems. And yet, in this period, all three made serious missteps, delivered poor games, and alienated their core fans. SSI continued to publish Dungeons & Dragons adaptations in new campaign settings, including the space fantasy Spelljammer Pirates of Realm Space, two Ravenloft games titled Stride's Possession and Stone Prophet, the Arabian Nights-inspired Arcadia Genie's Curse, and the Why Did Anyone Ever Think This Name Was a Good Idea? Menzo Baranzan. These games generally received worse reviews from early adaptations, with bugs often being mentioned amongst the reasons why, and their different settings also seemed to receive less interest from consumers. After this, TSR revoked the Dungeons & Dragons license from SSI, and after several attempts at original RPGs that still failed to perform commercially, SSI shifted their attention back to what made them popular in the first place, adaptations of war games. Meanwhile, after parting ways with SSI, TSR would open up a D&D license, leading to numerous new adaptations, many of which were in other genres, and many of which were received poorly. One of the most infamous of these games was an RPG, however, and it would come from another respected developer. Descent to the Undermountain was released by Interplay in January 1998, after failing to meet its holiday release date, and is described by Barton and Stacks as possibly the worst CRPG ever produced by a major developer. Descent to the Undermountain was meant to be D&D's big 3D RPG breakthrough, but after a lengthy development cycle with numerous delays and cut features, the end result was lampooned for being visually dated, buggy, and often downright broken. Many of the problems reportedly arose from the decision to use the 3D Descent engine, which had been created for the technically impressive 1995 first-person shooter Descent. However, the decision to switch to this engine was made by corporate leadership and led to heavy rewrites to the code in order to make this FPS engine work for an RPG. Descent to the Undermountain would be far from the only bad D&D RPG in the post-SSI era, but it does still stand out by marking a clear low point for Interplay. Still, Interplay's RPG-related problems started several years before this. The disappointing sequel to Dungeon Master not only failed to innovate like the first game, but also failed to keep
I should have stopped. I'm pretty good with all
in
that shit. I got a fucking warning and I stopped.
This would be followed by the cancellation of Interplay's third and final Lord of the Rings RPG, leaving the trilogy unfinished, before the long-awaited Stonekeep, released in 1995, to weak sales and mixed reviews. Stonekeep was a first-person real-time dungeon crawler with pre-rendered environments and live-action cinematic sequences, making it technically advanced, but it also used grid-based movement with a fixed camera. 3 years after Ultimate Underworld had rendered such a system as integrated. Stonekeep also began development in 1990 with an estimated budget of $50,000. In the end, its development lasted 5 years, with the cost growing to $5 million, which is 100 times the estimate. Or anyone bad at maths. Of course, as most people watching probably already know, Interplay's rather bad RPGs wouldn't last. But there was a time where it looked like it might. Still, the biggest failure of the big three would surely be Origin Systems. As in 1994, they didn't just release a bad RPG, they released bad Ultima. Ultima 8, Pagan, continued the story of the Avatar, but it would introduce a number of changes to gameplay intended to try to appeal to new players. These included changing to an isometric perspective, simplifying the action combat introduced in 7 even more, while removing features like companions, and adding an increased focus on platforming elements, which were criticized for their poor controls that involved pressing both mouse buttons to jump, as well as for being poor fits for an RPG series. Even worse than this, however, were the large number of bugs, and Richard Garriott himself would later say that he thought the game needed 3 more months to be finished. Ultima had been the forerunner of the computer role-playing genre for 14 years, but now, for the first time, it seemed to be moving in the wrong direction, and the next and final entry would be even worse. Ultima 9 Ascension, released in 1999, after a long development, and when fans finally got their hands on it, they found little of the series they once loved. Ultima 9 was criticized by reviewers, particularly over bugs and other technical issues, and was criticized even more by fans for being a betrayal of the series that changed key plot details and barely resembled earlier games, despite a promise from Garriott himself that the series would return to its roots after 8. Ultima 9's development shows the struggles RPG developers faced in this era when trying to transition to full 3D at a time when 3D technology was still rapidly evolving. Work on Ultima 9 regularly needed to be redone to avoid it becoming out of date before the game had even released, and these revisions caused development to drag on endlessly, causing inconsistencies in the final plot. Despite the long development, Ultima 9 sold poorly and did not receive a follow-up. And so, possibly the most important series in the history of RPGs would go out with barely a whimper. Of course, Origin would also release Ultima Online in 1997, which was one of the first and most seminal MMOs ever made. But I've talked about the history of MMOs already in their own video, so I won't be covering that here.
What's up, my little brother?
Despite that, it is worth acknowledging that just like with JRPGs, MMO history is
you're flying back out to Montreal, my brother?
Origins. And
Yeah, I'm going to that.
coincidence that it would be Ultima,
So you got,
a series that
you're up there for 3 weeks. There's always your
that
feel,
would lead
though.
to the establishment of this new form of massively
Everybody.
online RPG
What
experience.
was last weekend? The last weekend was the Dirty Show.
And as for Ultima's
So I think
oldest
Jerry
rival,
Joe's playing here in
Wizardry
Apollo
fans
and
would have to
then
wait
there, and then
9
Did you
years
say
for
Slater?
a mainline entry.
Clayton, yeah,
But
how was
September
it?
did release Nemesis,
He's
the
so
Wizardry
excited
Adventure,
for you,
a
pizza.
more adventure-focused
really
spin-off
worried.
that was presumably
What am I
intended to
supposed to
appeal to
do?
new fans and
Going
failed
down
to
a
make much impact.
I started
Meanwhile,
going through,
Newer
but then he always
Computing would
started,
take
you
a
know,
long break from RPGs to launch their new strategy game series,
I
Heroes of
tried,
Might and
you
Magic,
know, a little bit.
before returning with a well-received and still rather traditional new fully 3D Might and Magic in
So
1998.
good.
This was
You know what? He tried to friend me on
sequels.
Facebook. Me and Ralphie were
Each
sitting
one
here.
doing
Ralphie
progressively
fucking did the
worse.
podcast and let the cat out of the bag.
Sierra Online also struggled with the transition to 3D, which can be shown by the troubled development of both
He's telling
Quest
us put it under his
5
cup of milk and
and
tan.
King's Quest Master of
What
Eternity
the fuck
in
is
1998.
Jesus Christ, my daughter's
And so, one by
so-
one, the leaders of the RPG industry
So
fell.
the first time I went, it was so great. He told him like, hey, Ari doesn't love
Can
love.
be
That's
another's
not
game.
for him. He friendly with me. He looked at me over here. He's like, where you going? I was
was
like,
founded
I
in
just said, September
1991
gonna meet.
and would get their
Well, are you
breakthrough
gonna meet
with
him
the
later?
only real-time strategy
Good
game,
tickets, man. Calm
Warcraft,
down.
Orcs and Humans.
Get well into it.
The idea to make an RPG came from David
The
Revit,
reason why I want to
who was
have
then
John
head of the studio Condor,
I've
and
been
who
in
wanted
what's
to
called
create
a
a new
conundrum.
take on the roguelike genre,
What?
which Revit
You
saw
have-
as having too many
This is
barriers
not
of entry
happening
for
now,
other
but it's all
players.
from the
And
internet,
so he envisioned a game that
prime
would be an
time TV,
RPG
and
with a focus on the
Prime
excitement of
time TV.
procedural generation.
11
and
o'clock
dungeon
at night.
crawling.
Prime
But
fucking
its
time,
role-playing
brother.
systems would
This
be
is a show that started for $5
its combat
at
would
the
be
fucking Improv
fast-paced,
back room.
and the barriers to
On
entry
Tuesday
You're
night,
the first one.
at Thursday nights, me,
Revit
Mark
struggled to
Maron.
find a publisher to
Remember
back
we
this
all
idea
did that
because
fucking
Sony's
one
with the
show
RPG
over
genre
there?
as being dead
Yeah,
at the time.
yeah, I'll figure
But
those
he
out.
eventually
Yeah,
found a
Aaron.
match
Steve,
with
Steve
Blizzard,
AG, yeah, we all, that's when I
requirements
told
for
you
the game
boy
as
thing, but
action
it's so
combat
weird that
and
it all
includes
started,
multiplayer.
and now it's on television.
And
You
so,
call me, I'm gonna do
Diablo
one of the
was
episodes
born,
in September.
and it took the world by storm.
And it's so weird.
Releasing in early
This writing,
1997, Diablo featured a
writing
isometric
fucking
perspective and heavily
process
mouse-centric controls
has
to
just
create a
been,
new
I
breed
don't
of
know, I mean,
RPG,
this is really
and it was one
changed.
that would be immensely
Well,
popular.
it's kind of fun to be like,
Sales reaching 2 million in
sort of
1998,
think about those
a
things.
number
Sometimes I don't
no
even
other
think about those
Western
times
RPG
until I
had
get a
ever come
topic, and
close
then I
to
start
before
like
this.
wondering what happened. I call my high
For
school
many,
friends sometimes.
Diablo was like the remedy
They
to
don't get
the
to,
genre's
you know,
problems. It
whatever
was
the topic
modern
is, I
where
don't
other
have
games were
to
dated,
for them. I
fast
mean, they
where
remind
others
me
were
of
slow,
stories. I'm like,
and
oh
simple where
yeah,
others were complex.
oh yeah.
But while
That's
Diablo
actually
did
huge.
de-emphasize
Right.
certain parts of the
Right.
RPG genre, this
Whatever it
also
was.
meant it was able to give a starring
Wonder
role
if
to
I
what was
revisit those
left,
days and stuff.
And
namely
it's so funny, like,
progression,
whenever I do those things,
frequent
like, you
level
really think
ups,
about it, I
loot,
make little
and
notes.
increasingly tougher
Then I
enemies
make
made
calls.
Diablo's dungeon crawling
Okay,
addictive
more
and
people who were
rewarding,
around me at that time.
and it also had great replayability thanks to its use of procedural generation,
Well, that's
as well as the
all
exciting
my
addition of multiplayer
because
and
I wanted to get the
fantastic
whole
presentation that helped create an atmospheric world and gripping story. And so, Diablo was both an unprecedented success and the birth of a new RPG subgenre, one focused on fast-paced action and constant progression instead of narrative choice or complicated character systems. In time, Diablo would receive expansions, sequels, and
Oh my
imitators,
God!
which
Yeah.
would include Lion
That's
Studios'
right.
debut
It was
RPG,
the opening night.
Divinity,
All white
as
people
well as
came
Dungeon
out.
Siege,
That was
Sacred,
the all white people.
Titan
Everybody
Quest,
from the neighborhood came, their
Torchlight,
parents, the
Path of
kids from the
Exile,
neighborhood.
and
I was
more,
never
with the
so
subgenre
embarrassed
still
in my
continuing
life.
strong today and still showing many similarities to the game which
Because
started it all.
the writer didn't go off on the
The only
afternoon.
problem with the subgenre is its name. Action RPG can mean many different things, but the games which have descended from Diablo clearly have a lot in common. and represent their own unique branch of RPG history. Yet, Diablo wouldn't be the only RPG series to emerge from this troubled era. Over at Interplay, most of the studio's focus was being based on their ambitious up-and-coming D&D adaptation, Descent to Undermountain. But in Undermountain's shadow, a small team, led by Tim Kane, were working on their own RPG. Originally conceived as a successor to Interplay's 1988 Wasteland, and based around the generic universal role-playing system tabletop rule set, 1997's Fallout was a triumphant return to the idea of RPGs as a medium for storytelling. Fallout is perhaps most famous for its radioactive post-apocalyptic setting, but interesting settings, even irradiated ones, had been seen before. Instead, where Fallout raised the bar for the genre was in its strong writing, its attention to detail, its oppressive tone, its logically cohesive world, and in its commitment to providing players with choice in how to resolve quests, which is best exemplified by the final boss of the game, who can be talked out of confrontation, providing he can actually manage to convince him of the folly of his plan. And so, Fallout helped put the role-playing back into the RPG genre, and in doing so, continued the legacy of games like Ultima and Beyond Soul, while helping to recapture an important part of the tabletop experience that had sometimes seemed forgotten in a genre so focused on combat and dungeons. Fallout was also a commercial success, and while it wouldn't sell anywhere near
So the Santeria water?
Yeah, the Santeria water had like chicken blood in it, and all this goat blood and shit that killed all these animals. And it was in there mixed with feathers and shit, and the fucking thing that you're supposed to throw it in the hole. And the thing just goes and the fucking limo snot like ass. The limo driver pulled over and this was fucking a funeral for fucking hell. People were drinking, people were doing blow. I remember the first time they ripped out a bottle of paint. So they ripped out a bottle of paint. It's just like whiskey. Guys, you could not drink.
Good evening, everyone.
It's been a while. My license. And they just looked at them like,
welcome to Anderson.
You better get back in that fucking.
My name is Adrian, and I'm the Historical Programs Manager for the American Revolution
So
Institute.
all these things I got from my uncle. I remembered the one night. That was the night that always stayed with me. But
independence,
back
fulfilling the
back
aim
to
of the
what
Continental
we're talking
Army
about. It's
officers and their
amazing
French
how
counterparts
what
who
you've
founded
done.
the Society
Because I
of
don't worry about
Cincinnati
shit.
in
I usually
1783,
when I write a joke, I write a joke, and I put it out there
of
whether
the
they like it
American
or not. It's a
Revolution.
joke to me.
In addition
Just
to
by the
tonight's
sounds
lecture,
of it,
the American
you know
Revolution
what
Institute promotes
you know.
or fulfills
Yeah.
the mission exclusively
This
by
is something
supporting
that we get
advanced
to put
study,
on one time.
developing
Really
exhibitions
get
and
the
other
It was
historical programs
exactly
and
one
laws,
time, pretty much, and then you're
advocating
done.
And
historic
then you're done.
preservation,
You get to
providing
practice a little
resources
bit, you know,
to
but not
classrooms
really.
nationwide that benefit
Yeah.
teachers, students, and scholars alike. Since 1938, the Society of
You can work a lot of
Cincinnati
hours
has
because
done all of this work for
Yeah, I tried doing it the other night. People were like, where the
the
fuck are you
National
going?
Historic Landmark that was completed in
So I'm
1905
gonna have to
as the
have
one of
the
residence of Lawrence
take me
and
in
Isabel
here
Anderson
and
here in
we'll send it to
Washington,
you.
D.C. Tonight's program,
But
a
it's
lecture that
very weird,
commemorates the
man.
250th anniversary
I
of
like
the
writing
Pretty
shit.
cool, isn't it?
passage
Starting
of
out
the
with like
Tea Act
roughly
in
12 people in the audience.
1773 and is also made possible in part by a generous gift from the Massachusetts
I'm
Society of
cool with
Cincinnati.
no booze.
Features Dr. James Vaughn
Fuck it,
discussing
there's
the
no food in there. You
developments
can bring food in.
of British North America
You can get
and
food
South
there.
Asia
The
that
first
led to
two
the
or three of
passage
them, we
of the
had no
Tea Act,
booze. And
and
then
why
after that,
a
you put a
relatively
name
mundane
on it.
piece of parliamentary
Somebody showed
legislation
up.
renewed the imperial
Took a big
crisis
one.
and
There was
led
no
to the
looking
outbreak
back.
of the American Revolution.
Yeah, they were getting
James
mad
Vaughn
because the
is an
lineup was so good. And they were like, why do you
instructional
have
professor
fucking
in the
Joey
college
Diaz
and
and Bill
affiliate
Burr
faculty in the
and
Department of
Jeffries
History
and
at
this
the
little
University
side
of
room for $5?
Chicago,
I'm like, uh-huh.
whose research focuses on the
You want
British
a
Empire
fucker?
and the Atlantic
You gave me
World
a small
during
room?
the 18th century. He received his
That's
PhD
gonna
in
do that.
history from the University
Yeah.
of Chicago
Let me
in
ask
It was a big room.
2009
It was,
and has
yeah.
previously taught at the
Write some of
University
these
of
stories
Texas
when
at
you're
Austin,
thinking about some of
Yale
these
University,
stories.
and Ohio University.
Do you
He is the author of The Politics of Empire and the
I
Ascension
always
of
do.
George III, the East India Company,
Yeah,
and the
sometimes
Crisis
there's
and
just no way. I
Transformation,
had a couple times in an ending,
published
like
by the
tie
Yale
all
University
together.
Press in
And like,
2019,
you know,
which
there's no
provides
real
new
beginning or
interpretations
ending
of
to
the
the story.
fortunes
I
of
mean,
British
like
rule in India
even
and
that
of the
funeral,
global
that
transformation
doesn't
of
begin
the
at the
British
funeral,
Empire
and
during
you and
the
your mom
early
were
18th century,
close. You know,
as
it
well as
begins
the
way
co-editor
before.
of
So it's like
Envisioning
at what
Empire,
point you start,
New
what point
British
you
World.
end it.
From 1763 to
Just for like learning the
1773,
concept.
an
Even if you want
anthology
another
that
comic
examines
too,
the
you learn a
development
lot.
of the British Empire between
You
the
know,
7 Years' War and the
series.
American
That's
Revolution.
brilliant.
Currently, he is working on a book on the American Revolution and the
I
origins
don't
of
even know
liberal
some of the
democracy
fucking
in the Roman
Yeah.
context.
And it's really
Now,
interesting.
before I turn things over to Dr. Vaughn, the usual housekeeping items are in order for our virtual attendees joining us on Zoom this evening. Following today's lecture, there will be a question and answer session, so
You know,
please feel
other
free to
people,
submit your
teacher,
questions for
whoever,
Dr. Vaughn
sometimes.
at any point
Yeah,
during
it's
the
cool because there's no
presentation.
right way.
And
People
you
just
can
do
do
it
that by
however.
using the Q&A
You go
function
back
on
and write it the
the
same way you write
screen,
joke.
and we will do our best to incorporate in with our live
Like,
audience
the same
questions.
process.
And
If you're gonna
always,
write a joke,
should you have any technical related questions or comments, those can be submitted using the chat function, and
Mhm.
our staff
point of
will
it
be
is that you
monitoring that, and we'll do
in a
our
way.
best to assist you.
I don't know if it's a different
So
process.
now, without further
Yeah,
delay,
it's less.
please
Like,
join
like,
me in
like,
welcoming Anderson House,
you
Dr.
know,
James
Annie
Vaughn.
Hall's a comedy, but it's not as many jokes as fucking Happy Gilmore.
Okay.
You know, so it's like it's slower. But
Thank you. I'd like to
yeah,
begin
you don't think
by
as much
thanking
about comedy
Andrew
because there's
Bowden,
big serious
in particular,
moments that can
and
be like,
the
if it's
American
funny, it's
Revolution
just set up
Institute
and
of the
punchline
Society of
every
Cincinnati in
second.
general for inviting
Set
me
some
to
stuff up. But people
speak
don't know
here
that.
tonight.
The
It's
first
a
time I saw
great
one
honor,
really good
and I'd also
was
like to
Ralphie
thank
May.
you for
I was
being
working a
here
cover
both
booth
in
in
person and on
before
Zoom.
the
I know
comedy
it's a
store.
lovely spring
And
evening now.
it was a shitty night,
Have
nobody
better
was
things
doing
to
that
do than to
well.
listen to me lecture,
And
so I
Ralphie May
appreciate
was
you
on
showing
for like 3 minutes,
I'm
4
going to
minutes.
talk
He goes, you know
for
what?
the
You
next
guys are not
hour
an A audience.
on the
You're not
topic
getting my A joke.
on tea,
You're my
taxes,
C
and
joke.
history, the British system
And then he started doing
origins
the
of the
story about
American
the first time I met Sam Kinison.
I'm
I
going
went
to
from
focus
Conda when he
on
was a
the tea
17-year-old.
act, but
And
really,
Kinison was doing tea, bumped in front of him, and
going to be the thrust of
he
the
was like,
talk
what the
is
fuck,
the
you know what's
transformation
happening?
events
And
leading
yeah, I'll
up
tell
to
you,
the passage of
you've
the
been
tea
watching that
act.
cover booth, everybody was
We sort of
on the
know
edge of
that
their
the
seat.
tea act triggers
You know, like
the
interested in
renewal
what he was saying. It might not have been
the
like
imperial
as
crisis
funny as
in
Ralphie
American
usually is, like
affairs,
punch, but
eventually
man, it
leading
was
to a total
interesting.
breakdown of
It
imperial
generated
authority
attention
in
in a
colonial
certain
British
way.
North America
Pig, when
and
Pig did that
the
CD
outbreak
she
of
did,
the
it was
American
all just a
Revolution.
story about getting cancer and figuring that
And in
out.
that sense, we tend to
And so I'm like, oh,
naturalize
sorry, I'll
the
get back
tea
to
act
jokes. And the people in the audience
in
are
the
like,
sense
no,
that
don't,
because we
fine.
know the process isn't set in train.
Like this.
But if we just take it in
Yeah,
its own
but it's
moment,
slower and
it
more
actually
like
is a pretty mundane,
methodical
piece of parliamentary
way of being.
legislation.
I don't know, that's cool. It's surprising too. Bill
About
Burr once, I
a
saw
little
him
over
like
250
talking about
years
something on stage, and then he
the
kept the
British
people about his
Parliament
childhood, and he was like,
passed,
yeah, me and
and
John
King
Smith
George
and
III
Bill,
gave his
whatever,
assent
whatever,
to an act
we're driving down, and the other
which
guy
was
was
known
like,
as
oh
the
yeah, he goes like, oh yeah, Mike,
and it
man,
was dealing with a
I thought that guy had like 20 years.
in British
You know,
imperial
he remembers on stage,
The
and it's like,
gentleman
oh,
pictured
fucking
here
Mike moment.
on the
Or like
left,
that.
Lord
It's very
North
interesting
was the Prime
to
Minister
see
of Great Britain from
person
1770 to
He can tell us
1782, and essentially
right
they
there,
faced a
we're talking about
huge
Bill Burr.
practical problem. His
He's got a
government,
moment where
which
he
was in
lived.
power when the tea act was
Yeah,
passed in May
That story I
1773,
told about the
faced a
Bronx,
huge
there
problem,
was
which
a
was a
few minutes on
crisis in
stage.
the
I
British
didn't
East
see
India
it.
Company's affairs.
I
The
got
British
there.
East India Company was not
I was on
simply
the street corner.
Britain's leading corporation, it was the world's leading
I lost
corporation.
the audience.
And
I
by
was
this
having
point in
so much fun.
1773, it become
You know, when
responsible
you tell a story,
for maintaining
listen,
an empire
let
in
me tell you what's the
northeastern
best thing
India
about being a
that included 20 million largely peasant, Muslim, and Hindu Bengalis. It had a vast empire in northeastern India. What's more, it was a key player in the British public debt and the British state, meaning it wasn't simply a private corporation. It was a major lender to government debt, and therefore it was a major public creditor. And it also played one of the most important roles on the London stock market. So it was
Yeah, we're not so addicted to it. Plus comics are comics, where you're not going to lose the crowd at any moment if you're not funny.
Yeah, when we're coming, listen, when you're a
by the
comic,
early 1770s, the British East India Company
you're
had
driving to
bankrupt,
the front.
and
The first time I
was
got a belly laugh,
overwhelmed with tea sitting in its storehouses in
Oh
London.
yeah, I remember that. I remember you doing all that.
Traditionally, had to sell that tea at auction
Yeah,
to
got
tea
that.
dealers that would then
And I talked to
go
the
on
letters
and
because every time I said,
export
okay,
that tea
guys,
to
I gotta go,
Europe,
they go,
to the
no,
Americas, to elsewhere.
more.
But because of
And
the
that's
East
the
India
night.
Company's
You ever hear
bankruptcy,
Rogan
looming
talk about,
bankruptcy,
Joe,
and
something
because of
happened.
the threat that posed
You
not
weren't
just
very
Oh,
funny.
yeah.
And then all of a sudden you
biggest
start talking.
international
That
corporation in
was the
world,
night
but to the British
when I
Empire,
realized
Bengal,
that you could
to
take the
the
pressure
British
off
public
yourself.
credit, and to British
There's a
private
certain
finance,
pressure. We don't know
it
it's
was
there.
necessary for the
Maybe.
government to step in.
Yeah, when you let it go, there's a confidence that comes out too.
When you pull that
The
switch,
solution that the
your life will
ministry
change.
of Lord North
It's like a tongue in the ass.
is
It's like a
essentially
chick that takes
to
her
allow
tongue
the
for the
company
first time. You don't even know that's
to
done. A chick usually just sucks your dick and licks your nuts, and then you jerk off, and she giggles, and she gets a towel. But then you meet a dirty fucking whore who's sucking that fucking helmet, and then licks your balls. Now she's licking your balls. Every fucking hair in your body is popped up. Your ass, and all of a sudden she takes that tongue and just wiggles in your asshole and keeps jerking you off. You've never had that feeling before in your life. You get dizzy, you get anxiety, you don't know what to do, and then you just fart, come, and it's all over. It's a new experience. This is the new experience as a comedian. It's really, and it's fun to explain. That's why I wanted you to call this. Listen to this. Take the pressure off.
Yeah, well, the thing is, everybody got stories. Everybody tells stories at parties, you know. Every time you and John fucking, almost turned out of whatever, Fenway, something like that. And it's just like, you tell it. It's how interesting you tell it. How many comics with this speaker. They tell me stories already. If they get loose, if they get natural about it, like you said, don't worry about laughs, then it's some sort of Mexico.
It's scary the first 2 minutes of it when you're not getting laughs. Like everyone like laughs per minute.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah, you're not used to it. You're not used to comedy because that's like 30, 40 seconds, you don't get a laugh. So I gotta make a funny face or something.
Brutal.
You have to pay Townsend which is the one remaining as I've already mentioned. It was put in place by the Townsend Act in 1767 and 1768. This is a form of taxation raised by Parliament that the colonial American resistance movement claims Parliament doesn't have the right to raise. So the payment
It's like anything else. That first minute is brutal.
in colonial America raises this vexed question of taxation.
But once I get a little flame, I'm
It
off
doesn't
the run.
represent in any
Once I
actual
get a little
sense
flame, I'm
the
off the run.
colonists in British North
And that's
America
where it picks up.
have the right
Fear
to
gets out of
tax
the
them,
way.
either directly
Yeah,
or
they-
indirectly.
Yeah.
So T
If it gives you a
raises
couple
the issue of
laughs too, a
taxes.
couple laughs, like cool, now it's comfortable.
Taxes
You
is
know, they're
not
just like,
really,
if they're giving audience,
I
you
would
get
argue,
comfortable, it's cool, it's
the
fine.
issue
Not
of
worried about
fundamental
bomb, it's already into
It
it.
is, of course, a necessary but not
Once you tell
sufficient
a story,
condition. Why?
once you tell that
Because
story,
by the early
you
1770s,
eliminate the
the
laugh.
colonial
It
population of
takes the
British
feeling
North
of
America
violence.
has
It
experienced
makes it less. because
the
you
most
so-
dynamic
Now
social and
you learn
economic
also
development in world history prior to the Industrial Revolution. The colonists, that is the free colonists, the colonists beyond the slave plantations
Oh my God.
in the early
Oh my God.
1770s, have a per capita income higher than Great
Dude,
Britain.
I thought Dice wants to do this
They
after
have
the
greater
OR too.
purchasing power than
Goes
the average
on,
person in
when
Great
he
Britain,
wasn't smoking,
which
he was
is
chewing
had
cigarettes,
been the
you know,
wealthiest
he was
country in
like
the
putting
world
his
for
mouth.
much of the
So he
18th century.
came up, he had to put his
And
drink on the
they're
on the,
essentially
on the
very lightly taxed,
stool,
very
and then he takes
prosperous.
his,
They
he
have
didn't say a word,
high
he takes
degrees
his,
of political
cigarette
participation,
pack out, and
political
taps it on the
inclusion.
microphone a little bit,
Why is it that
and he like
some
pats him
relatively
down,
minor
and he takes his
taxes,
jacket off,
the
he picks
Townsend
up his
duty on tea
drinking
or
stool,
indeed
takes a drink,
all of the Townsend
puts it back
duties
down,
would
goes
raise
over the
these
microphone with his chest,
issues? Why is it
I
that
make a lot of
basically an
press,
extremely
how it goes,
lightly taxed,
and he just keeps like,
lightly
one word
regulated,
for about a minute and a half,
extremely
and then he goes,
prosperous,
dude, a lot of
politically
these comics,
enfranchised
they get up here,
colonial
they
settler
don't get a laugh for
population
this long, they get
would decide to
terrified,
take up
and be in the
arms
corner shivering. But me,
against
no, I know how
some
this is gonna end.
relatively light duties on imports into the colonies, and ultimately against one single duty, this duty on tea. It all makes sense to us.
But he was right. They had him all laughing as soon as he wanted to. Yeah, well, it was up to him.
A
It was up to
different,
him.
which is how strange it
You
seems
know, it wasn't
that
up to him.
such
How lucky
well,
were we?
well-off, socially and economically, such
I hear these
prosperous, such
comments
lightly
all
taxed, such
I
lightly
used to
regulated,
bump up for 2
such
hours and
politically
shit.
free
Let me tell you something.
settlers
I learned more.
would
It was
rise
like
up.
college.
Now, I'm not going to try and
Yeah.
be a kind of revisionist historian that says there's no
Sunday
doubt
night,
there.
he
I
was
do
just
think
telling
there's
him and Rock and
incredible
fucking
issues
and
at stake.
Damon would all come
But I
down
think
on Sunday night.
sometimes if we merely
Ran for no
focus
amount of money. You can't be
taxation
free. You got it before 9.
and don't strongly link it to the issue of representation, and we don't have a good enough understanding of what
Yeah, I
those
was
two
hosting.
things
I was
mean when
hosting.
they
I
come
used
to
to
taxation and
call them.
representation. We lose a
Somebody would
sense
be
of
there
why
on
the
the list. I
colonists
would
thought
bump
this was a vital issue. They thought,
So I would
they
make
said
diapers.
time and time
See,
again,
listen,
the
I would
issue
get
of
there at
freedom
7,
versus slavery.
and I would host
That
it.
is the language
I would
that John
host. I
Dickens
would hang out for the
used.
first
He was
show.
a moderate leader
Then
of
the
the
second show, I
American
was down
resistance movement.
Paris.
That is the language that Thomas Jefferson
Yeah,
used. He was a radical leader of the colonial American resistance movement.
Dice was shit.
Why
Just rock.
does every wing of the
I
colonial
go there,
American
do my 10
resistance
minutes,
movement
bring Dice up. I
think
knew Dice was going to do
that
40.
standing up
Tell Tom
against a
Paris done.
relatively
You
light
got it
duty
from here. And I leave.
and
And they
against
pay
the
me
East India
25
Company
fucking
being able
bucks.
to directly import
But I
tea
got an
to colonial North
education.
America
I got the
is a
biggest
matter of
fucking
freedom
education.
versus slavery.
I remember one Sunday
It can
night.
seem a bit exaggerated to us in those terms, but I think if we put it in its proper 18th century context, and we understand that what's meant by freedom is really a new form of civil society that developed first in the British Atlantic world, and that what's meant by slavery is essentially the undoing of
And
that new
afterward,
form
he
of
goes,
civil
all right,
society.
don't
Then we'll have a
worry.
better understanding of what's
He
at
just look
stake
at the girl with a smile.
in this
They're gonna
question
call
of
their
tea
cousins
and
on the phone
taxes.
tomorrow when I eat Chinese food.
So
I'm gonna shit
that
blood
is
for
the
3 weeks.
introduction.
These
Let me
fucking
now
chicks
go
don't do
back
anything to
along
your
the way.
fucking food. They'll
Let's go
spit your
back to
food.
the first
And
decade.
they were laughing. They were
Century.
fucking loving it. You know, just to
This
see
is the
somebody
of
of
London,
you making fun
as
of
we
them,
approach
and
the
you're dying,
mid-18th
and you're like, I
century.
can't
It
wait
is
to be
already
able to
by
do that.
far the largest city
And then
in
you
Europe.
go up and try it,
It's
and it
almost
works.
double the size
That's what
of
Dice
Paris,
was.
approaching
Dice was
1
like going to
million
jiu-jitsu class.
inhabitants. It's the third
You learn
largest city
something,
in the
and when
world
you spar, you
after
went and fucking did it.
Tokyo
It was
and
amazing.
Beijing.
I learned from him,
But
Chris
this
Rock,
London pictured
Richard
here
Jenny,
as the Thames and all of its
Daniel
ships
Yeah,
Wayne.
they were all together. I learned from you watching you. You and Paulie actually were the
of a
two most
really new
two
development
most like
in world
yourself
history.
on stage and off
What do
stage.
I mean by
Paulie,
that?
you know,
New
everybody else
development
is
in
like,
world history.
Yeah, you and Paulie grew up.
For
You know, he was doing
about
some fucking shit.
1,000 years,
So
or millennia,
yeah, it's not like he was good, but he was the most like himself. You and him, two of you. Like you be talking to either one of you backstage, and then you go on stage and same exact person. There's no like a little bit stylized.
was
Same exact person.
unfree labor.
Because
That
I'm on
is
stage.
serfdom, a kind of
Playing some
bonded
conversation
labor,
up there.
and
I would watch you. You would look at that list. You have to think up.
organized
When
around
you look at the list, the
subsistence
employees that
agriculture.
with an X
And so
popping in,
the
you would
Western Europe that understood itself
in
as
a coat case,
Christendom
and you would move your hands open and shut.
1,000 years
You
ago,
would like wide,
just had
five
a
fingers wide
distinct
open and
form of
shut
social
over and over
control,
again.
economic
Just opening and
organization
shutting, opening and
that
shutting.
you can
You
roughly
should do whatever your bits are,
feudalism.
pretending like you were looking at the list.
Due to a number of
Use
changes that I don't have
Just
time
like
to
the
go
list for 10
into,
minutes while you were talking.
by the
Opening and
early
shutting your hand,
16th
and then
century,
just eventually
the
you go,
whole European medieval feudal system had been
that's
sent into
perfect.
a profound
That's
crisis.
how you would know.
Those
To
open
make a long
mics there,
story
they're
very,
the
very
most fun.
short,
You know,
there is
people
something
have no
historians
idea
refer to
how
as the
much
general crisis of the
listen, sometimes
14th to
great to
15th century, where you get a great deal of harvest failures, the Black Death, the bubonic plague sweeps throughout Europe, taking
sometimes
out
guys,
somewhere between 30 to 50% of the population.
It's a shitty
You have the
baseball
collapse
game,
of serfdom,
Tuesday
you have the
night.
collapse
Go
of
to your local fucking
unfree labor.
smoke
And
a joint in the
peasants
car.
broadly get
It's
their freedom
always
across the
cheap
western
beers.
half of Europe. That
Always
is, if you
cheap.
look at
Yeah.
if you
I don't
look
even
at
think I have
your
a
west
teacher minimum.
Elbow River,
You need no cover
by
charge
and
either.
large,
You
the
know,
direct
that's all.
producers, the peasants largely get their freedom. Then in the late 15th century, you get two great phenomena of the age of discovery and exploration. The Portuguese round the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, and create a direct maritime passage between Europe and Asia, much more strongly linking the old world for Europeans, bringing Asia, Africa, and Europe into much more regular commercial and maritime contact. And then a few years later, of course, even more famously, Christopher Columbus crosses the Atlantic and leads to the European discovery of the Americas, which brings into being a whole new series of processes and events and
Yeah,
changes
exactly.
It's just a
that
dream.
call
It's just a
the
dream for me to
Atlantic
sweep somebody,
world.
get on
And
top
so
and secure my
these
position and get an
developments,
American.
the
That's my dream.
direct
And
maritime passage
eventually I'll hit it. It may not be today,
the
Ari.
discovery of the
Maybe it's too
Americas,
fucking
You'll
late.
nail it. You'll hit it.
I'll
Yeah,
nail
you'll hit
it
it.
just because I'll get pissed off,
phenomenon
man.
that had already been
And this is
developing
it.
in Western
This is kind of, you know,
By
this
the
storytelling
15th century,
element that
serfdom had collapsed
you're
in Western
about to
Europe,
blow up
and
right now, and
unfree
I'm very
laborers had
thankful to you
become
for
free
doing this.
laborers. They
This is a
become
different
free
element of
peasants
our
or
game
free
that
laborers
nobody
in
ever
towns
thought
and
of.
cities.
But as a young
Yeah, well, it's all different parts. You got one-liners, that's a part of it too. You got,
rants,
on sauce,
you got
improvise,
improvise,
it's all part of it.
you got so many different styles of comedy. But one of them that, you know, a lot of times I go into a comedy restaurant and say, this is a podcast. And I get impressed.
and less in subsistence
It
agriculture,
really
more
makes
and
me
more
feel like I'm
commercial
doing my
agriculture.
job because
You have a radical
I
increase
wish
of the
I had
movement
somebody
of
that I could
free
listen to when I was
laborers away
getting
from the
my first
countryside
few years.
into towns, market villages,
You know, comedy
manufacturing
music
centers,
show.
cities,
Great
where they
kids,
take up
open mic,
jobs
always
as
somebody
wage
knows
laborers. You have the development of a complex division of labor. This gives rise increasingly to new forms of manufacturing cooperation, all of which will lead to the Industrial Revolution by the later
but you're so
18th century.
fucking excited. And
But
I'm just, you know,
essentially,
so I want
just
comics
to
to
wrap
know that
all of
at
that
some
up,
point,
if you
one
take
night,
the
close your
collapse
eyes
of
and go,
serfdom, the collapse of feudalism, the discovery of the direct maritime passage between Europe and Asia, the discovery of the Americas, the
tell the
great book
fucking
of
story.
Christendom,
Believe
Protestant
it.
Reformation,
Stick to your
all
guns.
of these
Don't worry
elements
about the
essentially
laugh. You know,
witness the
if you ever
collapse
watched,
of a
you
feudal
know,
society
our friend,
and the
Greg
rise
Jackson,
of a commercial
you know,
society.
Greg Jackson, I think it's Greg
And at the
Jackson's
core
first
of
fight.
commercial society is the idea. Of course, there are still great inequalities of wealth. There are still incredible hierarchies. There's still incredible castes and social stratification. But now the direct producers in Western Europe, cattle laborers, have become free. They can increasingly set the course of their own existence. They may still be quite poor peasant farmer, but they can decide if I want to work smart and make enough of a surplus, it won't go to a feudal lord anymore. It will remain to me, and I can sell it for goods and equipment, and I can reinvest back in my plot of land and improve.
Yeah, early timers can't do it. That's good.
I can
Can't
go
go
off
for
into
the
the town
I'm
and
telling
get a
you,
job
if
in
you're a year and a
growing
half comic,
manufacturing industry, in glassware, in metalware, in the
that was
woolen
the launch
cloth manufacture, in the new textiles, the mixture of wool with silk and cotton. I mean, I could go on endlessly, but basically we can see slowly across the 1500s, the 1600s, into the 1700s, the ripple effects of common everyday working people just being able increasingly to set the course of their own life by deciding how they want to spend their labor, what they want to spend their day doing, what they want to devote their surplus to, what they want to exchange it for, who they want to associate with. And this eventually, by the 18th century in Western Europe, gives rise to civil society. What I simply mean by civil society is effectively that non-state where people go out in public and they participate in public collectively with other people, but they do so consensually. The state is based on coercion. You have to do this, you can't do this, right? Private life, family life is within the domestic household. A whole new public life comes into being in Western Europe by the early 18th
That's my
century.
favorite part is that people get good sense out of it. It's you and Jay, whoever else Rogan, you know, DJ and Compact, they all get like good sense out of it. They can like people can do it, you know, other comics.
Even in the villages where commercial farmers come in to exchange, to trade their foodstuffs and raw materials, there's increasing social interaction, social relations, social congress, intercourse between people. People are creating new associations, civic associations. People are meeting in coffee houses. More pamphlets and newspapers are being produced and debated and discussed. This whole world of civil society is coming into being, and it's coming to be nowhere more thoroughly than in the British Isles, particularly in England. And London is at the epicenter of it. It's driving London's incredible growth in the 18th century. Now, effectively,
if I do that 3 or 4 times, I forget the fucking joke. So I find it and I don't know.
An empire of liberty.
That
what do I mean by that empire of liberty? I don't mean that there is incredible violence and oppression in their empire.
That was the closest I ever came, except for a few folklores with fucking Harry and that. But let me tell you why I threw the carry line. That was the last thing I watched on TV. And my site. So my stand-up already knows to get something out. I disagree. Just to get it out. My body already knows that. They talk about muscle memory. In my muscle, I know that if something's bothering me, I gotta get it on the stage. And I didn't think about that until a week later when you released it. I go, why did I fucking say that on stage?
is that the
Why would I
empire
stop the
created
fucking
by
story
Mercedes
to say
by
fucking
their
they're releasing
executives
Carrie on stage?
is not an
Because it was in the
empire
back of my mind. That drive with the 101, I was furious that they had remade fucking Carrie.
like the Persians did. Or
That's
the
how
Arabs did,
fucked
or
up we are as
Spanish
comedians,
did.
people.
But rather, it's an empire.
That's the first tape.
That's actually a thing we did when we talked about it. We were like finishing them, we were editing them. We didn't edit much. Just somebody just went off on some site and it didn't go anywhere. It wasn't funny. They were talking about that one. They were like, oh, we got to copy down. I was like, why? That's just the internet. We said, we're not going to have them 30 seconds. Who cares if it's 7 minutes or 15 minutes? You know, you can't do it. I'm like, why? And they're like, look, some parts don't involve the story. And they go, what about that part? We're doing talk about Carrie. That's not involved. We can take that out. And I was like, no, that's the part that makes it breathe. That's the part where comedy is just fucking relaxing. Leave that part in. Leave it in. It was funny and it fucking slows everything down. You're not in a fucking rush. You have to, you know, pump it. Let it go. Let it breathe. And they're like, all right. And that's what I like about it. The fucking all the stories breathe. You know? There's no rush.
So in the middle of my rant, this fucking slave trade.
That involves a
Burning my soul. I'm the 101 in the last 20 fucking minutes. And that's how I know it's just
unlike Spain, have not gone out with armies, conquered large civilizations, and subjected them to the war. Rather, they're basically using coercion either to trade with other societies or to set up colonial plantation settlements with their own immigrants. Okay? And that's why they come to understand themselves as an empire. And essentially, by the middle of the 19th century, by the 17th century, there were two arenas in that empire.
And shit
The minor arena
take the
is
shit out of
the
the
British Asian world. The British Asian world is dominated by the British East India
I had
Company.
to do that 3 different shits in one fucking day. And I only took 2 big ones. So I had to wait till like 2 in the morning. I twist out this little shit. My intestinal was fucking popped out. And I had to scrape it, put it in. I said to myself, wow. I sent those 2 pieces
The
of shit.
southern Tibet, around the people, all over the Asian world,
I opened
to
it up
many
and there
different
it is.
Asian
This shit
ports and
was
many
open
different
fucking
Asian
bomb.
waters. And by the mid-18th century, the British East India Company
I'm
has become
fucking trailing
the
out. So
biggest
this is Montreal this week.
corporation in the
When
world.
when did your
and
show
one of the most
start?
important elements
My show
in the
starts
British
tonight,
Empire
Monday,
within the
Tuesday,
London
Wednesday,
Stock
Thursday.
Market.
It's the fastest
And
Chinese
the
strip
British
club. That's what we got the idea to do the strip club. I mean, Montreal, we did the Montreal Comedy Festival.
And
The British the strip club, and I was worried about it. I thought they were doing it just because it was like a golf sex story. That's not what it was trying to make it seem. When I got there, it was cool. I mean, you walk up these steps, these old pictures of
India, its
the
main area
strippers
of
are like
operation
faded and black and white.
powerful
You just start feeling more like a degenerate. You know, people get on stage and tell their story because
any
you don't give a
European that
shit. All the
tries
chance
to
they get,
interfere
you don't give a shit.
in the affairs.
I gotta be honest, man. I'm happy with the crowds that come.
And
Now
as a
that the crowds
result,
know what it
British
is.
East India Company
We did
largely
one in
focuses
Brooklyn
on
at
seaborne trade
Union
and
Hall,
coastal settlements that they established.
like a month
This is
ago.
a picture
And DC
of
Benny was
Madras,
telling some
or
stories like
today
getting
known as
molested when he was
Chennai,
little. And the
um,
crowd was roaring with laughter.
the
There
eastern
was
coast
no
of
like,
India, the southeastern coast of India,
terrible. It's like you could all tell. They were like, look, you think cool with it now, so we're gonna laugh with you.
Fort St. George,
You know?
the British East
He
India
was like,
Company
man, that was the greatest audience I've ever done for
within
them.
it
All
is
those
its
things. But
mercantile
yeah,
factory.
they're degenerates. They know the deal.
Merchants
And they're
responsible
fools.
for buying goods.
So anyway, yeah, tonight through Thursday at midnight, hahaha.com. We're going. If you're in Montreal, and then, yeah, that's it. So we take them. That's all right.
So,
Well,
by
if
and
we're
large,
gonna cheat,
British imperial activity in the Asian
Actually,
world
yeah, with 2 shows, and then we're doing
is
9th and
a
the 15th.
monopoly joint
So
stock
we're doing Tuesday, and then
corporation
that's Monday after that.
a seaborne maritime trade
I'm
along
available for
coastal
coastal
Asia
projects.
at places like
I'm
Madras.
showing up. One last question for you. You got
The
another minute?
other and by far the
Yeah,
major
let me say date though too. I got a show in Brooklyn at the August 21st at the Bell House. I just go to my, I'm me doing an hour in New York, so if you don't get out, I'm going to New York.
Okay. The British
Come out, $15.
world was
I gotta have
forged
it
by
because
the
I'm
mixture of
sitting with
indigenous
2 of my
societies,
best
West
brothers
Africans who were brought over
Just
Okay.
you know,
post immigration,
you
transatlantic slavery, and
Both,
Western European
no, no,
immigrants forging a new Atlantic world throughout the 16th, 17th, 18th century.
I got an email.
And Great Britain has become the
Quick.
leading player
Lee is
in
here.
that world.
Say hello, Lee.
Hey,
Okay, Lee read it, you know, and I was really upset about it because I was like,
I'm sorry if you can't see the dot, but this is obviously Eastern Seaboard.
What the fuck is going on over there? Tell me what the fuck this guy was talking about.
Commercial agriculture
Does anybody know, or am I fucking retarded here? I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, I don't know. Wait, if it's the same. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same for you, Ari. But anyone who's mad like that is usually against Israel. And I don't know if they're pro-Palestine, but they're definitely anti-Israel.
Nah, it goes both ways. It goes both ways. All religious Jews that don't know the same thing. They get mad and they're like, they only see one side. They only see one side.
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard not to. I mean,
Yeah, it's close to segregation. It's close to the way it was in South Africa. But it's not the same. The only reason they're putting you know, checkpoints and like that. So this smuggling, you know, government. Like, the only reason they stop ambulances, they used to let ambulances go right to the checkpoint. They're like, look, it's dangerous to do. But then the fucking Palestinians start smuggling fucking bombs on an ambulance. And now, well, now we gotta fucking check these too.
Yeah, and I just got one there.
The little kids who have no homes now, there's a little girl, a little 6-year-old girl, I'm sure, somewhere in California, I heard of this thing, whose house is blown up. And she didn't do anything. She didn't do anything to anybody, but now she's got no home. But she didn't do anything. You're like, well, these Palestinians didn't like, no, that's just one person who didn't do anything to anybody. And now she's fucked out of a home. But at the same time, I heard somebody say it like this. If one side would lay down their guns and said, we're not going to fight anymore. Do whatever you do, we're not going to fight anymore. If the Arabs did that, what would the Jews do? They'd probably stop fighting too. And if the Jews did that, what would the Arabs do? They'd wipe the Jews the fuck out.
Yeah, I mean, because I just got one last night. I got some guy yelling at me saying I was racist, not listening anymore.
Yeah, they yell at me. I'm like, dude, I'm not Israeli. I know what you're talking about.
I'm not Israeli. Well, I retweeted I stand with Israel. I retweeted the thing that got that guy mad because I retweeted something that I stand with Israel. Obviously there's people who are involved. There's terrorists there that condemned, so it seems like a lot. Obviously there's some people who don't deserve. There's some people who don't deserve what's happening. That's probably the majority of Palestinians are pretty nice. But when you have terrorists who are they're hiding by schools. All terrorists do this, not just Palestinians. They hide by schools, so a bomb goes there, and they go to school and shoot the gas. But if Mexico or Canada or Cuba, like I was talking about this the other day, Cuba, well, Mexico's never going to send a bomb. If people are sending bombs at Miami 20, 30 times a day.
They lost 100 rockets in 2 days. They lost 100 rockets in 2 days.
Yeah. So if
and they're like, hey, guys, you can't do this. They lost rockets in our country. Every other country in the world was doing that. America, what Israel does, they send ground troops in and they fucking leave the place. They get out. We're bombing this building on this day. They leave. And try to get people a chance to get out.
And obviously for me,
we don't do that.
Yeah, I'm sure you are too. You lived there for a while. I was only there for 6 months. When I came back, if this was going on, I would have been super racist on here again. Just because you talk to people who like had that shit happen to them with the bombs and stuff. And since I've been back, I'm a little bit less anti-Palestinian. But it's just,
yeah, they don't have it easy, but it goes both ways. It's fucking shit. They hate each other.
Yeah.
What it comes down to.
And
you can't negotiate.
And Israel's probably doing
this. How did I realize? They love if just like somebody invades another country or Texas and take over from Mexico or whatever, at some point, make a peace treaty and say, all right, we'll give you the plan, we'll give us the plan, and we'll compromise. But what their deal is, they're commanded by God to wipe the Jews out. So how are you going to compromise on that? How are you going to make a peace treaty on that? Well, we're still commanded by God to wipe you out. So you can't negotiate that away.
In colonial yeah, I mean, when you see like the propaganda they're showing to like their 6-year-old Jews drain the blood of Arabs to make our bread. Like it's like the videos. Oh yeah, and I don't know where the video is. I remember watching when I was there. But the thing is, I don't think enough people. And I'm sure Israel's doing stuff. I'm sure the same thing that America does fucked up shit during the war with the whatever that prison was in Afghanistan or Iraq.
Yeah, they do, of course, because they're made to hate the enemy.
Right.
There's people who don't pick on each other and things like that.
Yeah, so, I mean, Israel is doing some shit, but it just, I don't know, for me, if you're sending bombs, though, if anyone sent one bomb to America, it would be,
all Cuba did was point a bomb.
Yeah.
Against a deep medieval background, but it's
emerging in North America.
I'm going to see you top
medieval background. So it has the
most I think it's first couple days, I think.
Slavery is a
August,
vital
August, but
part of
or
the
just,
colonial
okay,
American
but
economy
I'm doing my
in the
colonoscopy
17th
off the
century
court.
with
There's no
tobacco
fucking
production,
podcast
and
August 4th
slavery
till
again
nighttime.
becomes a
I'm
vital
picking a
part of
tube
the
up my
United
ass at
States
6
economy in
a.m.
the 19th century.
Lee's driving me at
Textile
6 and my
production.
wife's picking me up at
If you
10:30.
simply look at the
Ari, I love you,
18th
cocksucker.
century, 1700 to the
Be
American
safe.
Revolution, with the
Thanks for
real
calling in.
evidence
Thank you. See, I gave
is
you
that
the
a
2
free
minutes. See?
laboring
Nobody
part
gives the
of
2 minutes.
colonial
I didn't
British
say a
North
word.
America.
When two
You
Israeli
have
Jews are
the
talking,
greatest
fucking
demographic
Gentiles, shut their
expansion
fucking mouth. You
in the
understand
history
me?
of the
If
world.
I'm telling you the fucking rule, cocksucker. When two Jews are talking, shut your fucking mouth. I love you, Ari. Have a great day. The church of what's happening now, motherfuckers. Monday, July 21st. The world is yours. It's a shout out to our main motherfuckers. Jeremy Turtle Classic, Josh Poster, Alex Chavez, my main man, Rob Kulesh, Lady J, looking better than ever, Gomez, and Escondido, and Shabu. Shit, whatever you fucking
Benjamin
name is.
Franklin is an exceptional figure in many ways. He's obviously a genius. I'm not denying that to him. But if you read his autobiography and you look at the kind of life he lives, initially in Boston and then going to Philadelphia and all of that, he's clearly taking advantage of opportunities that are being made by this unprecedented growth of civil society, of a civil association of people freely exchanging goods and services, freely meeting to form civic associations, to freely consent to do things together collectively.
And it's not an Arab thing, it's not a Muslim thing, it's
Meeting at pubs, meeting at coffee houses, debating, discussing, producing newspapers, producing pamphlets. Benjamin Franklin comes out of that whole world that is driven by the development of free labor and commercial society and ultimately civil society in colonial British North America. He takes advantages of it. He exploits opportunities and he realizes its potentials better than anyone else. He is aware of two things.
Who's better than Uncle Joe?
Look at that transition.
I come fucking prepared with 2 guns, bullets, and a fucking grenade in my asshole. That's how I show up. You understand me? On it. Go to onit.com. This is the way to fucking do it. You see what you have to Joey down.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a while. Thank you for joining us and welcome to Anderson House. My name is Andrew Outman. I'm the Historical Programs Manager for the American Revolution Institute of the Society of Cincinnati. The American Revolution Institute promotes knowledge and appreciation for the achievement of American independence, fulfilling the aim of the Continental Army officers and their French counterparts who founded the Society of the Cincinnati in 1783 to perpetuate the memory and legacy of the American Revolution. In addition to tonight's lecture, the American Revolution Institute promotes or fulfills that mission, by supporting advanced study, developing exhibitions and other historical programs and tours, advocating historic preservation, and providing resources to classrooms nationwide that benefit teachers, students, and scholars alike. Since 1938, the Society of the Cincinnati has done all of this work from right here at its headquarters, Anderson House, a National Historic Landmark that was completed in 1905 as the winter residence of Lars and Isabel Anderson here in Washington, D.C. Tonight's program, a lecture that commemorates the 250th anniversary of the British Parliament's passage of the Tea Act in 1773, and is also made possible in part by a generous gift from the Massachusetts Society of the Cincinnati, features Dr. James Vaughan discussing the developments in Britain, British North America, and South Asia that led to the passage of the Tea Act, and why a relatively mundane piece of parliamentary legislation renewed the imperial crisis and led to the outbreak of the American Revolution. James Vaughan is an instructional professor in the college and affiliate faculty in the Department of History at the University of Chicago, whose research focuses on the British Empire and the Atlantic world during the 18th century. He received his PhD in history from the University of Chicago in 2009 and has previously taught at the University of Texas at Austin, Yale University, and Ohio University. He is the author of The Politics of Empire, At the Ascension of George III, the East India Company, and the Crisis and Transformation of Britain's Imperial State, published by the Yale University Press in 2019, which provides new interpretations of the origins of British rule in India and of the global transformation of the British Empire during the third quarter of the 18th century, as well as the co-editor of Envisioning Empire, the New British World from 1763 to 1773, an anthology that examines the development of the British Empire between the 7 Years' War and the American Revolution. Currently, he is working on a book on the American Revolution and the origins of liberal democracy in the global context. Now, before I turn things over to Dr. Vaughn, the usual housekeeping items are in order for our virtual attendees joining us on Zoom this evening. Following tonight's lecture, there will be a question and answer session, so please feel free to submit your questions for Dr. Vaughn at any point during the presentation, and you can do that by using the Q&A function found at the bottom of the screen, and we will do our best to incorporate them with our live audience questions as always. Should you have any technical related questions or comments, those can be submitted using the chat function, and one of our staff members will be monitoring that and will do their best to assist you. So now, without further delay, please join me in welcoming to Anderson House Dr. James Vaughn.
And here is a fundamental issue. The programs fail because they're designed.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking Andrew Outten in particular and the American Revolution Institute of the Society of the Cincinnati in general for inviting me to speak here tonight. It's a great honor, and I'd also like to thank you for being here both in person and on Zoom. I know that it's a lovely spring evening now, and you have better things to do than to listen to the lecture, so I appreciate you showing up. I'm going to talk for the next hour on the topic of tea, taxes, and world history, the British East India Company, and the origins of the American Revolution. I'm going to focus on the Tea Act, but really what's going to be the thrust of the talk is the transformation events leading up to the passage of the Tea Act. We sort of all know that the Tea Act triggers a renewal of the imperial crisis in Anglo-American affairs, eventually leading to a total breakdown of imperial authority in colonial British North America and the outbreak of the American Revolution. And in that sense, we tend to naturalize the Tea Act in the sense that because we know the process isn't set in train. But if we just take it in its own moment, it actually is a pretty mundane, banal piece of parliamentary legislation. Just to set the scene, about a little over 250 years ago, the British Parliament passed, and King George III gave his assent to an act which has come known to us as the Tea Act. And it was dealing with a practical problem in British imperial affairs. The gentleman pictured here on the left, Lord North, was the Prime Minister of Great Britain from 1770 to 1782. And essentially, he faced a huge practical problem. His government, which was in power when the Tea Act was passed in May 1773, faced a huge problem, which was a crisis in the British East India Company's affairs. The British East India Company was not simply Britain's leading corporation, it was the world's leading corporation. And by this point in 1773, it had become responsible for maintaining an empire in northeastern India that included 20 million largely peasant Muslim and Hindu Bengalis. It had a vast empire in northeastern India. What's more, it was a key player in the British public debt and the British state, meaning it wasn't simply a private corporation. It was a major lender to government debt, and therefore it was a major public creditor. And it also played one of the most important roles on the London stock market. So it was deeply embedded in both the public fiscal and the private financial life of the nation. And by the early 1770s, the British East India Company had gone bankrupt, and it was overwhelmed with tea sitting in its storehouses in London. Traditionally, it had to sell that tea at auction to tea dealers that would then go on and export that tea to Europe, to the Americas, to elsewhere. But because of the East India Company's bankruptcy or looming bankruptcy, and because of the threat that posed not just to the biggest multinational corporation in the world, but to the British Empire in Bengal, to British public credit, and to British private finance, it was necessary for the government to step in and find some way to prevent the company from failing. The solution that the Ministry of Lord North comes to is essentially to allow the company to directly export its tea from China to North America, meaning the tea that exists in London in warehouses will no longer be sold to tea dealers and tea merchants, but rather the British East India Company will be able to directly export itself its tea to colonial North America, which it hadn't been allowed to do before. Furthermore, the government decides to remove the export duty, that is the duty that British East India Company ships would have to pay when they depart from Britain. They decide to remove that duty. Although on the other end, once those ships cross the Atlantic, they will, in colonial American ports, have to pay the duty on tea, the Townsend duty on tea, which is the sole remaining duty still in place from the Townsend Acts. It's not clear why such legislation would trigger a profound crisis in Anglo-American affairs, indeed the final crisis, would render the British Atlantic world asunder in the American Revolution. Now, obviously, first there's the matter of tea, but as I've already raised the issue, that is connected to the matter of taxes, because not only is the British East India Company being given duty-free export from Britain to colonial North America, but tea that ships to colonial North America will have to pay the Townsend duty on tea, which is the one remaining duty, as I've already mentioned, that was put in place by the Townsend Acts in 1767 and 1768. This is a form of taxation raised by Parliament that the colonial American resistance movement claims Parliament doesn't have the right to raise. So the payment of the Townsend duty in colonial British North America raises this vexed question of taxation. Does a Parliament that doesn't represent in any actual sense the colonists in British North America have the right to tax them, either directly or indirectly? So tea raises the issue of taxes. But taxes is not really, I would argue, the issue of fundamental importance. It is, of course, a necessary but not sufficient condition. Why? Because by the early 1770s, the colonial population of British North America has experienced the most dynamic social and economic development in world history prior to the Industrial Revolution. The colonists, that is the free colonists, the colonists beyond the slave plantations in the early 1770s, have a per capita income higher than Great Britain. They have greater purchasing power than the average person in Great Britain, which had been the wealthiest country in the world for much of the 18th century. And they're essentially very lightly taxed, very prosperous. They have high degrees of political participation, political inclusion. Why is it that some relatively minor taxes, the Townsend duty on tea, or indeed all of the Townsend duties, would raise these issues? Why is it that basically an extremely lightly taxed, lightly regulated, extremely prosperous, politically enfranchised colonial settler population would decide to take up arms against some relatively light duties on imports into the colonies, and ultimately against one single duty, this duty on tea? It all makes sense to us because we know how it played out, but I want to sort of consider it from a different angle, which is how strange it seems that such well-off socially and economically, such prosperous, such lightly taxed, such lightly regulated, such politically free settlers would rise up. Now, I'm not going to try and be a kind of revisionist historian that says there's no there there. I do think there were incredible vital issues at stake. But I think sometimes if we merely focus on taxation, and don't strongly link it to the issue of representation. And we don't have a good enough understanding of what those two things mean when we link them, taxation and representation. We lose a sense of why the colonists thought this was a vital issue. They thought, literally, as they said time and time again, it was an issue of freedom versus slavery. That is the language that John Dickinson uses. He was a moderate leader of the colonial American resistance movement. That is the language that Thomas Jefferson uses. He was a radical leader of the colonial American resistance movement. Why does every wing of the colonial American resistance movement think that standing up against a relatively light duty on tea and against the East India Company being able to directly import tea to colonial North America is a matter of freedom versus slavery? It can seem a bit exaggerated to us in those terms, but I think if we put it in its proper 18th century context and we understand that's what's meant by freedom is really a new form of civil society that developed first in the British Atlantic world, and that what's meant by slavery is essentially the undoing of that new form of civil society, then we'll have a better understanding of what's at stake in this question of tea and taxes. Okay, so that is the introduction. Let me now go back a long way. Let's go back to the first decades of the 18th century. This is a picture of London as we approach the mid-18th century. It is already by far the largest city in Europe. It's almost double the size of Paris, approaching 1 million inhabitants. It's the third largest city in the world after Tokyo and Beijing. But this London pictured here and the Thames and all of its ships and its imports and exports is simply the epicenter of a really new development in world history. What do I mean by that, a new development in world history? Well, for about 1,000 years, for millennia, Western Europe had been ensconced in feudalism. That is, the European Middle Ages were organized around feudalism. And at the heart of the feudal system was unfree labor, that is serfdom, a kind of bonded labor, and a subsistence economy organized around subsistence agriculture. And so the Western Europe that understood itself as Christendom or Latin Christendom for 1,000 years in the Middle Ages had a very distinct form of social and economic organization that we can roughly call feudalism. Due to a number of changes that I don't have time to go into, but by the early 16th century, the whole European medieval feudal system had been sent into a profound crisis. To make a long story very, very short, there is something historians refer to as the general crisis of the 14th and 15th century, where you get a great deal of harvest failures, the Black Death, the bubonic plague sweeps throughout Europe, taking out somewhere between 30 to 50% of the population. You have the collapse of serfdom. You have the collapse of unfree labor, and peasants broadly get their freedom across the western half of Europe. That is, if you look at Europe west of the Elbe River, by and large, the direct producers, the peasants, largely get their freedom. Then in the late 15th century, you get the two great phenomenon of the age of discovery and exploration. The Portuguese round the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, and create a direct maritime passage between Europe and Asia, much more strongly linking the old world for Europeans, bringing Asia, Africa, and Europe into much more regular commercial and maritime contact. And then a few years later, of course, even more famously, Christopher Columbus crosses the Atlantic and leads to the European discovery of the Americas, which brings into being a whole new series of processes and events and exchanges that form what we now call the Atlantic world. And so these developments, the direct maritime passage between Europe and Asia and the discovery of the Americas, incredibly increases phenomenon that had already been developing in Western Europe. Meaning, by the 15th century, serfdom had collapsed in Western Europe, and unfree laborers have become free laborers. They become free peasants or free laborers in the towns and cities. And you began to see a slow development of a more commercial economy. With the discovery of the direct maritime passage to Asia and the Americas, you have a radical increase in commercialization. You have a radical increase in people working less and less in subsistence agriculture and more commercial agriculture. You have a radical increase of the movement of free laborers away from the countryside into towns, market villages, manufacturing centers, cities, where they take up jobs as wage laborers. You have the development of a complex division of labor. This gives rise increasingly to new forms of manufacturing cooperation, all of which will lead to the Industrial Revolution by the later 18th century. But essentially, just to wrap all of that up, if you take the collapse of serfdom, the collapse of feudalism, the discovery of the direct maritime passage between Europe and Asia, the discovery of the Americas, the breakup of Christendom, of the Protestant Reformation, all of these developments essentially witness the collapse of a feudal society and the rise of a commercial society. And at the core of commercial society is the idea. Of course, there are still great inequalities of wealth. There are still incredible hierarchies. There's still incredible caste and social stratification. But now the direct producers in Western Europe, the common laborers, have become free. They can increasingly set the course of their own existence. They may still be a quite poor peasant farmer, but they can decide, if I want to work harder and smarter and make enough of a surplus, it won't go to a feudal lord anymore. It will remain to me. And I can sell it for goods and equipment, and I can reinvest back in my plot of land and improve. Or I can go off into the town and get a job in growing manufacturing industry, in glassware, in metalware, in the woolen cloth manufacture, in the new textiles, the mixture of wool with silk and cotton. I mean, I could go on endlessly, but basically we can see slowly across the 1500s, the 1600s, into the 1700s, the ripple effects of common everyday working people just being able increasingly to set the course of their own life by deciding how they want to spend their labor, what they want to spend their day doing, what they want to devote their surplus to, what they want to exchange it for, who they want to associate with. And this eventually, by the 18th century in Western Europe, gives rise to civil society. What I simply mean by civil society is effectively that non-state world where people go out in public and they participate in public life collectively with other people, but they do so consensually. The state is based on coercion. You have to do this, you can't do this, right? Private life, family life is within the domestic household. A whole new public life comes into being in Western Europe by the early 18th century, where people freely associate and exchange and work and produce goods and services in the big cities, the small cities, the middling-sized towns, even in the villages when commercial farmers come into the exchanges to trade their foodstuffs and raw materials. There's increasing social interaction, social relations, social congress, intercourse between people. People are creating new associations, civic associations. People are meeting at coffee houses. More pamphlets and newspapers are being produced and debated and discussed. This whole world of civil society is coming into being. And it's coming to being nowhere more thoroughly than in the British Isles, particularly in England. And London is at the epicenter of it. It's driving London's incredible growth in the 18th century. Now, effectively, Britain overseas could be called an empire of liberty. What do I mean by that empire of liberty? I don't mean that there was an incredible violence and oppression in their empire. By the early 18th century, British men and women understand themselves to have an empire of liberty overseas because they believe it to be distinct from the empires of old, the empires of conquest, the Babylonian Empire, the Persian Empire, the Roman Empire, or more contemporaneously, the Spanish Empire, where essentially you send out legions to conquer well-settled agricultural civilizations and you rule over them directly. So the view of most British men and women is that the empire they created overseas by the early decades of the 18th century is not an empire of conquest where you send out vast armies to conquer foreign populations or rule over them, like the Persians did or the Romans did or the Spanish did. But rather, it's an empire devoted to two things: commerce, that is seaborne trade with the peoples of the world, and, of course, you will use coercion, the Royal Navy, to maintain your ships and your goods. And it is also an empire of colonial settlement, meaning you will either take land that is not occupied or you will expropriate, you will dispossess the indigenous people and send your own settlers there to create governments, to create new societies, new governments with plantation agriculture that produces things, staple products not available back in Britain. So the view here is not, I don't mean to suggest just simply to endorse their view they have an empire of liberty, but I'm trying to get at the rational kernel of it. They do not think they've conquered other peoples in the sense, of course, they're dispossessing indigenous peoples. That's how they're acquiring land in North America. Of course, Britain becomes the leader of the West African slave trade. That involves incredible coercion. But in their self-understanding, they, unlike ancient Persia, unlike ancient Rome, unlike Spain, have not gone out with armies, conquered large civilizations, and subjected them to their rule. Rather, they're basically using coercion either to trade with other societies or to set up colonial plantation settlements with their own immigrants. Okay? And that's why they've come to understand themselves to have an empire of liberty. And essentially, by the middle of the 18th century, by the 1750s, there are two arenas in that empire of liberty. The minor arena is the British Asian world. The British Asian world is dominated by the British East India Company, a monopoly joint stock mercantile corporation with a board of directors and shareholders headquartered in Leadenhall Street in London that plies a trade around the southern tip of Africa, around the Cape of Good Hope, all over the Asian world, to many different Asian ports and many different Asian waters. And by the mid-18th century, the British East India Company has become the biggest multinational corporation in the world and one of the most important elements in the British public debt and in the London stock market. And the British East India Company does not go out to Asia and conquer. It tried to. In the late 17th century, it tried to have an argument with the Nawab of Bengal and it failed spectacularly. Why? Because in South Asia, in India, its main area of operation, there's a very powerful polity, the Mughal Empire, that can easily defeat any European that tries to interfere in the affairs of the Mughal Empire. And as a result, the British East India Company largely focuses on seaborne trade with coastal settlements that they establish. This is a picture of Madras, or what is today known as Chennai, on the eastern coast of India, the southeastern coast of India. And essentially, that's a picture of the Fort St. George that the British East India Company erects. Within it is its mercantile factory, meaning its clerks, its merchants responsible for buying goods from Indian producers, weavers, spinners, manufacturers, etc., and then bringing them into the town and waiting for these various ships to arrive from Europe and loading them up and going back. So, by and large, British imperial activity in the Asian world in the mid-18th century is a monopoly joint stock corporation conducting a seaborne maritime trade along coastal Asia and places like Madras, pictured here. The other and by far the major arena of British imperial activity by the mid-18th century is the British Atlantic world. Okay, the British Atlantic world was forged by a mixture of indigenous societies, West Africans who were brought over through coerced immigration, transatlantic slavery, and Western European immigrants forging a new Atlantic world throughout the 16th, 17th, 18th century. And Great Britain has become the leading player in that world by the mid-18th century. Pictured here, I'm sorry if you can't see the dot, but this is obviously eastern seaboard colonial North America. The dark green is highly settled areas with very well-developed commercial agriculture. whether those are family farms or slave plantations or larger estates, towns and cities. You have Savannah, you have Charleston, you have obviously places like Philadelphia, Boston, New York, Newport, et cetera, but not those places. You also have a system of towns internally connecting them to the western frontier, and then obviously you see how they're pushing out westward, right? The very light green is the farthest push west. Now, I want to stress something about the British Atlantic world that is extremely important, which is to say, because there's no direct conquest of a pre-existing civilization, such as the Spanish conquered Aztec Mexico or Inca Peru, because rather you're either going where there isn't much indigenous settlement or you're expropriating lands from indigenous people, you essentially have no pre-existing social and economic background that you're building on top of. Colonial American societies are literally the most modern forms of commercial society implanted overnight. Meaning, while commercial society has arisen in Western Europe, it has only risen against the deep background, 1,000-year background of feudal society slowly going into decline and decay. So in Western Europe, there are great religious establishments that dominate countries and want to persecute religious minorities. There are great aristocracies and nobilities that demand their particular privileges and their caste and hereditary rights. There are great monarchies that demand their absolute power and not having to deal with checks and balances on their authority. Commercialist society emerges against that background. Whereas in colonial British North America, commercial society is implanted beyond the slave plantations from the very beginning. Those family farmers that dot the landscape of much of colonial British North America are free. They are in no way bondsmen. They are in no way serfs. They are able, even though they're mostly producing for the subsistence of their families, they're able to work harder and smarter to calculate how to buy goods on the market. And so by the mid-18th century, even the backcountry of the West, pictured here, is deeply ensconced in global commercial trading networks. You can go to the backcountry of Virginia, and there are roads that are going to take you right into coastal Virginia, which are again going to be protected by the Royal Navy, that is access to the world seas, and there are commodities flowing in and out. So there are porcelains and pottery coming from Asia. There are manufactured goods coming from Great Britain. There is tea and coffee. We can see even amongst like humble family farmers across the 13 colonies by the mid-18th century, a whole series of goods that are produced in Britain or Europe, and even in some cases beyond, in Asia and elsewhere. So these farmers are free laborers. They're free farmers that can mostly set the course of their own life, and they're ensconced in local trading networks. They go into town to get certain things they need and come back home. Those local trading networks are ensconced in regional networks, connecting them to the coasts, the well-settled eastern coasts, and those eastern coasts are through the Royal Navy and the British state connected to global networks of trade with Europe and trade with Asia. So essentially, you have the most purely developing commercial society in colonial British North America beyond the slave plantations. You don't have any existing feudal forms. You do not have the great religious establishments, the huge cathedrals and churches that dauntingly shadow the landscape throughout Western Europe. You don't have the vast standing armies and garrisons and fortifications that exist all throughout Western Europe. You don't have the all-powerful centralized monarchies with tax collectors and surveyors and intendants that exist in Western Europe. The whole apparatus of the old world, i.e. Western Europe, doesn't really exist to any degree in the New World. But what it does develop in the New World is this civil society that is emerging against the West against a deep medieval background, but it's emerging in North America, not against any medieval background. So it has the most thoroughgoing development. And although slavery is a vital and important part of the colonial American economy in the 17th century with tobacco production, and slavery again becomes a vital part of the United States economy in the early 19th century with cotton textile production. If you simply look at the 18th century, 1700 to the American Revolution, where the real dynamism is in the free laboring parts of colonial British North America. You have the greatest demographic expansion in the history of the world prior to the Industrial Revolution in colonial British North America. In 1700, the free population of colonial British North America was less than 200,000 people. On the eve of the Revolution, it's 2.5 million people. It's 2.5 million people who have a higher per capita income than Britain, which had been the richest country in the world in the 18th century. That is an incredibly dynamic development that hasn't been seen before. If any of you are interested in tracing this, just read Benjamin Franklin's autobiography. Benjamin Franklin is an exceptional figure in many ways. He's obviously a genius. I'm not denying that to him. But if you read his autobiography and you look at the kind of life he lives, initially in Boston and then going to Philadelphia and all of that, he is clearly taking advantage of opportunities that are being made by this unprecedented growth of civil society, of a civil associational world of people freely exchanging goods and services, freely meeting to form civic associations, to freely consent and do things together collectively that they can't do on their own, forming reading clubs, meeting at pubs, meeting at coffee houses, debating, discussing, producing newspapers, producing pamphlets. Benjamin Franklin comes out of that whole world that is driven by the development of free labor and commercial society and ultimately civil society in colonial British North America. He takes advantages of it, he exploits opportunities, and he realizes its potentials better than anyone else. He is aware of two things by the mid-18th century. One, in his observations concerning the increase of mankind, he's aware of how rapidly the free laboring population is expanding in colonial British North America, that it will sometime in the 19th century overtake Britain itself. And two, he's also aware that that will require a kind of political re-adjudication of the British Empire, right? Like, how do we make this empire work given its real seat of dynamism is now across the Atlantic? Okay, he's a great example of precisely these developments and phenomena. Now, I don't want to belabor this point too much, but what I want to kind of try and just get across is a sense in which there are levels of civil freedom. And by civil freedom, I don't just mean individual rights. Sometimes we're too focused on individualism. There are a lot of individual rights in the colonies, but there are a whole series of social collective rights, because you don't need to have coercion to have the state, to have a collective activity. Forming a business enterprise, forming a church, forming a voluntary association, forming a firefighting service, forming a street lighting service, forming a reading club, forming a debating society, all these kinds of things Franklin did are collective life where people freely consent to come together and organize their own lives. All right? So by the mid-18th century, because of unintentional reasons to do with the availability of land, not only does the free population of colonial British North America have the greatest enfranchisement in the world, right? Across all 13 colonies, more than 50% of adult males meet the property qualifications to vote. But it's not just the political right to exercise a vote. I also want to emphasize this freedom of daily life, this freedom where you can meet other people and you can work together to achieve ends that you can't achieve on your own, right? To form churches, to form civil associations, to form firefighting groups, to form reading clubs, what have you. And that whole world is a new experience of freedom. Right? So there's the traditional story, which I completely agree with, that you have to understand that the enfranchisement of colonial adult males is much greater than anywhere else in the world because of accidental reasons to do with land availability. But beyond that, once you realize this is the most dynamic free labor commercial society developing in the world, you can also see there's other forms of freedom in daily life of people exchanging goods and services, interacting, debating, discussing, cooperating, determining the course of their own lives and coming together to determine the course of their lives together. There's an experience in colonial North America, not just of self-government in the sense of exercising a vote, but self-government as in figuring out how you want to live your life and setting the course of your own existence. And that's made possible by this whole collective development of free labor, commercial society, and civil society. Now, that brings us to the mid-18th century. That's the backdrop story. Now I'm going to tell a very rapid story. I know that everybody who comes to events at the American Revolution Institute probably has a lot of familiarity with the coming of the American Revolution. So forgive me for going over some ground that's probably quite familiar to you, but this will be the second half of the talk. Essentially, in the 1750s, in 1754, we have the beginning of massive global warfare between Great Britain or Whig Britain and Bourbon France, the France of the monarchy of Louis XV. Of course, this war breaks out a couple of years earlier. It breaks out between the British and French East India Company in 1754, 1755, in Asian waters and Asian lands, principally around the Indian subcontinent. And then, of course, it breaks out in 1754 in the Ohio River Valley with the beginning of the French and Indian War. And then 2 years later, it becomes official in Europe with the 7 Years' War. And the 7 Years' War is a massive global war between Britain and France. What I want to stress about this war right now is its incredible scope and scale. If you're sitting in London or you're sitting in Versailles, you're not like another European ruler, right? The 7 Years' War involves Russia, it involves Sweden, it involves Spain, it involves Austria, it involves many European countries. But if you're in London and Versailles, you look at the world not simply as a European chessboard, but a global chessboard. Because not only do you have European allies, the British crown has Prussia and Portugal, the French crown has Spain, Austria, Russia, but both of these crowns have non-European allies. They have Native American indigenous allies in the Americas, and they have South Asian allies on the Indian subcontinent. And they're fighting this global struggle against one another. And in order to wage it, they have to send men and material around the globe. They have to have supply lines that are unprecedented in the history of the world, right? They both send their navies around the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, to fight in Asian waters. They both send armies across the Atlantic to fight in the Americas, right? To fight in New France and to fight in colonial British North America. Not simply in Europe, where of course they have extensive supply lines and logistical difficulties they face. All of this war requires immense expenditure, which means that you have to raise taxes on your population. But if you raise taxes on your population, you're going to get resistance and revolts, which indeed Britain does have tax riots during the war, and France has peasant uprisings during the war. So you've got to raise deferred taxes, i.e. debt. You've got to raise debt and earmark future taxes to pay the interest on that debt. The problem with that, though, is both Britain and France are accumulating massive amounts of debt during the war. On the British side, you go in 1756 from 70 million pounds sterling spent to, in 1760, almost doubling it at 130 million pounds sterling spent, which is, nobody thought you could break through those records in the 18th. We're used to that now, but nobody in the 18th century thought you could break through those records. And so by the end of this war, even though Britain wins it convincingly between the late 1750s and the early 1760s, and ultimately is the victor at the peace settlement in Paris in February 1763, nevertheless, it has a massive increase in debt. And because of its increase in debt, it's got a massive increase in the interest payments it has to pay to people who have subscribed to the public debt. because nobody is confident anymore they're going to repay the debt anytime soon. So they're charging much higher interest rates because basically lenders to the government are taking on much greater risk. And furthermore, taxes on the population are quite high. They try and raise an excise tax on cider at the end of the war, and there's a massive revolt in the West Country, the apple growing, cider producing West Country, against this because the people are already quite highly taxed. Furthermore, their economy has been destroyed in a war. Their sons have been impressed, forcibly sent off to fight in the war, and essentially they don't have any money to pay, and now their taxes are being increased. So by the end of that war, the British ministry faces a considerable dilemma, a very, very, very considerable dilemma, which is effectively that it must find new sources of revenue. It must find new sources of revenue, not necessarily to immediately pay down debt, but at least to signal to debt holders that they're good for the debt in the long run. And there is another problem British ministers and officials face, which is during the war, political radicalism developed in Britain. And the kind of two great leaders of political radicalism are pictured here. William Pitt the Elder, who had directed the war effort against France from 1757 to 1761, he's on the right, and John Wilkes, the famous propagandist and newspaper man, who had been a great supporter of William Pitt's, who's pictured on the left. What I mean by political radicalism is that essentially these politicos, Wilkes and others, are beginning to say the problem with the whole British political system is not simply that it doesn't work well or there are bad ministers. The problem with the whole British political system is that those who do the work and pay the taxes are not represented. Now, this is sometimes news to an audience in 2023 United States, but those kinds of claims connecting taxation and representation emerge in Britain earlier and nearly simultaneously as they do in the colonies. Meaning you have a political radical movement that's developing at the war, saying, we fought this war, we died in this war, we're paying all these high taxes, you want to increase our taxes even more? Okay, fine. Now what you need to do is represent us. Meaning someone like Wilkes and other radical newspapermen and propagandists, public opinion makers, are essentially saying that taxes should be linked to representation. Now, they're not arguing for universal suffrage. They exclude all women. They're not even arguing for universal manhood suffrage. But they are arguing that Parliament shouldn't be dominated simply by the land elite, by the aristocrats and the gentry, the collection of gentlemen who control real estate land. People like manufacturers, merchants, bankers, lawyers, professionals, people who we might call kind of middle class, middling sort. Another term for this is bourgeois, obviously, right, are demanding their inclusion in the political system, that they're creating all the industry and enterprise that is being taxed. They're demanding some kind of inclusion in the system. So you have to take the perspective of British ministers and officials at the end of the war and basically realize they have a massive fiscal crisis, a debt and tax crisis. They need new sources of revenue, and that is exacerbated by a political crisis, meaning if they increase taxes on their own population, if they turn the screws on their own population, it's going to create problems. Now, they were usually able to turn the screws on their own population. Why? Because the people who pay the taxes in Britain are not represented, right? The land tax is very, very low, and the main taxes are excise and customs, taxation on goods produced and sold. So basically sales taxes, regressive taxes that fall on the poor and the middling sort as much as they do the rich. But now with this development of a radical movement demanding parliamentary reform, British ministers and officials have to worry about the fact that any increase in taxes create a worse political situation at home. Finally, it's in this context really where a group of conservative political thinkers, now I mean conservative by 18th century standards, I don't mean by terms today, meaning these conservatives essentially decide that it's necessary to deal with this terrible fiscal and political situation. I don't have time to go into the details, but essentially two of the leading figures of this conservative movement are pictured here. I'm sorry, I thought they were pictured there. I apologize. On the right, King George III, the young king who comes to the throne in October 1760, and his later Prime Minister George Grenville, who is in office, high office from 1763 to 1765. King George III and George Grenville represent a group of people. You can't really call them Tories or Whigs; those labels don't work so much. But they're of a more conservative bent, meaning they don't like the radical idea of reforming the parliamentary system to make it more representative of the kind of society and economy Britain's become. They think that's a recipe for anarchy, that you will get basically anarchic democracy, everybody will start demanding representation, and the whole thing will fall apart, maybe in a military dictatorship, like it had 100 years ago under Oliver Cromwell. But their view is that there must be some place where you meet these revenue demands. And ultimately, what King George III and the Earl of Bute, who's Prime Minister from 1762 to 1763, and then George Grenville, his successor as Prime Minister from 1763 to 1765, what they effectively decide is to pursue a whole series of new imperial policies. All right, I need not go into the details of all of this, but essentially, big points very quickly. They're going to station a peacetime standing army of 10,000 redcoats in British North America. Remember, in Europe, they're used to vast standing armies that are under the control of central governments. In British North America, they're not used to vast standing armies. You've now got a 10,000-man peacetime standing army of redcoats being stationed. 2, King George III issues the Royal Proclamation in the fall of 1763, preventing westward migration past the Appalachian mountain ranges pictured here. That severely affects social and economic mobility because the way poor people had a difficult time making it to the east could basically, through their free labor and their enterprise, pull themselves up was to move west and settle west. And so that hurt social and economic mobility a great deal. And then to basically pay for the vast new empire that Britain has acquired in America, meaning, remember, at the end of the war, Britain doesn't just control what it controlled before the war, it now controls all of New France, that is French Canada, Quebec, with 60,000 Catholic French settlers. And furthermore, it controls the entire Trans-Appalachian West, with tens of thousands of indigenous people it directly rules over. So now Britain has a massively expanded empire at the end of the war, ruling over what used to be New France and the Trans-Appalachian West, with non-British subjects, indigenous people, and French Catholics. And it's got to pay to govern, garrison, and administer those areas. And so it decides that in this context where it has a fiscal and political crisis at home, and it's got vast new needs of imperial administration and upkeep, it decides to begin to try, however so slightly, to shift some of the burden of the empire onto the periphery. So following these first set of new imperial policies, there are other imperial policies, all of which are designed to raise the revenue. The next of the big 5 are the decision to enforce the Trade Navigation Acts that had not been enforced really for 40 years. Now, they're not enforcing the Trade Navigation Acts for the original purpose, which was to regulate trade. They're enforcing the Navigation Acts to get money, revenue. That's what they want. Even though those laws are on the books, even though they have every right to enforce those and collect those taxes, nevertheless, they haven't done it for 40, 50 years because they think they get more money from the colonists in the long term by allowing them to trade with whoever they want to. And then they become prosperous farmers and merchants, and they buy manufactured goods from Britain. And that means more manufacturing employment in Britain, more taxes, more revenue, more prosperity in Britain. But it's batten down the hatches time, and they need short-term revenue. And so they turn to enforcing Trade Navigation Acts they haven't enforced in a very long time. That's 3. 4, the Sugar Act. 5, the Stamp Act. The Stamp Act, of course, being an innovation designed to directly raise the tax on the colonies. Now, what is, I think, fundamental to understand about all of these things is nobody in Britain has a kind of Dr. Evil, right, rubbing the hand plot to say, wah ha 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 ha. Let's put the colonies in slavery. They have a fiscal and political crisis at home. They have a vast increase in imperial burdens and costs, and they need to meet it somewhere. And they decide the best way to meet it is by shifting part of the burdens to the colonies. Furthermore, during the 7 Years' War, the colonial political leaders were often recalcitrant and refused to go along with imperial generals and royal governors. And so the decision is that the colonies need to be more directly under the metropole. So the purpose of all of these moves is not to put American slavery from the perspective of British ministers, but rather to more efficiently and with little checks actually be able to collect some revenue from the American colonies, right? The idea is you stop them moving westward, you put a standing army mostly on the western border, but also in the commercial ports and cities to help your tax collectors and your customs collectors. You collect taxes on trade navigation laws you haven't collected in 50 years. You use your Royal Navy to catch smugglers and send them to ports, vice admiralty ports, where they're not tried by a jury of their peers, but they're tried by a royally appointed judge. And furthermore, you basically directly tax them to help pay for the upkeep of the army and imperial administration. Now, the clear goal in London of all of these things is to get a source of revenue that will allow them some relief from the fiscal and political crisis they face at home, and from the vast imperial upkeeps they have following the 7 Years' War. That's the goal. But if you look at all of these steps, essentially what happens is it means that a British Parliament dominated by a British landed elite, House of Lords, titled aristocracy, House of Commons, common nobility, gentlemen, untitled nobility, the British landed elite, without a single colonial American representative, can directly tax the colonial American population and then use that money to keep up the entire imperial state North America. They can use that money to pay for the army and its officers. They can use that money to pay for the Royal Navy stationed out there. They can use that money to pay for the judges and the vice admiralty courts. They can use that money to pay for the royal governors. They can use that money to pay for customs and tax collectors. Why is that important? Because those people used to depend on their salaries for budgets passed by the colonial assemblies, the assemblies in British North America. And therefore, those people, those imperial officials, those royal officials, had to negotiate with the colonial assemblies. The imperial royal officials came to the colonial assemblies, the House of Burgesses in Virginia, Massachusetts Bay Assembly, and came hat in hand and said, we need money to do stuff, to build canals, to build turnpikes, to have border defense, to dredge the harbor. And then the colonial assembly says, what are you going to do with it? And a process of negotiation opened up where effectively the colonial assemblies control the purse strings. And their constituents, the more than 50% of free adult males that have the vote, were able to hold the elected representatives to account. So if the British Parliament can tax the colonists directly and then use it to fund the imperial state in North America, all the governors, all the judges, all the tax collectors, all the army, all the navy, that means imperial officialdom, the imperial bureaucracy and military in colonial North America will move in orientation away from the colonial assemblies, away from New York, away from Williamsburg, away from Savannah, away from Boston, and to London, and to the needs of the landed elite and the monarchy in London. And that is what the colonial American resistance movement means when it says this is a plan for slavery. Because in their view, if Parliament could simply get in place the principle, which is it can tax the American colonists without a single representative in the Parliament, or without talking to their colonial assemblies, that means that Parliament can continue to tax and can continue to fund the imperial state of North America. And that means this once quite small imperial state that used to have to go hand in hand to the colonial assemblies is going to expand. You're going to have a bigger imperial bureaucracy, a bigger imperial military, and it's taking orders from London. It's not taking orders and negotiating with Savannah or Williamsburg or Boston. And those colonial assemblies, if you'll forgive me, are just going to be talk shops. They'll be meaningless. Nobody will have to deal with them. You don't need to burn any of them. You don't need to send an army into any of them. They will simply become fade into black in the political situation, or at least the leaders of the colonial American resistance movement thought. Now, pressed for time in my final 15 minutes here, I would like to just bring in India now. Where is the Indian angle on all of this? Well, the exact same year that the Stamp Act is passed, this gentleman, Robert Clive, arrives on a ship, an East India Company ship from London in Calcutta, in Bengal, and he then travels up country to Allahabad, the Mughal capital, and meets this gentleman on this makeshift throne here, who is the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. And the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II gives Robert Clive a piece of paper, which is the Divani Grant. The Divani Grant is the right to collect taxes and revenues, to give law and order, and to maintain jurisdiction in Bengal. Effectively, with this act, when Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II hands Robert Clive this Divani, what's happening is Shah Alam II is giving Robert Clive, and through Robert Clive, the British East India Company, effective sovereignty over 3 provinces in the Mughal Empire: northeastern India, Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. And the British East India Company is going to use those sovereign powers to go back to Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa, and to collect taxes from Bengali peasants, and use the money from those taxes to pay Bengali spinners, weavers, and manufacturers for the goods they make, and then take those goods and sell them in Europe. So effectively, the British East India Company, when it becomes a territorial empire through this act by Robert Clive, is essentially transforming into a sovereign state in northeastern India. And this sovereign state has a bureaucracy and a military that is in no way accountable to the population it rules over. Meaning, what Robert Clive and the British East India Company builds in northeastern India and Bengal in the late 1760s is what they themselves call an Oriental despotism, by which they mean a bureaucracy that can assess wealth and collect taxes, and an army that can collect those taxes if the peasants don't pay them, and that can wage war. And that bureaucracy and that military are in no way accountable to the population over which they rule. There's not a single court any Bengali peasant can go to sue for something a British bureaucrat or a British officer has done here in the Clive era. There's not a single representative assembly where the elites, the Zamindari landed elites in Bengal can go and bring the grievances from the localities and tell people, hey, your policy, your taxes are too high, they're hurting the economy. There's nothing like that. So what you have to realize is the year the Stamp Act is being passed in 1765, the British East India Company has basically created a territorial empire in northeastern India that is a bureaucratic and military despotism. It can collect taxes as it sees fit. It can spend those taxes on what it wants. It's buying as a private corporation. It's buying the goods it sells back to Europe. So it's a drain of wealth on the Bengali economy. And the standing army isn't accountable to the society over which it operates at all. Why was this allowed to happen? This was allowed to happen because this gentleman, Robert Clive, got the backing of King George III and George Grenville and the group of conservatives who were extremely worried about the fiscal and political crisis afflicting Britain at the end of the 7 Years' War. I know I've told you guys a lot of things, I apologize, but let me try and draw it all together. If you go back to the end of the 7 Years' War, there's a huge fiscal and political crisis in Britain. They need alternative sources of revenue. It looks like the British East India Company in Bengal is on the verge of collapse. It's been fighting the French. It's been fighting South Asian indigenous forces. Calcutta was at one point captured by the Nawab of Bengal. And essentially, Robert Clive sells the conservative political circles in Britain in the early 1760s on the idea that if you create a territorial empire, a unaccountable bureaucracy and military in Bengal, you can get revenues from the Bengali population that will stabilize the British East India Company. And if you stabilize the British East India Company, you will stabilize a public creditor back in Britain and a key player on the London financial market. And if the British East India Company does well, if it can extract wealth from Bengali peasants, because it's got a bureaucracy and a military that can extract wealth without at all being held to account or having to deal with the people from whom it's extracting wealth, if it can do that really well, it can increase shareholder dividends. It can increase salary to the directors of the East India Company. And the shareholders and directors of the East India Company are some of the major lenders and grantors of money to the government. So this is why, in the midst of a fiscal and political crisis in Britain, these conservative forces around King George III and George Grenville support Clive's idea of returning and basically transforming the British East India Company into a territorial empire that can collect revenue from a population that can't hold the East India Company accounts and can stabilize the East India Company situation and potentially deliver future profits and revenue to the British state. And it's not just me. There are many members of the colonial American resistance movement who put two and two together and say just this. Let me give you a couple of examples. So this takes us now towards the conclusion. All right, so basically, I don't know how much detail should go into, but I'll say very quickly, because of the Stamp Act, there are massive riots across colonial North America from New Hampshire to Georgia. George Grenville falls as prime minister, and a much more compromising, moderate prime minister, the Marquis of Rockingham, comes to power. And the Marquis of Rockingham decides that practically they're going to repeal the Stamp Act, but theoretically they're going to uphold the Stamp Act. What does that mean? Well, basically that's something pictured here called the Declaratory Act. It's passed in 1766, meaning the same month that Parliament repeals the Stamp Act for practical purpose, they passed the Declaratory Act saying Parliament theoretically, constitutionally had the right to do everything it did in the new imperial policies. So Rockingham is saying, yes, you're upset about the Stamp Act, colonists will repeal it, but theoretically we have the right to do it, and if need be down the road, we can do it again. And sure enough, the Marquess of Rockingham falls from power. A coalition ministry comes into power in 1766. And eventually, a year later, this gentleman pictured here on the left, Charles Townshend, the most important financial minister in the government, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, decides that he's going to try and do everything George Grenville did with the Stamp Act, except through the back door. The genius, the kind of mad genius of Charles Townshend is, okay, the colonists claim they're upset with the direct tax on them. And therefore, I, Charles Townshend, am going to pass the Townshend Acts, which leads to what we call the Townshend duties, which basically are taxes at colonial ports on imports coming in from Europe, right? Taxes that the colonists have to pay, duties they have to pay on lead, on paint, on glass, on paper and tea, amongst other goods. So Townshend believes he's escaped the problem by putting it as an indirect tax collected at colonial ports on imports rather than a direct tax, internally taxed within the colonies. But Townshend wants to do the exact same thing Grenville wanted to do. He wants to pay for all of imperial officialdom, the judges, the royal governors, the tax collectors, with the Townshend duties. Which means what Townshend is again trying to do, what the British government is again trying to do, is effectively to raise a tax. British Parliament is raising the Townshend duties. It doesn't have a single representative from the American colonies in it. It doesn't consult or get the approval of a single colonial assembly or agent. It raises these indirect taxes, these Townshend duties at colonial ports, and it's using them for the exact same purpose Grenville wanted to use it for, which is to pay for all of imperial officialdom. So meaning what the Townshend duties pose is exactly what the Stamp Act posed. That all of imperial officialdom, all the officers, all the judges, all the governors, all the tax collectors would no longer be concerned about what the colonial assemblies wanted and what their popular constituents wanted. Rather, they would be concerned about what the British Parliament wanted, which meant they would be concerned about what the British landlady, the bewigged aristocrats and gentlemen wanted. Unsurprisingly, you get the renewal of the imperial crisis. Massive protests, non-importation agreements break out again in the late 1760s. And as a result, Prime Minister Lord North, who comes into power in 1770, decides he wants to quiet this situation, and he decides effectively to eliminate all of the Townsend duties except for the one on tea. Why does he keep the one on tea? He keeps it because he wants to uphold the principle of Parliament's absolute sovereign authority over the colonies. He wants to uphold the principle that there is no necessary link between taxation and representation. Why? Because Lord North is a conservative, and he points out to many people in the British elite, if we cede to the colonists their principle of no taxation without representation, what about all the people here that we tax half to death that aren't represented at all? London, the biggest city in Europe, 2 representatives in Parliament. Manchester and Birmingham, 50,000 people headed towards a couple of 100,000 dynamic manufacturing sectors, not a single member of Parliament. Old Sarum, 16 village inhabitants, 2 members of Parliament. It's an entirely unrepresentative system. So Lord North does not want to cede the principle of taxation has to be linked to actual representation, and he does not want to cede the idea that Parliament doesn't have absolute sovereignty over the colonies. That's vital for him. Now, because I realize I'm coming up to my time limit, I would just like to read you guys a couple of quotes. This is from the most famous pamphlet produced in the colonial American resistance movement during the crisis of the later 1760s, provoked by the Townsend duties. It's by John Dickinson. I've already mentioned him. He writes letters from a farmer in Pennsylvania to the inhabitants of the British colonies. And in there he says, the East India Company's conduct in Asia for some years past has given ample proof how little they regard the laws of nations, the rights, liberties, or lives of men. They have levied war, excited rebellions, dethroned princes, and sacrificed millions for the sake of gain. The revenue of mighty kingdoms have centered in their coffers. And these not being sufficient to glut their avarice, they have, by the most unparalleled barbarities, extortions, and monopolies, stripped the miserable inhabitants of their property, and reduced whole provinces to poverty and ruin. They now, it seems, cast their eyes to America as a new theater whereon to exercise their talents of rapine, oppression, and cruelty. The monopoly of tea is, I dare say, but a small part of the plan they have formed to strip us of our property. Many people, Dickinson is the most famous example, many people are pointing out this in the colonial American resistance movement, right? Okay, British ministers and officials say that they don't have a plan for slavery. Remember, slavery means not what we understand plantation slavery. Slavery means that the state is not accountable to the civil society, to the community over which it rules. That's what they mean by slavery. And they will point out, the colonial American resistance movement, if you don't have a plan for slavery in the British Empire, if you don't have a plan to raise the state beyond accountability to the population over which it rules, why are you accepting what's going on in Bengal? Why are you accepting what's going on in India? That is a pure despotism if there ever has been one, right? There, many colonial American resistance leaders point out, taxation without representation is an accomplished fact. The Bengali peasant population is tax, without a single representative. There's not a newspaper, there's not a petition, there's not a court they can go to, there's not an assembly where they can seek redress, there's no checks on the imperial bureaucracy or the army whatsoever. And basically, this is the situation in 1770 when Lord North decides to remove the Townsend duties to quiet the crisis. And so to take things to a conclusion, basically, that's how things lie for about 3 years. But then we're back at where we began, right? We're back at where we began, the problem of the Tea Act. Lord North faces this difficulty, which is the British East India Company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Why? Because their extractive and monopolistic policies have been ruinous in Bengal. They've led to famine. They've led to undermining the goose that lays the golden egg. I mean, I can't get into the details, but the British East India Company is using its political power in the late 1760s to impose a monopsony on Bengal, meaning merchants and manufacturers in Bengal who want to sell goods have to preferentially sell them to the British East India Company, which means that the prices aren't being determined by the market, they're being determined by the East India Company. And that's economically ruinous. It's destroying the well springs of Indian life and the economy, and it's in turn going to make it harder for them to pay revenues to the British East India Company, to taxes. And so the whole British East India Company is spiraling out of control by the late 60s, early 70s, and it's on the verge of bankruptcy. And if it goes bankrupt, the biggest multinational corporation, one of the biggest holders of government debt, one of the biggest players on the London stock market will crash. This is too big to fail on steroids. And so Lord North steps in with this act, the Tea Act, right? And that Tea Act, although it seems banal and simple enough when the Prime Minister and his cabinet passes it through the British House of Commons and the House of Lords, and King George signs it on May the 10th, 1773, making it effective, it signals two things to the colonists. One, there's going to be full support for the British East India Company and everything it's doing in Bengal, which means that an important part of the British Empire has been lost to liberty. That's their understanding. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. That's their understanding. That there is a plan for slavery that has been realized in Bengal, right? Now, British say it's our conditions, it's imposed on us, we can't rule in any other way, but that's the view of many leaders of the colonial American resistance movement, that a plan for slavery has been realized in Bengal, and British ministers are willing to do anything to uphold the British East India Company. Look at the passed the Tea Act. Therefore, they're committed to this empire, not of consent, not of liberty, but of coercion and domination. Two, the other thing it signals to the colonial American population is, they are really doubling down on this Townsend duty on tea. That isn't just like a little figure. They are going to make the East India Company pay it. They're going to make tea salespeople pay it, and therefore they're going to establish the principle of Parliament can tax the colonists without having a single representative in the colonists in Parliament in London. Parliament is going to tax the colonists through this duty on tea, right? Because the Tea Act is a doubling down on the duty on tea. Parliament is going to tax the colonists without consulting their colonial assemblies. So this is what the colonial American resistance movement essentially has in its minds, right? They're backing a despotic empire in Bengal, and they're allowing the East India Company to establish a presence in North America. And in establishing that presence, they're doubling down on the tea duty, which is a doubling down on the idea of an absolute parliamentary authority to tax the colonies without representing them in any way, shape, or form. That is, the future is going to be basically taxation without representation. A state that is not accountable to the people over whom it governs. And that is going to lead, right, to the event that Andrew tells me you'll be coming here to hear another lecture about. Hopefully, it didn't go over time as badly as I did, on the Boston Tea Party in December 16th, 1773, right, which triggers the renewal of the imperial crisis and ultimately leads to essentially the total breakdown of imperial authority and the end, more or less, of the British Empire in North America. I would like to leave you, if your patience would bear, with one quote. It's from a radical member of the British House of Commons named George Dempster. He had been a follower of William Pitt, the Earl of Chatham, and he's trying to point out to his fellow members of the House of Commons in 1775 how they got themselves in this situation. George Dempster is a political radical. He wants the reform of Parliament. He's a friend of America. He's against the American war. And he's trying to tell his fellow members of the British House of Commons how they got to this situation. He he says on the floor of the Commons, this is on October 27, 1775, "In my conscience, I think the claim of the Americans is just and well-founded, to be left in the free exercise of the right of taxing themselves in her several provincial assemblies, in the same manner that Ireland now does and always has done. By this beautiful part of our Constitution, our wise ancestors have bound together the different and distant parts of this mighty empire. By this single principle heretofore inviolate, they have diffused in a most unexampled manner the blessings of liberty and good government through our remotest provinces. Look, sir, into the history of the provinces of other states, of the Roman Empire in ancient times, of the French, Spanish, Dutch, and Turkish provinces of more modern date, and you will find every page of it stained with acts of oppressive violence, of cruelty, injustice, and peculation. But in the British provinces, the annual meetings of their little assemblies have constantly restrained the despotism and corrected the follies of their governance. They watch over the administration of justice and from time to time enact such salutary regulations as tend to promote their happiness and well-being. And what, sir, I beseech you, could ensure the regular meetings of those assemblies, ever troublesome to governors, but they're retaining in their own hands, like us at home, the power of granting the funds necessary for defraying the current expense of government. Were your provincial assemblies deprived of this power, I cannot see wherein the government of America would differ in any way from that of India. And has our inquiries in a former session into the administration of Bengal made us in love with the eastern species of government we have created? Do we seriously wish to transplant that rapine despotism and cruelty in India to America? Thank you, and thank you. Sorry for trespassing on your time.
Normally, they would have to have probable cause to search the place for her. But they were not looking for drugs for her, they were looking drugs for him, and it just so happens that she happened to own the drugs. Too bad, as you would say, too bad, so sad. Yes, now here's the interesting thing, because normally, a search without a warrant is unconstitutional. There are exceptions, and one of them is this.
Gordon Wood is a name that I'm sure is familiar to all of you. He is an eminent Revolutionary War scholar. His most recent book is The Idea of America. Stephen Pincus is a very promising expert on British imperial experience. His tome is called 1688, which discusses many different interesting aspects of what the English call the Glorious Revolution, which ended the Stuart monarchy and replaced it with the Georgians. Gentlemen, I'll leave it to you to introduce your topic.
Well, thank you very much, John. It's a pleasure to be here talking to people who know a lot about the American Revolution. We don't have any prepared texts. This is going to be a conversation between Steve and me about the coming of the revolution. We thought we would start our conversation and go until it maybe gets tired, and then open it up to you for questions. We are not going to take the position of defending each of our respective arenas. For example, I'm not going to be trying to just defend the colonists against the tyrannical British, and Steve is certainly not going to dismiss the Americans as a bunch of crazy rebels. So we're trying to explain rather than defend. I thought I would start by asking Steve, why did the British, in the middle of the 18th century, begin to tighten up its empire? After all, for the first half of the century, they had more or less let the colonies alone, and all of a sudden, they began to tighten up.
Well, first of all, let me also say what a pleasure it is to be here. As a British historian, I feel awed by the learning about the American Revolution in the room. So I'll try not overwhelmingly to defend tyranny is a good thing. Although maybe there will be a tendency that way. So the question that Gordon asked is a really good one. Why did British policy in the middle of the 18th century? Okay, great. Why did British policy in the middle of the 18th century seem to change towards the American colonies? And there's three levels that I want to sort of think about the answer to that. Now, the overall arching context is a context which should be familiar to all of us, that is fiscal crisis. But I think one needs to sort of parse that, and there are three things that I want to focus on. The first is the national debt had been a problem for Britain and its empire, not just beginning with the 7 Years' War, but since the War of the Spanish Succession. And because of that, there were various moments throughout the 18th century in which the British Empire toyed with tightening up control over its various colonies and dependent kingdoms. And the result of various measures for this, now most of them went away. But the result of various of these measures led to earlier revolts against taxation without representation. When I say that, I'm referring to the so-called Jacobite rebellions of 1715 and 1745, in which the Scots were furious after the Anglo-Scottish Union of 1707 that they, in fact, were being taxed extremely heavily. They were being taxed at English levels with very little representation. In fact, Scots, while being given representation in Parliament of Westminster, their representation was less than that of a single English county of Cornwall. And another moment of crisis of taxation without representation, which happened in the earlier part of the 18th century, was in the 1720s, when the Irish became absolutely furious with the imposition of Wood's halfpence, not Gordon Wood's halfpence, William Wood's halfpence, which infuriated the Irish and led to the great novelist Jonathan Swift to write Gulliver's Travels. But before that, he wrote the Drapier's Letters, which complained that the Irish were being heavily taxed by an English government, he said, without. And a similar story can be told about Jamaica, but I won't. So that's the first context. It's a long crisis, about the national debt. And one needs to understand that before 1688, English governments had virtually no debt, zero debt. And by the 1750s, the British, the state of the national debt was about 1.5 times the gross domestic product. That's a big debt. Second point is that it needs to be understood in terms of party politics. That is to say, when we think about the 1750s and 1760s. And there were three basic positions that were taken within Britain with respect to the fiscal crisis. And they were associated with increasingly congealing political parties. So how do you deal with a fiscal crisis? How do you deal with a huge debt? Position one is austerity, right? You try to pay down the debt. And you try to raise taxes to do that. And that was the position associated with a group that a bunch of younger scholars call authoritarian. These are the people that we all hear about: George Grenville, Earl of Bute, Lord Moore, Charles Townshend, etc. So you pay down the debt by taxing the colonies very, very heavily. Second group is try to get rid of the debt by fostering growth, by fostering massive economic growth as quickly as possible. And that was a position associated with people like William Pitt, the Elder, Joseph Massey, Henry Seymour Conway, and William Beckford, and the Earl of Shelburne. This is that group of people. Then there's the third group. I mean, what do you do? There's two possibilities. One, to grow your way out of debt and austerity. The third possibility is you pretend that debt isn't there and there isn't a problem. And that's the position that's most closely associated with the Rockingham Whigs and Edmund Burke. So there are different ways of approaching the problem, and one has to think about that. And there seems to be a certain amount of contemporary resonance to that. The third, the third sort of element is that I think one needs to understand what happened to the North American colonies in a broader imperial setting. It's important to understand that at the same time, the same year, that the Imperial Parliament in Westminster passed the Stamp Act, they also received the Diwani for Bengal. And why is that important? Well, the Diwani for Bengal is a very, very heavy tax on manufacturers in Bengal. And just to give you a sense, so the average revenue that Britain was gaining from the North American colonies in the 1760s was somewhere between 38 and 45,000 pounds a year. There's some dispute about that, but we don't know exactly what it is. The amount of money that the British government was getting from the Diwani after 1765 was 400,000 pounds a year. So it's a huge amount of money, and this has long-term consequences. The effect of these kinds of taxes actually destroy the manufacturing sector in Bengal. Bengal produced calicos that were being imported into Europe at very high levels, and other forms of textiles, and this sort of taxation destroyed that. At the same time, Britain lowered the land tax in England. So there was part of a coherent tax policy. And finally, and this is just a sort of the same people, Grenville, George Grenville, and his many brothers were instrumental in completely radicalizing or transforming the political economy of Ireland. So up until Grenville's administration, Ireland, which had its own separate treasury, was spending a huge amount of money on public works projects. Building roads, building harbors, using the revenue from Ireland to develop Ireland. The same policies which led to the Stamp Act completely eliminated these public works projects in Ireland. Any of you who've driven on Irish roads recently will sort of understand the effects of that. And instead took the money that was being used to use public works in Ireland to try to pay down the British debt, which led to outrage in Ireland.
Well, that's a long-winded answer to a question. I would actually add one facts that the colonies were becoming far more important to the English. First of all, population. The colonists were growing faster than any people in the Western world, doubling about every 20 to 25 years. And no other state in Europe was multiplying that fast. So that in 1700, there was one colonist, when I'm talking about the North American colonists, one colonist for every 20 Englishmen. By 1770, there was one colonist for every 5 Englishmen. So you have that enormous growth of population. In addition, the trade has become far more important. In fact, I don't have the figures right on the top of my head, but something like 20% of English trade by 1770 is with the colonies, where it's infinitesimal earlier in the century. So you have that growth of population to add to the concern. And in addition, of course, the biggest thing, and this is what we might just talk a little bit, but not lecture is the results of the war, 7 Years' War, or what we Americans call the French and Indian War. That, I think, changed everything. Although I think Steve is quite right. The factors lying behind strengthening the empire go back to the early 1750s, at least, when you have efforts to strengthen the empire. But we might say something about what the war of the French and Indian War resulted. Peace. What were the consequences of that?
Well, the consequences from a British perspective, let me sort of lay aside the British perspective. The consequence of the British perspective was an intensification of party politics. Why? Because the great hero for the British side of the war, the great ministerial hero, was William Pitt the Elder. After George III comes to power, he imposes his favorite, his close friend, his former tutor, the Earl of Bute, on Pitt.
Well, let me ask you a question about Pitt. Why was there's a choice to be made at the end of the war between the British taking Guadeloupe and Martinique, which are French sugar-producing colonies, or Canada. And Canada has, at this point, nothing but a few Frenchmen and this vast wilderness, and yet they choose. Why do you think that Pitt chose?
Well, this was, Pitt the administration. So there was a huge debate in Britain about whether or not to give back Guadeloupe and Martinique. And one has to realize in Guadeloupe and Martinique, we now think of as nice places to go on holiday. But in the 18th century, they were incredibly productive sugar islands, much more productive, much more efficiently productive in the production of sugar than the British islands of Jamaica or Barbados. So they were fantastically wealthy. The British had conquered them, taken them in the Great Year of Wonders of 1759. Why give them back? Well, there's two positions. The position that you and Grenville and others in the administration, like Barrington, had, is if we don't give them back, the French will never agree to peace immediately, and we can't afford to continue fighting the war. And Canada, by contrast, that will consolidate our position in North America. They knew that the French were in negotiations to give Louisiana to the Spanish, so they felt that they would be safe in North America, and they wouldn't have to spend as much money defending the colonies. His position was, this is crazy. We're, in fact, giving the French the economic resources to rebuild, to refinance, and fight the war. And this becomes the stuff of the bitter partisan debate in Britain. In 1762, 1763, the two most influential newspapers, but there were two others that were very influential, were the Briton, written by the novelist Tobias Smollett, which defended the policy, and the North Briton, written by John Wilkes, which was on the Hittite side.
So what other, well, let me add what I think embellished that. Of course, at the end of the war, the French are eliminated from the North American continent. I mean, that's just a basic fact. They retain a couple of islands off of Newfoundland, but essentially the whole of North America up to the Mississippi is now British. So that French presence that, so to speak, the colonists were always aware of, and of course they had been engaged in the functioning of the war. So that gives them but in addition to that, now there has to be force, because there's still a French presence in Canada. There has to be force maintained by the English in the West, in Detroit or Niagara and so on, to presumably protect the colonists or the British territorial hold on this western land. And that's expensive. To maintain a fort like that is expensive. And in fact, Amherst, who is the commander-in-chief, says it's going to cost us, we're going to need 10,000 troops, and the estimated cost was about $300,000 a year. Now, that's an enormous amount of money, and as Steve says, the debt, I think at this point, coming out of the war, $137 million, which is by today's standards very small, but the interest on that debt was £5 million a year, and that was the normal peacetime budget for England was about £8 million a year. So $5 million just to pay the interest. We may eventually reach that point too if the interest rates start to go up. So suddenly you've got a situation where you have all of this land that's been acquired. It has to be policed because you can't count on the local militia because there are no Englishmen out there. And you've got Indian presence that are threatening. In fact, the English took over, the British government took over superintending the Indians in the mid-1750s. Up to that time, they'd left it to each of the colonies, the provinces to do that. So they're aware of the Indians, they're aware of the French presence. You need a military force. You've got tremendous debt. You've got soldiers coming back home saying, wow, those colonists are living in a land of milk and honey. And it's probably true, although it's hard to estimate this, that the highest standard of living, for at least for whites, in the Western world, and that probably means the world, were the American colonies. So you have these, I think, things coming together that seem normal and certainly imperative that the British tax these people. So that led to, well, first you don't have a tax with the Navigation Act of 1764. It's a kind of tightening up of the navigation system, which had bred corruption because there had been a prohibition on the importation of French molasses into North America. The reason for that was the British West Indies, molasses being a byproduct of sugar production, and you can turn it into rum. And the British West Indian planters wanted a monopoly of that. And that's why the Molasses Act of 1733 was passed. No French molasses. The reason the French didn't care about molasses because they didn't want rum to be a rival to their own cognac and wine industry. So this is the way things work. The molasses was coming in all the time in my own state of colony at that time of Rhode Island. Rum manufacturing was a major institution. So all of a sudden now they put a duty on it of 6 pence a gallon, which were a prohibitory duty. It was not designed to raise revenue. Now they lower the duty to 3 pence, and then within a year or so down to 1 pence a gallon. Suddenly they're gonna make money from it, and instead of trying to prohibit the importation of molasses, since they couldn't do it anyhow, there was corruption everywhere. The molasses flowed into the England. They are now going to lower it and make money. But that was not objected to on constitutional grounds, because it was simply seen as another aspect of the navigation system, regulating the navigation system, the flow of trade. But the next bag, the Stamp Act, was.
And I think what one needs to sort of understand is that George Grenville became prime minister after Bute's fall, had a very coherent political economic strategy. It was a coherent political economic strategy to, as Gordon said, figure out a way to get the colony to pay for these increasing costs. The problem from the perspective of Grenville's opponents, William Pitt being the leader, which is ironically his brother-in-law, William Pitt's position was, and the position of the so-called radical Whigs, was the problem with that is it's true that North American population is growing and that North Americans are extremely wealthy. But from their perspective, this is a good thing because they understand the economy of the empire in terms of different regions. And what they see as the potentially most productive part of the empire after the 7 Years' War is precisely North America. Why? Because the population is growing and North Americans have these huge consumer demands. These consumer demands will in turn support the development of new manufacturers, of things in Britain. And so the idea from Pitt's point of view is it's a very bad idea to raise taxes on the colonists because it's going to take money out of their pockets, which they then won't spend on British manufacturers. So he objects to, I mean, he and his supporters object to the Sugar Act of 1754. Justice William Pitt is a very young man who objected to this Molasses Act of 1753. And when Pitt becomes prime minister briefly for his last moments of great sanity, when he is prime minister, Pitt is gradually going insane and getting extremely ill as an old man. But he passes the Freeport Act in 1766, and the idea of the Freeport Act is exactly the opposite of what the Sugar Act was trying to do. What the Freeport Act was trying to do was to increase commerce with the French West Indies, but more importantly, to increase commerce with Spanish America. Why was this? There's this massive population in Spanish America, huge population, dwarfing the population even of North America, and the Spanish have been so focused for so long on extracting silver out of the mines in Mexico and Peru that they destroyed domestic or indigenous manufacturing. So there's huge demand in Spanish America for manufactured goods, especially cloth and silverware. And so the idea of the Freeport Act was to funnel British manufacturers legally into Spanish America. So that was, okay. Well, the Stamp Act, as you perhaps know, really changed everything because it was the first time that the English had levied a direct tax on America. In this case, American paper products, mostly playing cards, newspapers, legal documents, and so on. And the outcry was instantaneous and everywhere. There's not a single stamp that was issued. Every stamp agent was mobbed and forced to resign and the threat of his life. So from this moment on, there's a Congress, a Stamp Act Congress that meets in New York. Most of the colonies showed up, and they issued a series of declarations.
one of which said, we are entitled to all the rights of Englishmen. And that's important to keep in mind. We don't lose some of the obvious things here in the conversation. They appeal to the rights of Englishmen, among which is the right not to be taxed without consent of their representatives. And since by local circumstances we cannot be represented by the House of Commons, that representation must be in our provincial legislature. From that position, they never deviated. But there was a problem for the colonists because they had agreed, and I think constitutionally they had agreed that Parliament had a right to regulate the trade. They had agreed to the Navigation Acts of the 17th century. They had agreed essentially to, they never really protested the Molasses Act in constitutional terms. They all agreed that Britain had a right to regulate their trade, but did not have a right to tax it. Now the problem of it, and this is the kind of explaining their experience. So they go through a series in this debate that opens up in the mid-60s, one of the great debates in Western culture over the nature of representation and over the nature, ultimately, of sovereignty. Now the first thing was representation. The English respond, and you can elaborate on this, the English respond by saying, look, you are represented in the House of Commons. You're virtually represented. They actually use that term, which is now part of our cyberspace. You're virtually represented. They said, look, we have people in England that don't elect representatives. There's burgeoning cities of Manchester, Leeds, and Birmingham, which have 50,000 people in them, and they don't vote for any member of Parliament. There's O'Salem, which has no subjects, just a lord appoints them, and Dunwich, the town of Dunwich had long slipped into the North Sea, but still sent 2 representatives to the House of Commons. Now, from an American point of view, that was absurd. As you can understand, the American conception of representation was built, and they called it actual representation. Now, the British system, and virtual representation is quite defensible. Maybe we'll get into that, but its basic assumption is that election is incidental to representation. Incidental, how the guy gets there doesn't matter. It's what he stands for, and it's the mutuality of interest between him and his the constituency, the commons, if you will, that really matters. Now, to the Americans, election is the criteria of representation. You can follow what I'm saying. If you don't elect, then you're not represented. If you can't vote, then you're not represented. Now, the English could not hold that system. Only 1 out of 6 adult males could vote. In America, it's a lot better. It's about 2 out of 3 adult white males could vote. And for Americans, the process of election became central. And their sense of representation, unlike the English, where they've grown up over centuries, and all of the residential requirements have fallen away. And as you know, even today, a member of Parliament does not have to be a resident in the constituency he or she represents. But in America, that became very crucial. And representation in America grew up gradually, and people could remember when a new town was created in Massachusetts, they get 2 people, 2 men to send to the general court. When a new town was created in Virginia, and this was in human memory, 2 members were sent to the House of Burgesses. In England, the whole process is lost in the midst, essentially in the midst of time. And there's a justification that Burke sets forth in his Bristol speech for virtual representation. But I would actually give a new, which I haven't heard anyone make, if election is the criterion of representation, and the guy you voted for doesn't win, are you represented by his opponent? Think about it. Many of you would probably agree you're not. But the British would not have a problem with it, because the conception of representation does not depend on voting or election. And so you can easily accommodate the political problem or the philosophical problem. Are you represented by somebody you didn't vote for? And I think that's a justification that I would give for virtual representation. But anyway, the debate was a momentous one, and went on for decades from 65 to the declaration. Yeah, I mean, I think Gordon said is absolutely right. But we need to understand that on the British side, we all know about the protests against the Stamp Act in North America. On the British side, there were massive protests against the Stamp Act as well. And there were riots. I have a sort of map that shows you there were actually 67 different localities that had some sort of, in England itself, just England alone, that had protests of various forms against the Stamp Act. There was obviously wide circulation of pamphlets. There was criticism of the Stamp Act in newspapers as well. And ultimately, Grenville's government falls because of the Stamp Act. Now, the problem on the British side is that there were two different arguments against the Stamp Act that were incompatible on constitutional grounds. So the position of the Rockhamite Whigs associated with Burke was precisely, as Gordon says, there's nothing wrong constitutionally according to Burke and the Rothschilds with the Stamp Act. It was simply imprudent. It was bad economics. It hit the Americans in a way that was bad for Britain. It was going to hurt imports. It was going to hurt exports. Hurt the British economy, the imperial economy. That was the Rockhamite argument. There was another argument associated with William Pitt and his groups, and it was very heavily elaborated in a series of pamphlets that get circulated. And the key thinker along William Pitt's side was a man by the name of Joseph Massey. Massey was a very learned, very sophisticated political economic thinker. In fact, he was deeply influential for the later thinking of Adam Smith. What Massey says is, Burke completely misunderstands the nature of representation. It's not about personal representation. It's about the representation of economic interests. So, in fact, we need to reform the entire body of representation in the imperial parliament. It's not okay that Manchester doesn't have representation. It's not okay that this booming manufacturing town doesn't have representation in parliament. It's not okay that old Sarah, with his fine voters, gets 2 MPs. That's wrong. It's also wrong that North America doesn't have any representation, Jamaica doesn't have any representation, and what we need to do is reform the Constitution in a radical way. That doesn't really it doesn't actually happen, but it's a position of course. But it's important to understand why the opponents of Grenville can't agree. So there's powerful opposition to Grenville, and Grenville's government falls, but there are two different arguments. One is that it was imprudent, and one is that it was fundamentally unconstitutional. And that's why there's a sort of incoherence on the British political. Well, and of course, accompanying these protests that the colonists did against the Stamp Act are non-importation agreements, which are the beginnings in American history, at least, of what we now come to call economic sanctions. If you think about it, there's a direct line from the non-importation agreements of the 1760s to the Jefferson's embargo of 1807, all the way to the economic sanctions which we are now imposing on Iran. So these economic sanctions did have an effect on British, although Steve's right, Grenville falls, and the Rockingham Whigs take over for a year, and they do one big thing. They do away with the Stamp Act, but they accompany that repeal, which is very difficult for the House of Commons to do. Parliament. We have to understand how important Parliament is in English consciousness. For them to take back what they've just done is very, very difficult. They call in Benjamin Franklin, to testify, and he's the most famous American that they know of, and he advises them, you've got to get rid of this Stamp Act, even though he himself had not been all that upset by it. And so they repeal it, but they pass the declaratory, which says, we, the Parliament, I'll translate it into modern English, don't get any ideas by our repeal that we don't have the right to do it. We have the right to do anything, essentially. all aspects whatsoever are under Parliament's sovereignty. Well, that issue eventually emerges by the late 60s. There's a pamphlet written by one of these sub-ministers, William Knox, where he lays it out in graphic terms. He says, if you accept Parliament's authority in one little aspect, you have to accept it in all aspects because of this doctrine of sovereignty, which William Blackstone made famous in his commentaries on the law. But if you deny, Knox says, if you deny Parliament's authority in one iota, then you have to deny all. You're totally independent of Parliament. Well, the assumption being that if you give the Parliament that kind of choice, well, of course, no right-thinking, liberal-thinking Englishman would ever want to be out from Parliament's authority because Parliament is the bulwark of their liberties. And that is something that colonists never quite appreciated. For Englishmen, and this goes back to what Steve knows best, which is the Glorious Revolution, that Parliament is the source and protector of English liberty, and no good Whig would ever doubt that. And the colonists aren't quite so sure about that. And when they're given that choice, and Thomas Hutchinson, following Knox, not because he read Knox, but because it's part of the climate, in January of 1773, he is the last civilian governor of the colony of Massachusetts. He goes before the general court and says the same thing Knox did. You either accept Parliament's authority in all matters, or if you deny Parliament's authority in one measure, you're going to be totally independent. Samuel Adams and John Adams gave a response from the House of Representatives. If that's our choice, then we're totally independent of Parliament. Now keep that in mind, because in the next year, 1774, there are a series of pamphlets written by all of those that we consider the major founders and some secondary founders. John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, Franklin, James Wilson, Thomas Jefferson, all come to the conclusion that the colonies are not under Parliament's authority at all. They're tied solely to the king. Now, this has been called by historians a Commonwealth theory of the empire, because it anticipates the Statute of Westminster of 1931, which is essentially how the British Commonwealth operates. As you know, the legislatures of Australia and Canada and New Zealand are all free. They don't have to kowtow to Parliament, but they do have a common tie with the Queen, with the monarch. And that's what the colonists' position was, the position they had reached by 1774. I think not because they had anticipated this, they're forced into it intellectually by this formidable argument that there must be in every state one final supreme lawmaking authority, and that the British keep throwing that in their faces, and they finally say they keep trying to divide it. Oh no, we'll agree to some authority from it, as in trade matters, but not in others. And the Brits keep coming back saying, no, you can't have it. It's not divisible. It has to be. Sovereignty is indivisible, and they're stuck with that, and they're forced into this position of denying Parliament's authority.
So, I mean, I think it's important. I completely agree with sort of words to count. But there are two things that I think, from a British perspective, that one needs to, maybe three things that one needs to understand. The first is that the Declaratory Act is a sense of deja vu. When was the first Declaratory Act passed? 1720 was the first Declaratory Act, and that was with respect to Ireland. And the thing that's really important about that is, what was the Irish response? Well, there were two separate Irish responses. One associated with the Irish Tories, and Jonathan Swift was, you completely misunderstand. The British Parliament has no authority in Ireland. Ireland is a separate kingdom. We are subject only to the king, not to Parliament. That's Swift's position. The second position is the Patriot position associated with the Patriot Whigs in Ireland, and saying, no, you can't do this. You can't tax us without representation. The conclusion from the Declaratory Act is what needs to happen is Ireland needs to be directly represented in the Imperial Parliament. That's where the debate is, and eventually what ends up happening is Walpole, for various couple of reasons, cuts an economic deal and essentially bonds off the patriots in Ireland, and the Declaratory Act stands. But the important thing is that was very much alive in the memory of the North Americans, because you see in so many of these newspapers, like the British Gazette, for example, over and over again, these references to they're going to make us just like Ireland. The second point that I want to make is that it's important to realize that William Knox was an extremely important advisor to Lord Brennan. Michael had a sort of triumvirate of important economic thinkers, Thomas Berkeley, William Knox, and Alexander Wedderburn. The important thing that I want about Knox is he's a Georgian. He's from Georgia, made his wealth originally from Ireland, but he makes his wealth in Georgia. And there's a sense in which Grenville is defending his position, claiming that there's something, and there's some sentiment in North America taking the same position, which is obviously what Hutchinson does as well. The third point is that there remains a radical critique within Britain of this position. So it's important to realize that the Declaratory Act is an act enunciated by the Rothschild race, the faction of the Whig Party, appealing to the Tory opponents, right? Because you're saying that we have the constitutional right to do this. We agree with the Tories that we have the constitutional right to do this. We disagree with the Tories that it's good economics. That's the position of the Rothschild race. Whereas the radicals insist, and they continue to insist, that no, if you have bad institutions, you have bad economics. So you can't allow them. And this whole argument about sovereignty makes absolutely no sense, because there's different levels of sovereignties in different parts of the empire anyway. So they point to India, they point to Scotland, they point to Ireland, and they argue that what we need to do is we need to come up with a coherent imperial strategy and a way to use it to radically rethink representation. Now, by the 1770s, that position has been very, very powerful in the 1760s. It was very powerful in the 1750s. By the 1770s, that's becoming a much weaker position. Why is that? Because of all of the unrest that Gordon talked about in North America, and all of the unrest in Britain, and the number of kind of moderates who were willing to go along with this radical position as long as William Pitt was leading armies to win all these wars, suddenly fears the social unrest, the social consequences of this sort of radically increasing the representation from the town, which is and giving support to manufacturers and people who were selling stuff in North America and their consumers. They feared this was going to lead to their social unrest, and indeed it had led to social unrest. So what ends up happening in the 1765, 1766, the Americans have a wide-ranging support among a sector of the British population, and that basically goes away, it doesn't completely go away. There's constantly praise of the Americans, but they're an increasingly smaller percentage of the British population. And I think the way to understand that is to understand the sort of social changes that are going on, in Britain during this time, and the way people are responding to the unrest.
I think that's very true. I think the English context helps shape English actions. I'll go back a little bit to the stages here. The English interview Franklin in 1766, and he throws out this notion of external internal taxes. We object to internal taxes, but not external taxes. Well, Chancellor Townsend comes in with the Pitt Ministry, and he says, well, that's what we'll give them, and he passes a whole series of taxes on certain goods, paint, and number of goods, including tea. And this is to be the beginning of, we're going to just tax externally to the goods there shipped into the colonies are going to be taxed. That's what the Americans want. Because the Americans, Franklin didn't really know much about the internal American opinion. He's been away so long in London. And there was not much support for this distinction. Nonetheless, the ministry responds to it. But again, there's outcry. There's protests, non-importation agreements. And the British Parliament takes away all these taxes, except one. We need our own tea, as North says, as a sign that we have the right to do it. So that sets up a situation for those radicals in Massachusetts, led by Samuel Adams, who probably once had independence in mind at least the late 60s. But he has an opportunity now to create some trouble. And that is the famous Tea Party of December of 1773, where a bunch of Bostonians, disguised as Mohawk Indians, led by Samuel, for 10,000 pounds of tea in Boston. Now, I mean pounds in value, which would be in the millions, $7 million today. So this is a destruction of property. Most Englishmen do not like their property destroyed, so there's an outcry everywhere. And Franklin is really embarrassed by this. He's willing to pay, he's very young, out of his own pocket the cost of the tea because he's so embarrassed. The Virginians are absolutely appalled by the actions of these wild Presbyterians in Massachusetts. And I know there are a lot out here, Puritans, which is they assume Presbyterians are all these Puritans, and they're the ones who caused all this trouble. So it's a really very scary moment, I think, in 1773 in the aftermath of this Tea Party. And you have to understand that the Virginians are looking at this saying, what are these crazy Massachusetts? And Virginia is by every measure the leading colony. It's the richest, most populous, it's the biggest territory. Not only known as what is now West Virginia and Kentucky, but all the whole Midwest. And these Virginia players are not at all happy with this destruction of property. But what happens in England? They've been appeasing, if you want to use that modern term, appeasing the colonists at every stand. 65, they repealed. 67, 68, they repealed the towns and duties. And I think at this point, the members of Parliament had enough. Enough was enough, and they come in with coercive acts. Unbelievably powerful acts. Closing the court of law, appointing a military commander, replacing Hutchinson, sending over a General Gage, to be the commander, to be the governor, to do away with the town meetings except once a year because of the vote surprise, to change the Constitution of Massachusetts, the charter, which is the Massachusetts people consider their Constitution, by making the council appointed. When these coercive acts are seen by the Virginians, they say, they can do that in Massachusetts. They can do that in us. And I think from that moment on, the revolution, the break, is inevitable. I don't know how you... No, I completely agree with that. I mean, the one element that I would add to that, is that I think it's important to realize why it was key. That was the one duty that wasn't repealed. And the point here is why don't they repeal tea? It's because remember the East India Company, the English East India Company, which was bringing 400,000 pounds a year to the British government. Well, after Robert Clive, who's the de facto director of the East India Company, takes over and gets the right to tax Bengal in 1765, he decides that the only way you're going to collect these taxes efficiently is with a big military intervention. We put huge amounts of money militarizing Bengal and, in fact, most of the east coast of India. Built up this extremely large army, and the East India Company built up its own navy during the period. This costs a lot of money. And in the later 1760s, the British East India Company is, in fact, not able to pay up on its promise of 400,000 pounds a year to the British government because it's been spending so much money militarizing, and the disruption of trade meant that there's been much less coming back. So they need to be able to sell tea. And so the idea is you sell the tea to the North Americans and you get a tax from that, sell directly from India to North America, and you get a tax from that. That will buoy up the finances of
the British East India Company because they're finally able to sell all of this tea, which is just sitting there in warehouses in London.
Isn't it true, though, that the tea is going to be sold at a lower price?
That's right.
Even with the tax.
So the American, so the important thing to realize is that at one level, it's a good deal for the Americans. They're getting tea at a lower price. It's a great deal for the British East India Company because this tea is sitting there rotting in the warehouses of London. Because they satiated the British market, so they needed to sell it somewhere. And so instead, what they're able to do from then on is sell directly from India to America. But the Americans are not actually getting a bad deal economically.
No, they're not at all. It's cheaper tea. There is some problem, however, because they're Dutch. There are merchants who are involved in smuggling Dutch tea, and they think that this low-priced English tea now is going to actually make the Dutch smuggled tea put them out of business, in other words. So that's been one element that has historians have uncovered, that there were smugglers in Massachusetts who were really upset by this English tea. Before we get to the question, I just wanted to clarify one point when I said that by 1774 they had reached the position that they were, by and large, the leaders, the political nation, reached a conclusion they're tied only to the king. And if you look at the Declaration of Independence, look at it carefully. It's an indictment of George III. You, George III, this, a series of tyrannical acts. They don't mention Parliament. Parliament had passed the Stamp Act. Parliament had passed the Towns and Duties. Parliament is doing a lot of things, and yet Parliament's not mentioned because they reached intellectually, constitutionally, they reached a position where Parliament doesn't have any authority over them at all. So why mention Parliament? They come close when they say, you, George III, have conspired with others. Parliament. So the break is really against George, the king, because of this constitutional position they were in. Now, perhaps we can open it up to you, folks, and ask us questions, things that you have on your mind. Maybe we can try to answer. Yes, well, we can restate the question for those of you who don't hear it.
Good. My question is this. In your statement a while ago, you mentioned that sort of the concept of virtual representation sort of back in the midst of time, the idea that they represent
the source of English House of Commons, yes.
Okay, so as that comes forward and the colonies are formed, the colonists are coming from that same ethos, that idea of virtual representation. What actually allows the colonies to go through a metamorphosis to the point where they no longer think that Parliament has any say at all? I mean, is it because of the period of statutory neglect?
There's a century of experience creating new districts, if you will, new electoral districts. And that experience sort of reverses English history. They go back to the kind of medieval origins. Every time there's a new town created in Massachusetts, they say, okay, that's talking 1630s, 40s, 50s. You're going to have two representatives in this general court. And the same is true in Virginia. And so that experience over 100 years just reverses the English experience, which has, England started with residential requirements for its representatives. It had a coherent, going back to the 14th, 15th centuries, the origins of Parliament. But by the 17th century, these origins have been lost. The residential requirements have long since fallen away. Even if they exist on the books, they've fallen away. So the American experience, I think, is what leads them to this, what they call actual representation. It's almost inconceivable to most of them, this notion of virtual. Daniel Delaney, one of the participants from Maryland, does agree with virtual representation in his pamphlet opposing the Stamp Act, but what he disagrees, in other words, you have to, in other words, the notion that women and children and young men without property are represented is a kind of virtual representation. They don't vote, but they're represented. So he agrees with that virtual representation is okay as long as there's a mutuality of interest. Where he disagrees, he says there's no mutuality of interest between us, colonists, and the British. And that right away, there's a sense of nations, two people emerging in Dulaney's pamphlet. That's the beginning of it. If you expand out, because at the outset they don't talk being Americans. The term Americans is the one that Whitehall in London is using about the colonists, associating with savages. In fact, when General Howe comes into Harvard in June of 1776 with a bunch of Hessian soldiers, they're stunned to find that there are white people in New York City. Because the popular image is a number of people mixed of Indians, natives, black slaves, and that the whites have somehow disappeared. So the popular image of the New World is really quite strange. Now there were people who knew better, but that I think is an interesting thought.
I think everything that Gordon says about the experience of the Americans and West Indians, it should be said, is absolutely right. But in addition to that, there's the effect that there's an explosion of the press in Britain, in North America, in the West Indies, and even in Bombay and Madras, in a period from 1730 to the period we're talking about. So basically, before that time, the press was heavily dominated by London newspapers. So what people read in the colonies, what people read in Edinburgh, what people read in Bombay were all London newspapers. There's an explosion of the press during this period. And at the same time, after 1744, when Henry Pelham becomes Prime Minister of England, the government decides that they're going to have, instead of having partisan government, that is to say, government with a single party ruling, there's coalition government, where you have people from different governments. And Pelham, as Prime Minister, says, if we do this, if we have all the smartest people from all the parties together, we don't need to deal with the press. We don't need to advertise our position for the press. We should govern as technocrats to do what's best for the country. The result of that is from the 1740s onwards, the press everywhere takes the patriot position. And the patriot position from the 1740s in the press is in part about arguing against the unrepresentativeness of the Constitution. And there's a critique of virtual representation, which is in a lot of these newspapers which get republished, and the articles are reprinted from them in the local newspapers, which are now in existence in Jamaica too. So it's the experience, but it's also the fact that the press is overwhelmingly a patriot press, a self-respecting patriot press, which has a coherent scheme of virtual representation from the 1740s onwards. And I think
that's right. I mean, there's a growing gap in Great Britain between what you might call the populace and the government. The government maintains control, and of course, once the French Revolution occurs, then it's reinforced. In fact, to follow up a point you made earlier about the sense of mobbing that's going on everywhere, when they read about it in the colonies, U.S. government itself is suffering from mobs. He's almost killed at the doorstep of the House of Commons by a mob. And so there's a sense that I think in the English government that the whole world is somehow coming apart. There's a context to this, and I think that helps explain the context for the coercive acts. We've got to come down hard now, or everything will be lost.
I think that's absolutely right. And so what ends up happening, the result of the Tea Party, as it's reported in London, is to strip away some of the friends of the Americans. I mean, that is to say, their position up until then was the Americans are making coherent economic arguments against unreasonable and economically incoherent measures. So their view is, the friends of the Americans up until then is, look, we need to think about the British imperial economy as a whole. We want to have American consumers. It doesn't make sense to tax them with the pounds of duties. It doesn't make sense to do any of that. But then when the Tea Party happens, when they throw low-priced tea which isn't hurting any consumption, into Boston Harbor. And the violence of that makes it much easier for Norse government to say, no, you're wrong. You thought this was an economic argument. This is obviously something else. These are wrong, just like the people attacking.
I mean, there is a real, and Steve has pointed this out, a radical element in England that is greater than the government than the government's actions would suggest. In fact, after the Battle of Lexington is conquered, there's a group of raising money for the victims of British oppression in Lexington, sort of the Jane Fonda types in England, opposing the British government. And of course, that really just adds to the fear of the establishment, that things are coming apart. So there is a strong movement within England that doesn't really fulfill itself until the 19th century, largely, I think, because of the French Revolution. Makes everyone in England uptight about radicalism and about revolution. How about some other questions? Yes, sir. If you can say it, maybe you have to repeat it, or speak.
You're in a position to cement yourself as a strong soldier, bro. Keep up the good work.
And how would you relate to Quebec Act and all this? Because that was a conquered territory, whereas the Americans were settled territories, even though the real estate laws, their land was supposed to be owned and free and common, so like the land in 2010.
Well, this is a big issue that historians are now writing about. How did colonies get back, and they're conquered territories from the English point of view. Jefferson tries a more radical position. The Quebec situation, of course, is conquered, and the English response, we didn't mention the Quebec Act, which is very important because it really scares the bejesus out of the New Englanders, because it's a very liberal and light law. It gives the French in Quebec the right to their religion and the right to the civil law. And this seems to these Protestant, and you have to understand that Protestantism and Englishness are really connected through the 18th century. England, starting really with Elizabeth, the England becomes the spokes state, if you will, spokes nation for Protestantism against Roman Catholicism. And so to give the Roman Catholics in Quebec these kinds of rights to a Protestantized Englishman in Massachusetts or in New England is terrifying. They really think that some evil conspiracy has taken over. And of course, this plays into the fear of Catholicism is very strong. It plays into the blood riots in 1780, which go on. How many days half of London is wiped out? So the fear of Catholicism, I think, is a major force.
Yeah, I wanted to add a bit on this. I mean, I just happened last summer to find a whole series of petitions from French-speaking Francophone inhabitants of Quebec complaining about the Quebec Act. And I think that adds a different kind of dimension to this. I mean, I think everything that goes into that, I don't agree with, but a really important element here was about the civil law. So the argument that the French make is that the problem with the imposition of civil law, and they wanted an imposition of English common law in Quebec, is what these guys are. They're really quite a lot of these things. They have support from thousands of petitioners in England. What they say is civil law is really, really bad for commercial society, French civil law. And what we really want is English common law, because that makes it much easier to trade and makes it much easier to sell English manufacturers and the development of a robust manufacturing society, a consumer society in Quebec. And this is absolutely a huge issue. So to get back to the question, which was, is there a distinction between settled territories and conquered territories? The argument that these Quebec law petitioners make, and they have huge support again from this sort of patriot wing of the Whig Party, is that there is no distinction between settled territories and conquered territories. They should all have the right to English common law. Whereas the argument of the sort of authoritarian Whig lawyers like Alexander Wedderburn and Lord Mansfield is to insist on the difference between different kinds of territories. And they make an argument for legal pluralism, that there should be different laws appropriate to different social peoples in the empire. And they do the same thing in Bengal. There's the same fight over Bengal, whether there should be English common law in Bengal or whether there should be local Muslim law in Bengal. And Alexander Wedderburn and Lord Mansfield, the same people who defended civil stuff like the French civil law in Quebec, insist that there should be Muslim law in Bengal. So this is a huge debate. It's not an issue to be settled. I mean, I think it's not right to say that there's a settled constitutional issue of the difference between settled territories versus conquered territories, but it is a really, really hot topic from the middle of the 18th century straight through the 19th century.
You can imagine a hot topic for historians today too. How about other questions? There's one back there. Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Or either you haven't commented on the cost of the British Navy and the importance of the Navy to the colonies and the whole line of Commonwealth. I wonder if the cost of it plays into this.
You have the figures right at hand?
I don't have the figures right at hand. I don't know if you do. I'm trying to say something. I've been thinking about this a lot because I just had a graduate student defense dissertation on the British Navy in the middle of the 18th century. So the British Navy costs less than the Army. But one of the really important moments of the consolidation of what I've been calling authoritarian Whig faction is precisely the naval reforms of the 1740s. So Grenville is on the Navy board. The Earl of Halifax is the head of the Board of Trade in the 1760s. He was on the Navy board in the 1760s. The Duke of Bedford, who's another one of the supporters of these guys, is also on the Navy board. So what ends up happening, the 1740s is really important. It's the war, what we call, European historians call the War of the Austrian Succession. It's a disastrous war for Britain and its empire. I mean, they win some battles, but they don't. It's basically a series of French victories, with the exception that Britain does gain Halifax. But the argument that these guys made in the middle of the war was that the British Navy wasn't as good as the French Navy, so there needed to be radical reforms. And the radical reforms included creating a hierarchy within the Navy so that there was a clear line of command, which there hadn't been before. That the Navy actually wear uniforms. They thought this was a good idea. But that also the Navy be able to impose martial law on people who desert, wherever they desert from, and include martial and to develop these new admiralty corps, which become extremely important in North America, which can be enforced. Their rulings can be enforced by the British Navy. So what you get for the first time is this extremely hierarchically organized organization that is extremely well disciplined, much better disciplined than the British Army in the middle of the 18th century, and it is being used precisely and intentionally, because remember, Grenville's idea is to enforce things like the Navigation Act. Now, they don't do a great job, and there's all sorts of, but the idea is very much to enforce revenue collection on the colonies from the beginning, from the 1740s. And this plays a really, really important role because of a lot of incidents, some of which took place in the right.
Isn't also true that the Navy is much more of a meritocracy than the Army. You bought your commission. If you want to become a captain or a major, then you bought it. The Navy, those of you who are Jack Aubrey fans know about that merit did count. And of course, the Navy has a special place in Englishmen's hearts, going back to the Armada. So the Army is scary. The English do not like the Army stationed on their territory, which comes into play when these townsend duties are interesting because the cost of maintaining these forts is very expensive. All these soldiers. So what the British ministry thinks, well, we'll save money. Let's move them from Boston to New York to Philadelphia. It'd be cheaper to maintain them in the city than out in Detroit. Well, of course, this is crazy. When you think about it, what are the troops doing in New York and Boston? You've got 4,000 troops in Boston in 1769 in a population of 15,000. The consequence of that, of course, is the Boston Massacre. And the fear of the Army is deep-rooted in English culture. And the Navy has this, first of all, the Navy's out there somewhere, not in your home. And this imposition, I think, of the Army on the Boston, the influence of the Boston Massacre is crucial. There's so many incidents that occur so that whatever affection, whatever feelings of loyalty that a colonist had towards the mother country are slowly eroded in the course of this decade. We couldn't even begin to go over every incident that occurs that erodes what I think was a real affection. I mean, the celebration of course, the third succession to the throne is really, it's quite remarkable in the Congress. Of course, they never had seen him, and they just heard about him. He is the first really English king out of the Hanoverian line, and I think it's a tremendous amount of excitement. In 15 years, that affection, if you will, through a series of little things, to the point where I think the bulk of the population was taken, and they were working hard to undermine the British position. And the British trying to put down an insurgency, as we've come to realize, not only in Vietnam, but in Iraq and now in Afghanistan, when you're thousands of miles away, it's very, very difficult if you don't have full security population. And I think that in the end is the very wise. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I think a lot of people have a misconception about the scale of the French and Indian War versus the scale of the Revolutionary War. A lot of us think in terms of the French and Indian War as being much smaller by nature. And I think these historians have put forward that the onus of defending the British colonies here in America put a special onus on us to be taxed. Can you speak to that?
Well, it is the first war of the series of wars that Steve mentioned between France and where the main theater of the war was North America. But it is a world war. We may know more about it takes place throughout the whole world. So in that sense, I think it is a terrific period. It gives a sense of release. That the colonists now feel they feel the French and they're going to be a little more independent. I think the British government does the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important to think of it. I think it is, in this case, the name matters. I think it is important to realize that it's really the 7 years war. It was a global war, which started in North America. It was about Western Hemispheric issues, but it was fought on a global scale. So, I mean, many of you have seen a map of what the status of North America looked like before the French and Indian War broke out. That, in fact, the North American British colonies are surrounded by French territory. The same map could be reproduced in India. Britain has these little footholds at Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta, surrounded by a series of French allied states, indigenous states, and French control. And there's a massive war which takes place in India. And equally on the continent of Europe, there's a massive and incredibly expensive war. France is able to bring into the field hundreds of thousands of men. And they threaten, it's important to realize that George II and George III are not only kings of Great Britain, they're electors of Hanover as well. They threaten the elector of Hanover's territories. This is a massive war, an incredibly expensive war in Europe. And it's also an expensive war fighting not only in North America, but in the West Indies as well. So it's an incredibly expensive war on an unbelievable scale. So if you actually look at British expenditures in the war, it's much higher in the 7 years war
total amount of expenditures than it is for the American Revolutionary War. It will only be surpassed in British history in the 1790s. With the French. And you know that 7 Years' War is actually, from the American point of view, it's a 9 Years' War. It started in 1754 with George Washington's little venture out into what is now the Lake Erie area. So, but the French aren't ready to go to war yet until 56, and so it becomes, from the European point of view, a 7 Years' war. But from our point of view, American point of view, it's like 9 Years' war.
Not me, I'm not going to do it like that. That's not how I go out.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Maybe a little reckless like these days, so they consider it the same thing.
In France, I'm not going to argue in favor of civil law, although the fight is still going on. I would like to ask you a question. You have mentioned all the arguments. When is for you the moment when there was a massive shift, not in the American political class, but in the public opinion, from loyalism to total independence? When that took place in relation with the tax element?
My own view is that it's been the coercive acts of past. The feeling everywhere is this is too much, and unless the British withdraw those coercive acts, this empire could fall apart. Now, they don't say that, except privately, and you get some sense of it, certainly someone like John Adams. But that, we're talking about 1774. Now, there's still many, many colonists who want to hold the empire together, especially in the middle colonies, and there are desperate efforts to do that. John Adams goes to the Constitutional Convention, which is called in 1774, and that is a very important moment, because it's for the first time they're coming together to talk about these issues since 1765 with the Stamp Act. And Adams realizes that he's got to be careful. He's given some advice by a group of Pennsylvanians. It's called the Frankfurt advice in his mind, which is cool. You guys from Massachusetts can use modern lingo. Cool. You guys are going too far, too fast. You got to bring these others along. And I think the Massachusetts people and many of the radicals are ready to break right now. But they realize that politically, you've got to bring along the people who are scared and actually have a lot of affection for the crown and believe, like John Dickinson did, that you break this down, we're going to bleed it every day. And he really did believe that the empire and being English was important. So there's a lot of hesitation. So you have a wide range of things, but I think the coercive acts are crucial. And of course, when we had in April of 1775, even though the empire was not broken, well, that's pretty serious. Washington certainly pays allegiance, toast to the king, even though he's leading a siege of Boston in the summer and fall of 1775. And the break doesn't come until a year later, no. But I think my own feeling is 1774 is crucial series of events, the course of that.
I'm just going to add from a European perspective. I've been doing work on going through the Marcus Rothschild papers and other papers who are two extremely important big politicians. And their view, and I want to add something with the specific French perspective on this, because this is very proud of the work that I've been doing recently. From their view, the coercive acts mark the end, because from that point forward, they think their American allies no longer feel that they can do business with Harvard. I mean, in that moment, they start talking about their relationship with the king and opportunity of Parliament. And their view, from a Whig point of view, is one factor of the relationship is broken. Because Parliament is absolutely central to their notion of liberty. And once they're appealing to the king, it's at best the second best. It's at best a relationship somewhat like the Irish relationship with the British Empire, not something worse. And it should be said, from the
French perspective, I've been reading, I'm spending, in fact, I have to go and back to the Museum des Arts Étrangers, and from the perspective of the French diplomats, we were writing about this, and there's also some material in the extra get out, and the conference, they also see 1774 as this moment when the British, their view is, with a certain amount of greed, that the British Empire is going to fall apart. But I think there is this fact of 1774. Up until then, there was a possibility that the Whigs would regain control. They'd have to repeal the state, and they'd done all this hearing, but there was some hope that the Imperial Parliament could resuscitate the Union. But from 1774, the coercive acts get through Parliament despite vociferous protests from the Whig leaders. I mean, people like Cobham, Camden, these incredibly bitter attacks, not only in the House of Lords, but also publicly in London. It doesn't get anywhere. They just think there's no way to see.
Yeah, the English nation is divided, so that when the war actually breaks out, the Rockingham Whigs, the central Whig, they cannot agree to independence. They're in favor of the break, because if they are in favor of independence, they cannot agree to an accommodation which would make the crown central. See, the whole Whig philosophy is based on anti-monarchical feelings, and so the Rockingham Whigs actually argued for independence, because the Carlisle Commission, any of the accommodations that are going to be made would tie the colonies to the crown. And it is, after all, a royal empire, and any enhancement of crown power is just an anathema to a good Whig, right? And so it's this curious situation. Pitt, of course, and Chatham and the Chathamites are very much in favor of crown power and strong army and all of that. They're the hardliners in that sense, and they're not at all upset about crown power. That really divides the nation through the whole war, and North is really trying to hang on with a divided opposition, which enables him to hang on. But he wants to resign, and George III is the real top. He doesn't want to break up this empire. He wants this marvelous letter to York. He says, what will happen? It's kind of a domino theory of the empire. Well, if we go, then if the American colonies go, then the West Indies, then Ireland, and this poor little island will be left all alone. Of course, he didn't realize that the British Empire would have, the second British Empire would have even a glorious flourishing than the first empire. You spoke of the erosion of relations between the mother country and the colonies over time. And two contributing factors occur to me. One is geographical and the other is sociological. In other words, first of all, it took months to get news across the ocean and back again. So that the process of government was unwieldy at best. Secondly, we have had since the 1500s, these were 200 years of opportunity to build a culture, if you will, of our own, which I believe have been divergent over that time. So could you discuss either of those factors? Well, it's interesting what you say about the communication. Actually, in the 1970s, there was a history book on the period that we're discussing between Ben Rabbi and they wrote a book, separate chapters, and you can argue it's not in print any longer, but Christie and Rabbi, one Rabbi the American, Christie the British historian, and they alternated chapters, and they both concluded that if there had been the instant communications that we have today, that they might not have been a revolution, and people would have been able to communicate. You're quite right, it would take 6 weeks to go back and forth. I'm not so convinced of that, but it is an interesting suggestion. Now, the other issue is of course, beneath the surface, the Americans were a very different place. Although they didn't think so at the outset. They thought, And maybe they just, in other words, they were farther away from London than Cornwall. But they're not all that different from Cornwall, and they didn't see themselves as being different. It's the debate with Great Britain that takes place between 1765 and 1775 that I think exposes what had been this growing difference. They didn't think of themselves as different. They think of themselves almost uniformly as good Englishmen. And there's no sense of being of rebellion that I get earlier than the period that we're talking about. You don't have any sense that there are different people that are going to separate. The English government worries about that from the beginning of the 18th century. They're the ones who used the term the Americans over there. And you find that it's the English government that's fearful of independence. And you don't get much in the way. I think what happens is it's the debate uncovers these different cultures. They're not that different. I mean, it's still common law. And this is the real advantage of the American Revolution over, say, the French Revolution. They were Englishmen who had had self-government for a century. They had habeas corpus, they had trial by jury. They had all the things that enabled them to become self-governing. We see the problems today in the Arab Spring. These people have no experience. And that was true even of the French Revolution. They hadn't been in a States General since the 1614 or 1617. So the French had no experience in self-government. But these rebels, these American rebels did. And I think that made all of it.
I think it's really important to think about that particular question. The issue about news, I mean, absolutely, it takes time and it's going to make a big difference, but the Spanish Empire had exactly the same problem, right? They had the same problem about getting news, and the Spanish Empire, the Spanish were, after the 7 Years' War, maybe 9 years' war, they have to call it that, were also beset by death, right? But the Spanish Empire falls apart not because of any revolution. It falls apart because Napoleon successfully invades Spain, and it breaks apart unwillingly. They wanted to remain loyal. So I don't think you can say just sort of news. I mean, right, they have to say, take longer to get news and information from Lima than it did to get Boston by a long time. So I don't think that really can play such a big factor. The sociological issues, I also think one needs to be careful about that. I'm very much in accordance. I don't think it's sociological differences, because the sociological differences between, again, various of the Spanish colonies and Spain were extremely dramatic. But there was not a tradition. The Spanish government was governed by the Spanish Empire was governed by audiencias, right? A series of courts. There was no tradition of representation, which explains some of the mess that happens in Argentina in the early 19th century. So there was this alternative tradition, this tradition of representation. And the problem, I think, and it's a problem which is articulated among the British from the beginning of the 18th century, is how do you actually coordinate, how do you actually deal with the colonists in Jamaica, in Massachusetts, in South Carolina, some form of real representation in this government. And it's precisely, when I think we're about to write, the word independency is on the minds of Tory politicians from 1701. The concern about independency is a real concern. And there's this huge debate, and the difference, the kind of outcome that you get has to do, I think, in part with this kind of political.
I could add something to the sociological difference. There is a difference in the sense that there are no real aristocrats in the colonies. I mean, when people come from England and see George Washington's Mount Vernon, he's minor gentry. And yet in Virginia, he's a pretty good shot. I mean, there's nothing on the scale. If you've been to England and seen these country houses, I mean, the Duke of Rockingham's house was 650 feet long. I mean, that's longer than 2 football fields. And there's just nothing, there's nothing like that for colonies. Mount Vernon's a very impressive plantation, but it's miniature compared to the scale of these English aristocrats. So you don't have those aristocrats. It's minor gentry. They're not middle class. That would be the wrong term to apply them. But they're not the kind of aristocracy, and they become that existed in there. They become Americans become very aware of that and see themselves as a much more egalitarian society. Of course, looking back from today's vantage point, they don't see the egalitarian law distinctions between aristocratic southern planters and slaveholder planters and ordinary farmers seems very good. But in their minds, they see themselves as being much more egalitarian, and that is exposed as well, I think, in the revolutionary rhetoric. And there must be other things about children.
And learn to appreciate that it will not make sense, and that is the point.
Okay, here.
Could you comment on the genesis of the apparent conversion of Benjamin Franklin thought during this period of time, on a more personal note, particularly with reference to his treatment by Parliament?
Well, actually, his treatment was by one of these characters, so this is a general. But Franklin, I've written a book on this, the Americanization of Franklin. He is really quite loyal. He goes over to London as an agent for the Pennsylvania Assembly in 1757, comes back for about 18 months to look after his post office in 1764, and then goes back to England and stays there until March of 1775. So he has been, for the whole period, essentially 1757 to 1775, he has been a resident of London, leaving for Deborah, that home for the banquet. He comes to the revolution hesitantly. He tried to hold the empire together. He's really, I think, a loyal dude. He believes in the empire. But he's also an American, and he resents. And this is an aspect that we haven't touched on. There's a kind of English arrogance that emerges, I think. It's something, and Steve can correct me on this. This is an English historian, but there's an English arrogance that emerges in the middle of the 18th century against those peripheral parts of the Scots, the Welsh, the Irish. They're not really in it. And these peripheral parts of the empire and the North Americans, they feel this. Washington certainly felt it. He tries for a royal commission, and he's turned down. He's being ordered around, although he's a colonel from the beginning of the issue. He's being ordered around by these captains who have commissioned a royal commission. So I think that arrogance plays a part. Franklin feels something, and he keeps trying to hold things together. He actually has a naive view. At one point, he said, a couple of savvy people like myself, maybe Lord Dartmouth could sit down and we could settle these issues in half an hour. In that kind of view, the kind of the George Kennan view of diplomacy, just get a couple of right guys and they'll settle major problems. Franklin realizes very late when he gets caught passing papers to Hutchison letters. It's a kind of a mini scandal. And this is what leads to the accusations in the cockpit. It's by the administration, it's not the Parliament. It's and the whole court turns out to witness this attack, which goes on for an hour by Wedderburn, a vicious attack, more or less saying Franklin is not a gentleman because Franklin had opened some mail. He says, gentlemen do not open other people's mail, that kind of attack. And from that moment on, Franklin is, I think, Americanized. But he still hangs around because Lord Chatham, William Pitt, with power, comes to visit him. And his house and apartment in Graven Street, which, by the way, is open to the public, is a tourist site in London. And he's so taken with the idea that Chatham will actually come to him for advice. He stays around thinking that there's one guy that's the Chatham makes a statesman-like proposal, I think, in February of 1775 to hold the empire together, but it was defeated 2-1, I think, in Parliament. It wasn't a ghost of a chance. And at that moment, Franklin realizes all is lost, and he's about to be arrested for things. He gets on a boat with his mom and comes back to accusations that he's a murderer, that he's a spy. And so he has to act as a super figure to offset those rumors that someone like James Madison actually believes. He's getting information from the college rumors that Franklin is suspected of being a spy. So Franklin's journey, independence to Americanization is I think, a slow one, along with the ones that it's just a question about King George III. You laid everything at the feet of Christ. What was King George III's influence and role during this period? Substantial. I mean, so George III, George II is George II had been in all sorts of things. He was German speaking, but he was very closely associated with big politics. Very close to a number of his grandfather. And George III, the grandson, has been educated by a series of very conservative anti-Whiggish state politicians, including Viscount Bolingbroke, who as early as 1709 has said that if we allow the debt to grow, then we'll have a social revolution in Britain, so we need to pay down the debt immediately. That's the kind of language that George III had been taught, and you'd obviously read Bolingbroke's pamphlet and he's very closely associated with very closely brought up with these kind of conservative politics. And the important thing that George III does is he tries to fail. He tries to make you can get the cash, the contract address for ticker. But after that, there's a big learning curve. George III realizes that he can get policies through. And again, I think he's very sympathetic to this sort of authoritarian sort of tax the parliament to pay down the debt. And he can get them through by putting ministers, not insisting that he gets the ticket but putting ministers in key positions. So it's George III who makes sure that Charles Townshend becomes chancellor of the exchequer. Again, Richard wishes in 1760. So Pitt has a temper tantrum when this happens, and George III says, I want you to be prime minister, but you've got to take this by law. So he plays a very significant role, but I think to blame everything on George III as a sort of older minister is he simply didn't have the power to do whatever he wanted without significant parliamentary support. So it would be impossible to imagine George III having done all these things, get through the Stamp Act, to get through the Townsend duties, to get through the Coercive Act, without a significant body of support in Parliament. He simply is able to sort of tip the balance, whereas his grandfather was able to tip the balance and keep on with the Yeah, I think George I and George II, of course, are these Hanoverians, and they're really German. And I'm not even sure George II's heavy accent. But George III is really, he's a young man, he's only 21. It would be as if Charles died. And William becomes the heir as a young man. That's what happens. 21 years of age. So he's really quite young for a king. When Charles eventually gets to the throne, depending on how long his mother lives, he's going to be an old man. But this was not the case with George III. I think that youthfulness played into it. He immediately wants to appoint his tutor, chief tutor, which is Bute, who's a Scot who has no strength in the House of Commons. George thinks that these ministers as his ministers, and they are. He hasn't yet got the Victorian attitude towards the Constitution, which comes slowly. The British Constitution, where the monarch becomes a kind of figure and not really controlling the ministry, is hard to come out. George keeps thinking, these are my ministers, I'm going to appoint whom I want. And he goes through a series of ministers until he finds one he actually likes more, who has support in the House of Commons. But he doesn't care about whether has support in the House of Commons. He says, these are my ministers. And so you've got this constitutional transition. It really takes another generation before you enter the period which is recognizably modern, where the Queen or the King realizes that they have to appoint a minister who has the support of the majority of the House of Commons. That's hard to come by. George certainly screws it up.
I just wanted to sort of explain the Constitution. So in the 1690s, there are a series of parliamentary acts to create a notion of ministerial responsibility, that ministers are liable for their actions. In the early part of the 18th century, these acts were interpreted to mean that the king was somehow obliged to go to the series of parties that won the election to form a government. That tradition falls away in the 1740s. It falls away in the 1740s because governments keep on following this series of reasons for this. And there's created in 1744 what was created the broad bottom ministry. After the creation, there's all sorts of jokes about the association of the broad bottom ministry, with the significant weight of one of the ministers, so there's always kind of things about this. But from the 1740s onwards, ministerial responsibility no longer means that whoever wins the parliamentary election necessarily gets to form the entire government. They do this much more strongly in consultation with the king. So in fact, ironically, the Victorian Constitution was much closer to being achieved in the early 18th century than the middle of the 18th century. And George tries to force his own prime minister on Britain with the and he realizes that's not going to work. But Bute tells him, after Bute falls, because Bute is one of the most, in fact, the most unpopular man in Britain in 1763. Bute's a Scot, besides. But after Bute tells George III, you shouldn't seek to appoint the prime minister. You should invite whoever is sort of the leading or most influential person in Parliament to form a government. But you should insist on getting ministers with key posts that you can trust. And that's how North actually, North's wrong is precisely succeeding Townsend after Townsend died. And he's somebody who King George III recommends. And he recommends in part because my friend Barrington, who was Secretary of War, has been writing to George III for a long time talking about how George was shares his views. So George III has a learning curve. He comes in as a young man, he gets to decide he wants to appoint his best, his tutor, and he realizes that's not going to work. But what he realizes is he can get his policy through somewhat more subtle, although I won't say very subtle.
There are no attacks of madness in this period leading up to the revolution. That's a post-revolutionary fiction that we have. Go ahead.
Show us your crib.
Yeah.
About who would take over. Decided might bring in a monarchy of some sort. And I wonder what the English view on who might succeed role in this country.
You mean in the Society of the Cincinnati?
No, in
monarchy?
Yeah, whether a monarchy and what the British felt about
there's increasing evidence in the 1780s of many Americans feeling that the revolution had become much too democratic. That's the best way to describe it. That maybe we're going to have to go to a monarch. And we certainly have a lot of discussion of that sort. but not. It's not a dominant theme. But there are people saying this, and I have a student, a former student, who's uncovering. He sends me all these quotations he's uncovering from the archives of people saying, 1786, this is too much. We really have to go back to a monarch. I don't know who it's going to be. Washington probably won't do it. Maybe we're going to have to bring one of the younger sons from George III over. There's all that kind of talk. And of course, there is a presumption, given the notions of social development that are common in the late 18th century. The societies start from egalitarian, simple, and they progress from, going back to hunter-gatherer through agriculture, commerce, and as you get a more sophisticated, developed society, you're going to have monarchy. That's the assumption that widely shared in the Western world. And of course, Americans go the opposite. We become much more democratic in the period following the revolution. There's a common theme that sooner or later we're going to have a monarch. And of course, the presidency, when it is created, as Jefferson says, that's an elected monarch. It's the Polish king. There is a feeling that George Washington is a kind of celebrated monarch, and I think that's the success of his administration. Without him, I'm going to talk about this tomorrow, but without him, the country would have fallen apart because he embodies monarchy. You have to understand, people are real in monarchy, they're used to it, the loyalty, the affection you have for a single person. I mean, why has monarchy existed everywhere for centuries, for millennia? It satisfies a lot of human feelings, and most people, sooner or later, we may have to go to that, but in the meantime, we've got this guy in Washington who fulfills our dreams. And the wonderful thing about it is that Washington wanted no part of it. Because he could have become a Richard King. He could have served, in fact, most people, Jefferson thought Washington would serve as president. So there is a lot of latent monarchical feeling, but that's offset by the sense that we're setting off in a new direction with republicanism, and I think that's the dominant feeling. I don't know if this region my point I'm making is that there is no British government. They're divided. It's a deeply divided society. And there was absolutely a apoplectic fear among some people that North America would become, the newly independent North America would become a new sort of fresh color through a variety of means. Republicanism in Britain? Yes. No, there's no question. I mean, I think that there's significant sentiment. And this is not just for Americans, but for themselves. Well, there's a sense of extreme limitations on the power of the king. And the argument is made over and over again that what we need to do is limit royal power. And what we need to do is, this is the 1780s is dominated by a rhetoric of the importance of parliamentary reform to make Parliament more responsive to the will of the people in Britain. And this plays an extremely important role. And I think one should see the massive anti-slavery agitation in Britain in the 1780s and 1790s as another element of insistence on some sort of popular influence and trying to unseat the power of not only of what they see as a West Indian lobby, but also of a West Indian lobby's collusion with the monarchs. So there is a real sort of popular sentiment. But again, there are other people who see the American Revolution as an elaborate French plot. And this argument is a minority view in the 1780s. But it's a view which is held by some fairly serious people. I have a question for you. I'm over here. case, Professor Pincus was introduced as an expert on the Glorious Revolution. And I just wondered what the two of you thought about the theory that our ancestors had of this conflict, which was that Americans remained loyal to the principles of the Glorious Revolution, and that Britain was gradually abandoning it, and that the difference between us and them was that we were clinging to the principles of the Glorious Revolution, and they were not.
Well, my reaction, Steve can correct me, my reaction would be that's not true. I think that the legacy of the Glorious Revolution, and I hesitate to say anything about it in the presence of the world expert on it, is the supremacy of power. And the controls on the king. I mean, the Bill of Rights, this is a very important distinction. The English Bill of Rights is a fence put up by the people against prerogative powers of the king. Our Bill of Rights, which is 1791, is a protection against the powers of the Congress, not just the executive. And that's a world of difference. So we inherit, I think, a sense of English liberties, English rights, but we also are fearful of legislatures. And the English Parliament remains sovereign, and remains to this day sovereign, although there are little evidences of kind of judicial review, but certainly nothing. There's no court in England that can say to Parliament that is unconstitutional. The English Parliament can do away with habeas corpus by a statute, and they've done it, and they did it. So the English Parliament has a kind of sovereignty that comes out of the Glorious Revolution. Americans, that's the part that we Americans don't buy into. Our Bill of Rights limits the entire government, meaning the executive and the legislature. And this is what enables our court, and it's a slow development, to step in and say to the legislature, that act is unconstitutional. As I think it's Blackstone says, what's legal is constitutional in England. And that's the world of difference between us and them.
So, again, I think revolution principles, which is a sort of byword, the language that people celebrate the Glorious Revolution, all the time about revolution principles, there are two different legacies of the revolution in 18th century, of the revolution of 1688. One legacy is what happened at the revolution was to overturn what was an innovative Catholic king and sort of crazy things that he and his brother did, to return to the English ancient constitution, and the Bill of Rights guarantees that. And the English ancient constitution, according to these guys who defend this version of revolution principles, is one with limited power of the monarch. And so what the English Bill of Rights does is it makes no new law, it just repeats, it reminds the English king, you can't do X, Y, and Z. There's no new law. The only new part the only thing new in the English Bill of Rights is that a Catholic can inherit the throne. That's the only new thing. There's another version of revolution principles which says the revolution was about two other things. One was that it was about extending religious liberty, extending religious toleration. Now, of course, it's very limited. The Act of Toleration was passed in 1689 in England, merely allows non-conformists of the Church of England to go to the church of their choice. They still can't vote in parliamentary elections. So the argument of these people who defend this position on revolution principles is that was the first step. The revolution is still going on. But more importantly, for our point of view, is that there was a revolution in political economy. That the revolution was about transforming England from an agrarian society into a manufacturing society. The revolution creates the Bank of England. That's a big creation. And one of the major things that the Bank of England does is it gives low-interest loans to manufacturers. And the argument that these guys make is that, well, if you're going to have a manufacturing society, how can you sustain that unless you have lots of consumers? So their argument, the people who defend this version of revolution principles say, taxes on consumer products, like the excise tax in England in 1733, like the stamp act, like the Townsend duties, make no economic sense. So there is an argument about revolution principles that in fact what the British government, what the government of Lord North was doing, what the government of George Grenville had done was a violation of revolution principles. And this is said openly in England in 1760s or 1770s. John Wilkes, who was the most important of the radicals, the radical spokesman in the 1760s, says over and over and over again that the government that we now have is violating revolution principles. And that's why when Paul Revere, that nice bull, which is in the British, the MFA, the Museum of Fine Arts, celebrating the sort of success of non-importation, says on the other side, Wilkes and liberty.
Right. No, I think you're quite right. The financial revolution that occurs in England is really quite extraordinary and enables this little, when you think about it, this little island, with a third of the population of France, off the northwest coast of Europe, to become the greatest power since the fall of Rome. I mean, it seemed to many people to be a miracle, even more of a miracle than the Dutch explosion of the previous century. So what's the secret? I think it's the ability, this is not my view, I mean, it's been widely said by historians, that the English were able to tax their people, to get revenue without impoverishing them. The French kings could not do that. And that's the secret of the financial system, which, of course, Hamilton is quite aware of. Almost unique among the major founders. He understands what a bank is. And Hamilton's program of the 1790s is really an attempt to copy do what the English have done so successfully. And it really is impressive to be able to tax their people without impoverishing them. The French kings could not do that. All they could do is farm out. They just go bankrupt. I mean, they just declare bankruptcy, so to speak. All those creditors who lent money to Louis the 14th, 15th, they just go too bad. I mean, that was not the debt system that the English developed. I think was crucial in creating that powerful empire.
And it created the logic that we're sort of dealing with today. That is dealing with today, but also then. So once you have this debt system, you can do all these things, but you have to have some credible story about how you're going to repay the debt. And that's why you have this debate between those who want austerity and those who want a sort of growth sort of stuff.
Nothing changes.
A question. You had said that you said before that sociologically, that many people in the American colonies felt a kinship with England, but we've been taught, of course, that there was this very special special culture here, because I think England exported a lot of its problems to the colonies. Prisoners who were trying to populate the colonies, in their championship of the Protestant cause, funneling the Huguenots, the Palatine Germans here, then the difficulties in Scotland, religious persecution, the rack rents in Ireland, and then what do you do with the Scots colonists in Northern Ireland? And and all of those people, there seems to be a dichotomy of the coastal areas of the Americas, and then the Piedmont and the England frontier seem to be the places just prior to the Revolution where a lot of those people were funneled. And so that I think at least territorially, a large part of the colonies were populated by people that didn't have that kind of kinship with
That's a good point. I mean, the Germans constituted probably some estimates a third of the population of Pennsylvania, but they were politically quiet, and they, like the Mennonites and they were caught up in their religion and simply not engaged much in politics. There were lots of Scotch Irish. The census of 1790 shows, I think, about 40%, maybe 50% of the population is English. Scotch Irish, a huge percentage, 20 maybe. Some French, Dutch, and Scots, just plain Scots. You're right about the Scotch settlers that tended to come in large numbers from the middle of the 18th century and come down the Shenandoah Valley into the Carolinas, and that did create problems. So that the Scotch in the West, the Scotch-Irish in the West, were being oppressed by Eastern Whig governments. And when the revolution breaks out, they always take the view, the enemy of my enemy is going to be my friend. So you have a lot of loyalism in the western part of the Carolinas, which tears up the Carolinas. There's a lot of ability by the British to recruit loyalist militia in the western parts of the Carolinas, and makes for really some bloody warfare.
Yeah, some people are doing it on PC. I'm doing it on phone.
By and large, I think there's more support for the revolution. There's often this one-third. I think the best estimates now, that is one-third loyalist, one-third patriot, and one-third neutral. I think it's about 20% of the population is loyalist. That's about 500,000 of the population, 2.5 million. And of those 500,000, about 80 to 100,000 actually left. And went off to Canada or to Jamaica or back to England itself. And I think the bulk of the population was patriot. And therefore the British misunderstood. Certainly when the going comes down the Hudson Valley, he's counting on a lot of loyal support. And instead he gets patriot harassment right from the beginning. And his army is powerfully eroded. The Patriots really, I think, dominated, especially in some areas. Virginia, there's almost no loyalty. Maybe because the British governor, one of his last things he does is try to turn up slaves against their masters. And that made these masters
someone posts in the Telegram, it will put the Telegram
that's my take on
in the background.
I got a little bit of this is an interesting question because I have two graduate students who are actually working on this problem right now of the migrant communities. And one of the interesting things that Steve has been along is finding is that among the Huguenots and the Palatines, that they tended to sort of imbibe relatively radical patriot ideas from the moment they went. There was a certain set of political pessimists who were willing to go to North America, and they were much more likely to have fairly patriot mode views. Now, the Scots-Irish and the Scots are slightly complicated because she's finding that there's real differences in terms of where they actually came from. And it's difficult to know with a lot of the Scots-Irish, because a lot of them came from Scotland, go to Ulster, and then come over. And it's difficult to know exactly how much time they actually spent in Ireland before coming in some of the cases. But what she's finding again is that, exactly what Gordon was saying, is that there's huge disagreements. That those who go more inland also tended to be people from Highland backgrounds. That is to say, they tended to come from the sort of the clanship areas, and those people tended to be much more likely to be loyalists. Whereas those who came from either from Northern Ireland, and these tended to be manufacturers. Actually, Northern Ireland in the middle of the 18th century became the center of the Irish linen manufacturing. A lot of these people came over because they thought they could make more money in North America. These people tended to be, and the people who came from the Scottish lowlands through Ulster, they tended to be much more likely to turn out to be patriots. So there seems to be a real division, and then you can sort of reproduce. What seems to be coming out is that you can reproduce some of the social and ethnic tensions which existed in Scotland and in Ireland with what ends up happening.
You ought to read David Fisher's book. David is talking tonight on Washington. He's written a really powerfully argued book on the origins of immigrants to America. It's really well worth reading.
I think it's a testimony to the skills of these two gentlemen that we have reached a time when I'm sure a great many of you are hungry.
Thank you very much.
Which means that some people who otherwise wouldn't be can turn into some nervous flyers. The ears virus. Obviously, your ears pop, your nose, because of the drop in humidity, your nose might feel dry, your mouth might feel dry. As this airplane ascends, you'll feel gas
On the morning of April 19th, 1775, a British force of 800 to 900 grenadiers and light infantry, after crossing the Back Bay from Boston, marched to Lexington, Massachusetts. Their objective was to reach Concord and seize and destroy the arms and ammunition that British General Thomas Gage had been informed were stored there by the colonists. On Lexington Green, the British force was confronted by about 60 or 70 colonial militia who blocked the way to Concord. One of the commanders of the British force ordered the militia to disperse, but they refused. In seconds, a shot was fired. From where, no one ever knew. Then the British troops opened fire, killing 7 of the militiamen and seriously wounding 9 others. Those were the opening shots of the American Revolution. I'm Kent Masterson Brown, and welcome to the shot heard round the world, the coming of the American Revolution, colonial America to 1775. Why did the fighting erupt on Lexington Green in Massachusetts between a colonial militia force and the grenadiers and light infantry of Great Britain on the morning of April 19, 1775? And why was the event the beginning of a war between the American colonies and Great Britain? Think about it. The colonies were all settled by Englishmen under the authority of their king. Consider also, for example, that many of those holding positions of authority in the American colonies in 1775 were of English descent and grew up schooled in English literature, customs, laws, and governance. Many were communicants of the Church of England. It is true that as the colonies grew, many people arrived in the colonies who were not of English descent. Some were Scots-Irish,
What up, Pimp?
others were Scottish, Irish, German, and French. None of those were communicants of the Church of England. Instead, they were Catholics from England and Europe, Huguenots or Presbyterians, Lutherans, Dunkards, Mennonites, Moravians, and Dutch Reformed. Nevertheless, the
Russian Foreign Ministry has summoned the American ambassador to protest what it says was the use of U.S.-made advanced missiles in the Ukrainian attack on Russia-annexed Crimea.
An angry Russian ministry statement says Washington has effectively become a party to the war and retaliatory measures will follow. Among the dead, 2 children in a coastal area of Sevastopol.
ABC's Tom Rivers says Russia claims the weapons used were U.S.-made ATACMS guided missiles. Russia says 6 people were killed yesterday and more than 100 were hurt. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is up 229, S&P 500 down 5, NASDAQ down 142.
Revive Real Estate will help you renovate to sell for a higher price. No out-of-pocket cost to you. If your home doesn't sell in 2 weeks, they will buy it from you guaranteed. Visit KFIRevive.com to learn more.
Southland weather from KFI, another hot day. Highs upper 70s at the beaches, mid-70s to mid-80s Metro LA, upper 80s to around 100 in the valleys, 90 inland OC, low 90s to the triple digits in the IE and the high desert. Right now, 77 in Seal Beach, it's 87 in Buena Park, 89 in Agora Hills, and 92 in North Hollywood. We're going to a crash on the 10 in downtown LA. The 10 eastbound riders coming up.
Sorry, boys, I got distracted.
Involving a semi. This is going to be blocking your second lane. Downtown LA, the 16 west, right at that 10 west connector, had a brand new accident. This is the left lane. Hollywood 101 northbound at Santa Monica Boulevard. Got that accident moved over to the right. Still going to be pretty slow from 1st Street. And it looks like in Westchester, 405 northbound, before you get to Howard Hughes Parkway. Got an accident trying to clear from the carpool lane. It's down the road from Century Boulevard. Also in Torrance on the 405 northbound at Western Avenue. That wreck still in the left lane. It's from the west side. In Long Beach on the 405 northbound before Pelican. Got an accident moving its way to the right shoulder. You'll see some delays from Bolsa Chica Road. And it's 605 southbound after the 91. There's a break to fill some potholes there. With Southern California, Airport.
Yeah, I'm gonna plan on getting up and getting to my computer, playing some Fortnite soon, but I gotta wait for the cat to move, bro, because he's, like, if I try to move, he's gonna attack me. That's what he does, bro. He's like, yeah, I gotta wait for him to move before I move, bro.
Cars AC not blowing cold air? Grab an AC Pro kit at Walmart and fix it yourself. From the cost of a shop in less than 10 minutes, AC Pro kits are a fast and easy DIY solution. With AC Pro, you'll have cold air blowing in no time. Grab one today at Walmart and be a pro with AC Pro. On top of pop culture. After over 2 years, the second season of 61st Street is ready to hit screens. Courtney B. Vance stars in the legal thriller, which debuted in 2022 on AMC. It was renewed for a second season, with the network that pulled the plug on as part of the
Almonds out to the other day. They ate them all, bro.
Season was then shot to other outlets, with the CW announcing in May of 2022 that it had picked up the show, unspooling new episodes of 61st Street starting July 22nd on the network, following All American Homecoming's third season return, with season 1 available on demand on the CW app and website.
Yeah, there's like one fat squirrel out there. There was like a day I spent out last summer. I sat out in a chair in the backyard with some peanuts on my foot, on top of my butt, just sitting there, bro, just waiting for them to come in. And a couple of them would creep in, and the big squirrel, he was the first one out there, and he kind of just kept his distance. I'd throw some in the grass, you know, and he'd come in those. And every time one of the littler squirrels would get some balls and try to come up close to me to grab one off my foot, you could hear him, he'd turn, and he'd make like this, I don't know, it's like a, he'd do like that noise. And then they fucking turn around and run away. So I spent like all day trying to beat that guy, and he came up and eventually took a few off my butt. Well, that's as close as we ever got.
Yes, because I knew she didn't like me. She didn't like me being around Selena.
Oh shit, cat finally moved.
But I didn't thought it was Selena until she was on the floor. Joanna, she just like ignored, like if nothing had happened, she turned around, she went back into the room, and she was out standing in the room just swinging the gun.
Sitting there, we heard across the radios, the police radios and scanners, there was something that came across that Selena had been shot. And it hooked hotel in Corpus Christi. Since the trial, Yolanda's done jailhouse interviews. She's made a lot of claims that she has some secret.
Oh, it's manipulation. Selena, a star dies in Texas. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Regale us with stories of her celebrity blackjack tournament, I'm sure.
See, I had a joke earlier this morning because we were trying to
Was apparently chipped
like, little baby, we're like, big baby, am I right, fellas?
concussion and some head injury.
Little yachty, we're like, big yachty, am I right, fellas? This game makes sense. Alright, fellas. Alright. Really cook this meme somehow.
I'd say,
I really cook it. It's really good.
seems pretty high. It's a bit worse. It's a bit worse. But that thing swinging around a 100-pound weight and it knocks into your head. Yeah, I can understand how people are going to get. Hey Gary, it's me again. I was pretty good about the parachute thing there on my wrist.
I feel like memes only is move fast. You gotta get to the same old tricks. You have to get super crazy. I guess, like even the dancing thing or whatever. Just forward make things dance like that last week. Yeah, move fat. It's not fast. Yeah, it moves quick. It's a constant development thing. It's like ever evolving. Yeah. That's what I think about hieroglyphics. Like when they like talk about their decipher or whatever. It's like I don't think he did. I think of memes like hieroglyphics.
The debate is coming up on Thursday. This is the earliest debate we've seen.
You kind of have to understand the culture.
The presumptive nominees for both parties.
To get the message.
It is also strange in that CNN is the decider, basically. That's what was written in the New York Times. CNN is the decider in this debate. So we are going to hear it live right here on
like,
KFI.
could you imagine, like, in the future, they're like, oh, look at all these, like Harry Potter memes, for example, or whatever, right? Like, they dig them up digitally or whatever, somehow. They might try to say that, oh, look, they all recur around, like, this anchor point or whatever. That must be, like, A in their alphabet or whatever.
Awful lately. Viewership for CNN has been
like Obama, Bitcoin Obama, they think that's like the O in the alphabet. Right for this sloppy.
Fewer than 100,000 average viewers a night among the target.
I don't know if that translates, but that's
The last time CNN hosted a major televised political event was
no, I usually tell them we don't understand the shit we think we
probably
understand.
what you would say is a debacle politically, because Donald Trump did a bunch of Caitlin Collins. All of the people cheered for him when he was going to the said a bunch of stuff that wasn't true. All that was just weird. And
Don't be the clown,
the CNN guy behind that
Just be in control of the clown.
was fired a month later. So this debate coming up is going to be a significant test for Mark Thompson. Not that Mark Thompson, Mark Thompson, who became the CNN chair in October. He said much of the reaction of the public, the rest of the media, and other politicians is going to depend on President Trump and President Biden, who are the stars of the show.
Have you ever seen listen to any of those things about clowns? They're like
return to the simple classical
the clowns Brother Nephilim. Yeah, you heard that? Don't want to freak you out. There's these people. I don't know. That's interesting because remember there's that thing where people were seeing all those fucking clowns staring at them in the middle of the night, random ass roads and shit. Is that like part of the evidence as to why they're the Nephilim? Oh, dude, I didn't really retain much of that information. It was one of those false negative videos. How should I handle them? Type things, you know. Interested to know the lore behind it. Yeah, I've heard some podcasts, to be honest, but I just didn't retain it because I'm like, this world is too close to clowns. But yeah, it's like the people were trying to search for the reason why people are afraid of clowns. To that point. Talk about what the great innocence, but he's starting to look at pictures of Trump, which there is a connection. He's talking with some of his allies and potential vice presidential running mates. But he's not doing debate camp like Joe Biden. First of all, never thought about that angle. No, like, I heard someone talking about, is it like the abominations that God flooded? He flooded the earth because it was overtaken by sin and the abominations. If you follow like the tablets of Tom, the world is like the elements of post-fashion. Right. Yeah, it's like the angels having sex with the humans or whatever, the Nephilim hybrids. And then when God flooded the earth, a lot of them just live in like the deep water now or whatever. Like that's why like there's like all these crazy fucking creatures and shit in the deep ocean, bro. Never know. They're like left over from the flood or whatever. They're possible to live down there. Because there's some freaky shit in the ocean, bro. I won't eat seafood. I don't eat seafood. Will most likely be at the debate in Atlanta on Thursday. No. I have so much salmon in my freezer right now. They'll be making the official announcement sometime convention, which is going to be mid-July. It does say he knows who it is, but nobody else does. They're like aliens or something to me, bro. The ocean creatures. All right. What a double hater is. Oh, like fish sport stuff as well. It's like just anything from the ocean.
Heat is breaking temperature records around the world. More than 1,000 pilgrims died while making the Hajj.
I don't know, bro. It's not my water. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're Kansas, Utah. Like, I like the thinner water up here, right? Like the air and all that. The creatures that swim in the thinner, in the less dense water. I like those. Recently I've been eating pork because just like not vibing with pork. Yeah. These best. It's just it's so like I don't know, bro. I really feel like our food's being
What up, pimp?
I'm getting like this big distrust for food in general. Right? Oh yeah, dude. It's been what guys for about 30 years. Yeah, it definitely. Now, like even more now, like talking about the lab grown meat and shit. Like they don't start leaking shit like that until it's already established. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's just more full on all lab meat everywhere at this point already. They just tested all sorts of stuff on us. Even the medication I was talking about before we called. Bro, why do you think I'd be looking at down 5 minutes after I woke up? Yeah, I tried medication years ago. That shit just fucking turns you into goddamn zombie, bro.
I got a court order, so I have to get used to it right now. I gotta be in court on Thursday, so it's a whole thing.
Yeah, I worked a long time in psychiatric facilities, so I know like there were patients that would have court orders from judges. The judges would say, "Yep, you can give them forced medicine." So like the doctors would write what they call like PRNs or whatever. They had court orders to write them. So there was a judge somewhere that signed off and said, "Yes, this doctor can drug you against your consent."
I basically have something just like that right now, so I have to go prove that I have been compliant on Thursday. Because they know something ticked in the computer system and they said that I was not compliant. So now I have to go prove my compliance on Thursday. So it's like, you know.
Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
I got a lawyer though, so I got a lawyer. We go before the judge on Thursday. The lawyer was like, "Let me do the talking. You have a very, I'm sorry, look on your face." I'm just like, "Yes, sir." Yes, sir. This is the lawyer. That's why I paid you. Paid you to listen to you.
Bro, everything's a fucking dog and pony shit.
Everything. Even when I used to have to when I was working at a restaurant, I had to remember that today we have 7 different oysters that we did yesterday, and here's the best wine pairings, and here's the best. People are like, "Where are you going to move from? Alexander Farms over in Western River Valley. You have to know where the fucking carrots and peas come from." I feel like there's a genuine reason why I've been driven insane, because I used to have that answer people what the name of the goddamn farmer harvested the carrots was, and we would have to know that about the fire. Some bullshit, man.
Well, it's only logical that we would go insane for the reason that we're forced constantly. You're playing roles of characters, and they shift constantly. You're a different character with your friends than you are with your girlfriend, than you are with your parents, than you are with society, and then the intricacies within society, the random moments and happenstances that change your character. Yeah, when you're a different character, maybe you have to play, maybe you have to play nice, if you're the law coming down on you.
Not just that, just you're losing your job. And then here's the worst part, when the job changes, if you can't roll with the punches fast enough, they take it out on you. "Oh, you can't adapt quick enough, we'll just find someone to learn the new job instead." It's like there's no value on the individual.
Yeah, that's why I think more than anything, it's probably more likely that we're like in some sort of fucking movie or something, bro. We all gotta play these crazy ass parts. Some like, maybe it's not like direct, but I think there's like, maybe everyone watches it after, like we all sit down and fucking watch the movie. There's some, we're just forced into characters too much. Constant. Against our own will most of the time. Until you get to
Angels are in Anaheim hosting the A's tonight. The Dodgers are in
I don't know, until you're able to play your own character. Yes.
The absolute worst team in baseball. We're in the middle of Swamp Watch and talking about, among other things,
rather than being part of
Thursday night and asking the
background to become a character.
Right. Yeah, that's all I want.
You can listen to
I want to just be like a crazy uncle who walks down the stairs, wants an episode, tells a funny joke, walks back upstairs for the end of the sitcom.
Exactly. And they can never make you play any other character.
No, because of typecasts.
Yes. We all need to become typecast characters in our reality.
That's why my kid
It's this on the IRL, and the title is "LARPing as Myself." So far, yeah, and then the world is designed, all this shit that we interact with, it's all designed to kind of take that from you. Like there's individuality is not fucking valued, and when you self-individuate, they will definitely treat you like you're going crazy. Creativity is like under constant attack here in this moment. This is going to be one of those moments. Thursday night is going to be one of those moments that reminds me of The Giver. You know, like that's what I think they want. It's like everyone just seeing that fucking don't last. Most people don't see any color, man. I know it's real. Most people, it's like they don't even see color. Well, yeah, and what's crazy is going from seeing the colors and being like creative and all that shit to letting whatever thing that you, right, and drive you into, I don't know, non-creativity hell, right? And then trying to pull yourself back out with like, yeah, because like they don't need born. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. You have to rebirth yourself into creativity. And it's not easy. It's a hard transition. You know, what does it put on that? Yeah. Talk about people in the middle. Is that Donald Trump? They don't like Joe Biden. So yeah, I am an artist. I'm an artist pretty much by a lot of people. What is it that's going to so, you know, I've been paid to make painting. I went to college for the shit. I literally painted what I loved. I made so many NFT ready projects. Like I made like just shit with the players and didn't even make the NFTs. I think that where we lose our artistic spirit is when we start something and we don't finish it. When we create art, we're actually expressing what's in our soul. And then we don't finish it. Now our goal is down. There's a couple of different people. So we walk away from that, you know, we find a party, go to work, spend time with friends, and that's how what's going on there. I'm waiting. There's obligation along with the decision because if you completely isolate yourself to the same creativity, then your family starts to think that you're insane. Like so the obligation of family, not to say that family should be think about how together the song right there. Yeah, I think balance is definitely important when it comes to all that. But there's, bro, I went years and years and years and years where I was doing, if I had any free time for work or anything, I had a pen in my fucking hand, bro. I was writing raps. If I didn't have the pen in my hand, bro, I was rapping in my head while I'm walking around doing shit, right? And then it shifts to a point where I'm not rapping in my head anymore. Then I'm fucking going through this battle. So, yeah, thoughts, right? Instead of rapping. So where it's just, or I was drawing, or making shit, you know, like I was always looking for the stuff to take it some shit apart, and that shit, and then just, like, a fucking, like, so much until, like, I can trace it back and I can see how it dwindles over time. Yeah, but it feels like a light switch just gets flickered fucking off. And that's your creative flow, your energy, your life, and your soul. Yeah, sitting in this dark fucking room. And turning that light back on takes a lot of work. Well, when's the last time you did something artistic? since I sat down probably, I don't know, like 4 months ago, and I tried to draw my proto. Can you quit drawing? You didn't even finish? I did finish it. I did finish it. It's janky as fuck. It's shaky. Because I can't really draw anymore ever since my wrist injury. Sorry to hear that, man. It's alright, bro. Yeah, I'm like partial fusion in my wrist. Yeah, I can post it in the chat. I'll post two. I'll post one I did before my wrist injury, and then I'll post that.
Never decided if a former president can actually face criminal charges for something that did. Obviously, this is going to have an impact on the race. Up next,
I can still draw a little bit. I can still write for maybe like a few minutes before my wrist.
There's a question are disappearing.
That injury really put me in there, bro. That really kind of put a big dent in my creativity.
And the question has
If it is given in your drawing, then yeah, absolutely. I mean, that could be psychological, hopefully something that with practice you can overcome. If it hurts, though, if it hurts your wrist to draw, though, I mean, that's the problem. It physically hurts. Like even gaming, like I used to take the day off or whatever, just game all day.
California state parks, including rescue dogs.
Officials now report after reporters called for a few hours it starts hurting.
Shirtless and flashlight. A lifeguard in Hawaii was attacked by a shark and killed. While serving off the coast of Oahu yesterday,
I remember that with that drawing on the left.
Honolulu Ocean Safety Act chief
Yeah, okay.
well known on the North Shore. It's
There's nothing wrong with this.
shark attack in Hawaiian waters since 1995. The crashed the boat bridge in Maryland nearly 3 months ago.
That's good, and that coming from rehabilitation is pretty good, bro. That is good. Yeah, man. Absolutely. So, one thing, because I was college educated, you're taught to make these strokes in one stroke. One stroke thing. Like you're supposed to I have like so many different pencils with different like settings on them, like very hard and very soft. And you're supposed to make these strokes in circles. You're supposed to make shapes in the beginning, and then you're supposed to give it like with lines, and then you're supposed to go back and get the details. Oh yeah, I didn't erase anything. You just went along with it. So it's called scratch. It's a style. It's like you can really see it in the eyes and the eyelids. That really describes what I'm scratch. Yeah, and all of my art, like the amorphous shaped ones, like on the left or whatever, all of those that I always did, I normally did pen. And I just, like, almost like one take, if you will. Like, those are all one take. Like, I just sat down, started, and just finished it. So it's never, I don't ever erase anything. It's just, I always just draw it. Scratching is best used when in a method called cross-hatching. That's where you give you can apply light. If you really know what you're doing, you can use negative lighting. You can give texture to anything. You can make a circle with fuzzy if you know how to do cross-hatching.
They're trying to clear a stall from the center divider area. So
there's several different types of cross-hatching. One is like where you constantly make these slight that's another one. Or there's another method where the lines never cross. You just make straight lines. And then there's like little lines in between those. If you essentially, that's how you can depict metal and glass reflections with, your style is the beginning. Basically, to make it short, your style is the beginning of a highly skilled artist. LA Animal Services Centers now through July 3rd. Visit LAAnimalservices.com. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think if I were to actually try to create pieces and shit, I could probably do it. I would definitely not have any of those classical art skills involved in a piece, bro. But I think I could make something that people would look at and go like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Just because I like doing the amorphous blob type shit. That's good stuff, though. Yeah, when I try, if I try to replicate something, I'm alright doing that. I'm painting today. You guys see that, right? I need 2 fucking followers on YouTube. Okay. I used 4 of my alt accounts to post you a 5 that one day when I saw your tweet. I logged into all my Googles and I was like, I only have 1 and I did subscribe. Yeah, subscribe. I don't know. I made my mother subscribe. I made my wife subscribe. Holy shit, it's crazy because that's the easiest fucking thing to do, bro. It's literally few clicks. They click the link in here, click subscribe. Am I introducing you to that application? Yeah, it's not like you're introducing people to fucking YouTube. Me, I'm trying to get people to watch me on Kick. So, you literally have to click a button and sign up if you're not already. So, it's a harder sell. But, yeah, so go for it,
Podcast for free on the Radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The Panthers will host the Oilers tonight. It's a winner-take-all Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida hoping to recapture its mojo after blowing a 3-0 series lead. Edmonton's the second team to rally from 3 games down to win the Cup. New Lakers coach J.J. Redick will be introduced today in L.A. Redick was hired away from ESPN last week after UConn's Dan Hurley turned down an offer to go west. Cavaliers have their new head coach. They hired Warriors assistant Kenny Atkinson to replace J.B. Bickerstaff. Longtime NBA exec Troy Weaver is joining the Wizards. He'll be a senior advisor, reuniting with the leadership team he was part of in Oklahoma City. Marlins lefty Braxton Garrett was placed on the injured list with a forearm flexor strain. Garrett made only 7 starts because of injuries. A college baseball championship round tonight in Omaha. Texas A&M of the championship. And one of the nation's top basketball recruits is coming to Illinois. 5-star wing Will Riley is the highest-ranked prospect Illinois ever landed. That's Sports House ABC News Radio. The White House is marking the second anniversary of the U.S. Court's decision to overturn the Secretary Kareem.
Yeah, I got this one. It's got the nerviness to it.
Devastating for women's health. States have dangerous and extreme abortion bans. In fact, more than 1 in 3 women that's more than 27 million women live in states with abortion bans. New York State has won a lawsuit against the health insurance company to provide birth control for patients.
Absolutely. Yeah, kind of cut out when you're talking about YouTube.
The largest healthcare provider in the country. The AG's office received a complaint that a patient was not covered of her oral contraception. The actress ordered to pay a $30 penalty to the state and has to refund customers who were denied coverage and forced to pay out-of-pocket. Update: Sarah Lee Kessler, NBC News Radio, KSI.
Yeah, they make you get 50 or whatever before you can go live. Dude, that's crazy. I don't know how I was able to go live before 50. I don't know, 50. Oh, I verified my phone number though. like all that shit. It's like this. God, I don't know get it. This is
Headed out of Baltimore for Virginia. Departed this morning about 3 months after it lost power, and if you remember, crashed into one of the Francis Scott Key bridges.
So what's up? How you been here, Alex? When you leave? My friend came in and left. That's fine. Better be making my video. I want to ask, give that shit away.
It will undergo additional repairs after it left the Port of Baltimore.
As soon as my headset charges, starts at 4:09.
And 6 construction workers who were on
Fortnite.
the bridge were killed.
Fortnite.
Collapsed. Russia's southern region of Dagestan.
Get my ass kicked by all the little kids.
Rampage by militants who authorities said killed 20 people. Most of them police. They attacked houses of worship. These coordinated assaults.
Fucking sweat.
The violence yesterday was the latest that officials blamed on Islamic extremists in the predominantly Muslim area of the North Caucasus. It was also the deadliest.
You guys want to watch one of the craziest people ever? I put a bunch of Tony Face videos on like a playlist.
Thursday's the big day where we're going to see the
trying to practice how to be like this guy.
President Trump and Joe
See
Biden.
that's what you can say.
Here live. Here on KFI. I'm just wondering if
You got
actually Donna Brazil at that point.
Everyone should
Questions to debate.
yes,
It was specifically
what's going on. I love Fed Smoker. I was watching some Fed Smoker, and I always say praise the prophet Fed Smoker. Just call on her. Rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace. Rest in peace, her. Rest in peace. He's a legend. He's my hero. I wanna go smoke some dirty cops. Yeah. Get prepared. Smoke it up, boys. I love the Fed Smoker. Love Fed.
Well, and for different reasons. I mean, we joke about how it's going to be an absolute clown show because it has the potential to be, but it is still a very important thing. And I agree, we should all be paying attention to it at least.
Will I be watching the debate? Let's see.
Yes.
No, I'd rather watch paint dry than watch these two clowns go at it. It becomes so ridiculous as a nation.
I agree, but still, it doesn't mean you shouldn't watch it or listen to it. It just means that there's clowny people up on the TV. I scratch my head at this outgoing employment situation in the state of California. We see people leaving California. If you are of a certain, you don't even have to say it this way, but I'll say it. If you're of a certain political bent, California is not very friendly to you. And we've seen that. The state legislature being dominated by Democrats for a couple of decades now. It's been easy for Democrats to get things passed in California. In the city,
I figure out how to get that bad. Classic like TikTok.
had to be worked out to do so, and to work with state legislators to cut.
Is that GB
Girl.
or Squirrely?
Yeah, what's up, Rabbi?
What's up, GB? How are you? Oh, it's both of you. Doug, did you guys see Caspian C's little robot? He's got a robot that helps him get followers, and it works really well. He's got 500 followers right now. He's got a machine that gets him followers. You can't beat that. That's exactly right. Dude, it's working really well for him. He's got over 500 followers in like, I don't know, he got like 400 followers in 24 hours. I checked, you were on 506, you were 509, 511 now. It's moving. There you go. That's what you have to do. And you might have to do the same thing for the temporary email addresses because eventually they'll run out.
Naval force on the globe. It sounds ridiculous. Imagine, if you will, in the late 1980s, a company being the sixth most powerful naval force on the globe. It sounds ridiculous, but in a technicality, it happened. The Pepsi company was traded by the Soviet Union an assortment of submarines, cruisers, and destroyers in order for the right to import the sugary beverage into the Soviet Union. How much of that was to do with money and how much of that was to do with stagnation? Well, that's another conversation to have. But the idea of a company owning an immensely powerful navy is absurd to most people, but it isn't unheard of. Imagine, if you will, on the contrary, Amazon having an armed PMC. It's a pretty weird thought, but for a lot of history, this was commonplace. The English, then later the British, the Dutch, and other countries as well did the same thing. And in Britain, that company was known as the East India Trading Company, and it held for much of its existence one of the most powerful fleets in the globe, and it ruled an entire subcontinent with the armies to match. And it began all over some tea and some spices. The East India Trading Company has its origins in the Spanish Armada. Before the United Kingdom was formed, the King of England, ruled by Queen Elizabeth I, fought perhaps one of the most famous engagements in naval history. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 began the meteoric rise of what would become known as the Royal Navy. Keep in mind that this point, Spain had been completely ascended for many, many years, ever since the Reconquista Isabel found of the Spanish Empire and the Castilian Empire, supported by everyone else. There's some controversy in Spain's time. Really was the most powerful military force, and the defeat of the Armada and the capture of Spanish and Portuguese ships and cargoes gave English captains the opportunity to travel the globe, really, in search of wealth and riches. Captains who, like Drake and Hawkins, who wanted to make some money, decided to sail and raid the Spanish Americas as privateers, mind you, because you can't get in trouble and start a war if you're not actually sanctioned by your government. We've heard that one recently, haven't we? But the idea was that by sailing west and east as well, these captains would be able to break the Spanish and Portuguese monopoly on trade.
But it should be noted at this point in history, due to familial ties and succession, Portugal and Spain were effectively one entity. They were a political union, the Iberian Union, which would effectively at this time make them the world superpower. And they had a monopoly on trade to the Far East under that right. They completely did, circumnavigating the Ottomans, who really were now on their way out because of this breaking of that monopoly. There would be some back and forward combat between the Ottomans, of course, and they would do some shenanigans up until the 1600s. But when Columbus sailed west, and when Magellan went around the world, and when Drake followed them, it really started to end the Ottoman Empire. Now, on the 10th of April, 1591, Queen Elizabeth I gave her royal blessing to sail east and break this monopoly held by the Spanish and the Portuguese. Sir James Lancaster, sailing at the helm of the Bonaventure, and two accompanying ships sailed from Tor Bay. They sailed around the Horn and into the Arabian Sea and to the Malay Peninsula. And these ships preyed on enemy ships on a voyage of raiding commerce before finally returning to England in 1594. This was one of the first English expeditions to the Far East, but it would not be the last. In fact, the successful expedition opened the floodgates for what would become in short order the jewel in the English crown. The great successes of these voyages, though, and the success that truly galvanized the English people and aristocracy and the notion of going east and staying east, was the capture of the Portuguese carrack, introduced by Sir Walter Raleigh and the Earl of Cumberland, which was the largest ship to ever make port in England at the time. And the sight of her, along with the holds and riches, captivated the English people, who got very excited about the fact they could now get very rich. The ship also contains some vital intelligence on trade routes to China, India, and Japan, which are pretty close to the top secrets at this point. 3 more English ships would sail east in 1596, but were unfortunately lost at sea. A lot of that was part of history. But they were followed the following year by Ralph Fitch, an explorer and adventurer who arrived with his companions after an odyssey lasting 15 years. Yeah, 15 years overland through Iraq, Mesopotamia, Persian Gulf, the Indian Ocean, and Southeast Asia. It sounds really heroic, but from what I gathered, it was a bit of a lad's holiday. Fitch gave valuable information and this inspired the English people to form a sort of consortium, a company, in the east, towards India, to capitalize on these riches. So on the 22nd of September 1591, a group of influential merchants met in London to reveal their intention to travel east, with the ultimate goal being creating a trade network back in Europe, to England specifically, in regard to spice and tea trades. This is where the English, shall we say, obsession begins with tea. Obsession is a bit of a weak word for it. We'll say reliance. They are kind of addicted to it. Together, the merchants committed an incredible sum of money and purchased ships for their project. They then resolved to seek some royal support from the Queen. Although failing in their first attempt, they would receive the monarch's unofficial approval. Unofficial being that she still didn't get out of jail free when she manages to piss off half of the continent. A year later, on the 31st of September, the merchants would convene again and at last be granted a royal charter. The charter was granted to George of Cumberland and 250 of his colleagues under the name Governor and Company of Merchants of London Trading with the East Indies. Kind of titled fitting the Soviet Union. According to the charter, for 15 years the company would have a monopoly on all English trade with countries east of the Cape of Good Hope and west of the Straits of Magellan, so east of South Africa, west of South America, everything in the middle bit. Any trader or merchant that breached this charter would have their ships and cargo seized, half the profits being given to the crown and the other half to the company. The offending merchant in question would then be imprisoned. The company itself would be in the hands of the government or 24 individual directors or committees. This made up the court of directors, who in turn reported to the court of proprietors, who were responsible for appointing. 10 committees reported to the council of directors, and according to tradition, all business was at first transacted at Bishopsgate and Nags Head, called the Move to India House. So I got a little party together. Something you're going to notice as well, because I'm probably going to do more videos on this period, the English have really cool ship names. Just we'll get into it. So James Lancaster would command the first East India Company voyage in 1601 aboard the 38-gun Red Dragon. It's obviously named after the Bob's Dragon, but it's a cool name. Lancaster would capture a Portuguese carrack in the Malacca Straits, a cargo which allowed him to set up 2 factories in Java and another in the Malacca before returning to England. When I say factories, they literally made tea and spice factories. Yeah, Arriving home in 1603, the crew discovered that Queen Elizabeth I had died. Lancaster, however, was knighted by the new King James I, who was also King James in Scotland as well. This is really important. This is when England and Scotland start to go together. With the war against Spain and Portugal ending, it seemed though as if prospects for the new company would be hindered. Now keep in mind, effectively English sea power is not so much a Royal Navy, well now it's British sea power, it's not so much the Royal Navy, it's also a group of particularly vicious pirates who have nominal support from the Crown, but not entire support from the Crown. It's a bit complicated. Instead of ships being called HMS, they'd be called Ship Royal. So technically you could have situations where Drake's flagship is a privately owned ship, but it's chartered to the Navy who has control of it during the Armada. It's a whole thing, but Drake has a great video on that, where he goes over and explains, how ship classification in a line of battle is formed over many years. I watched it the other day, it's fantastic. The forays into the East had effectively broken the Spanish and Portuguese trade monopoly, though. They had achieved their goals, and Sir Henry Middleton would command a second voyage in 1604, and General William Keeling would captain a third from 1607 to 1610. By 1610, there were multiple voyages taking place at the same time, and the amount of ships owned by the company was growing and growing. These voyages were not all positive, as the company would suffer the loss of many ships, leaving in 1607 the ships Ascension and Union would be lost at sea with basically no evidence as to what happened to them. Again, that's not exactly uncommon for this period for things to just, disappear. That's why we get a lot of those ship stories. Now, at the beginning, the company struggled very heavily in the European market due to competition from not only the Spanish and Portuguese, but also the well-established Dutch East India Company, which was based in Java, modern-day Indonesia, and the surrounding islands that they had taken up residence in. The original factory that was opened during the first voyage in Bantam was a vital cog in the company's operations for 20 years as it grew, but it would be closed in 1683. During this expansion, ships would begin to arrive in India, and this would really begin Britain's relationship with India, and they started to dock in Surat. Surat was established as a transit trading point in 1608 and would really be the first steps England would take in India. Keep in mind, although England and Scotland were effectively together at this point, it was a personal union. We're not seeing the United Kingdom just yet. The East India Company is very much an English affair at this point. 2 years after the establishment of the transit point in Surat, the company would set up its first factory in southern India in the town of that on the Coromandel coast in the Bay of Bengal. The high profits recorded by the company's factory output in India backfired, and King James I granted subsidiary licenses to other trading companies in England. The simple fact was there was so much pie that the company wasn't big enough to eat the whole thing, and other companies wanted a chance at buying. However, though, in 1609, the king backed up on this position and renewed the charter, recreating the monopoly of the East India Company for an indefinite period. The new charter did have a catch, though. The charter would cease to be in effect if the trade turned unprofitable for a period of 3 consecutive years. Unfortunately, this would lead to the kind of situation where profit margins meant more than really anything else. The trading company, using its patronage system from a slew of monarchs, both their own in England, later Britain, and in India itself. Keep in mind, British success in India is really down to how the company was able to manipulate and use local rulers to assist it in its goals. It wasn't an outright conquest. There was no way England was going to outright conquer India, particularly a private company that it relied a lot on local support. Using this strategy, it grew at a really rapid rate, and in no time at all, the company found itself in direct competition with the Portuguese at the start of India, Portuguese East India Company, or Portuguese India Company, in regard to lucrative trade routes and outposts in Persia and along the Indian subcontinent. In 1622, the castle of Guinness, which had been under the control of the Portuguese since its establishment by Alfonso de Albuquerque in 1507, attracted the ire of the East India Company. The company knew that attacking the fort, even if they themselves did not control it, would lead to a break in the already fragile hold the Portuguese held over trade in the Far East. The action to take this castle, the capture of Guinness, was undertaken by the joint Anglo-Persian alliance. Except there's a really important thing here. England and Portugal were allies. So it wasn't the English or the Royal Navy at this point taking part. It wasn't a crown-sanctioned force taking part. It was ships wholly owned and operated by a private company who happened to be based in London, attacking a sovereign state's castle. Well, a sovereign state's castle owned by a sovereign state's company. You think that we're in weird situations now. Like, This is like two McDonald's branches fighting each other, one in Russia and one in Ukraine. Again, it's levels of weird here. The force consisted of 5 warships and 4 small pinnaces. The attack on the castle was not merely a random event, though. However, it was a well-timed and calculated move. The Persians had recently engaged in hostilities against the Portuguese, and their army was besieging the Portuguese fort approximately 24 kilometers away from the ship. But knowing his forces' own weaknesses, Shah Abbas approached the English and asked for naval assistance in return for promises that future trading in silk would be in the English favour, further increasing the monopoly. The company, as previously stated, had known for a while that the dislodging of the Portuguese from Persia would be a tremendous victory, and without hesitation, an agreement was signed, providing for the sharing of any spoils and customs dues that they would seize after the taking of Hormuz. Along with this, the agreement contained provisions for the reparation of prisoners according to creed, and lastly, Persia would pay for half of the cost of supplying the fleet. Now in agreement, the company's ships first sailed to the League of Portuguese, currently under siege in Kishim, and unleashed a heavy bombardment, quickly forcing the defenders to seek terms. With Kishim now firmly under Persian control, the fleet sailed onto its intended target of Hormuz, disembarking their complement of Persian soldiers. The English ships went on to engage the Portuguese flotilla guarding Hormuz, while the Persians landed forces into the castle itself. None of this had royal assent, by the way. This is the company acting as the company. The siege was concluded by late April 1622, and the Portuguese were forced to retreat over to Muscat, but their position in the Far East was effectively blown down. The hegemony had been broken, and Portugal really could not come back from it. And although economically speaking, this was a tremendous victory, it must be noted that King James I, the king that the company was supposed to be listening to, did not give his blessing to attack the Portuguese. England and Portugal had signed an alliance in 1386, which was still in effect, and is still in effect today. And it is the oldest standing alliance in all of human history. And the king was furious that an alliance of over 100 years was now at risk. The Duke of Buckingham himself threatened to sue the company, but in a shocking turn of events, the monarch's mood changed when he received 10% of the profits from the capture. Upon receiving what had effectively amounted to a truckload of money, the king quickly retorted with, "Did I deliver you from the complaint of the Spaniards, and do you return me nothing?" The king moods again changed in a highly surprising way when another truckload of money came through the door. That was the same as the first. See what I mean about full liability? The company was very helpful. The company was able to, with this capture, trade unhindered with the Persians. Albeit with some difficulty, akin to the Portuguese, the English would soon discover just how stubborn the Persians were, and trade, while unhindered, would prove to be somewhat difficult, as we're not a people that could be pushed around too easily. But the fact still remains that although profits were not at all reaching the level the company intended or wished, they were the only power able to trade at sea with the Persians. One other implication of this event is just how willing the English government was to turn a blind eye to the model equivalent of Amazon seizing control of a castle and then bribing the President of the United States. Now that the company dominated trade from Persia and really circumnavigated the Ottoman Empire, it was completely free to focus its attention on India. The company would continue to expand, with the Portuguese seizing their base in Bombay as part of the dowry, which is now Mumbai, when the Princess Catherine of Braganza married King Charles II. The East India Company would again disregard the alliance with Portugal, and allied with the Dutch, the United East India Company, or BOC, attacked Portuguese and Spanish ships in China, leading to the company establishing trading ports along the Chinese coast, furthering its dominance of the spice trade. In 1634, the Mughal Emperor gave his hospitality to the company by King James I and welcomed traders into his empire. His letter read as follows: "Upon which assurance of your royal love, I have given my general command to all the kingdoms and ports of my dominions to receive all merchants of the English nation as subjects of my fund." Sure, that'll last. The company seized on this commission, and by 1647 had 23 factories, with the major factories being protected within the forts of Fort William in Bengal, Fort St. George in Madras, and Bombay Castle. In 1717, the emperor completely waived custom fees for company trade, which at the time mostly consisted of cotton, silk, indigo dye, saltpeter, and of course, never forget the tea. In an act aimed at strengthening the English presence in the East, King Charles II granted the company in 1670 the rights to autonomous territorial acquisitions, to mint money, to command fortresses, and to raise its own military and make war and peace in its acquired territories.
In 1689, a Mughal fleet commanded by Sidi Yaqub attacked this company in Bombay. The company forces were forced to surrender after it being besieged for a year. The besieged forces sent envoys to plead for pardon. Although successful, the EIC was forced to pay a large indemnity and promised the Mughals that they would behave a bit better in future transactions. The emperor withdrew his troops and the company was able to re-establish themselves in Bombay, and they were able to also set up a base in Calcutta. It really must be said, the company was so profit-driven. It was very, very brutal in its attempt to just get profit. The greatest competitors of the East India Company at the time were the Dutch, the Dutch East India Company. The Dutch held control over the land that today constitutes Indonesia. And now that the Portuguese had been ousted, the VOC was able to form a trade monopoly centered around the Straits of Malacca. The aggressive Dutch expansion matched the equally aggressive East India Company expansion. It should be noted that in 1707, the Act of Union was passed, merging England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland into the United Kingdom. The name would change over time, obviously, as Ireland would get better status and such, but effectively we now have the United Kingdom. So therefore, now on out, I'm going to refer to it as the United Kingdom, the British Empire, and it will be known as the British East India Company. Not getting out of it that easily, Scotland, you would here too. The first 2 decades of the 17th century would see the VOC, the Dutch, rise to become the wealthiest commercial operation in the world, with over 50,000 employees and 200 privately owned ships. And it would grow to dominate the spice trade. I don't think I can put it into accurate words just how rich the Dutch East India Company was at this time. I digress. The East India Company, though, the British one, would find itself in such a fierce competition with the VOC, and to a lesser extent the French during this time. And the trade war between the British and the Dutch continued through the 17th and 18th centuries. The catalyst to this increasingly violent competition was due to the fact that the highly lucrative spices of nutmeg, ginger, cloves, cinnamon, and pepper could only be found on the famed spice islands, now known as the Moluccas. Although beginning a trade rivalry between the two companies, this trade war would actually spiral to result into 4 actual wars between the United Kingdom and the Dutch Republic, of which both sides would claim victory back and forth until the final war in the 1780s. Yet the 1780s coincided directly with the American Revolution, and therefore British attention moved away from wars over trade and to the retention of their rebellious colonies. Now, remember how I said that the company relied on a very complex system of effectively puppet princes and princedoms? It started to fall apart when the Mughal Empire began to collapse. It had controlled the subcontinent for hundreds of years, but by the mid-1700s it was falling apart and being surpassed by the Maratha Confederacy. It was during this monumental power shift that the company made its move. The company at first employed a few hundred soldiers as guards for the spice factories and on board their ships, but it soon became clear that they would require a bit more of a permanent military presence in order to take the trading measures from the Dutch. By 1750, the company had 3,000 men-at-arms. By 1763, there were 26,000. By 1778, the company would call on a force of 67,000 men with hundreds of ships. By comparison, this military force of what was just still a trading company was larger than that of most nations around the world. With the Mughal Empire fragmenting, the EIC ruling the waves, the ships sailing up and down the coast, and her armies conquering thousands of kilometers of territory, and of course her government practices bribing her way into thousands of kilometers of territory as well. In a few short decades, the company grew to rule all of modern-day Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and Burma. The East India Company's ground forces are a complete mess when it comes to culture, when it comes to culture clashes, and really its whole structure is very, very in-depth and interesting. So is its naval structure. Its naval structure is very odd, and the true power of the company, although the army was necessary to control the spice trade, the navy was where it truly shone with getting the spices to Europe, and that's where we run into the sort of hard one, because when you start to get to the point of the company dominating the subcontinent and the Far East in 1778, just around the corner is a little guy called Napoleon, and he had some issues to settle with the British, to put it mildly. The company will control hundreds upon hundreds of ships during its lifespan. And some were actual warships, genuinely they had frigates and stuff, but the majority of ships were specific design for the East Indies. As the name suggests, these ships were designed to sail east to the Indies. The ships, in the case of the EIC itself, when they went around the Cape of Good Hope, because it was horrible to sail down there. and on to India, with many ships continuing their voyages to China before returning home via the Cape of Good Hope and St. Helena. In 1815, we could wave to Napoleon and say bye-bye. These were not merely trading ships, though, however, with some of them being more heavily armed than contemporary warships. The ships were so large that from a distance they could be mistaken for ships of the line. Whilst not as heavily armed as ships of the line, the vessels would often carry an incredibly heavy armour. Enter the Bombay Castle, built in 1792 and carrying 34 guns and a crew of 135 men. It was hard to argue that this merchant ship was hapless and at the mercy of raiders and privateers. The ability of East Indiamen to defend themselves would be put to the test over and over throughout this time period. But the best example is with many events that I've written about before. It's relatively unknown and that's overlooked because of things that happened on either side of it. And that's at Pulaora on the 14th of February, 1804. Britain is the only country that remained at war with Napoleon for effectively the entire Napoleonic Wars. In many ways, it was the ultimate thorn in the Emperor's side. And its very existence and keeping it going at war, and also keeping the continent going by making more coalitions. Because, I mean, the Napoleonic Wars could be summed up in the sense of, you lost to Napoleon. What's the money to do it again? Britain bankrolled basically the entire continent to fight Napoleon for most of the period. And a lot of it comes down to these convoys, to the East Indiamen and the East India Company's wealth that is pouring into London from the Far East. With that said, Napoleon placed a lot of his policy after he realised there was not really a possibility of beating Britain at sea around the continental system. The idea being that they could cut the lifeline that was trade and force the British Empire into a surrender or a peace deal, or at least to get it out of the way so Napoleon could dominate Europe. Such was the goal of Bonaparte's naval strategy. The French Emperor's dreams of breaking the British hegemony at sea, though, would be shattered by the victories of Lord Admiral Nelson at the battles of Copenhagen, Aboukir Bay, also known as the Nile, and the legendary Battle of Trafalgar. Also, there were multiple others. I mean, for example, the Dutch fleet was destroyed at Camperdown by Admiral Duncan. There were multiple times where French fleets and Spanish fleets were captured or stopped at sea. St. Vincent was a huge loss to the Spanish. There are multiple instances of this, but effectively, France was no longer able to fight the British directly at sea. The mere presence of so many French and later Spanish ships in Europe, though, meant that the Royal Navy was struggling in a sense to have a sufficient amount of warships based on Empire's holdings in India. Particularly frigates. Frigates are the ideal warship for protecting trade in this area, and they were needed to scout for the fleets. Nelson famously said that if he would have died, his last words would have been that he wanted more frigates just before the Nile. He only had 3 frigates to scout to try and find the French fleet multiple times during his command in the Mediterranean. Frigates were vital, and there was a shortage of them. This was where the immense power and the size of the East India Company truly came into its own. Each Indian was armed roughly with 38 heavy guns, but many captains would often paint false gun ports on their ships, thus giving them the appearance of the ship of the line as business. Normally, the crews were only meant to water for tanks by pirates or raiders, not warships. The crews of the Indiamen were often not well trained, and the guns were lower quality. While disguising their ships had worked in the past, for example, during the Bali Strait incident, which happened in January 1797, French raiding squadrons would not be full forever, and in an effort to ensure that no ship and its valuable cargo would be isolated and taken, the company had its ships gathered in ports before setting out together in larger convoys. The idea was that by combining their firepower, they would effectively be able to ward off and overwhelm any French squadron that they could feasibly be operating in the area. This idea was proven effective in February 1799 in Macau, where a convoy Indiamen were able to drive off a combined Franco-Spanish squadron before the Royal Navy escort was able to engage the enemy force. Then, First Consul, the Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, ordered in March 1803, this is before Trafalgar, a squadron of French warships to sail east to disrupt the British trade network. The squadron was commanded by Contra-Admiral Charles Alexander de la Vinois and consisted of the 74-gun ship of the line Marengo and 3 accompanying frigates. This is a very powerful force that cannot be understated. Compared to Indiamen, these could wipe the floor with it. Benoit based his squadron on the island of Ile-de-France, east of Madagascar, and in preparation for hostilities to begin, when the Napoleonic Wars effectively began on the 16th of May, or re-began, because there was a short peace, Benoit was in port and immediately set about landing troops and supplies on the French island of Réunion and at the Dutch port of Batavia. Lenoir would then dispatch one of his frigates, the Atalante, towards Muscat and the Gulf of Oman. The voyage of the Atalante would be successful as she managed to capture numerous individual ships and was even able to burn the trading quarters of Benguela. Lenoir anchored in Batavia for the winter when he received a report detailing the exact composition and date of departure of the tremendous convoy known as the British China Fleet. The convoy system is not an advent of the First or Second World Wars. It truly began during this period of time. And much earlier as well, the Spanish, in fact, were using convoys known as the Flota to bring gold from the New World back to Europe for many, many years. Lenoir set sail on the 28th of December with Marengo, the frigates Belcourt, the ship Belcourt was gorgeous, and Sarmiente. The corvette Berceau, and lastly the Dutch brig Aventura sailed in a company. Lenoir had his ships stocked with enough supplies for 6 months, as he expected, and extended patrol in the South China Sea and the Strait of Malacca. The China Fleet in question was an annual merchant convoy that would gather in Pearl River and Canton during the winter before first sailing to India, where further ships would join the convoy, before the convoy would together leave as one for Britain. The China Fleet of 1804 departed Canton in late January. By the time it passed the Straits of Malacca, it contained 16 of the largest East Indiamen and 11 smaller ships known as country ships. Joining the convoy was a Portuguese merchantman and, interestingly, a ship from Botany Bay in New South Wales, also known now as Australia. The East India Company, it must be said, did provide an escort for this fleet, but it was by no means up to the task of defending the convoy. The escort was merely a small armed brig called the Ganges. In defense of the company, the news that the war had broken out between the British and French empires had failed to reach Canton prior to the fleet sailing. Had the news reached the fleet, their sailing would likely have been delayed and an escort would have been provided by the India Squadron. Lenoir knew how valuable this convoy was. In modern currency, its cargo was well worth roughly £700 million. Yeah, that's a lot. And although his spies had incorrectly reported the fleet was guarded by a detachment of warships, he was confident his very powerful squadron would be able to seize, if not the whole convoy, a significant portion of it. The company was understandably quite nervous at the prospect of their convoy sailing unescorted whilst a state of war existed. So they consulted various captains, including Henry Meriton, who, while commanding the East Indian Exeter on the 4th of August 1800, captured a French frigate off the coast of Brazil. Yet, this madman commanding a merchant ship captured a frigate. Meriton advised that the convoy, from a distance, appeared powerful enough to ward off an attack by a squadron of frigates or smaller ships of the line, both in its appearance, remembering that they used to paint themselves to look like ships of the line, and also from the fact that each ship carried a sizable gun battery. On the contrary, Captain Alfred John Farquharson argued against Meriton that the convoy's crews were so poorly trained that they would be unable to work together to dissuade an attack, and that the ships would be picked apart one by one, not unlike what Nelson did at the Nile. The company decided that the convoy could not be delayed any further, and after naming their most experienced captain, Commodore Nathaniel Dance, the officer in charge of the now flagship at Camden, they were ordered to sail at the nearest opportunity. But keep in mind that the money from this convoy was vital to the British war effort. At approximately 8 in the morning on the 14th of February 1804, the convoy was beginning to transit the Straits of Malacca with the island of Pula Ora in sight to the southwest. The Royal George raised the signal that 3 sets of sail were approaching from the direction of the island. Lenoir had succeeded in his goal of intercepting the convoy and had placed himself at this crucial choke point, betting that his best chance was finding and successfully attacking the convoy while it transited the Straits. Commodore Dance was not exactly sure what kind of ships the Royal George had spotted, and he ordered the Alfred, Royal George, Bombay Castle, Hope, and the brig Ganges to make an approach and investigate. This small squadron rapidly discovered that the ships spotted belonged to more than 3 ships, and crucially, they were in fact warships, and quite a threat. By 1 in the afternoon, Dance had ready the convoy's guns and reformed his ships in the fashion that the largest Indiamen formed a line of battle. This maneuver was undertaken in the hope the formation would trick the French warships into believing that the squadron were not merchantmen and were warships that held the line of themselves. Failing that, the line of battle would assist the convoy with defense if they had no other option to fight. Each of Lenoir's ships were faster than all of the convoy ships, with the only exception being the Ganges. Lenoir ordered his ships to fall in line behind the convoy, using their advantage in speed. The French were able to take up such a position that they would be able to decide when, where, and how they attacked, and try as they might, the slower British engines would not be able to break away save for a miracle. Noting that night was falling, and his advantage in firepower could be negated if he initiated combat, the French admiral decided to shadow the convoy overnight and attack the following morning. Albeit a brief reprieve, it was clear to Commodore Dance that his ships would now have to fight, and that there would be no chance for his ships to slip away. And so, using the Ganges as a shuttle, he began to redistribute some of the crews from the smaller ships amongst the Indiamen, while sheltering them behind the larger ships, the idea being that if boarded, or put on board would give them a better fighting chance. Lenoir would greatly be criticised later, particularly by his own side, for giving the convoy this much vital time to make their preparations. And his defence would be his being for caution. If the bold front put on by the enemy in the daytime had been intended as a ruse to conceal his weakness, he would have profited by the darkness of the night to endeavour to conceal his escape, and in that case, he should have taken advantage of his manoeuvres. But I soon became convinced that his security was not feigned. 3 heavy ships constantly kept their lights up, and the fleet continued to lie to in order of battle throughout the night. This position facilitated my gaining of the wind, and enabled me to observe the enemy more closely. As Lenoir being quoted and translated by William James, a naval historian, writing in 1827. Lenoir's excuse was basically I needed to watch them and keep an eye on them, which he did, and he somehow didn't notice at all that they were merchants. We ignore that. As dawn broke on the 15th of February, both squadrons raised their colours. Dance, still hoping to convince Lenoir that some of his ships were warships, ordered the Ganges and 4 other ships to raise the blue ensign, whilst the rest of the convoy raised the red ensign. The regulations regarding the usage of flags of British ships at the time implied that the ships flying the blue were warships of Admiral Raynier's squadron and protecting the merchants flying the red. This ruse worked, as Lenoir's intelligence reports, as I said, wrongly informed him that the merchants were guarded by warships. Lenoir only knew about the original 23 ships in the convoy that left China, not the fact that 6 more had joined on the journey to Port-Aurora. Lenoir assumed these extra ships were the warships, spurred on by the fact that some of the ships in Canton were repainted as ships of the line before they left port, especially in some cases after the French spies had given their report. It's hardly possible that this was the reason Lenoir did not attack a night when the ships first sighted one each other all the night before. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the French ships were still standing off and observing. There was a reluctance to attack, and according to Lenoir, this was to gauge the nature of his enemy's performance. At this point, Dance reformed his ships into a sailing formation to try and get his convoy into the straits before the French. This move, however, backfired, as Lenoir now saw the convoy as less of an intimidating threat, and thus he moved to attack. At 1 p.m. it was clear the faster ships under Lenoir were in danger of cutting the convoy in two and isolating the rear. Dance saw this and ordered his lead ships to attack and cut in front of the French line. 15 minutes later, the French opened fire on the Royal George, who at the time was leading the British charge. The next 4 ships in line, the Ganges, Earl of Camden, the Viking, Worley, and Alfred, returned fire. Unfortunately, the Ganges at first fired upon the Royal George in error. Apparently, their disguise was so good that their own escort couldn't realise who they were. But they quickly corrected this. The captain of the next ship in line, Hope, eager to engage, ran into Worley, forcing both ships to retire and untangle their rigging. The ships leading the charge exchanged fire with the superior French ships for approximately 40 minutes, with neither side inflicting a great amount of damage on the other, the only damage being superficial. At 2 p.m., Lenoir abandoned the action and ordered full sail eastwards away from the convoy. Not wanting his ruse to be uncovered, Commodore Dance ordered the ships flying the blue ensign to chase, leading them after the French squadron hit Earl Camden. Even though none of the ships under his command could hope to catch the French, or, win in a one-on-one duel, they still spurned on anyway, the hope being that the show of force would convince the French to not return. The chase would last 2 hours, with Hope coming the closest to Aventura, but unable to overhaul the fleet. At 4 p.m, Dance realised that his ships giving chase were in danger. If the French turned their ships around and were doubled back, there was little hope that his ships could fight and win an engagement. After all, they only looked like warships. They'd either have the gun complement or the crew to stand much chance, so he ordered them to rejoin the fleet. 4 hours later, with darkness gathering, the convoy entered the straits and dropped anchor. On the 28th of February, the ship of the line, HMS Scepter and HMS Albion, joined the convoy as a proper escort and protected them until St. Helena in the South Atlantic Ocean, where they were relieved by HMS Plantagenet, who remained with the convoy until it reached Britain. The convoy would, after Port-Aurora, not encounter any further incident on its homeward journey, probably linked to the fact that Nelson was chasing the French fleet around, and would deliver its cargo unmolested. Meanwhile, Lenoir returned to Batavia after the action, arriving after an uneventful several days, where he was delighted to discover the Atlante. After resupplying and detaching the Aventura, Lenoir sailed for his base on the Ile de France, where he would arrive on the 2nd of April. The line would receive much criticism for his action during the battle, both during and after. In an attempt to explain himself, he would afterwards say the following: "The ships which attacked and rejoined those which were engaging us, and 3 of the engaging ships maneuvered to double our rear, while the remainder of the fleet, crowding a sail and bearing up, evinced an intention to surround us. By this maneuver, the enemy would have rendered my situation very dangerous. The superiority of his force was ascertained, and I had no longer to deliberate on the part should I take to avoid the consequence of an unequal engagement profiteering by the smoke. I pulled up to port, and steering east-northeast, I increased my distance from the enemy, whose continued pursuit of the squadron for 3 hours, discharging at several broadsides. Basically, they surrounded us, they came at us really hard, and then they kept chasing us, and they wouldn't leave us alone. The Battle of Pulo Ora, it must be remembered, was a naval engagement between a trading company and a sovereign power, the French Empire versus a company, and the company had emerged victorious. Again, it is the model equivalent of a cargo ship owned by Amazon getting some harpoons, shooting at and making a foreign warship run away. The power and prestige held by the company at this point is almost unfathomable. The company's navy controlled the Far East, able to fight back and beat nations that wished to raid the cargo, while the army ruled the entire Indian subcontinent. What started with a gathering of London merchants intent on opening English trade to the Far East was now more powerful than most countries save for major powers. In 1805, it can be argued that the United States of America was less powerful and less economically prosperous than the East India Company. It's a spicy argument to make, but it is one that I would also make. The company now seemed unstoppable, a power in its own right, commanding a military able to defend its own borders, the company's borders. But history is a fickle thing, and barely 50 years after the Battle of Pulo Ora, the writing appeared to be on the wall for the company. The cataclysmic fall of the company, which had taken hundreds of years to build from nothing, came about due to the Indian Rebellion of 1857, also known as the Indian Mutiny. The mutiny had resulted from decades of mismanagement by the company of the Indian peoples, and the spark ultimately being the introduction of new rifles, which required the users to buy the packaging of the charge used to load the weapon. Rumors spread that the packaging was coated in beef or pork fat, which for the locally recruited and trained Hindu and Muslim soldiers was extremely sacrilegious, and in short order, a rebellion rose up. The sheer scale of death and devastation in India resulted in the condemnation of the company, who, according to Parliament and the British people, were entirely to blame, and they absolutely were. The way that the company managed the local populations was incredibly ineffective, but as I've said a couple times in this video, it was profit. That's all that mattered, was profit. In 1848, the nail was put in a coffin when Parliament passed the India Act of 1858, and it effectively placed all land in modern-day Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and Burma under Crown authority. The company's military was either disbanded or absorbed into the Empire's regular armies, with the subcontinent becoming what would be known as the British Raj. The great monopoly on trade that the company relied upon to sustain its existence was now broken. The company would continue to exist in a reduced form, managing the trade of tea and small island base of St. Helena under the eye of the British government, until Parliament passed the East India Stock Dividend Redemption Act in 1873. The act, which came into effect on the 1st of January 1874, formally dissolved the company. In its 274 years of operations, the British East India Company had made the empire wealthier and had assisted in the extending reach of its power further than any other power in human history. This mere trading company had fought and defeated the old empires of Europe. It had brutally controlled an entire subcontinent, and it had stood toe-to-toe on the world stage, effectively as a major power in its own right. The company's record will likely stand undefeated, and its subsequent influence on modern-day history is truly unfathomable. For example, the countries that made up the British Raj, their borders were largely set in place due to the extent of company conquests in the region. The money that the company earned would allow the British Empire to afford the extreme cost of the Napoleonic Wars, and it would emerge the rulers of a quarter of the Earth's landmass and ocean. Britannia may have ruled the waves, but it cost a lot of money. And this money was largely accumulated by the operations of what was known as the Right Honourable East India Trading Company. In its wake, the company would leave a history of heavy brutality, and so much so to the point that, well, the British Crown and the British people said enough was enough. This is the longest video I've ever made, like the longest, and if you enjoyed it, let me know. That was very long. I didn't get into the horrors too much because, well, it would get banned off YouTube. But if you enjoy, like, comment, subscribe.
Might be a stretch, but they are healthier than a lot of other fast food options. And the slogan it has come back to, by the way, is eat fresh. That's what they do. Barry Thomas, a thought leader at a market research group, says he can't drive you to a restaurant that looks and feels like the
I'm standing on the exact location of one of the most famous deaths of all time. A death that marked the end of the best-known battle in British history. Towards dusk, on the 14th of October 1066, an unknown archer fired an arrow into the air from somewhere beyond those ruins. By chance, it came down straight into the eye of King Harold of England. This simple twist of fate changed our country forever. As a result, a horde of Normans led by William the Conqueror marched in and removed the whole way of life. Of course, William's propaganda machine ensured that all we ever get to hear about Harold is that he was the loser at the Battle of Hastings. But there's a hidden history, a tragic story of love, violence, intrigue, and cold hard cash. This is the real story of the last great Anglo-Saxon king. Tracking down the facts of Harold's hidden history means embarking on a quest across the length of the realize that it was possible. Only by making this journey can we see how the events of his life conspired to set him on a countdown to the last fatal moment. It started here. This is Boston on the south coast. Today, it's a picturesque little pleasure harbour. 1,000 years ago, it was a hub port for the Saxon territory of Wessex. Sometime around 1020, Harold was born and brought up here. The Saxon church where he would go to mass still stands. We don't know when exactly he was born. The chroniclers thought all you needed to know about the young Harold was his second name, Godwin's. His father was the most powerful lord in the land, Earl Godwin of Wessex. Godwin had risen from the lowest ranks of the Saxon aristocracy and was a tenacious political fighter. He needed to be. These were turbulent times. A stone church like this was also used as a military building. For centuries, the tower had been used to watch out for Viking raiders coming up the Solent. But when Harold was a boy, the Danish Empire under King Guinness had taken over the English kingship. Edward, the Anglo-Saxon heir, had fled to Normandy. Earl Godwin had survived the takeover, marrying a Danish woman, giving his three oldest sons Scandinavian names: Sweyn, Harold, and Tostig. Yes, our English hero was in fact half Viking. In 1042, Harold appears in the chronicles in his own right. In his early 20s, he got his first taste of power when the Danish Empire ended and the ancient English royal line was restored. Edward, who's known as the Confessor, returned in triumph from exile in Normandy. But with Edward came change. For the first time, he created a permanent base for the English monarchy here on the banks of the Thames just outside London at Westminster. But Edward was a new boy and a stranger in his own country. He may have come from a long line stretching right back to Alfred the Great, but he'd been brought up in Normandy. He needed the support of the Saxon earls, and in particular of Godwin, who ran Wessex. Edward bought Godwin's support. He married his daughter, Harold's sister, then cemented the alliance by giving Harold's older brother, Sweyn, earldom in the Midlands, and appointing Harold as Earl of East Anglia, to make the Godwins the most powerful family in the land. Harold was the picture of Saxon royalty. Influence and his own residue of personal troops. Harold and his family were loyal to Like any new boss, Edward wanted his own people. So he started bringing in Norman nobles and giving them pockets of land. He also began replacing English clerics with Norman churchmen. These were people who wanted religious reform, but also had a political agenda. And the most dangerous of these was the new Archbishop of Canterbury, Robert of Jumièges.
It was said by a chronicler that Robert of Jumièges had such a hold over Edward the Confessor, he could point to a crow and say that crow is white, and Edward would agree with him. This guy was a schemer and a politician, and I believe that he was the prime mover in trying to badmouth Godwin and Harold and all the rest of the family in the eyes of Edward the Confessor, because there was so much marriage in it. If you could get rid of this most powerful family, you could leave the way open for the succession to the Duke of Normandy.
But this isn't just a political story, it's a personal one too. Harold's career may have been kick-started because his father was so powerful, but his downfall was because of his family as well. One story is a dynastic tragedy, and the course of the nation's history was changed because his family fell apart. The first source of tension was Harold's sister. Edward's marriage had failed to produce an heir. In those days, the woman was always to blame. Edward couldn't annul the marriage because the Earl of Godwin and his sons were still so close. The heir created external pressure for his family. They might have survived if their internal stability had been Swain was a typical rich kid gone wrong. He was a bully and a hellraiser. He was exiled in 1046 to Denmark, keeping a nun prisoner as a sex slave, and all his lands were divided between Harold and his cousins Bjorn. But in exile, he behaved so badly that eventually Denmark had him thrown out again. So 3 years later, he turned up in England begging Edward for forgiveness. Understandably, Harold was indignant. All this time, he'd been doing his duty serving his king as a naval commander. Why should he now have to give back his lands to an aristocratic wastrel? Supported by his cousin, for the first time, Harold was stood up to his father. Family unity was beginning to crumble. On one side stood Godwin and Swain, on the other, Harold, his brothers and cousins. Edward passed away. Swain was to sail from Boston in 3 days, and he paid with his life. The rest of the Godwins were 70 miles along the coast. The matter seemed settled by the king's decision. They waited in the shadow of the old Roman fort here at Pevensey. Swain turned up on horseback, and one last appeal to his family to help them reinstated. Somehow or other, he managed to persuade his cousin Bjorn to speak on his behalf to the king. Bjorn set off for Bosom, Swain was a psychopath. Swain had Bjorn tied up in his He killed his cousin in cold blood and left him in the landmarks He'd gone too far. Sailors of the Royal Fleet declared him beneath him. A Viking word for someone who's completely beyond repair. Even Swain's own ships deserted him. He was forced to flee to England's enemies in Florence. In spite of this universal condemnation, Earl Godwin lobbied for Swain to return. He used his remaining shreds of influence to pressure him into allowing the murderer back. His return caused tension and resentment among other
Gideon had other families as rivals within England, and Edward and he personally didn't like each other. That seems very clear. And so there's a lot more personal animosity, rivalries within the kingdom at the back of all that.
The feuding Godwins isolated themselves.
Edward, encouraged by Robert of Juliege, had the chance to reshuffle England's power-based Guinness favour. He went in for the king. Edward set a trap. He got his brother-in-law Eustace to on the pretext of Eustace attacked the armed men. Edward gave the order to make an example of the town.
London was faced with the choice of burning, looting and pillaging in his own homeland or disobeying the king. He chose rebellion and rallied his sons to try to persuade the king to change his mind at an emergency summit. But Edward had the support of the other barons, and when he refused to give the Godwins safe conduct to the meeting, they were forced to flee from the country.
The Godwin family sailed into exile. Edward underestimated the effects of this shift in the balance. The rest of the earth realised that if the king could oust the most powerful family in the land, messages of support started crossing the channel. 10 months later, the Godwins sailed back into London.
Suffolk on the south bank of the Thames. Edward faced them across the river. In those days there weren't any bridges, so the Bishop of Winchester, Stigand, ferried back and forth, negotiating a humiliating climb down to the king.
Godwin's land was restored, and many of Edward's loyal cronies were forced out, including the scheming archbishop. It was a victory.
Robert of Juliege knew the game was up, and he fled immediately out of London before they came back to him. And he killed several people in the streets before he left. This is the kind of judgment we're dealing with.
Then, within 6 months, the swaying and the Godwin the inheritance was the Westminster. Harry and Edward would now start with a clean slate. But the crisis of 1055 just continued to cause. When he fled England, Robert of Juliege had snatched Harold's youngest brother and nephew as hostages. He handed them over to his new master, William Duke of Normandy. The two young relatives languishing from the dungeon to the return. He was about to face his first challenge. The Welsh were threatening to invade. The border country of Hereford has always been glass. When Edward had brought more colonials to England, his motives were like the trades on the I'm just trying to keep like a little record of the water wells. So like I know there were like only 10 wells, so it's really not that many. It's big, but you need like 5 numbers. He can answer all of those. He's the one that did them.
Castellans brought their technology with them. This is why in yours Harold in Herefordshire actually became one of Harold's personal possessions. Most people around here aren't even aware of the castles, known locally as the Mound, but it's actually a classic modern Bailey design. They'd have flattened all the area around here, followed the earth, put it over there where the trees are, and then they would have protected this inner mound with a wooden palisade, and also protected the outer ring round here with another palisade. So it would have been virtually impregnable. And if you look over there, you've got a superb position in order to stop the Welsh from raiding the mountain valley below.
The thing is, on the wall, there's way more. It's on this working with the wells. I know there's like, we haven't made more than 10 wells. Like, I'm just working one step at a time. I highly doubt
overrunning Hereford.
If you're just trying to keep the dog from it, whatever.
There's only one man to
Tier list is some tier rankings.
The Welsh campaign proved Harold's worth as a politician as well as a soldier. If you go to Hereford today, you can still see Harold's legacy on the layout of the old city. He negotiated a deal, giving land in return for a Hereford. He mentioned about strengthening the town and building roads and city walls. To restore the walls surrounding the reservoir of Tesco's marked the course of Harold's defences. Griffin, the Welsh leader, continued to cause trouble. So at Christmas 1062, Harold decided to solve the Welsh problem once
Wales was Afghanistan for England was a really dodgy place to get into because the English had heavier armed troops who could get bogged down in there and get picked off in ambushes.
Harold came up with a radical solution, the Saxon equivalent to the command.
He decided the way to sort out Griffin was to make a lightning break right into the heart of his territory. He first of all marched with lightning speed past Hereford and on to the west against Griffin's own castle. The significant thing about Harold in Wales is that it absolutely says that here was somebody who was an innovator of somebody who knew that things had to change and you would adapt to circumstances.
Griffin escaped and in the second phase. His brother Tuscan continued to land, so Harold sailed around the coast to destroy strongholds of Welshmen in the mountains. In the end, the demoralised Welsh signalled their submission by sending Harold back.
I wanted to ask about real sugar eggs. Do you know if he has
Harold was proving in fact that he reached his position.
real sugar eggs?
He loved the same sort of cachet as Polo does today. He was famous for taking the hawk everywhere he went. Europe's finest collection of books on the subject.
They have a telegram.
An 11th century man of means was expected to have a suitable wife, and Harold was no exception.
So does that mean he has one or he doesn't have one?
What was unusual at the time is that they also had a genuine relationship, which lasted until
as far as we can see, Harold had one of the real relationships that there were probably others we don't know about, but certainly we know that Harold was just one that wherever he was happy, if you like, a sexual affair.
In other matters, Harold followed the aspect of the age. Rich men had a duty to religious institutions. Founding a church or abbey enhanced their reputation. The abbot, for instance, was spending a fortune on an abbey near the base of Westminster.
Harold picked a project to rival the king's. He believed he'd been cured of some kind of paralysis when he prayed at the shrine of the Holy Cross at Waltham in Essex. It was here that he built Waltham Abbey, which gave its name to the town.
Today's church is half the size of the abbey in its heyday. Harold lavished money on the bringing back highly prized relics from trips to the continent, and providing costly fixtures such as a gold and marble altar, gospel books with silver covers, and a famous vestment embroidered with 8 kilos of gold thread. But just when it seemed like Harold was the worst mistake of his life,
University of New Jersey.
1064, Harold set off across the Channel from Osm on a diplomatic mission to Norway. The facts of the visit have been obscured by history after the Norman conquest. In order to justify William's conquest invasion, they say that Harold was sent by King Edward to reaffirm a promise of England after Essex's death. This is the I think Harold did go into that exercise. The official Norman version is this. 1051, King Edward promises William of Normandy the throne of England. And in 1064, King Edward sends Harold over to confirm that promise. But what this official version conveniently forgets is that between these two dates, in 1056, King Edward also sent Harold over to Hungary on a long, costly mission in order to bring back a distant relative who he'd earmarked to succeed him. And this young man was still sitting around in the English court. The official version just doesn't wash. It seems much more likely that Harold went over to France on his own account. A courageous rescue mission.
Hostages were the reason for Harold actually making his journey to London. There was no reason to select an outsider, a foreigner, one who probably would not be accepted than an English person.
When Robert and Julia fled back to the continent with Harold's relatives, he'd encouraged William of Normandy to believe that he'd been promised the English throne by Edward. 12 years later, Harold goes on what he thinks is a straightforward mission to negotiate the release of his brother and nephew, but he doesn't know about the promise to William.
He wasn't aware of the fact that William was ambitious to take control of England and was therefore waiting to exploit any opportunity to do so. Harold basically walked into a trap.
To find what happened next, you have to come here to Bayeux in Normandy to see a document made within a decade of Harold's visit. This is where Harold's history starts to be told, not just in chronicles written down by monks, but in the first comic strip ever, the Bayeux Tapestry. It's an extraordinary piece of work. If you've only seen reproductions, you haven't got any idea of its scale, detail of the embroidery. It's 17 metres long. It was originally commissioned to be hung in the nave of the cathedral in Bayeux. Who made it? English seamstresses of Belgium. The tapestry shows that things went wrong for Harold from the start. He was blown off a horse, made a forced landing on the coast, and was taken captive by the local army. The man who came to the rescue was William, Duke of Normandy. Harold was safe, but his bargaining power was destroyed. He now owed his life to the man who was to be his downfall at Hastings. Harold was out of the frying pan.
Do you have the prices for these things right here?
In the year 1064, Harold Godwinson set out on a mission to rescue his brother and cousin, who'd been given as hostages to William, Duke of Normandy. His stay soon turned into something much more complicated and sinister. Half honoured guest, half prisoner, he was now a member of William's entourage and was reluctantly dragged round the ducal strongholds like this one, Hull. Between William and Harold, they now began a subtle political game of cat and mouse.
I appreciate you.
I didn't keep the most powerful English earl at prisoner unless you wanted to.
Making the hard when you
A wider political agenda, captured by a man who forged a reputation for his his father died when William was born in London City, and he spent his formative years fleeing across Normandy with various tutors and uncles to actually keep alive. So by the time he got to 1820 and actually had rule of Normandy, he would have been quite a tough person. He had formed himself in a way that he brought no opposition. William had established a fearsome military empire. The Normans were afraid of everything I see. When Harold joined the campaign against the Duke of Brittany, it gave him a chance to assess Norman tactics and prove his own worth as a warrior. Lord was actually very impressed by Harold. When he was crossing the river Louisville, which flows into the Sea of Mont Saint-Michel on the borders of Normandy and Brittany, and suddenly Harold noticed that some of the knights were sinking in the quicksand, and quick as a flash, he wrapped his arms around the chest of one of them, yanked him to safety, then went back in and rescued the second one. Harold's reward was being knighted by William, an adulation sword that involved pledging obedience to his royal order. William's agenda William brought Harold to the cathedral here in Bayeux. He demanded that Harold take a solemn oath to support William's claims. Harold was under duress, swore he would represent the equivalent of common English. Breaking the oath was an rare or William was concerned
or like a pack that they didn't have to have open on the street. And it was like
I swore the oath, but until realization that that was the only way you would escape, but knowing there was no intention of that.
People decided they wanted to play online.
Harold returned home, knowing that his perjury would come back to haunt him.
So I had brought everything I needed to do the live stream.
Again from within his own family.
I still had it.
His next brother, Dan, was Earl of Northumbria, governing the whole of the north of England. The region was wild and uncivilized, but it did have advantages. The Northumbrians paid half as much tax as anywhere else. Then Tostig made the fatal error of trying to put his right with a tax hike. Harold's brother would have known Lady Godiva. But unlike us, who only remembered that she rode through Coventry and the Nude, they would have remembered her famous ride as a tax protest to try to persuade her husband, the Earl of Mercia, to reduce the burden on his oppressed people. Tostig might have been well advised to follow Godiva's example, but he didn't. In one fell swoop, he doubled Northumbria's taxes. The king agreed, but the people of Northumbria didn't. On the 3rd of October 1065, local rebels stormed Tostig's stronghold in York, looting his armory and killing his men. They marched south, demanding a change of government. Ironically, they wanted Lady Godiva's grandson instead. The rebels had got as far as Oxford when Edward put his top man on the case to negotiate. What Harold heard presented him with a dilemma. The choice was a civil war that would fatally weaken England, their own attack Normandy, or abandoning his own brother. Harold chose country over family and recommended that Edward give the Northumbrians the leader they wanted. Tostig was outraged. He went into exile, vowing revenge on a brother who would become his arch enemy. King Edward never saw the consecration of Westminster Abbey. The nobility who gathered for the grand opening were to witness a far more important club. Edward had fallen sick on Christmas Day. He swiftly deteriorated and died on the 4th of January. On his deathbed, he altered the succession in favour of Harold. The existing heir was too young, easy meat for William of Normandy. The English nobles were on hand to approve the dying king's wish. On the 6th of January, the new abbey witnessed 2 events: Edward's funeral and the enthronement of King Harold of England.
Harold Godwinson was the only man whom you could elect as king if you were right mind in England in 1066. Long before Edward died, they were expecting an invasion from Norway, a possible invasion from Denmark, and certainly an invasion from Normandy as soon as the old king died.
By the time news of Edward's death reached the continent, Harold's accession was a fait accompli. William didn't take it well. He was out in the woods hunting when a messenger brought him news that Harold is sworn mad, taking the crown for his own. They say he went straight home without a word and sat for hours with his head buried in his cloak. Harold stood with his forehead against a pillar, trying to cool the rage within. Then, when he could have enough to speak, he's got a rest for his doctor's first before he gets back on tour. But he is expected to leave today for recovery and join the festival this week. This is Dives-sur-Mer on the mouth of the River Dives in Normandy. And here 950 years ago, William started to build an immense fleet of 700 warships and transports in order to invade England. This is 35. It was warfare on an industrial scale. They had chopped down around 60,000 trees and employed about 8,000 men. But more than that, the support structure to raise the cash and feed and water the workers would have involved everyone in Normandy. When William awoke from his rage, no one was left untouched. The church at Dives has a list of all the nobles who sailed. But initially, he had trouble recruiting. Many thought a campaign against the powerful English was suicide. To persuade them was religion. William managed to persuade the Pope that his invasion was a crusade against an English king who broke oaths and an archbishop who hadn't been properly appointed by the church. The Pope gave his blessing and allowed William to wear one of his urgent relics into battle. Doubters had it alone. Harold called out the English reserve and stationed them along the south coast. All summer they waited, while adverse winds prevented William's armada from sailing. Eventually, Harold disbanded the troops so they could go and get on with the harvest. And as soon as he did so, it came an invasion. But not from the south. Harold's brother Tostig was out for revenge. Tostig had already had one disastrous solo attempt, but now he joined his meager force of 12 ships to the mighty fleet of the giant Viking, Harold Hardrada. Hardrada built up a reputation right across Europe as a result of his warrior. Physically enormous, he brought with him 7,500 battle-hardened men. They sailed up the Ouse before going on to take York. King Harold's response was swift and fearless. He decided on the same sort of lightning strike that had led off against the Welsh. He headed north, arranging for troops to meet him as he went, force marching 25 miles a day. It was a tremendous logistical feat. He had to march 190 miles up the Great North Road, which was little more than a cart track. On the 24th, he reached the outskirts of York. The unsuspecting invaders were waiting at the crossing of the River Derwent to Stamford Bridge. They were miles from their ships because it was hot and many had abandoned their armour. Dawn Harold marched into the camp. The townsfolk flung open the city gates, and Harold's forces marched right through the water to Stamford Bridge, 6 miles from York. As Harold arrived on the horizon, the invaders saw the Saxon weapons glittering like a field of broken ice. The Norwegians were caught on the hop. Quickly, they moved back to the far side of the bridge to give themselves the chance of forming a decent defensive formation. The story goes that the entire Saxon advance was held up by one fearsome Viking who held the bridge single-handedly, killing 45 men, until a crafty English spearsman waded out into the river and thrust upwards into the unprotected area underneath his chain mail. Then the English swarmed across the bridge, and battle proper was joined in the old warrior tradition. 2 shield walls hacking at each other until a breach was made.
The front line would run down, then the next line like this, and then the next line down. So you've got a whole built-up wall of shields interlocking. The principal weapon is still always the sword, which can be used to strike over the shield wall, either cutting or thrusting. They would also use swat squad, and that's where you would get the famous two-handed axe. Hopefully punch a hole in the enemy shield wall, and then they could deploy back again inside their shield wall.
The battle was fierce, bloody, and fine. Survivors sailed off in just 24 of their original 300 ships. 60 years later, the piles of bones from the rotting corpses were still a local landmark. Harold had won an extraordinary victory against one of the most renowned warriors of the age. And as a diplomat, he allowed the remnants of the defeated Norwegian army to live in peace, provided they promised never ever to return. They were true to their word, and Harold Hardrada's incursion was the last great Viking assault on Britain. In other circumstances, it would have ranked alongside Trafalgar at the Battle of Britain. But the celebrations were short-lived. Devastating news arrived from the south coast.
There he was, feasting with his men, having fought off the most terrible threat to England. And then news comes that this guy from Normandy has landed his pebbles. So it's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You're almost there. Win the next battle. And you not only have England secure, but you are the greatest king that ever ruled.
So Harold rallied his weary troops and headed south to meet his destiny. On Stanhope Bridge, King Harold went off the greatest victories of British history. 3 days later, William of Normandy landed at Pevensey, 250 miles to the south. Harold had another lift to climb. William swiftly decided that the Pevensey marshlands were indefensible. He moved to the hilly country near Hastings. The next day, news reached him of Harold's great victory. Not wanting to make the same mistake as Hardrada, William decided to dig in near his ships and ravage the nearby countryside. The Bayeux Tapestry is the first ever portrait of the effects of war on civilians. Mother and child flee as refugees from their burning home. Harold's determination and stamina were awesome. He left much of his tired Northern force behind and set off with his core professionals on the return journey south.
It's likely that William knew Harold Hardrada was setting out for the north of England, and although accounts will tell us that the winds didn't allow them to sail from Normandy when they wanted to, in actual fact they didn't sail until September, and that was a long time to wait for the winds. It's likely that William chose to wait, knowing that there would be an attack from the north, and then he knew already that the troops would have been weakened.
Harold rendezvoused with what reinforcements he could muster at a local landmark known as the Hoary Apple Tree. The next day would change its name forever to Battle. Harold only had to survive the battle to leave William without reinforcements or escape. He took up the perfect defensive position on this hill. The abbey was built later specifically to mark the spot. Harold had chosen his ground well. He lined his men up about 200 metres in each direction. This wall was built to echo that formation. A shield wall, 4, 5, even 6 men thick. The king and his knights rode to the battle, but when they got here, they got off and took their place in the wall along with everyone else.
Harold probably used what was the most suitable, the most appropriate technology. For instance, he was defending the hill. He was shutting off the road to London. It was essentially a defensive action.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, the battle started with the blast of trumpets. As the Normans struggled up the hill in their full armour, they could hear the din of the Saxons shouting and beating their shields with their weapons. In the middle of them was King Harold, his battle cry of Holy Cross. First William's infantry, then his cavalry, broke against the shield wall like waves against a jetty. But the Saxons didn't budge. In fact, it was the Normans who broke first. A sudden panic by the men of Brittany on William's left flank spread throughout the entire army. Word had got round that William had been killed. Retreat started, threatened to become a rout.
First time that Harold's wall broke and followed the Normans down. Arguably, they thought the Normans were defeated, and arguably the Normans were defeated at that point. It was perhaps Harold's mistake that he didn't commit all of his forces on that first retreat down the hill.
It was only William's horse that had been killed. Realising the problem, he lifted his helmet so that his men could see that he was still alive. He rallied them, and they regrouped. They cut off the pursuing Saxons, who formed a small defensive circle over there. But slowly, they were hacked to pieces.
Because the horses were able to turn quickly and come back onto those men and wipe them out, maybe William then saw the advantage of this. But time and again, William used it that afternoon and late into that evening. They would ride up to the shield wall and then feign going away, and they would come parting, and then turn quickly and come back onto the enemy, and little by little cut down the Saxons.
In the 11th century, battles used to go on for 2 hours at most, but here they were, still fighting after 9.5 hours. And Harold was so close. Just another half hour, and he would have won. Because if night had fallen, then only he had the possibility for reinforcements the next day. But the tide was turning. As the Saxons retreated, the Norman cavalry got a purchase on the flat ground at the top of the hill. But the real key to the battle is given by all those tiny little arches who start to appear in the bottom margins of the tapestry at this point. Harold was critically wounded in the eye, the Saxon wounds. The arrow took the hill. We know that this is Harold with the arrow in his eye, his name's written overhead. But other accounts tell of cavalry riding in to finish him off. It seems that this whole scene is a story. This is Harold. So is this. And if you think that the falling figure having his leg cut doesn't have an arrow, look again. The stitching's been removed sometime in the last 900 years. You can see the holes where the arrow once was. Harold's body was mutilated. The chronicles say his head was cut off, all of his right leg and half of his left. Anything of value was stripped from the corpses who were left naked to rot, or in the case of the wealthy, to be rescued for burial. The next day, this whole area was covered with hacked and dismembered corpses, stripped of their armour by bounty hunters. It was impossible to tell which one was Harold's, until Edith Swanneck, searching among the bodies, found him here. She identified him, according to the chroniclers, by certain marks on his body, presumably the intimate knowledge of a lifetime's love. Harold's mother offered his weight in gold for the corpse, a final proof of the Godwin's wealth. But William refused. The last thing he wanted was a Saxon cult building up around Harold's shrine. The earliest accounts say that William buried Harold by the sea. But later tradition says that his body was taken to his own great foundation at Northam Abbey. And that became the accepted burial place of the last Anglo-Saxon king. But now new evidence has emerged to challenge that position. A historian in Boston, Harold, has made a vital connection between the 11th century records and a local archaeological discovery. The people of Bosom had always known that King Canute's daughter was buried in their parish church, right here. But then in the 1950s, when some heating was being put in, they discovered another important tomb next to it, here.
Well, they opened up the tomb, naturally, and they thought it had been vandalized. And there was the head, and there was the right leg missing entirely, and 2/3 of the left leg was not there either.
But in the tapestry, there's only the one leg being hacked. You're talking about the head missing and the other leg.
There were two accounts that came up, one by the Bishop of Amiens, which described the injuries sustained by the body. That came out in about 1067, only a year after the conquest. And there, he gives exactly that description. The head was cut off, one leg was thrown away, and the tapestry completes the picture with the other leg being cut off. Hence, just a mutilated body. And then, William of Poitiers also really confirms it. He said he was buried at seashore. And what do we have here? The Caesar.
Bosom became William's personal estate at this point. Here, he could make sure that the grave was flawless and his physical tent. So he set about the business of winding out the Saxon aristocracy, introducing a new culture, language, and blackening the name of the defeated Saxon king.
I think that this country should erect a splendid monument to Harold. This was a man who defended England against overwhelming odds and who went down heroically, surrounded by his housecarls, fighting to the last man around their king. He was not a quitter, and we should celebrate him, and we should celebrate his Englishness and the achievement of 500 years of native English civilization, which stood for so much in medieval Europe, which had such a civilizing effect. And all of that is what Harold stands for. He stands for Old English valor.
I've been all over the country looking for the real Harold, and what I found hasn't been a loser, but a charismatic leader who, if it hadn't been for a twist of fate, might well have ended up as a national hero on the same mould as Elizabeth I, or Nelson, or Churchill. But the arrow found its mark, and the battle was lost. And in a way, England lost something too, because although there's no doubt that the subsequent blend of Norman and Saxon culture has given us a great richness and vitality, it also gave us a new aristocratic elite who spoke a different language and were completely cut off from the people who they were ruling. And 1,000 years later, that social gulf is still taking a long time to bridge. Anyone who's ever read the detective story knows that appearances can be deceptive. Just over 700 years ago, this innocent piece of land was witness to a brutal murder that changed the course of Scottish history forever. In May 1297, the Sheriff of Lanark, Sir William Heselrigg, was hacked to death here by a young Scottish patriot. His name, William Wallace, or as we come to know him, Braveheart. Wallace was a legend, a national hero. But I've come here to try to find the man behind the legend. If you've ever watched the movie Braveheart, forget it. It's a great piece of entertainment, but not an accurate guide. I've come to central Scotland to find the truth about Wallace. Underneath schools and factories and housing estates lies a trail of blood. But whether it leads to a hero or a villain depends on where you come from. Wallace was the first Scottish champion of the vicious wars of independence from England. He's a Scottish icon to this day, but he was certainly no saint.
Wallace is often referred to as excellence and was there for his country when his country needed him.
He is accused of getting choirs of naked Englishmen and women to sing for him. This was particularly dreadful. He was an underdog, a second son of an unimportant mate, and yet he had something in him which people responded to.
He must have been an extraordinary man. We should never have heard of William Wallace.
And we might not have done, except for an accident of history. When Wallace was born, there was no war with England. Scotland was prosperous. Life was good. Then, disaster struck. The night of the 19th of March 1286 was stormy. The Scottish King Alexander III had been carousing for function in Edinburgh Castle. Late at night, and probably the worst for wear, he ignored his courtiers' advice and insisted on returning home to Kinghorn on the other side of the Firth. He just married a beautiful French princess half his age. In driving rain and pitch darkness, he set off along the banks of the path and his marriage. But whether it was a midlife crisis or a noble desire to perform his kingly duties, it was the death of him. Somewhere along the way, his men lost him, his horse stumbled and fell. Later on, he was found here, his neck broken. 600 years later, the Victorians put up this monument to mark the event. It says, without a hint of irony, that it was erected on the centenary of his death. Seldom has libido proved so possible. When Alexander's only heir, Scotland was thrown into crisis. Powerful rival factions took to arms, and the country slid towards civil war. Without a leader, chaos.
A king is going to have to be chosen. Now, in theory, God chooses kings. But in this case, there's going to have to be some sort of earthly intervention. It couldn't happen within Scotland because that would imply the Scottish nobility is superior to the king. It's got to be a great international figure. And Edward I, Scotland's nearest neighbour, great reputation in Europe, he's the man to do it.
They'd asked the wrong man. Edward I was a ruthless expansionist. He'd already annexed Wales and Ireland. The crisis gave him a chance to win Scotland to his empire. Under the pretext of preventing civil war, Edward took control of Scotland. At Norham Castle, he made the Scottish nobles acknowledge him as their feudal overlord. The medieval equivalent of mafia dons acknowledging a supreme boss. It meant that when John Balliol was named king, it was Edward's puppet. And while the Scottish nobles caved in, common people remained defiant. Resistance leaders emerged from nowhere. Throughout Scotland led spontaneous attacks on the hated occupying forces. It's about this time that tales of a fierce young Scot named William Wallace began to circulate. One typical story has Wallace fishing in a river when suddenly 5 English soldiers turn up and demand his catch. And Wallace says, "You must be joking," but offers them half anyway. And one of the English soldiers is so furious that a mere jock should give him cheek, he draws his sword and lunges at Wallace. Wallace immediately parries with his fishing pole, snatches the man's sword and knocks his head off. Then he kills 2 of the other soldiers before the others escape. Who was this Wallace, everyone was asking? We still don't know what he looked like. These pictures are from much more recent times. The only clues we have to his appearance and the accounts which tell of an arrow scar on his neck, and the general agreement that he was enormous, perhaps 6'6" or more. He was also much younger than this, about 26. But where had he come from? Well, a Scottish chronicler called Blind Harry tells us that the De Wallis family, which means they were originally from Wales, settled in Elderslie, just south of Glasgow. On the flimsiest of evidence, the good old Victorians did what they do best, erected a monument. But now, archaeology has backed up tradition. So what would have been on this site when Wallace was alive?
Well, this is the site where Wallace first saw the light of day, and there would have been a fortification here. There was an archaeological dig done in 1998. There's a hedge that runs right around the site here, and it shows the outline of the original Eton palisade that would have surrounded the fortified property.
When you say fortified property, what would it have looked like?
There would have been a hall house of some sort, either made of timber or stone, surrounded by a wooden palisade. And this path that we're actually walking on at this moment actually is on the site of the ditch. As I say, there was a dig done here in 98, which I saw, and the ditch still actually exists. It's carved out of solid stone, and it's right under this path, which we're walking right now.
So what does that mean about Bruce's family? Of Wallace's family?
Middle class, I would say. If you were looking at it as a modern term, you would say middle class, upper middle class, perhaps.
So in 1270, it would have looked something like this. On the raised ground is the northeastern corner of a fortified hamlet run by the Wallace family. They were minor nobles descended from the Norman aristocracy. Although they would have thought of themselves as Scottish, they would probably still have spoken French within the family. But here's the weird thing. The only record of Wallace's youth tells us that he was taught by monks and was going to be a priest. It's possible, because the church was a traditional option for minor nobility without land to inherit. But the only physical evidence we have suggests Wallace was embarked on a less pious career.
You know, from the seal that was discovered a few years ago that has a bow in the middle of it, that Wallace probably saw himself first and foremost as an archer. Now, that probably didn't mean he was a soldier necessarily. It may have been a bit on the poaching side of things, on the hunting of deer. But yeah, he would have had to make his own way. He wouldn't have any lands given to him. And I don't think there's any evidence, in fact, to be clear. He didn't have any lands himself, so he's got to make his own way.
It's likely then that Wallace was a bit of a tearaway, who came good when history gave him a cause. Once Edward I had his hooks into Scotland, he never gave up. In 1296, after repeated humiliations, his puppet king John Balliol rebelled. The Scots assembled an army and raided northern England. It was just the excuse Edward was looking for. He marched north. This is Berwick-on-Tweed. Today it's in England, of course, but 7 centuries ago it was one of the most important and prosperous towns in Scotland. As Edward moved forth, spoiling for a fight with the rebellious Scots, the people of Berwick gave him the perfect opportunity. The English merchants had been murdered here and their goods pillaged by the locals. Edward decided to make an example. Followed shocked even the partisan English chroniclers of the time. Edward unleashed thousands of trained killers on an unsuspecting band of lightly armed civilians. There wasn't much resistance. See that Land Rover over there? Well, just beyond it, there was a building called the Red Tower. And some Belgian merchants holed up there, firing arrows, and they killed Edward's cousin. So eventually, he personally ordered their deaths by having them burnt alive. But it wasn't just Edward who wanted blood. Soon the cry rang out from the whole army, havoc, havoc, which means plunder, plunder, is where we get our word havoc from. It would have been mayhem. The men would have been automatically killed, the women raped first. The chronicles say the slaughter lasted 3 days, and then was stopped when Edward saw one of his men hacking a woman to death as she was actually in the process of giving birth. They say that half the population of Berwick was slaughtered, and that the River Tweed ran red as the bodies piled in. The massacre at Berwick was just the beginning. Edward crushed the Scottish army, shut up John Balliol in the Tower of London, and took the Stone of Destiny, the symbol of Scottish kingship, back to Westminster, where it remained for 700 years. It seemed like a total capitulation. The story goes that when Edward was leaving Scotland, he turned to the Earl that he was about to put in charge and said to him, "On besoin fait, qui de merde se délivrer." In other words, the guy who gets rid of shit is doing a really good job. Edward thought that he'd got rid of the problem of Scotland. He thought that by conquering the nobles, he was conquering the people. But he was wrong. As William Wallace was about to make very clear. Edward I thought he'd taught the Scots a lesson. But the slaughter of Berwick had exactly the opposite effect. All over the country, spontaneous opposition broke out. Then, in 1297, William Wallace burst onto the scene. But according to the chronicles, it wasn't the public atrocities at Berwick that brought him into the limelight, but a private grudge here at Lanark. The chronicles tell the story of how Wallace fell in love. He saw a maiden at Mass here in St Kentigern's church and was instantly smitten. She was Marion Braidfoot from nearby Lamington. The story goes that Wallace carried on a clandestine love affair and eventually married Mary. But the English sheriff of Lanark, William Heselrigg, also had his eye on Wallace's girl. When Wallace got into a skirmish with Heselrigg's men, before they could arrest him, Marion helped him escape into the hills. Revenge, full of lust and hate, Heselrigg had Marion killed. Hearing of the slaughter, Wallace returned on the side of darkness to wreak his revenge. There's hardly anything left of Lanark Castle today. Lanark Thistle Bowling Club occupies the site of Heselrigg's stronghold. Heselrigg wouldn't have expected Wallace to return, but he did. In May 1297, he and his men probably slipped into town in ones and twos and then joined up, ready for their revenge. The attack was swift and terrible. Wallace went straight to the sheriff's house, surprising him in his bed. One blow of his enormous sword went straight through the sheriff's skull, down to his collarbone. Death would have been instantaneous. The young follower made sure by stabbing the inert body 3 times. Then the Scottish raiders went on the rampage, killing the English at will, sparing only women, priests. The killing of Heselrigg is the first documented reference we have of Wallace, but the love story may well be fiction. After all, Wallace was an outlaw and the sheriff was the local judge. Maybe Wallace simply killed him to avoid prosecution for some other crime.
It could be that he was already beyond the law, that he was a kind of an outlaw if he'd been poaching, even beyond Scots law. And maybe he was someone on the wrong side of the tracks who sort of made good because war broke out.
And because of his success, legends stick to Wallace like he's an archer and he kills the local sheriff. Now, at that time, stories of other fugitive noblemen like Robin Hood were hugely popular. We know that Wallace's maid Marion only appears in later versions of the story. Maybe the chroniclers wanted to turn Wallace into a Scottish version of Robin Hood, so they gave Wallace his maid Marion too. While we're on the subject of myths and legends, this is probably a good time to admit that Wallace was never called Braveheart. That's the name that belonged to that other Scottish hero, Robert the Bruce, after he died. And his brave heart was put into a casket and carried into battle. Sorry. Wallace's slaying of the Sheriff of Lanark made his reputation. People started flocking to his cause. The outlaw band became a militia, and then an army. And at its head, a nobody from Elmsford.
Well, that's it. That's the key to it, isn't it? It's the personality of Wallace. I mean, he must have been an extraordinary man. We should never have heard of him, and we wouldn't have done if it wasn't for this war. He obviously had leadership qualities. I think he also had that single-mindedness, that devotion to a cause, one cause, which in this case was Scottish independence, that meant that he, there was no other way for him. And I think he's just one of these extraordinary people in history that do extraordinary things by their own personality, not by the situation that they found themselves in.
But Wallace wasn't alone. In the Highlands, a young nobleman called Andrew Murray had been fighting an equally successful guerrilla campaign. When Wallace joined forces with Murray, the rebellion became a revolution. The English had to know it. Edward I, who was away fighting in France, ordered a formidable army north to sort out the rebels. Barring their way to the Highlands was the mighty River Forth. Wallace and Murray decided to take the English on at the crossing point. Its name was to echo in history. Stirling Bridge. In 1297, the bridge held the key to the strongholds in the Highlands, graphically demonstrated by this 13th century map. If the English were going to take Scotland, they had no choice but to cross. Wallace and Murray decided that a battle at Stirling Bridge was their best chance of defeating the mighty English army. But it wasn't this Stirling Bridge. Amazingly, the exact location of Wallace's greatest triumph was a mystery until recently. Nobody could find the foundations of the original bridge. Find them, and you find the battleground. Then, amateur archaeologists decided to test a local tradition that the bridge lay upstream from today's with some homegrown technology. I don't understand how you ever managed to see those bits up until pretty murky.
Well, it is pretty murky, but there are times of the year when the freshwater's coming down the sea. We used an old method that the feral fishers used, which was to make a bucket out of wood with a glass bottom, and they could see that the freshwater mussels on the side of the river.
Partially blocking that transition.
And if you like to have a look at the side, this is it. This is
high tech, isn't it?
Oh, it is. But it's very effective, and on a sunny day, if you put your head right and exclude the light around the edge, it's a marvellous way to go for the riverbed.
So I should be able to see down there somewhere.
Yes.
I've got it. I think this is it. Yeah.
A simple solution to a problem.
It's grueling, isn't it?
It is. It's very easy to use.
Revision Mark II. I should patent this, you might make a fortune.
Yes, I never thought of that.
The ancient town seal from Wallace's time shows a flat wooden platform on top of 8 stone piers. Everyone had been looking for a bridge that went straight across the river. But you don't need 8 piers for a straight bridge. What they discovered was that the piers went across the river diagonally. No one knows why, but it means that the number of piers fits perfectly for a bridge that looks something like this. This narrow structure was a key part of Wallace's plans. The Scots had positioned themselves on the high ground on the north side of the river. In 1297, this is what Wallace might have seen. He and his lightly armed foot soldiers would have had a clear picture of the task that faced them. Looking south to the river, they could see the English as they prepared for battle in the shadow of Stirling Castle. Accounts say that the English had brought 1,000 cavalry and 50,000 infantry to face the spears and dirks of the rebels. They outnumbered the Scots by as much as 10 to 1. Wallace's men knew it was make or break.
The English army at that time was regarded as the mightiest fighting machine in Christendom. Wallace must have been a dynamic leader, to have instilled in his men the belief that they could win, not just against superior numbers, but against much more superior armaments, horses, weaponry, even money when it comes down to it. And even although they were outnumbered, Wallace used the land of Scotland itself to kill.
Before he looked round, leaving an area of foggy ground between the English and Scots. This was crossed by a single raised causeway that followed the same course as the road does today. The bridge and this narrow road caused a bottleneck. The logistics of getting the sheer numbers onto the field of battle would have made for a scene like the start of the London Marathon. It made some of the English knights nervous, as the nobles discussed tactics and tied roads, making the marshland even boggier. Delays and indecision to prove fatal. 3 times the English started across the bridge, and 3 times they drew back. Dominican friars were sent across to offer Wallace peace terms. The message came back: "We have not come for peace, but to avenge our country." The upstart was spoiling for a fight. The English were happy to oblige. Wallace and Murray couldn't believe their luck. The enemy was about to fall into their trap. The narrow bridge could only take 2 horses at a time. As the heavily armoured mounted knights rode off the causeway to form a battle line, the ground became too boggy for an effective charge. The English were probably expecting the Scots to wait till they'd all processed across the bridge and lined up nicely. That was the etiquette of chivalry. But Wallace and Murray weren't like that. They were street fighters, engaged in a last-ditch attempt to save their country. They waited until just the right amount of Englishmen had crossed, enough to fight and enough to kill, and then Wallace gave a single blast with his horn. The Scots rushed out from their stronghold on the high ground beyond where that white bungalow is. They attacked on both flanks, and they cut off the English retreat back to the bridge. With no room to form up and completely unable to manoeuvre, the English were stuck. The Scots slashed at the handsprings of their horses, stabbed at their underbellies, and as the horses fell, the English were dead. It was carnage. The chronicles report 5,000 English dead. Victory was against all odds. Native cunning and spirit had defeated numbers, money and equipment. The English retreated in disarray. To this day, Stirling Bridge is symbolic of an unbreakable sense of national pride, whatever the subtle neighbours may do. And on the very turf where Wallace's men splashed through the mud to bring down the English cavalry, a new generation of warriors struggled for pride and glory.
Pick up. There is a sense of history here. I mean, I believe it because I'm also a history teacher as well as a rugby coach. But I sense, and I think the boys feel it too, that this is an ancient debate. It's surprising when you tell the story of the battle here at Pembroke, because there's a sense of pride, there's a sense of achievement. You can sense among the pupils. Sure, you lose the atmosphere a bit later, but for that moment, there's something in them that you just feel, yeah, we did this here.
William Wallace was a national hero, but he was now on his own. His partner, Andrew Murray, had been one of the handful of Scottish casualties. Nevertheless, the Scottish tales were up. Wallace decided to take the battle to the English. What was William Wallace really like? Well, to the Scots, he was the hero of Stirling Bridge, the 27-year-old victor of the hated English. With his partner, Andrew Murray, dead, Wallace got all the glory. And that success makes the real man hard to find. The ballads and myths started almost at once. The Scottish chronicles are more celebrations of a legend than objective histories.
I think there are various reasons why Wallace is a legend. Wallace represents Scottish national resistance in a most extraordinary way. I mean, this was a man who absolutely turned the tide. The English seemed to have dealt with Scotland in 1296. The Scottish nobility had capitulated. John Balliol, the king, had miserably abdicated. And this nobody arose, and Scotland rose with him. And that is a tremendous achievement. There's no doubt of that.
But anyone who's ever watched a football match with rival fans knows there are always two ways of looking at any incident. The English hated Wallace. To them, he was a terrorist who had broken the chivalrous rules of war. In football terms, he'd taken the penalty before the keeper was ready. And what happened next seems to confirm that Wallace had a much darker side. Buoyed with his success at Stirling, Wallace swept into northern England. It was time for the Scots to vent their fury. The English chronicles are full of stories of Wallace's savagery. He put monasteries to the torch and laughed as monks were drowned in front of him. He slaughtered women and burned schools with school children inside. Rape, torture, and atrocity marked his progress through the borders. He shocked an age hardened to brutality. The stories evoke contemporary parallels.
The English accused Wallace quite explicitly of effectively ethnic cleansing. That his intention was to get rid of everyone that spoke English from the north of England.
Even the Scottish chronicles realised there was a problem. They said he tried to prevent the excesses of his men, defending priests at the altar. On the other hand, they made no bones about his hatred of all the English. So was Wallace a national hero or a war criminal? The National Wallace Monument is the great Victorian expression of his legendary status. It dominates the landscape of Wallace's great triumph at Stirling. Braveheart fans and Scots from all over the world, including the South Florida branch of the Stuart clan, come to pay homage. But even here there's a grim recognition that there was little room for compromise in medieval warfare.
And the said Providence executioners would then put this through the back or the front of the head. And that is your cranial spike.
If you knew Wallace as a person, he probably wasn't the sort of guy you would like to get on the wrong side of. He was probably terrifying. There was probably enough a lot of people in Scotland that were either feared him or hated him at the time. We see him as a national hero and we see him differently. But Wallace's one major inherent strength was he killed Englishmen wherever and whenever he found them. That was his job and that's what he did.
Not to be confused with your dispatching dagger, which has two sharp edges, one to the left and one to the right.
Essentially, Wallace was a man of his day.
Mortally wounded, out of their misery, there's no doubt that he was a very bloody, violent man, living in a violent age. And he stood no nonsense at all from enemies, rigid and as soon as look at them. But at the same time, here's a man that was people. He was an underdog, a second son of an unimportant knight, and yet he had something in him which people responded to. And he led them, he had a vision, he was true to his king, he was fighting for John Balliol, he had loyalty, he had a sense of purpose, a sense of achievement, he had a brain that could think of strategy,
No, I think there are many good aspects of Wallace's personality and character which you can focus on, but we try to sort of say that those days are gone now when we want to slaughter the English.
On his return from his campaign of terror along the English borders, Wallace was knighted, possibly by Robert the Bruce. Then Sir William Wallace was made Guardian of Scotland. In the absence of the king, he'd been given absolute power. Wallace knew the English weren't beaten. He began preparations at once for the defence of the realm. He put a gibbet in every major town to deal with backsliders. Another sign of his ruthlessness, perhaps, or just a desperate recognition of its scale and the expected English response. Pretty soon, the king realised that if he wanted the job done properly, he was going to have to do it himself. Next time Wallace met the English army, it would be led by King Edward. The English wouldn't be fooled by another surprise attack. So to prepare for a clash with the heavily armoured English cavalry, Wallace invented a battlefield tactic called the shilton. The outnumbered ranks of infantry would form an enormous circle of spears, so that the charging knights would be met by a deadly giant hedgehog. As a massive English army advanced from the south, Wallace retreated, burning fields and crops as he went. His plan was to use a scorched earth policy to break the English lines of supply. It nearly worked. As the English army lumbered on, getting hungrier, there was no sign of the enemy. Then at Edinburgh, a scout reported that Wallace was just 20 miles away in Falkirk, ready to pounce if the English retreated. Edward ordered a forced march. At dawn, on the 23rd of July, 1298, the English luck changed. The chronicles tell us that as the English army was advancing up the fort, they saw a flash of armour up here on the hill. It was Wallace spying on his enemy. But by the time the advance guard had raced up here, he was gone. Instead, down there, in front of the town of Falkirk, they could see the entire Scottish army preparing at last for battle. No one knows why Wallace chose to stand and fight. The English were almost out of food and ready to retreat. Perhaps he thought he might be overtaken and preferred to choose the battleground. Or perhaps Stirling had made him overconfident. Either way, the Battle of Falkirk was to be crucial. And yet incredibly, no one's sure where it took place. The scraps of information we have from the chronicles just refer to a hilly area overlooking boggy ground and a watercourse. It could have been the town centre site where the park is today. The rise just beyond the supermarket. The farmland under Calendar Woods. Or here, the mongrel site near the main Edinburgh Falkirk Road. Whatever the location, we know the story of the day. Wallace had his men arranged up on the high ground with 4 large circles of spearmen. And between them, he had his short bowmen, and behind, his cavalrymen ready to charge. "I've brought you to the ring," he said to his men. "Now dance as best you can." The English sent wave after wave of cavalry across the boggy ground, up the slope, and onto the waiting Scottish spears. But then 2 things happened that changed the course of the day and the future of Wallace's reputation. Firstly, the Scots nobility, who made up their cavalry, suddenly upped and left. And secondly, the English brought on their new secret weapon, the longbow. The longbow's range was deadly. Some thought it went against the rules of war. As horrific in its time as napalm, as effective as a machine gun. Wallace escaped with his life. 10,000 of his men didn't.
To be fair to Wallace, he had planned a strategy around what the English normally do, which is a major cavalry charge, and that's why he got the Sultan, his hedgehog spears. And he had trained his men well on this, and they'd been practicing for quite a while. But what he couldn't have foreseen really was that Edward would deploy the archers in the way that he did. And this is the beginning of the rise of the English archer to such a preeminent position in the 100 Years' War against France. Next century, they're going to win battles. And poor Wallace was on the receiving end of that. He had planned it, it's just that technology took over.
For people who never moved, it may come as a shock to know that Falkirk wasn't the end for Wallace. He was to carry his fight on for 7 more years before his horrific betrayal and death. Falkirk was annihilation. Wallace escaped with his life, but a reputation in tatters. His loyal foot soldiers had been slaughtered by English bowmen. And if Blind Harry's to be believed, his cavalry had simply deserted him. Sir John Graham was one of the few nobles who stayed at Wallace's side. His remains lie in Falkirk graveyard, one of only 3 marked graves, 10,000 dead.
Wallace didn't just fight the English, he also fought the threat from his own nobility, possibly because of his low-born status, or low-born compared to the great earls of Scotland, who were jealous of Wallace's certain high standing in the community.
What are you going to do? Are you stay there and die, or are you going to go away and live to fight again? I mean, it's all very easy for us 700 years old to say, oh, it's a dreadful thing. I don't think the Scottish cavalry could have won that battle under no, they couldn't have done it. So I think we very wisely said, let's go regroup, try and think again.
So you don't think the cavalry betrayed?
No, I don't. I think they very sensibly saw the way things were going. I mean, what there's nothing they could have done. What they're going to do, ride down that hill into the cavalry and be completely massacred. We want to remember Wallace himself survived the Battle of Falkirk, unlike a lot of the men in his soldiers.
Demoted from his role as Guardian of Scotland and with his troops decimated, it seems Wallace returned to the land he knew best, hiding out in the forests of Selkirk while he regrouped. Edward I had battered the Scots into military submission. When Wallace re-emerges, it isn't as a soldier, but as a diplomat. While he was Guardian, Wallace had been used to playing on the international stage. While so much else has been lost, incredibly, we have one of Wallace's own letters. He was writing to the merchants of Lubeck in Germany, basically saying that Scotland was open for business. Now, in the wake of military disaster, it seems Wallace took the political initiative against the hated Edward. Another letter, which has since been lost, shows that Wallace made journeys to the King of France and to the Pope to try and win political support. It was the equivalent of an appeal to the United Nations at the time. It was a unilateral action, not backed by the nobles, who were trying to appease Edward while they consolidated their position.
So do you think that in his later years, Wallace would have been a bit of a political loose cannon like Edward Heath or Arthur Scarlett?
I think loose cannon is exactly the way to describe Wallace. Although he does, when he comes back from the continent in 1303, he does join with the rest of the Scottish nobility. He's one of the leaders of the Scottish army, and that's quite interesting. He's one of many. But when the Scots decide, when John Cobham's Badenoch is the sole guardian of that period, that Scotland has had enough, that perhaps they should submit to Edward, whether they thought this was only a temporary measure or not. Wallace would not submit. He's not the only one, but he's the main one. And I think most of the Scottish nobility and the Scottish people, it's not just the nobility, a lot of the Scottish people had had enough as well. They would have thought, shut up.
But Wallace wouldn't shut up. He fought on in the way he knew best, as an admiral. While everyone else, including Robert Bruce, went with the flow, Wallace kept one step ahead of them all, moved straight to the top of Edward's most wanted list.
The shocking thing was when the end came that it wasn't an Englishman that captured Wallace. He was actually betrayed by a Scot. who was an English poet. But an awful lot of the problems in Scotland down the century were succinctly summed up by Robert Burns, who said we are bought and sold for English gold.
In 1305, Wallace was finally betrayed to the English. By this time, most of Scotland's nobles were back under Edward's rule again, and one of his tests of their loyalty was whether or not they were prepared to try to capture Wallace. But eventually the betrayal wasn't just political, it was personal. The man chosen to close the trap round him was Sir John Menteith, a particular friend of Wallace's, who was godfather to his two children. They surprised Wallace here at Royston, just outside Glasgow. There was a struggle. Eventually Wallace was subdued and dragged south of the border to avoid any possibility of rescue. 17 bruising days later, he arrived in London. On the 23rd of August, Wallace was brought before the King's Bench at the Royal Palace of Westminster. This was once the largest freestanding building in Europe. In 1305, it was the intimidating setting for a show trial. Wallace stood silent, facing his accusers, as charge after charge was read out. He only spoke once, when accused of treason against Edward. He shouted out that he could never have committed treason, as he had never given his loyalty to anyone but the rightful King of Scotland. But in the end, the odds were stacked against Wallace. The trial was more about humiliation than justice. As he stood on this spot, the sentence for treason was declared. Wallace was to be hung, drawn, and quartered. Stripped naked, and with his feet tied to the tails of two horses, he was dragged through the city of London. His head banged against the cobbles. The London crowd pelted him with filth. Miraculously, when he arrived here, he was still conscious. In those days, this was known as Smoothfield. It was just outside the city walls. Today, we know it as Smithfield, the site of the famous London meat market. And here, just round the back of St Mark's Hospital, they butchered William Wallace.
Now, Wallace, of course, in his hanging, he'd been dangling something. Purple in the face, eyes starting out of his head, bloodshot, struggling arms and legs, jactating. He'd probably been conquered of urine and feces, stool. Now, this required great skill on the part of the executioner because he's got to cut him down while he's still conscious, draw and slash open his belly with a knife, pull out the guts, pick up his knife and crudely toss the guts onto the fire. If he was still the slightest bit alive, he might smell his own intestine. And then hack the body open. Take out the heart, cut it out, show it to the crowd. Now the heart would still be beating. Wallace by now would be brain beating. See the heart beating, because the heart will go on after brain death, will go on beating for several minutes. See, not half an hour, well known for protesters and pro-Israeli protesters.
Wallace's head was displayed on London Bridge. The four parts of his dismembered body were sent to Bury, Edinburgh, Aberdeen, and Stirling, the scene of his greatest triumph, to warn the Scots. And that should have been that. At 35, Wallace had died a failure. His reputation as a military genius had been smashed after just 9 months. Then for the next 7 years, he'd been powerless to stop Scotland falling under Edward's rule. But like many heroes who died, his death sealed his immortality. It's Wallace's legacy that's his lasting achievement. Wallace's execution inspired inspired Robert Bruce to take on his mantle. 9 years later, Bruce invoked Wallace's spirit before the decisive Battle of Lexington, which established the independence and Wallace had so long fought for. Almost 5 centuries later, Robert Burns, brought up in the same forests where Wallace used to hide out, was inspired by Bruce's tribute. He wrote Scots Wear Hay, to become Wallace's anthem, a symbol of what he represents.
The foundation stone of the Wallace Monument at Stirling was laid. 70 or 80,000 people turned out in the day to see it. So it meant something to people, even back in the days when Scotland was seen as North Britain. And any time that Scotland's future has been called into question, Wallace's shadow is there.
A lesser now might have simply given up, but Wallace went on trying, admittedly not very successfully, but he remained absolutely consistent to that Scottish cause. And I think therefore it's hardly surprising that this man has become a symbol of Scottish nationalism in an utterly justifiable way.
He is crucial to the Scottish psyche and to how Scots felt about themselves. And he is a symbol of unadulterated Scotland. It's a very macro symbol, I have to say. I sometimes wonder what we women really feel about Wallace. But he's very important as being something that we can look up to with no trace of having had any chocolate lately.
But as a man of the people, Wallace came to represent justice as well as Scottish independence. This is the Wallace Stone at Falkirk, where Wallace is said to have spied on the English. Miners in Scotland used to be bonds. 200 years ago, the local miners released from their serfdom started a tradition which lasts to this day of marching here in the name of Wallace to affirm their status as free men. I came to Scotland in search of a national hero, but the man I found was much more complex and ambiguous than the well-known legendary character with his deeds and dares to do. Of course, Wallace was a man of his time. He was a brutal man in a brutal age. His absolute insistence that no man or group should be able to dominate any other against their wishes makes him, for me, not just a Scottish hero, but a universal one. The walking down what used to be the Great North Road, the medieval version of the M1. And this was one of the most difficult and dangerous stretches which was banned in country, Sherwood Forest. Now, there can't be many characters from history who can immediately identify just by saying a place name, but already I'm absolutely confident that all of you will realise this is going to be a programme about Robin Hood. Everyone knows his story. He's one of the most famous people in history. But what was he really like? Did he actually exist? I'm going to try and establish whether the most celebrated outlaw of all time is just a comic book character or a flesh and blood historical figure. I've always had a fascination with Robin, so this is something of a personal quest. We all feel we know the famous outlaw, but he comes in a host of shapes and sizes. Pictures of him we've all had since childhood, a long way from the real truth.
In the Dictionary of National Biography, Robin Hood is the only figure who didn't exist. He certainly robbed from the rich, but he never got round to giving to the poor.
1,000 men could not find out where if it didn't want to be found in Sherwood Forest.
Some years ago, I wrote a children's series called Lane Harry and Ordinary Men. It parodied the Robin stories realised in TV and movies. Who'd have thought it? Robin Hood and his team of mastermind finalists. What we think of as traditional isn't. Our modern Robin story is the product of centuries of change and evolution. The Robin we know today is Robin of Rothschild, who crusades to find his lands have been stolen by evil Prince John and his henchman, the Sheriff of Nottingham. He flees to the Greenwood and fights on with his merry men, stealing from the rich to give to the poor.
You two go round by the fire bank and we'll meet up with the log bridge.
He marries his sweetheart, Maid Marian, and gets his lands back only when King Richard the Lionheart returns from the Holy Land. It's a great story, but a red herring as far as tracking down a real Robin goes.
If you want flesh and blood Robin, then we're going to have to look for the original Robin stories in the earliest versions.
The earliest Robin stories were ballads handed down by word of mouth. We know they were around in 1377. By investigating these original stories, we should be able to find evidence of Robin's real identity. This earliest fiction is just as exciting as our modern versions. It doesn't offer any clues about how Robin became an outlaw. The tale opens abruptly at his camp. Robin's there with only 3 of the usual suspects: Will Scarlet, and much more so. They're preparing a meal. Robin's hungry, but he won't eat until he has a guest. He sends his men off to lie in wait by the Great North Road and catch a fellow diner. They don't have to wait long before they waylay a threadbare knight. Of course, it's a racket. Robin offers the knight his hospitality, and then, once he's eaten, tells him he's got to pay for his meal. But it emerges the knight was penniless. His son has killed a man. In order to pay a heavy fine, the knight's taken on a vast loan from the monks at St. Mary's in York. Unless he repays the debt tomorrow, he stands to lose everything he owns. Because the knight's been honest, Robin sends him on his way with £400 to pay the debt, trusting that the Virgin Mary will pay him back. On top of that, he gives the knight a new set of clothes and a good horse, and sends little John to accompany him to York as a valet. When you read the ballad, you start to notice that it's very different from the version we know today. Robin here isn't a nobleman. He and the outlaws are yeomen, no born freemen. The most obvious is the setting. It's not Sherwood Forest.
This is where the poem's set, and the forest's traditionally known as Barnsdale in South Yorkshire. Yes, Robin Hood.
People perhaps will be surprised that Robin Hood's a Yorkshireman, but it depends on the background. Historians have known this for a good few years. The problem is that other outlaws, perhaps living down round Nottingham in Sherwood Forest, their stories would be amalgamated with the original ballads, which do come from this area. And the fact that Nottingham is a much better known place than Wentbridge or Barnsdale, which most people, to be frank, have never heard of outside the area, would help the Nottingham connection.
The ballad's very specific about the area. This track is the remnant of the Great North Road as it dipped down into Barnsdale to cross the River Went at Wentbridge. Today, the A1 bypasses Wentbridge half a mile to the east. And it's where the viaduct is now that the merry men laid their ambush.
This is the spot where little John and Will Scarlet lie in wait for the night in the poem. Robin sends them to sail to spy on Wentbridge. You can see just beyond those white buildings, the road snaking down into Wentbridge from the other side of the valley. The writer knew this place. He knew it was the perfect lookout point. It may surprise some people to hear the Robin Hood stories coming from here and not from Sherwood, but 6 centuries ago, it wouldn't have raised an eyebrow. The phrase Robin Hood in Barnesdale stood was a legal saying, meaning that something was a well-established fact. And a couple of miles down the A1 from Wentbridge, there's further proof of Yorkshire's claims. This is Robin Hood's Well near Skelton, or rather it's the cover that the 18th century architect Vanbrugh designed for it. The landmark's been moved to make way for the dual carriageway, but for centuries people have stopped here to celebrate Robin Hood. This is the earliest known place name associated with Robin Hood, but over the next 3 centuries, names start cropping up all over the place. Robin Hood's Bay near Whitby, Robin Hood's Butts in Cumbria, Robin Hood's Walk in Richmond, Surrey, practically everywhere except Sherwood. The first name there doesn't appear until the year 1700. Jumping on the bandwagon at least 4 centuries after the event. So we've got tales set in Barnesdale, not Sherwood. Robin's not a dispossessed nobleman, but a lowborn Yorkshireman. What else do the traditional stories tell us about? The abbot and monks of St Mary's Abbey were hoping that the night would fail to show up. There's no chance. The knight's only got until sunset to repay his vast debt. After that, they can claim all his property and land. But in the nick of time, the knight arrives. Expecting him to be empty-handed, the abbot shows him no respect and leaves him kneeling like a servant. He gets a shock when the knight hands over the full £400 of his debt. It seems as though everything's square. Back in the Greenwood, Robin sends his men out to a carbon copy of their first ambush. Lo and behold, this time their dinner guest is none other than the monk from St Mary's. Unlike the knight, the monk pleads poverty, but is found to have £800 with him. The knight told the truth and was helped, the monk lied and lost everything. Justice prevails, and Robin doubles his money. But there's no mention of giving to the poor. Our heroes are just a bunch of highway robbers.
Can you imagine any Yorkshireman robbing the rich to give to the poor? They almost certainly robbed the rich and kept it. That was a product of a much later version.
The Robin of the Barons is a bit of a thug. In one poem, he kills a man, puts the head on his bowstaff, and mutilates the face.
The original Robin is a vicious character, but then again, in the Middle Ages, when people were being entertained by the ballads and stories of Robin Hood, they would expect to find a vicious character in their hero, because in those days, everyone was used to living a pretty hard life. So just because somebody went around knocking people's heads off, stealing from people, as long as you went around killing the people they didn't like, it didn't really matter how he did it.
But why does Robin pick on men of the cloth in particular?
St Mary's really exists. It's here in York. But don't be fooled by these romantic ruins. It's more than just a religious institution. York was the second most powerful political centre in the country. And the monks who ran abbeys like these were politicians and captains of industry, as well as being in charge of the spiritual welfare of the country.
The abbeys of York controlled the wool trade. The money was supposed to be a means to an end in supporting a life of prayer, but wealth had led to sleaze. In Robin's day, religious communities were notorious for greed, lax morals, and hypocritical lifestyle. Conversely, Robin's portrayed as fair and truly religious. The criminal is rough justice restores true values.
When Robin mugged the monk from St Mary's, a great cheer would have gone up. This ordinary bloke Robin was striking a blow for justice and true religion. Everyone knew the system was wrong. Only an outlaw would have dared do anything about it. So far, this original version of the Robin stories has given us a good general picture of the sort of hard-bitten character we're looking for. We'll be getting more clues about his actual identity when he comes face to face with his arch enemy. To find the facts about the real Robin Hood, we've been looking at the earliest fictional versions of his legend. These medieval tales explode the myth of a penniless nobleman in Sherwood in favour of a much tougher out-and-out criminal based in Yorkshire. The stories in these ancient texts also contain evidence pointing us to a real flesh and blood historic Robin and his men were brilliant archers. The Sheriff of Nottingham organises a competition to trap everyone. Despite wearing their hoods, the Sheriff knows that whoever swings the wand to win must be an outlaw. Of course, he never succeeds. The outlaws always escape in the nick of time. Chases, fights, escapes from prison, and then the feud with the Sheriff climaxes in a showdown. Robin takes down his arch enemy with a single shot. Then moves in to kill, hitting the Sheriff with his sword. Next, King Edward himself comes to sort out these rebels in the north. With his men disguised as monks, he deliberately gets captured in the forest. But when he sees that Robin's a loyal subject, he forgives the outlaws and takes Robin into his service. Which leaves us with a puzzle. The modern Robin story is set in the reign of Richard the Lionheart. The evidence in the ballads suggests this is all wrong. The ballads say that Robin met an entirely different king, Edward the Company. Now, there have been 8 King Edwards who've ruled Britain through the ages. The first mention of the ballads is in the year 1377, so that rules these kings out because Edward IV didn't come to the throne until the 15th century. So, using this logic, Robin must have been around between 1274, when Edward I comes to the throne, and 1377, when we get that first mention of the ballads. And there's another blindingly obvious piece of evidence that supports that dating. It's the one thing more than any other that Robin Hood's famous for.
The rise of the bow, the longbow as they call it. It began to take off 12th, 13th century. That's when it's got to have permeated through the villages and through the towns and begun to become ingrained into our communities and become basically a common man's religion for sport.
In Richard the Lionheart's reign, the bow was a minority weapon. There was no cult of the longbow. Edward I, II, and III made the bow a key part of their military strategy. Archery was compulsory for every able-bodied male. So being a great archer was like being a football star today.
If you got the eye and the strength, and you could do the business with the bow, you were really one of the best in the community.
Robin the crack marksman could only be a product of this culture in the early 14th century. and closer examination of the ballots leads us to an exact date. Historians have looked closely at the lives of the three Edwards who are potential candidates to be our comely king, and they come to the conclusion that only one of them could possibly have come face to face with an outlaw in this area. In the year 1323, Edward II went on a tour of the north, ending in Nottingham, because of a political crisis that started here, at Pontefract Castle. Pontefract in West Yorkshire was confusingly home to Thomas the Earl of Lancaster, the cousin of Edward II. The king was unpopular. Lancaster decided to make his own bid for the throne. He called up his men from Yorkshire and Lancashire to form an army, but as they moved out of Pontefract, Edward ambushed them and crushed the rebels. The Earl of Lancaster was tried and beheaded. His followers were outlaws and fled for their lives to places like Barnsley. Lancastrian report provides a plausible explanation as to why Robin and his men would be outlaws. It also connects Robin to Nottingham through the villainy. The period of the revolt was the only time the sheriff of Nottingham was also responsible for Yorkshire. He had been the king's right-hand man in fighting the rebels. The poor knight who Robin originally held up is a recurring character in the stories. When the outlaws fleeing from the sheriff, they run to his castle for protection. The knight's name is Sir Richard of the Lee, and this is where the ballad says he was from, Lee in Wyredale. This is Lancashire, several days' ride from Barnsley, where Robin was based. At first glance, it seems pretty implausible to have a leading character from so far away, but actually it makes perfect sense. Plumpton and Wyredale are linked with Barnsdale through the land of Thomas Earl of Lancaster, and formed a corridor right across the Pennines, allowing for easy communication between rebels here and here. A knight based in Wyredale would have been brother-in-arms to a yeoman outlaw in Barnsdale. The Lancastrian revolt is the only time and place where the ballads fit with political history. When historians realised this, they set about the task of finding a real Robin Hood from this period in the medieval archives. Today, if you wanted to track me down, you'd probably try looking in the telephone book. And there among all the Robinsons, you'd be bound to come across a Tony. But whether or not it was this Tony Robinson, you'd be hard-pressed to know. And in the early 14th century, it would be even more difficult, because the court rolls and the church records of the early Middle Ages weren't catalogued. There were no indexes, and no one was written down in alphabetical order. Nevertheless, lo and behold, when historians were looking for Robin in the early 14th century, they found one. The court rolls of the Manor of Wakefield in the reign of Edward II, living with his wife Matilda, as a tenant called Robert Hood.
To most people, that's not Robin Hood, that's a totally different name, but it isn't. Robin is a nickname for Robert. For many years, the name Robin was used instead of Robert, just like, for example, Jack might be a nickname for the name John, hence John F. Kennedy is Jack Kennedy. So this man is called Robin Hood.
Let's suppose for a moment that this is the real man behind the Robin of the ballads. Robert Hood was a forester. He's one of the Lancastrian rebels who were outlawed after a rebellion, and as a result, he loses his property in Wakefield. And the property was here. Robert Hood's house was in Big Hill. Today, it's the site of a bus station. Our Robert Hood, who lived somewhere under the number 49 stop, disappears in 1322. We don't hear of him, but it's not quite the end of the story. The ballad says Robin was taken into the king's service, but after 15 months he was so depressed that he left to return to his former life. The record tells us that a year after the Lancastrian revolt, there was still political unrest. The king set off on a tour in the north, offering an amnesty to the outlaws. Some of them he took into his own ranks. Enter our second candidate. This is Robin Hood, a valet de chambre, a bodyguard, who appears on the payroll at Edward II's court in 1323, but the following year takes a lump sum of 5 shillings because he can no longer work. When you compare the stories with the history, the parallels are striking. In every account, the ballad tells us that the king forgave Robin Hood of his crimes, that Robin went to work for him, but he left the king's service a year or so later because he felt fed up and depressed. And the records tell us that this man, Robert Hood of Wakefield, fought in the Lancastrian revolt and disappeared, but that shortly afterwards, this man crops up, Robin Hood, a king's servant, who works for the king for about a year, and then he too disappears. Could these two men be the same person? Our Robert Hood of Wakefield was a forester. He had been well equipped for life as an outlaw in the forests of Barnstone. At Applewick Church in Sherwood, there's a medieval forester's grave that gives us an idea of the essential forester's kit. There's a bow and arrow, of course. And this, a sort of shoulder strap with a horn hanging from it, is, I have to tell you, my ball. But living out in the forest required more than this. Near the church, I learned just how tough life on the run could be. At the cave known as Robin Hood's Stable, I met a man who's made a point of surviving in the forest using only the tools of the Middle Ages. What were the biggest problems?
The rain one night, it rained very heavily one night. I resolved it by actually getting into an old tree and sleeping inside the old tree, not far from here.
What equipment have you got?
The basic equipment, you have to carry it home on the pipe, really. This is a flask because water is very hard to find. This is a cup made from an ox horn, a blanket to wrap himself up in at night, an antler for digging a hole to go to the toilet in, so he can hang on the trees, an axe for making a wooden shelter, and in here, necessities and a few little luncheons, some eating utensils, some salt, some flour, just a basic kit. In terms of weapons, the U-bow, simple U-bow case. These are hunting arrows, a knife to eat with, a knife to kill people with.
So you've got a hunting one there?
It is. It's very important to maintain communications in the forest. This was the medieval equivalent of Robin Hood's mobile phone.
So, might Robin Hood really have gone...
You could try.
So, disappointingly tuneless outlaws. And there's one more surprising story if you're still clinging to the image of the merry men living out in the Greenwood.
They probably went home in winter. This place is particularly inhospitable in bad weather. You can imagine what it's like in January. You would die if you stayed out overnight here in January. And so they almost certainly went home.
So, we have a plausible if surprising candidate for our real Robin Hood. A yeoman Yorkshireman living as an outlaw during the summer and sneaking back to his home with his wife Matilda here in Wakefield in the winter. But every outlaw needs his gang. Next we have to find real merry men. By matching the clues in the earliest stories of historical records, we found a candidate for the real Robin Hood. Robert Hood, who lived in Wakefield until 1322 when he fled to the forests of Barnstone. Can we also find real versions of the merry men who could have been in league with Robert of Wakefield? Here again, the earliest version of the story doesn't have the outlaw band we know today.
We have Little John mentioned with Robin from the very beginning, and then a few others, Much, Will Scarlet, that comes in later. And so in a lot of the early ballads, you have Robin and a very small group, which is very credible for outlaws. In real outlaws, it was usually the leader, his younger brother, a cousin, and someone from the same village who also got into trouble. That's realistic. And I think it is perfectly possible that there may have been folk from Nottingham, Yorkshire,
Wherever else, we had those names near our base.
So what evidence do we have about the outlaw's real identity?
I was on this bridge first and I attended passport.
You carry that scarf for just because I've looked
We all know Little John as the giant who joins the merry men after fighting Robin on a bridge. But in the earliest stories, there's no fight, and John plays a much more central role. It's actually Little John who starts the whole feud with the show. His relationship with Robin is much more democratic than in the modern version. Little John isn't afraid of telling Robin what to do.
He's going to
Tourist tradition about this is that he's buried in Haversash in Derbyshire, so people assume he came from there. But the ballads say he comes from Holden Ness near Beverley in Humberside, and Little John is just an alien.
It's my sister, Alex. Yeah.
We've got records from 1318 and 1323 that John and Elizabeth being charged with crimes in Wakefield Valley. They believe that Little John was already a criminal who joined Robin with Wakefield in arms and
There was a holiday that they just came up with
As for the other outlaws, we don't have a record of much there, but there are some fascinating clues about Will Scarlett's
Will Scarlett's love name was the earliest one. Seems to have the name Scatterlock seems to be some recent versions, Will Scarlett has got rescue Scarlett. He's very elaborate. I don't think that's what they had in mind.
And yet again, there's evidence that Will Scarlett at the right time and place could have known what was waiting. There's a note from the very St. Mary's in York that's mentioned in the ballad. We don't know why, but he was thrown out of the abbey at the end of the 13th century. If this real Will Scarlett harbored a grudge against St. Mary's, it would help explain why the abbot ended up as a villain in the story.
Alex, I don't want to give you any of my bitcoins.
Then we come to some really disappointing news. Robin Hood may have had a wife, but it wasn't Maid Marian. The early versions of the story don't have any love interest in them at all. Marian comes into the tradition in a completely different way.
Yes, sir.
Every year of this, the workers used to have processions and plays to celebrate the time of summer. We still have the remnants of this.
So like I can do that. I can fucking those days I don't have to pay account. I just give my wife my money. She does whatever. So now I have kind of fucking just I can catch up my friend and tell her fucking thing. That's just the same thing.
Used to force rebels to give up for good causes, which is where we eventually
I was just wondering, I went to 72 now. I came through in everything.
As Robin changed from bandit to noble in Tudor times, Marian was brought into the stories.
Marian appears in full form when Robin becomes gentle. Robin is a lord of a lady, and she appears in 1909 in Anthony Munday's play, The Downfall of Robert Earl of Huntington, the second one, The Death of Robert Earl of Huntington.
But even here there's a link. In the play, she assumes the name Marian as an alias to conceal her real name, Matilda.
Interestingly, Robert Hood has waited. His wife, Matilda, is recorded as having defended the forest to join him in the struggle. Now, that is what made Marian is supposed to be with the popular legend. So, Robert Hood has Wakefield's wife, Matilda, matches very much the Maid Marian profile.
Marion's a later addition. There's only one woman recorded in the early stories. She was a nun, and she'd been Robin's ever since. This is the Three Nuns pub on the road between Huddersfield and Dewsbury. There's been a hostelry here for over 700 years. It gets its name from the shenanigans that were rumoured to be going on between the guests and three of the local nuns from nearby Kirklees Priory. If the ballads are to be believed, the guest house that would have once stood here would have been the last place that Robin ever saw before the Priory gates closed behind him and he went unwittingly to his death. After leaving the King's service, Robin lives on in the Greenwood for 22 years. Then unwittingly, he goes to his cousin, the Prioress of Kirklees Priory, to be bled for his health, as they did in the Middle Ages. The story gives no motive, but this nun betrays Robin and leaves him to bleed to death. The later story says that Robin fires one last arrow through the window and asks to be buried in the house. Kirklees Priory was dismantled by Henry VIII as part of his dissolution of monasteries. The only sign of the actual priory today are the odd stone and the bumps in the ground. The guest house where Robin is said to have died still stands. Although there's no record of how Robert Hood of Wakefield died, it's possible that he was the person who was killed here. Kirklees is only 10 miles from Wakefield, where Robin Hood lived, and the relevant dates link the original stories with historical fact. The ballads tell us that Robin Hood was killed by a relative who ran the priory 22 years after leaving the King's service. Dating from the time of Edward II's visit, that would be about 1346 or 7. And the records tell us that in 1346, the prioress here was Elizabeth de Stanton, none other than the cousin of Matilda, Robert Hood's wife. This is the room which Robin is said to have died. The spot marking his grave's up there, but the business about the arrow can't be right. 650 yards away and up here, almost twice the longbow range for a skilled archer.
On Friday, we will get you.
It's generally accepted that Robin being buried where his arrow lands is a piece of poetic elaboration around the original simple story of his death. The site of Robin's grave at Kirklees has been a place of pilgrimage for centuries. And if you expect a nice, simple ending, you're going to be disappointed. Searching for Robin Hood's a bit like being the sheriff of Nottingham. The moment you think you've got him, he slips through your clutches. This is the site of Robin Hood's grave. Except, Guinness will tell you, the site's been moved at least 3 times. And this is what Robin's gravestone looked like, according to a sketch from the year 1665. And it disappeared. And a replica was made. It was chipped to pieces by 18th century canal workers who thought that a little bit of Robin Hood's gravestone would clear their toothache. When the site was excavated, there was nothing on earth, which isn't surprising if the grave's been moved. To replace the missing gravestone, there's a 19th century inscription in Cod Old English to establish the grave's ancient credentials. Even if we haven't found his last resting place, we've built a coherent picture of a historical Robin. Our man from Wakefield matches the clues given in the suspicions, the Lancastrian revolters in opportunity and motive. There's real contemporary outlaws from Yorkshire who could be his very men. And Robin Hood was related in real life to characters mentioned in the ballads, like the Pirates of Kirklees. But as with the grave, the truth about Robin is complex and fragile. There's always more to him than meets the eye. Just when we thought we'd found our prime suspect, Rothschild, 250 miles to the south, historians discovered another man who blew the whole thing wide open again. This man never committed a crime.
The earliest ballads about Robin Hood have given us a picture of the historical suspect Robert Wakefield, who seems to have ended up breaking the King Edward after the Lancaster Revolt of 1322. All the best detective stories, the neatest of solutions, and the onset of the scene. Suddenly, evidence turned up and pointed to the murder. In the Middle Ages, it was the custom to be known by your father's name. So if your dad was a yeoman called Robert or Robin Hood, then you'd be called Fitzrobert or Robertson or Hoodson or Hudson or Hood or, of course, Robinson. But then, out of the blue, a historian discovered a man who lived in Sussex in the year 1296 called Gilbert Robin Hood. This was an extremely rare surname, and seemed to imply that the name was already known as some sort of nickname. But then more and more people called Robin Hood or Robin Hood started to pop up. And these weren't just random individuals. We know that a very high proportion of them had at some time in their lives committed criminal acts. There was even one case where the clerk of the court changed a man's surname from Lefebvre to Robin Hood because he was there. Later, Robin Hood became a common criminal alias. This doesn't mean that any of these men are candidates for the real Robin. It just proves that people knew about him 50 years or more before Robert Hood of Wakefield. So where does that leave our prime suspect? Well, it's still likely that he's the Robin of ballads, but the ballads aren't about the original Robin. Historians then went scurrying off and came up with another Robert Hood in 1225. He was an outlaw who fined 32 shillings and sixpence at the York Assizes. But there's no record of him doing anything like the Robin of the stories. Randomly picking up Robin Hood-type names from the records didn't seem to be leading anywhere. But there were medieval figures that we know existed, whose lives matched the famous stories. They just weren't called Robin. The best example is a story that started with a dispute over the ownership of Whittington Castle here in Shropshire, funnily enough, in the reign of Richard the Lionheart. In 1197, it was inherited from his father by a man called Fulk Fitzwarren. But a rival lord with better contacts with King John wanted Whittington too. Charges of treason were trumped up, and Fitzwarren was outlawed. For 3 years, he operated a guerrilla campaign in the forests of the Welsh borders, and the stories that grew up about it are eerily similar to those we associate with Robin Hood. Not only does Fitzwarren have a right-hand man called John, he robs people by inviting them to supper and then getting them to pay. He takes shelter with a local knight and kills his sworn enemy in the forest. When the king comes to the forest in disguise, Fitzwarren is forgiven. Sound familiar? Could this man from Shropshire be a new prime suspect whose name got changed in the course of history? It's pretty weird. Maybe there never ever was a real historical Robin Hood. Maybe the stories are just that, a mishmash of old legends. But if that's the case, why bother with inventing Robin Hood at all? Why not just stick with Fulk Fitzwarren and have all the stories about him? Or maybe there actually was a bloke in real life, like our Robin Hood of York or our Robin Hood of Wakefield, who had adventures and then a lot of fictional stuff was tacked onto them. But there is a third possibility. Suppose both the Fulk Fitzwarren stories and the Robin Hood ballads are based on an earlier figure, a hidden Robin Hood who we haven't yet discovered. The modern Robin Hood story is set in the time of Richard the Lionheart, when Robin is also called Robin of Locksley. Because of the northern connections in the ballads, historians always assumed this meant the Locksley in Yorkshire. But there's another Locksley, here in Warwickshire near Stratford-on-Avon. And here, the trail leads us to the ancestor of one of the Norman invaders who came over with William the Conqueror.
In 1193, Lord of Locksley Manor was Robert Fitzowen, descendant of Bishop Owen of Bayeux. Because Fitz meant an illegitimate descendant, it was sometimes dropped, leaving us with Robert Owen, effectively.
In the time of Richard the Lionheart, he was thrown out of his manor, Locksley Manor, and for a while became an outlaw because there are records from that period saying that he is causing trouble in the surrounding woodlands. And he was a robber for a while. He was finally given his rights back when Richard the Lionheart came back from the Crusades eventually. And so he does match quite, to some degree, the actual historical Robin Hood from the point of view of a later legend.
So out of the blue, another candidate from a part of the country not usually associated with the Robin stories. But it gets even weirder. The Robert Oder connection comes from a relatively recent piece of research. But there's evidence here in Locksley Churchyard that it may have simply uncovered a tradition that was known before. Lying just to the north of the church, they found a mysterious gravestone. Its design seemed to match the original Kirklees grave slab. Remember, in 1665, the Kirklees stone had been sketched in Yorkshire and had then disappeared. Is this evidence that people were aware that Locksley was part of the story long before the historians? This is the gravestone. It seems to me there's three possibilities. Either the whole thing's just a coincidence, but that seems unlikely given how similar the original drawing is to what we've got here. The pattern's the same and the dimensions are so similar. Or else this could be a copy of the original gravestone in Kirklees. Or else maybe, just maybe, this is the original Kirklees gravestone. It was brought here by someone who believed that this was the real last resting place of Robin Hood. We've got three historical candidates who together have helped to create the figure of Robin Hood. There's Robert Hood of Wakefield, the Lancastrian rebel. There's our historical non-Robins who've added their touches. And there's Robert Owen, the original nobleman. But there's another angle to the story. And for that, we have to return to Sherwood Forest. Not the usual tourist trail this time. The clues lie in southern Minster. When the stonemasons finished the cathedral in the Middle Ages, they decided to leave an exhibition piece in the octagonal chapter house. The highest form of the stonemason's art was to carve leaves in stone that had the lightness and delicacy of nature. And interwoven into the fabric of this Christian meeting house is the ancient pagan spirit of Greens, sacred green bear. Another name for the spirit of Greens was Robin Hood. This Robin was the inspiration behind the mythic hero of
Now, this figure is not clearly associated with outlaw, it's associated with nature, because Robin in the original ballads always appears framed in the forest. That's where he is. And then he moves into action and he returns to the forest. So if you want the original Robin Hood, I think he's that figure, Robin of the Wood, Robin in the Hood.
It is perhaps this pagan version of Robin that appeals most to us in the 21st century.
Robin Hood type stories, I think, have been with us since probably the end of the Renaissance, around 35,000 years ago. But they've been added to and taken away from since then. Robin Hood that we know now here in Sherwood Forest is not the Robin Hood who standing in the 10th, 11th, or 12th century. He's now cast as a preservationist, a conservationist, to look after the greenways. In those days, it was nothing like that at all. It was simply watch out for bishops, archbishops, detail, whatever you do, don't get caught by the sheriff and nothing.
When I wrote my children's series about Maid Marian, I knew I was joining in a long tradition of telling stories
Until I went to look for the real Robin, I never fully appreciated just how much that tradition was involved to suit the needs of the audience.
I think Robin Hood is in the process of becoming the secondary character in a feminist set of sagas, starring Maid Marian. That's well underway. What will there be then? Intergalactic Robin Hoods? Will there perhaps be a gay Robin Hood? I think it's quite likely that will happen. The homosexuality of the legend will be interpreted in that way, and one can see good reasons for that. Well, I guess what's really next for Robin Hood is lots of exposure.
I started my search by trying to find out whether Robin Hood was fact or fiction. And the answer is, he's both. There's a whole host of Robin Hoods. There's the mysterious man from Locksley, the Lancastrian revolutionary, the petty criminal, the king's servant, not to mention the countless medieval outlaws who took on his name as an alias in order to try and protect their anonymity. They all lived and breathed. They were all fact. But it took a fiction to make the story great, a legend that could touch us more profoundly than the simple story of one human being ever could. And whether that legend is about the spirit of the greenwood or the nature of being a hero, struggle of the common man, they all create for us a Robin who's fair, brave, heroic, and just human enough for us to be able to believe that in a fairer world, we too might be Robin Hood.
This is a murder mystery. Here in the Tower of London 500 years ago, a crime was committed that was so vile it continues to haunt us even to this day. The murder of two young boys, aged 9 and 12. We know them, princes of the town, heirs to the throne. The killer, it's always been assumed, was their evil uncle, the hunchback Richard III, who murdered them in order to seize the throne for himself. It's one of the most famous murders in English history. Even today, Richard III is seen as the arch-villain of English kings. But I'm here to ask one simple question. Did he really do it? Because behind the cardboard cutout villain, there's a much more complex and fascinating character. Piecing together a murder mystery 500 years on is a tall order, made harder by having to see facts from state propaganda. Details of the case were only released 20 years after the event. This story condemned Richard with a potent mixture of rumour, character assassination, and alleged confession. The official version is that Richard ordered his servant, James Tyrrell, to kill them. They were smothered in their sleep, then Tyrrell had them buried in the tower. It's a version that was given some credence when, in 1674, two skeletons were discovered here, at the base of the tower. In the 1930s, it was time to pick the animals. But the study showed only that the bones of children. And even if modern DNA conclusively proves they were Richard's bones, so there's no smoking gun. Instead, we have to balance probability, judging opportunity, character, and motive. First motive. The most well-known source is very clear about motive. But we learn this from historians. Shakespeare's role is an unforgettable, a bitter psychopath, lurching from murder to murder, wife, brother, as well as princes, for the same reason. For Shakespeare, the motivation was simple. Richard was a cripple.
My brother mocks both you and me, because that I'm little like an ape. He thinks that you should bear me on your shoulder.
Richard's hunchback is noticeable identity. It's the physical expression of the
Shakespeare was writing over 100 years after the event, and we have to remember who he was writing for. Queen Elizabeth I, the granddaughter of Henry VII, the man who finally overthrew and killed Richard. Here, at the Society of Antiquaries, there are clues that Shakespeare's portrait of Richard is deeply flawed, right down to the humpback.
There was a dreadful belief at the time that wickedness did show itself in deformity. And we all know Thomas More made a lot of it, and what about Shakespeare, what he made of it?
This is the best known portrait of Richard. It clearly shows his right shoulder to be higher than his left. But Pamela Tudor Craig, a world expert on the art of Richard's period, has made an extraordinary discovery.
The hump has been painted in.
That's this one here.
This one here, originally normal was raised only a matter of half an inch or so. At some subsequent date, probably very soon after it was painted, and another link of the chain of his collar was added very badly to suggest that he was unequal. And it's just enough because this shoulder is very sloping down that way. It does make an unequal.
Is it just me, or do his eyes look a bit weird?
Absolutely. And the X-ray that he made, which showed that has been raised, also showed that the eyes were not originally so narrow, and the mouth not originally quite so crazy.
The evidence has been tampered. Richard has been stitched up. In those days, if you wanted a copy, you had to paint it again. And as copies of this painting were made, the hump got bigger and bigger. And to prove the point, here at the Society of Antiquaries, we have a second earlier portrait, one which clearly shows he doesn't have a hump.
This one hasn't been doctored. The Tudors never got at this one. It was in the country, in Norfolk, picked up in the 18th century, and that's how it got here.
But did Richard have simpler motives that any detective would recognise? Greed, jealousy, lust for power. Richard III came at the end of 30 years of turmoil known as the Roses. Powerful barons of regions, Red Rose of Lancaster, White Rose of Yorkshire, alliances, kings. Richard's eldest brother, Henry IV, seized the throne in 1461. Richard was just Duke of Gloucester. According to Shakespeare, Richard was jealous and schemed for power from the start, even before the princes were born. Once again, Shakespeare seems to have got it completely wrong, because there's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that prior to Edward's death, Richard was anything other than the most loyal and devoted younger brother. There was a traitor in the family, but it wasn't Richard. It was his big brother George, Clarence. In 1469, Clarence rose up against Edward, allying with powerful nobles, raised an army, in a dramatic coup, toppled Edward. Edward was forced to flee to the Low Countries. He took a boat from here at King's Lynn. It said that he left in such a hurry, he was forced to hand over his fur gown in order to pay the captain. He left with just a small band of followers, but it included the 18-year-old Richard. It looked like the end of the road for him. A new regime was in power. This was the moment when anyone wanted to promote their own interests to the ship and change sides.
I don't think he was a scheming villain right from the start. I think his most characteristic feature before 1483 is his loyalty to his brother, Edward IV.
The two brothers spent a brief winter in exile. The following spring they returned, landing just a few miles up the coast of here. But they brought with them over 1,000 men. The odds were still against them. Then Edward made a break. Persuaded them to Clarence to change sides again, to stab his fellow rebels in the back. The tide turned, and with Richard fighting bravely at his side, Edward smashed the rebels. England, and the House of York was united once more. Edward never forgot the behaviour of his two brothers during that day.
They say drink can kill, and in Clarence's case, this was literally true. 8 years after the failed coup of 1470, Clarence was again found guilty of treason, and this time Edward was in no mood to show any mercy. Nevertheless, as a favour to his mother, he allowed Clarence to choose his method of execution. This is Malmsey wine, what nowadays we call Madeira, and rather than face being hung, drawn and quartered, Clarence chose to be suspended upside down in a barrel of this to the ground.
Richard's fate was very different. He was rewarded with vast estates in England. By the time he was 23, he was the richest, most powerful noble in the land, the king's right-hand man, and not But when Edward was blessed with the birth of two small boys, the future of the House of York was secure. England had found stability at last, and Richard had shown not the slightest sign of wanting the throne for himself.
We're beginning to get a sense that history may have done Richard III an injustice. He wasn't a hunchback, he didn't betray his brother. At the moment, he certainly doesn't look like the kind of man who would murder his nephews. And I'm not the only person to think that. Incredibly, 500 years on, he's the only king of England with his own fan club.
This is the Richard III Society. Each year it gathers at this small country church close to the city of It has 4,000 members and branches all around the world. Its mission to resurrect the dead king's reputation.
It's because there's a mystery. People get fascinated by that. And then it goes on from there. And once you start investigating it, you find he's really a rather nice person. It's perhaps a sense of justice, a desire to right a wrong that's done to somebody. I can't bear people who say they're being objective, but in fact are very cleverly putting in adjectives to make Richard sound mad.
Richard was in control of the north of England for 12 years while preparing his rebellion. It's his positive achievements here that his supporters put forward as evidence in his favour. First, he was a brave and fearless soldier. He'd shown personal courage fighting with Edward. In 1482, he led a successful invasion of Scotland. He captured the town of Berry. Next, in an age of corruption and lawlessness, he was fair and just, putting an end to the petty feuding of local nobles.
The North had been very disturbed since at least the mid-1450s. I think Richard does bring a degree of stability and peace to the North that he hadn't seen for years.
He uses his council as a means of arbitration in disputes. That's not new. Lots of other nobles did it, but he did it very effectively. And he continued that as king. He seems to have developed a particular dislike for the bad administrator. And we wish we had Richard III.
These don't seem to be the actions of a morally bankrupt man. And there's more character evidence to balance the picture of a monster we've been given by Shakespeare. The records show that he endowed universities, gave generously to the church, and paid for masses to be said for the souls of fallen comrades. And it wasn't just a matter of form. He was a pious man who read complex works of theology. Remnants of his personal collection are still held in the British Library. For most 15th century nobles and books were just a status symbol, lavishly illustrated works purely for show.
second hand. Take a look at this one. It's plain, it's unadorned, it's well thumbed. Richard's even written on it. See that there? It says R. Gloucester. Richard got these books for himself and he wanted to read, not just to stick up on a shelf. None of the evidence so far about Richard's motivation fits with him being the prime suspect in our murder mystery. Model brother to the king, and as far as his nephews were concerned, a model uncle. Then, in April 1483, the king caught a chill after going voting. Within a few days, he was dead. Suddenly, everything changed. Who were the princes? Well, in the spring of 1483, Richard's brother, King Edward IV, died unexpectedly. He was just 40. The crown passed automatically to his eldest son, King Edward V. He was only 12 years old. His brother, just 9, had the same name as his uncle Richard, as we've already seen, making a model second in command to his older brother. Suddenly, everything was up in the air. It's from this moment the clock begins ticking towards the death of the two princes. Edward's death provided Richard with an opportunity and a motive. He suddenly seems to have undergone a radical change because immediately he threw off his role as loyal lieutenant and moved centre stage. Edward's son, the uncrowned Edward V, was travelling from Wales to London for his coronation, and Richard immediately rushed south to intercept him here at Northampton.
We had 12 years of relative peace and stability under Edward IV, and now everything's thrown into the melting pot. And I think people are really scared anyway when you get a minor inheriting the throne, because that obviously opens up the possibility of political intrigue and factionalism, even if you don't have an uncle who decides to go for a throne himself.
It's now that the evidence starts to build up. The only proof of Richard's villainy is his conduct over the next 10 weeks. He met first with the young king's guardian, Earl Rivers, who was Ruth's brother. Richard told Rivers he wished simply to join the king's party on its progress to London to add to the magnificence of its entry into the capital. They drank until late into the night. At dawn the next morning, armed retainers burst into Richard's bedchamber and he and other senior advisors to the king were immediately hauled off to Richard's castle at Pontefract in Northern England. It was the sort of bold and decisive move, which, as we'll see, was about to become Richard's trademark. With Rivers and the others now under arrest, he raced down what's now the A5 to the village of Stony Stratford. This house used to be the Rose and Crown, and there's a well-established legend that it's here that the king himself will stay. The king was told that Rivers had been arrested because he and the rest of the Queen's family were plotting to assassinate Richard. The young king, just 12 years old, protested their innocence. Earl Rivers, he said, was a loyal subject, but it was no use. Politely but firmly, Richard told the king he would now be travelling down to London under his protection. The two now set off together to the castle. We've got a poignant memento of the few and it may even date some official documents signed by Richard has added his personal motto. To us, this motto seems cruelly ironic, but when Richard arrived in London a few days later, he wasn't to a hostile reception. In fact, his seizure of the young king was prohibited. What he'd done was to wrench him from the marriage of the Queen's family, who were universally opposed. They were seen as upstarts. Edward was felt and married beneath himself, and the traditional nobility presented the power the Queen's family wielded. Far better, the young king should be in the hands of his uncle, blood. So when
When Richard suggested that Edward stay here at the Tower, no one thought there was anything wrong with that. It was, after all, where kings traditionally stayed prior to their coronation, and hadn't yet acquired the sinister reputation that it gained in the Tudor age. So Edward moved in sometime in mid-May, and his younger brother followed shortly afterwards. They would never leave again. Richard was kind to say Lord Protector, the King's chief advisor. If you looked closely at the kind of you'll see cracks in the glass.
He'd already been accepted as the chief counsellor, so the government of the kingdom was going to be conducted under his leadership. And this was quite normal and as expected. However, it wasn't normal in minorities for the protector, as Richard III made himself in the end, to both have the responsibility of the government of the kingdom and have custody of the person of the king.
Was he up to something? Did he really have the young king's best interests at heart? If he didn't, there was a major obstacle in his way.
But one man would certainly resist any attempt by Richard II to take the throne is William Lord Hastings, who was one of Edward IV's most loyal supporters throughout his reign, and he's probably the man who's most committed to ensuring that Edward V is crowned and rules. So if you're going to go for the throne in Richard I's position, you're going to go for the throne, William Lord Hastings is certainly a man that you're going to have to take out.
On the morning of June 13th, Richard called a meeting of the Royal Council. Naturally, among those attending was the King's Chamberlain, Lord Hastings. It was like a board meeting. On the agenda, the coronation. No one expected what happened next. He started by pulling the same trick he'd used on Rivers at Northampton. He lulled them into a false sense of security. He was relaxed, friendly. He even suggested that they sent out for some strawberries. And he left the meeting for a while. When he returned, Richard's mood had changed. According to one report, he bared his arm as he developed an infection. He was a victim, he said, of sorcery. The Queen was plotting against him. Then he rounded on Lord Hastings, accusing him of being in league with his enemies. He slammed his fist on the table. Mystical, armed men rushed into the room. Hastings barely had time to splutter a denial before he was dragged off. A few minutes later, he was dead, beheaded on a makeshift block on Tower Green.
Standing on Tower Green, the village green, I live here, it's my home, where I walk of an evening to relax and unwind after a busy day at the office.
Hastings
Here,
is
five women and one man lost their lives executed inside the tower. Here, waiting out of the public. Here, recent three of them were.
Richard showed his hand. Now the two words.
Always great when they decide to cover something that really had the nature of sex. So, what happened? It was standoff, or did the city not show up? The players shot it. They basically showed up, and they showed up later. They were waiting for people to clear out, and then they came out. It was about 12 miles along the planners. And they're larger planners, so they had to bring in, I think, 7 or 8 like that truck. And the problem is, when they're noticed, they said, oh, I think the property
You can't destroy the house. It's a personal property. If you're you just have to list every one of them for the job. And so that's when it goes to film and that's what we're talking. And then they use the film to put it on the sound. So it was enough pressure that they basically brought in enough guys that they were lifting the planners out there. But they told you in the morning that they weren't going to do it. And who's going to line here? Is it representatives from Bass's office or somebody in the city council who's doing the line? And just pretty back into the area because why can't they just remove encampments? Like do it on the west side. Tracy Park is cleaning up encampments all over the place on the west side. I can't even find them anymore. Who's your actually I had a number of people that they were just saying, hey, like we have chains over here. I have the best it's not a lot. And the other thing is, and again, it's not going to help us. Like, get them out. Like, get out and get them out. And what's the numbers from, I mean, especially the numbers from, which is like, we're like counting the number of, stand on that to the principle. Thousands of people. Do you know how many? 75,000. He was to set up a whole network of these treatment centers and shelters and whatnot. They spent $165 million on homeless housing towers. Served $278 million. All that average is a good number, right? Yeah, it's like each apartment's worth, it cost $600,000 to build. Meanwhile, just create incentives for people to house things. I mean, create that
Is there anyone in the chat? Anyone in the chat? Yeah. Does it look cool? Me hanging upside down?
One of them is actually in front of your
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Nice. Yeah. I'd have to get this into the game right now.
This is not what she claims in her press conference. This could be I really wanted to root for her for a while. I've been like, I almost want to take that pill, but there's so many things that keep popping up and just say that they still grow directly. I cannot get on board with it. Get the policies right for as builders someone can. We're at that critical point, we're at that boiling point, and it's been for the last 2 years where you either get it right or get out. All right, Andrew, we'll keep in touch, all right? I want to follow this story. Andrew Monheim, and he is a businessman. And his business is called Monheim Microphones in Hollywood. And we will talk further on this when we come back to Mark Live, 24-hour fan by user.
Firefighters were trying to prevent brush fire on Los Angeles over the days. The Lakers have officially introduced J.J. Redick as a new head coach. U.S. Postal Service long-awaited Jeopardy host Alex Trebek with the stamp. The stamp is now available for pre-order and will be released next month. We're going to go to the 91 and we will check in with the KFI in the sky next.
What, you got bad eyesight there, huh? Maybe all your life? I had all my life. It's terrible. I think day one, as soon as I came out, couldn't tell what was going on. Dr. Charles Mason sat up and said, well, fix it. Starts with the waypoint LASIK exam. This is the most technology LASIK surgery. He measures your eyes 22,000 times. And I'm not a Christian. I'm not German. Your vision with more accuracy than that's before. I was a bastard trying to play tricks on me. Everything. 2020 prosecution. And then the procedure. My lifestyle was on a particular place. You call now, schedule the exam. If you were the first 14 callers, you get it for free. So call now, 866-559-4444. First 14, 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny again tomorrow, high 70s, triple digits. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places where you crash on 91 in Corona.
Looks like this one may have just been cleared. 91 freeway west down. Crash there involving several vehicles. Floods and rains. Looks like